Chapter 1. The Supplements. She looks incredibly delectable. Indeed, she is a fully evolved human, a supreme delicacy. Grr. Yimushi felt her eyelids grow heavy, the cacophony around her overwhelming. Struggling to maintain consciousness, she opened her eyes, only to be startled by the sight of a pack of wild leopards encircling her. To her astonishment, they seemed capable of human speech. Goodness. Yimushi was taken aback. This was nothing short of a virtual reality nightmare. She could discern the leopards' white whiskers, their fierce gazes, and the bloodied mouths with tongues lolling out in crimson. "Get away! Get away!" Yimushi shouted, attempting to shoo them off, but inexplicably, the leopards appeared unfazed, their interest only intensifying. Truly delightful, she looks delicious. The flavor must be exquisite. As Yimushi listened to their discussions, one leopard suddenly approached her, and instinctively, she recoiled. Yet, the leopard was quicker, extending its tongue to lick her face. A wave of sticky, fishy saliva washed over her. "Disgusting," she exclaimed, causing the leopard to flinch. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed, causing her ears to ring painfully. Instantly, the leopards that had been scattered around her closed in tightly, encircling her. "Help!" she screamed, and the leopards echoed her cries, hot saliva spraying forth. Yimushi was terrified this was no dream. Just moments ago, she had been at home enjoying gourmet. A splendid life has only just begun. Yimushi, feeling dejected, lowered her head, while the man beside her, noticing her despondency, tore off a piece of meat and handed it to her. "Little female, which tribe do you belong to? Have you ever given birth?" His words elicited an exasperated eye roll from Yimushi. In her sorrow, she mumbled with her head down, "Could you refrain from calling me little female? I have a name. I am Yimushi." As for childbirth, he was the one who had experienced that. As a young maiden, she felt wronged by such treatment. Yimushi shot him a glare, but her gaze was drawn to the meat in her hand, which had evidently been cooked to a much greater degree than her own, even wrapped in a fragrant leaf. The piece she had grilled earlier had accidentally been discarded when she tossed the stick, leaving her with no choice but to consume what the man offered. Picking up the meat, her stomach growled. After taking a bite, she was enveloped in a delightful flavor. To her surprise, it was quite delectable. Starving, Yimushi soon devoured the entire piece of meat. Just as she was contemplating getting up to stretch her legs, a sudden bang-bang interrupted her. Before she could rise, she was abruptly pressed against a large stone within the cave. "What do you intend to do?" she exclaimed, her eyes widening, her heart racing like a startled deer. The man's undeniable muscular strength instilled a sense of dread in Yimushi. Copulation. His utterly nonchalant statement caused her eyes to widen further, as her nightgown was suddenly torn apart. "What?" Yimuxi's gaze was fixed on the man before her. This was happening on the stone in the cave. Who could be so impatient? Fearing for her innocence, she struggled, but the man's sturdy arms held her firmly. With a mere exertion of strength, she felt as though her neck might be crushed. "Big brother, I am human, just lacking a tail. I am truly not some evolved being." Yimushi pleaded desperately, yet the man leaned in closer to her ear, whispering, "Be good." His tone was frigid, as if fulfilling a divine duty, leaving Yimushi momentarily stunned as delicate kisses fell upon her. The sensation was exquisite, and the man nodded in satisfaction. Truly deserving of the title of the best evolved being. With fair skin and striking beauty, she even had a delightful bounce. "Big brother, I truly cannot. Why not let me go? I can serve you like a beast of burden." Yimushi wailed, her eyes brimming with yearning, but the man remained unmoved, stating matter-of-factly, "A perfect evolved being, it is my duty." In that instant, Yimushi felt as though her end was nigh. She kicked with all her might, but no matter how she struggled, the man continued to kiss her. As his lips approached her chest, despair washed over her, and she gazed upwards in the cave, whispering, "I want to go home." A tear escaped the corner of her. Was she destined to bear children here without any clarity? A wolf. Outside the cave, a chorus of wolf howls echoed. Wolves? Yimushi was filled with terror. Those were creatures even leopards feared. Eyes wide, she sought to deter the man before her. But as she looked up, she was met with a gaze filled with fierce menace. His once clear eyes had suddenly turned blood red, resembling a dazzling ruby. A wolf. Crackling sounds. The wolf howls mixed with the hurried sounds of various animals. Yimushi glanced anxiously at the man, who, responding to the last wolf's howl, allowed a howl of his own before descending from her. The oppressive weight of his presence was lifted, leaving Yimushi in a daze as she stared at him, her heart filled with trepidation at his blood-red eyes. A wolf. The howls outside grew even more intense. The man's blood-red gaze fixated on Yimushi as he emotionlessly declared, "Little female, behave and do not run away." With that, he strode out with purpose. Following in his footsteps, Yimushi glanced outside, where a bright moon faintly illuminated the shadows of several wolves. Having endured such a fright, her very soul felt nearly extinguished. She hastily picked up the clothes strewn on the ground. Despite the fact that the hem had been torn by the man earlier, yet it modestly covered her form. Donning the attire, determination radiated from her gaze. She was resolute in her escape, without a moment's hesitation. Even without shoes and clad in tattered garments, Yimushi quietly crept to the cave's entrance. After ensuring that no one was around, she swiftly dashed outside. The surroundings were engulfed in dense forest. With only a narrow path visible ahead, Yimushi ran with fervor, unconcerned about where the path might lead. The howls of wolves echoed in the distance, prompting her to shift from a brisk jog to a frantic sprint. Just as she was about to break free from the obstacles, she heard a familiar name, Jing Shi. Who? Yimushi halted in her tracks. Chapter 5. The Escape in the Vast Expanse of the Jungle. Was someone conversing? This sparked a flicker of curiosity within Yimushi. Utilizing the glimmers of starlight, she cautiously approached, noting, "Jing Shi, you remain as proud as ever." Stealthily advancing, she felt an eerie familiarity with the name Jing Shi. The cries of the leopards and the voices outside were all connected to this name. Furrowing her brows, she hid behind a tree, her gaze following the moonlight ahead. Merely 2 meters away, 2 men locked eyes, surrounded by a pack of fierce wolves. From the sounds, Yimushi began to piece together the situation. Jing Shi was the very man who had abducted her. "I have severed ties with my clan. Do you truly dare to come seeking trouble?" Jing Shi's voice resonated with a menacing authority. The leader of the wolves before him, a one-eyed brute, seethed with rage as Jing Shi finished his words. Simultaneously, the other werewolves behind him mirrored his fury. "Kill him! Charge!" Yimushi, concealed in the shadows, fervently wished for Jing Shi's demise at the hands of the werewolves, believing it would provide her an opportunity to escape. She silently cheered for the wolf pack, that a thrill of excitement danced across her face. Had it not been for her precarious situation, she might have taken to the stage herself. "Jing Shi, take this." With that declaration, the one-eyed brute lunged forward, in a flash. Yimushi witnessed him leap towards Jing Shi, expecting him to overpower him in one fell swoop. To echo her astonishment, before she could even gasp, a thunderous crash resounded as Jing Shi retaliated with a powerful strike, sending the brute crashing to the ground before he could react. Noticing the blood seeping onto the ground, Yimushi gasped. Jing Shi was indeed ruthless. As the one-eyed brute groaned in pain, fear flickered in the emerald eyes of the wolves behind him. Yet the leader had already charged forth, leaving them no choice but to follow. A few werewolves mustered their courage and advanced, while Jing Shi stood tall, betraying not a hint of fear. The spectacle left Yimushi instinctively holding her breath. Heavens! As she marveled at what kind of creature Jing Shi truly was. 4 werewolves were effortlessly dispatched by his might, flung into the woods. Blood stained the ground, and the 4 fallen wolves lay grotesquely contorted, a sight both horrifying and surreal that Yimushi covered her mouth, stifling any sound. Seizing the moment while Jing Shi was preoccupied with the wolf pack, Yimushi cautiously prepared to retreat. This was madness, such a terrifying demon. If she did not seize this opportunity to flee now, she would surely suffer the consequences later. Adhering to the principle that a wise woman does not endure needless suffering, she began to back away, following the direction of the foliage's growth. However, in the next instant, a gust of wind swept by, and something seemed to pin her shoulder, rendering her immobile. Straining her neck, Yimushi slowly turned to find a pair of gleaming eyes staring back at her. Ah! Before she could utter a sound, the man suddenly lifted her into the air. Sensing Jing Shi's wrath in his movements, and feeling the familiar coolness of his shoulder, Yimushi quickly begged for mercy. "Brother, valiant warrior, I was wrong." Chapter 6. The meal I promise I will never run again. "Help!" With a woeful expression, Yimushi pleaded, yet the man remained unmoved, even rebuking her harshly. "Little female, it seems you're tired of living." With that, as if to release his pent-up anger, he abruptly tossed Yimushi into the air. Originally, Jing Shi intended merely to frighten Yimushi, but to his astonishment, a gust of wind rushed by, and she vanished into the sky. Instead, a vulture's raucous laughter echoed. "Ha ha! Jing Shi, your little female is now mine." Beneath the enormous wings, Yimushi could see clearly that it was a man with silver hair. The vulture's laughter reverberated throughout the mountains, and in his fury, Jing Shi seized a wooden stick from the ground, hurling it towards the heavens. Unfortunately, the vulture was too swift. The stick barely flew a short distance before plummeting to the ground, creating a large crater, testament to its force. As Yimushi ascended into the air, she dared not open her eyes, feeling as though she caught a glimpse of Jing Shi's unyielding gaze and overwhelming hatred, as if he wished to pluck the vulture's feathers and devour it whole. Floating in the air, Yimushi lost all recollection of how she landed back on the ground, only remembering her face turned pale and mottled with cold, goosebumps prickling her skin. Indeed, humans cannot fly. The air above was chilling that moment. Yimushi felt as though she had been retrieved from a freezer. Shivering uncontrollably, she collapsed to the ground, a profound fatigue seeping into her being, and she could not help but cry out, "I want to go back. I want to return to the modern world. I miss you, mother." What on earth was happening? Yimushi felt on the verge of a breakdown, as if her life were regarded as trifling. "Little female, what does missing your mother mean?" The man folded his wings behind his back, his dirt-stained fingers caressing Yimushi's face, his eyes filled with admiration. Such pristine skin and a delightful texture, a gem among gems. No wonder Jing Shi has taken a liking to you. The sensation against her cheek filled Yimushi with dread. She recoiled, rage surging within her. "Let me go. Missing my mother means I miss my mother. You savage beasts will never understand. I loathe you all. I despise you." If the other words had gone unheard, the insults were universally understood. To her surprise, the seemingly handsome little female exhibited such ferocity, the glimmer of malice flickered in the vulture's sharp gaze, and he tightened his grip on Yimushi's back. With a resounding thud, Yimushi was propelled through the air. Instantly, she felt as though her back were cleaved by a blade, her bones threatening to shatter. "It hurts so much," she whimpered, watching the vulture warily, just as she thought she might ascend to the heavens from the pain. The vulture narrowed his eyes and leaned closer, an ominous glow dancing in his gaze. "I'm going to eat you." Yimushi was a frequent patron of hot pot, relishing the experience of cooking meat. Yet, never did she imagine she would one day become food for a savage, about to be boiled alive. Bound and seated in a stone pot, with flames rising beneath, she mused that in mere moments she would surely be cooked. What peculiar savages! Is not meat typically eaten raw? Why go through the trouble of cooking? Chapter 7. A long-term strategy was this merely subjecting her to needless suffering? Yimushi rolled her eyes in exasperation, never anticipating such a fate. After a moment's hesitation, she swallowed hard, unable to suppress her nerves as she asked, "Big brother, must you truly eat me? The forest is teeming with edible delights. All natural, wild chickens, wild ducks. Things you cannot find in modern times." Yimushi could not help but attempt to persuade this peculiar man who had appeared from nowhere. "Big brother, I am unclean. I wear makeup every day, and my body is infused with various chemicals. Eating me would surely be fatal." Regardless of whether the vulture comprehended her words, she made her entreaty, and he appeared contemplative, though he did not understand a single word she uttered. Subsequently, the vulture tossed more firewood into the as the water began to bubble ominously. Yimushi's heart raced, nearly leaping in her throat. Heavens, am I truly going to be scalded to death? With each degree the water heated, Her desire to survive intensified. "Big brother, what must I do for you to spare me?" The incessant chatter not only served to calm her own tumultuous emotions, but also aimed to irritate the demon before her, granting her a fleeting sense of liberation. With a swift motion, she split the sun-dried firewood, her gaze fixated on the stout tree stump that was thicker than herself, while Imushi's eyes widened as she realized that this man before her possessed combat prowess that rivaled that of Jing Shi. After listening to her mutter in a language he barely comprehended for what felt like an eternity, Yu Yun frowned. "Little female, it wouldn't be impossible for me to spare you. However, you must bear my children and acknowledge my superiority over that Jing Shi in strength and prowess. You shall forever remain in my servitude." Without a moment's hesitation, Yimushi readily acquiesced. "All right, whatever you say, big brother. Is it just a matter of a few words? For the sake of my life, I shall comply. But as for bearing your children, let us discuss that once we escape this boiling cauldron." As the heat flushed her face crimson, she felt on the verge of collapse. Yet Yu Yun cast a nonchalant glance her way, declaring, "Little female, you are quite mischievous." Feeling as though he had seen right through her thoughts, Yimushi's heart skipped a beat, and a bewildered smile played upon her lips. This wild man, surprisingly astute, drenched in sweat. She could hardly tell if the moisture on her face was steam or perspiration, yet she maintained a smile. "Big brother, please spare me. I promise to obey your every command." Life held no value in the face of dignity. With a flattering tilt of her face, Yimushi thought to herself that death was acceptable, but the idea of being boiled alive in this ancient world, before she had fully lived, was utterly unacceptable. Such a demise would be far too humiliating. Noticing Yimushi's reaction, her flushed cheeks, and her occasional nervous fidgeting amused Yu Yun. "Is your true form that of a rabbit? How did Jing Shi come to know you?" This continent was home to various evolved beings, yet none were as exquisitely evolved as Yimushi, who bore no strange odors and possessed such beauty. She was indeed a rarity. "Big brother, could you refrain from uttering such peculiar things? Can you please pull me out of this cauldron?" Yimushi felt as if her feet were about to be boiled away, the skin on the tops of her feet turning bright red. With blisters beginning to form, should she truly become cooked, would she not be covered in these ghastly bubbles? The mere thought of such a horrifying scenario made her shudder. "Pull you out? With what?" Yu Yun replied, feigning innocence. Why Imushi nearly wished for a tool at hand to smash his head in. She even contemplated dragging him into the cauldron to experience the same fate, imagining the sight of him falling into the scalding pot. His feathers likely singed, made her heart race. "Yu Yun, do you wish for death?" A furious roar echoed from afar, shaking the once tranquil nest. Upon hearing that voice, Yimushi felt an unexpected relief. Jing Shi. She was saved. Instead of being slowly boiled to death by this insufferable man, it was far better to join forces with Jing Shi to survive. Although Jing Shi could be intimidating at times, he was at least normal. Instantly, her gaze turned toward him, her eyes sparkling with hope. However, upon seeing Jing Shi approach with his bare torso, his gaze filled with desire and longing, Yimushi realized how naive her thoughts had been. It was merely a transition from a boiling pot to a den of wolves. Ingwu noticed Yimushi's flushed face, which severely detracted from her originally fair and delicate beauty. With a howl, he charged at you. As the two seemed on the verge of fighting, Yimushi felt a wave of panic wash over her. Amidst their brawl, could they not first rescue her from the pot? If these two were to fight for an hour or two, would she not turn into a mere puddle of blood? The mere thought of that image made her heart tremble. The two wild men began to grapple with one another. While Yimushi had no idea of the situation outside, all she knew was that she was on the brink of being thoroughly cooked. As her consciousness faded, she found herself enveloped in a haze. Suddenly recalling her mother, before her was her modern room, warm and cozy, with sunlight streaming through the window. Her mother held a plate of fruit, calling her to eat, and in the distance, the television flickered with life. Everything felt so blissful. And just like that, Yimushi slipped into a deep slumber. It was over. Her life had been exhausted. The cacophony of noise surrounded her as she struggled against sleep, but the sounds were unbearable. Had she ascended to heaven only to be tormented? As Yimushi contemplated this, the moment she opened her eyes, The scene before her made her wish she could faint once more. Good heavens! How was she still in the woods? And the source of the noise was none other than Jing Shi. Memories flooded back to her, recalling the fight between the two men, unable to restrain herself. She asked, "Did you kill him?" Having witnessed Jing Shi's fierce fighting style, Yimushi feared the worst for the other. As her gaze wandered, she noticed several sharp claw marks on Jing Shi's back. Still oozing blood, the gory wounds a terrifying sight. Yimushi instinctively furrowed her brow. Indeed, having experienced civilized society, seeing such a scene made her feel a pang of pity for Jing Shi, for those who lived in this era were to be pitied. Without responding to her question, Jing Shi approached her upon standing, offering her a garment. With just two simple words, "Put this on," Yimushi's gaze fell upon the leaves woven into a crude outfit. Goodness, he could do this as well. His hands were remarkably skilled. Yimushi couldn't help but marvel at his craftsmanship, but when she looked at herself, she was taken aback. Her own clothing was in tatters from their earlier struggles. And now, thanks to the cauldron, it was even worse. As she beheld her exposed self, she wished for a hole to hide in. How mortifying! Although the garment he handed her could not compare to the soft, lightweight clothing of modern times. When she donned it, she unexpectedly experienced a refreshing sensation. She couldn't discern what leaves he had used to craft it, but it was neither scratchy nor restrictive, and it was surprisingly durable. Through this ordeal with Yuyun, Yimushi suddenly realized that rather than being devoured by other wild creatures, it was far better to remain by the side of the formidable Jing Shi. With this thought, she found herself calming down, her gaze shifting to Jing Shi's still bleeding wounds. "Are you feeling better? That must hurt quite a bit," she remarked, her fingertips gently brushing against his back. The moment she touched the wound, it felt as if she had been electrocuted. Jing Shi flinched, an unusual expression flickering in his eyes, and the next moment, he let out a howl of pleasure, akin to a satisfied beast, turning his head. His cheeks flushed a deep crimson, even more so than when she had been boiling in the pot. Could it be? Did she possess some extraordinary ability? Yimushi murmured to herself, wondering if she had latent powers yet to be discovered. Jing Shi simply lowered his head, silent, his once perky ears now drooping, resembling an adorable puppy. Seeing him like this rejuvenated Yimushi, and she playfully poked his ear, contemplating the unexpected softer side of this wolf-like man. Yet, in the next instant, the previously playful Jing Shi suddenly pounced on her, causing her leaf dress to almost flip over. Realizing she had provoked him, Yimushi quickly turned her head away, feigning submission. "Big brother, I was wrong." Despite her pleas, Jing Shi remained unmoved, his gaze fixated on her chest, and the fire within him ignited anew. A strong desire surged within him. Possess the female, claim her. Yet her pitiable demeanor stirred something within him. Observing her, he appeared somewhat speechless. "You need not fear me." Yimushi pointed at him. "Who am I to fear? You were just about to eat me." Jing Shi shrugged. "You would say the same. But if I choose to act upon my desires, what could you do? I have promised not to harm you, and I will not go back on my word. Are you at ease now?" Upon hearing this, Yimushi finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Jing Shi continued, "Now, let's forge a pact." Yimushi frowned and asked, "What kind of pact?" "I would rather not. Are you suggesting we engage in a life and death pact, where we both perish together?" Jing Shi let out a disdainful chuckle. "Oh, you are aware of this, yet I have no intention of participating in such a venture. After all, you are quite fragile. Entering into this agreement with you would surely leave me at a significant disadvantage. Who knows when you might meet your end?" Yimushi remained unconvinced, stating, "Regardless of the nature of the contract, I refuse to forge one with someone who has just threatened my life." Jing Shi narrowed his eyes in warning, a fierce glint of crimson flashing in his gaze. He licked his lip and smiled, asking, "You choose not to enter into this pact. Are you certain?" As he spoke, a sharp fong emerged from his mouth. Yimushi replied, "Big brother, can we not converse civilly? Must you always resort to threats of violence? How can we communicate fairly under such circumstances?" Jing Shi lightly tapped her cheek, retorting, "Who desires a fair exchange with you? If it weren't for that pentagram you bear, you would already be my next meal. A mere prey dares to speak of fairness." Yimushi sniffed, reflecting on the remnants of feudalism embodied in him. If not for his current predicament, she would have no fear of him. It is often said that those who recognize the times are the true heroes. She knew she could not contend with this monster, so she resolved to bide her time, sensing that, at least for now, he did not intend to take her life. Jing Shi, noticing her shifting gaze, impatiently inquired, "Have you made up your mind? Stop dawdling. I lack the patience to wait." "Why, Emu," she shot him a glare. "Why are you being so fierce? If you wish to form a contract with me, at the very least, you should demonstrate that I possess something you desire, something of value. Otherwise, you could simply kill me. Oh, why can't you speak civilly?" Jing Shi sighed. "You are indeed a nuisance." "What do you want, then?" Emu Shi replied. "I have yet to decide, but you must promise not to kill me." Jing Shi nodded. "No problem. Can we proceed now?" Emu Shi also nodded. "Yes, you may begin." She paused momentarily before asking, "But I must know, what exactly is the purpose of this absurd contract we are about to forge?" Jing Shi raised an eyebrow slightly, replying, "For what purpose? If one must specify, it is for the sake of this world." That why Emu Shi could not help but twitch her lips, staring at him incredulously. "Are you serious? That line sounds like something from childhood games, or perhaps something from fantastical comics. It is utterly juvenile." Jing Shi retorted, "Do you think I appear to be jesting with you?" Chapter 10. The pact formed. Emu Shi hesitated. "No, it does not seem that way." Jing Shi scoffed. "To save the world, you find this reasoning laughable? Yet it is indeed the truth. Whether you believe it or not, this is our inherent mission, one from which you cannot escape." Why Emu Shi found it somewhat absurd. "Are you spouting nonsense? Just moments ago, I was nearly devoured by you. If even you cannot save us, how can I hope to save the world?" Jing Shi scrutinized her, growing impatient. "Every word I speak is the truth. Why do you not believe me? It is you who are disbelieving, yet you question my authenticity. Why must you complicate matters?" Emu Shi thought to herself, "Did I not merely express a few grievances? Well, I am sacrificing for my own innocence. It matters not whether it is to save or to destroy the world." She haphazardly stated, "All right, enough of this. Can we proceed with the contract you mentioned?" Jing Shi huffed, unwilling to waste more words with Emu Shi. He picked up a sharp stone from the ground, traced a couple of lines across his chest, and suddenly summoned a fierce determination, using the stone to slice into his skin. Initially, it was but a superficial cut, a stream of crimson blood forming a line, which then dripped from the stone, coalescing into droplets that fell to the ground, blooming like flowers of blood. Jing Shi clicked his tongue in annoyance, as if feeling no pain, and pressed the stone deeper, the color of the blood darkening as it dripped steadily down the stone. His pale yet strong hand becoming speckled with crimson beads. Why Emu Shi was taken aback, instinctively stepping back. Why was he inflicting harm upon himself? Hadn't they agreed to form a contract? Was he not merely committing suicide in the guise of this pact? Did this mean that entering into an agreement with him would I find myself in a state of discomfort, feeling excessively warm, while Jing Shi remains remarkably composed? With arms crossed, he calmly states, "This is a perfectly normal phenomenon. Thus, I had just posed that question to you. If you exhibited no reaction at all, that would indeed be strange." Why Emu Shi, on the verge of succumbing to the heat, is drenched in sweat and parched, and were it not for the last vestige of reason reminding her that there was no way to overpower Jing Shi, she would have acted immediately. Gritting her teeth, she suppresses the urge to roll about, exclaiming, "It's unbearably hot, truly sweltering. Is there no water?" Chapter 12. It matters not whether one hides or not. She sticks out her tongue, her beautiful face marred by blood, with a glimmer of moisture in her eyes, resembling a pitiful and disheveled puppy on the verge of abandonment. Jing Shi, rarely touched by pity, gently strokes Emu Shi's head, saying, "Just endure, it will pass." His hand is the only coolness present, and Emu Shi cannot help but lean into it. Noticing that Jing Shi shows no excessive reaction, she boldly leans against him a few more times, then gazes at him with a look of feigned innocence. Jing Shi's lips curve slightly as he lets out a soft sigh. Truly pathetic. As he speaks, he glances around, seizes Emu Shi by the wrist, and pulls her toward a nearby brook, giving her a gentle push on the shoulder. Why Emu Shi, already weak and unsteady, requires little effort to collapse. and with Jing Shi's considerable strength, she stumbles forward a few steps. Just as she thought she might manage to stay upright, a small stone by the water's edge trips her, causing her to tumble to the ground and roll into the stream, dizzy and disoriented. She curses Jing Shi internally, pondering how their paths could intertwine so dramatically, believing she had committed no wrongs in her life to deserve such a fate. Before she can finish her thoughts, the icy brook rushes into her mouth, nostrils, and eyes, leaving her feeling both cold and hot, as if she were being immersed in boiling water one moment and plunged into the depths of winter the next. Clinging to her last shred of will to survive, she paddles her way to the surface, taking a deep breath of fresh air and feeling the heat within her gradually dissipate. She pushes aside her disheveled hair, glaring at Jing Shi in indignation. Unfazed, Jing Shi regards her with a slight smile upon his handsome face, saying, "No need to thank me. She has every reason to suspect he is mocking her current appearance." Gritting her teeth as she retorts, "Did I harbor a grudge against you in a past life? Is this your form of revenge?" Jing Shi raises his hands in a gesture of surrender, seemingly a loss for words, before stating, "There is no such thing as past life connections. We share no significant bond. Why saving you and forging this contract are merely our duties. Besides, did you not request water? There is an abundance here. She replies with a cold laugh. So, should I express my gratitude? Jing Shi nods slightly, saying, "No need for formality." Taking a deep breath, She reminds herself that one must lower their head when under a roof. She glances at her attire, realizing she cannot speak too harshly after experiencing such a humiliating ordeal. The scant clothing that barely covers her body is now rendered ineffective. Once she emerges from the water, it will likely offer little protection. A modern, well-educated woman, how could she bear being improperly attired? Thus, she smiles at Jing Shi, asking, "Could you make me another garment?" Jing Shi scoffs. What does it matter? It was never appealing to begin with. Whether it conceals or not makes no difference. Suppressing the urge to strike him, Shi responds, "I believe we are not acquainted to such a degree." Chapter 13. Changing clothes, Jing Shi casts her another glance from his elevated position, lost in thought, then turns away lazily, saying, "Just wait here." Shi, submerged in the water, finds it relatively clean and takes the opportunity to wash herself. The brook reflects her image, and, as the ripples settle, she notices her face is marred by fragile wounds. Uncertain of whether the blood is hers or Jing Shi's, she curses softly, scrubbing at her injuries until fresh blood oozes forth, finally content with her clean face. Jing Shi has yet to return, and just as she is about to enjoy a moment of peace, she notices a totem reflected on her shoulder. Holding her breath, she strives to calm the water to get a better look. The totem spans a significant portion of her shoulder, extending to the nape of her neck, in a shade of indigo tinged with blue. Its hooves rest squarely upon her collarbone, while a wolf's head aligns perfectly beneath it, appearing as though it has been intricately carved with smooth, feather-like details. Its eyes are a deeper hue, emanating an aura of authority, even in reflection. She finds herself momentarily entranced. She recalls having seen no such mark just days prior. How could it have suddenly appeared? Was it a result of the blood? Had her previous feverish state conjured it forth? At that moment, Jing Shi approaches, arms crossed as he examines the totem on her chest, commanding, "Turn around so I may see it." She realizes she cannot resist and opts to acquiesce to Jing Shi's dominance. The brook provides no cover, and he has already seen everything worth seeing, finding nothing to be ashamed of. Thus, she turns, allowing him to inspect her, and he orders, "Push your excess hair aside." She internally curses, contemplating how she has spoken more foul language today than in her entire life. Clenching her fists and suppressing her humiliation, she sweeps her hair back from her neck, turning to Jing Shi. She asks, "Are you satisfied now, sir?" Jing Shi's gaze falters slightly, and after clearing his throat, he nods, directing his attention to the totem on her back. The final portions of the mark are equally exquisite, with fierce lines and claws tightly gripping her shoulder, the powerful muscles of the wolf's body seamlessly melding with her own fragile form, imparting an unexpected strength. Jing Shi internally laments the unfortunate fate of such a mark resting upon a delicate woman. Surely, the high priest misjudged her potential. Why Shi, sensing Jing Shi's prolonged silence, feels her arms and neck stiffening. Pressing her lips together, she inquires, "Have you finished, sir?" Jing Shi nods, then places the garments he has crafted on the shore, stating, "These are the last two I shall make for you. If they are damaged again, I will not assist you further." Why Shi scoffs inwardly, replying, "I understand." Jing Shi, aware of Shi's meticulous nature, adds, "I will wait for you over there. Hurry, understood?" Shi nods, acknowledging his words, and once assured that no one is around, she steps onto the shore, shakes off the water, discards the tattered leaves clinging to her, and changes into the new clothes. Chapter 14. Inseparable. Once she has donned her new attire and tidied her hair, she approaches Jing Shi, who raises an eyebrow in mild surprise. Why Shi, sensing ulterior motives, regards him with suspicion and asks, "What now?" Jing Shi spreads his hands, assuring her, "No need to be so tense. I harbor no ill will, nor am I constantly scheming to tease you." Shi is left uncertain whether to feel relieved. Jing Shi raises his chin, stating, "Now, you shall return with me. Since we have forged this pact, we shall likely be inseparable from here on." She smiles and nods, begrudgingly accepting this reality, exclaiming, "Very well. Let us hasten. I can hardly wait." Jing Shi scrutinizes her with skepticism, his tone tinged with doubt. "Have you lost your mind? Your words sound rather sarcastic." She retorts, enunciating each word carefully. "Of course not. Everything I say is the absolute truth. You are simply overthinking." Jing Shi, uninterested in her convoluted thoughts, signaled Shi to follow him as he strode deeper into the jungle. Along the way, numerous birds and beasts swiftly evaded their path, and even from a distance, Shi could perceive the fear in their eyes. She chuckled inwardly, recognizing that this formidable figure, Jing Shi, truly instilled terror in all, so much so that even the small creatures along the roadside felt compelled to retreat. He must have often taken advantage of his power. Rolling her eyes at his back, she mused that he was merely a bourgeois oppressor of the common folk, one who deserved to be publicly denounced long ago. It seemed as though Jing Shi possessed eyes in the back of his head, as he turned with a hint of amusement and said, "What are you pondering about me now?" Shi, bewildered, gazed at his silhouette, wondering if he were some sort of omnipotent surveillance device that could detect hostility in the vicinity. With a slight smile, she replied, "You are mistaken. I harbor nothing but respect in every glance I cast upon you." Jing Shi found his little pet increasingly amusing, and in high spirits, he began to hum a light tune. As they passed through a grove, he casually plucked a small leaf and whistled a melody that, though devoid of structure, resonated beautifully in the moment. Why Shi felt her mood lift slightly, sensing they were temporarily safe. With her hands clasped behind her back, she followed in his footsteps. However, as they continued, she realized her stomach growled with hunger, yet she was unsure when Jing Shi would pause and did not wish to seek his assistance. Thus, she endured the pangs, trailing him closely while occasionally scanning for any recognizable edible plants. As night deepened, Shi felt her strength waning. Observing Jing Shi's composed and graceful demeanor, she noted that he seemed utterly unfazed by hunger. Starving, she began to feel lightheaded, and after breaking into a sweat, she noticed Jing Shi's figure beginning to blur before her eyes. Clenching her fists, she silently kept pace with him, acutely aware of her faltering steps. Chapter 15. The hunt. Though she felt utterly spent, Jing Shi showed no signs of stopping. For the sake of her own safety, Shi deemed it necessary to speak up. After all, he had entered into some sort of contract with her and would not abandon her. Summoning her dignity, she reluctantly called out, "Hey, could you possibly wait for me?" True to her expectations, Jing Shi halted, turning to her with an exasperated expression. "What is it now? Speak quickly." Why Shi limped closer, driven by sheer will, and asked, "Are you even human?" "No. What I mean is, even if we have ceased to be human, we still need to eat. If I don't get something soon, I might truly starve if on cue." Her stomach audibly protested, producing a rather melodious sound. Embarrassed, she met Jing Shi's teasing gaze and retorted, "Why are you looking at me like that? If you don't let me eat something, I might just starve, and then you'll have to deal with a spirit's contract. With a huff, Jing Shi replied, "You're just a little pet, yet you dare to be so audacious. Why not flatter me a bit? Then I might consider helping you." Why Imushi found it increasingly difficult to contain her frustration. We're in the same boat here. Our fates are intertwined. Don't take it too far. Jing Shi nodded thoughtfully, saying, "You make a valid point. Although our relationship is as it is, I can choose to treat you well or poorly. As long as you remain alive, I can do as I please with you." He paused, narrowing his eyes with a smile. "So, are you sure you want to speak to me in this manner?" Imushi mentally berated him 1,000 times, yet maintained a cheerful facade. "I was being ungrateful. Please, show mercy this once. Although we've only known each other for a short while, and you see me merely as your pet, you must have gleaned something of my character. I tend to speak without thinking that I misspoke in my haste just now." Jing Shi appeared genuinely entertained by her reaction, reaching out to pat her head as he nodded approvingly. "Now that's more like it. Let me advise you, always think before you speak, especially when addressing me." Imushi, feeling a bit defeated, sighed, "I'll keep that in mind. Can we eat now? I'm really on the verge of fainting." Noticing her pallor, Jing Shi ceased his teasing, picked up a shard of stone from the ground, and guided her to crouch among the bushes, keenly observing their surroundings. "What are we doing?" Imushi asked weakly. Jing Shi pointed to a bird flying nearby. "You're rather dim-witted. Of course, we're hunting. What else would you expect to eat here?" Imushi, too weary to engage in his fresh bout of sarcasm, leaned against a tree stump. Jing Shi closed one eye. Aiming at the bird, he swiftly hurled the stone, striking the creature with precision. Ikati let out a cry as it fell to the ground. Why Imushi couldn't help but think to herself, "This man could easily compete in the Olympics with such accuracy." Chapter 16. The Anomaly. With an air of calm, Jing Shi walked over to retrieve the bird, and Imushi noticed that the stone had pierced its chest. The bird was still writhing in its death throes, blood dripping onto the earth. Only then did Imushi recall the earlier madness, as she had instinctively pressed her own chest. When she looked back at Jing Shi, she was astonished to see that his injury had vanished without a trace, as if he had never been wounded. His skin was smooth, unmarred. Pointing incredulously at his chest, she asked, "What is going on? How did your wound heal so quickly? This is nothing short of a medical miracle. If we were back home, you'd be whisked away for experiments." Yet considering their bizarre experiences since arriving in this world, she found herself strangely at peace with the absurdity. Jing Shi glanced down at his chest, revealing a look of disdain. "Can you refrain from acting like you've never seen the world? Is this really so strange?" Imushi could only manage a sheepish laugh. "I'm just a newcomer here, in our world. This phenomenon is indeed quite peculiar." With a dismissive huff, Jing Shi tossed the bird's corpse to her. Imushi stared in disbelief. "Could you perhaps show some understanding? I'm still a person, and I can't just eat her. It needs to be cooked. Otherwise, I might get sick, and if I fall ill, I could infect you and potentially lead to your demise." Jing Shi, growing impatient, scoffed. "Who told you to eat it raw? I intended for you to hold it. We can't possibly share one measly bird between us." Imushi glanced at the bird's eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, wound tea sufficed to fill both their stomachs. Smiling slightly, she said, "I apologize. I must have been lightheaded from hunger." Leading to such bizarre thoughts, Jing Shi did not press the issue further, instead searching for another sharp stone while surveying the area. Why Imushi, her eyes keen, suddenly noticed some rustling nearby. "There seems to be something over there," she whispered, pointing to her dismay. Her small movement seemed to alert the creature, and it vanished in an instant. Jing Shi, exasperated, remarked, "My eyesight is far superior to yours. I didn't need your warning. Look, you scared it off with your clumsiness." Imushi was taken aback. "That's impossible. I barely made a sound. Could these creatures truly be so astute?" Jing Shi scoffed. "Do not compare the animals here to the ordinary creatures from your world. They possess far greater intelligence." Why Imushi swallowed, chuckling awkwardly. "There are plenty of creatures around here. Losing one shouldn't matter too much." Jing Shi turned away. "I have no concerns, but you mentioned you were on the brink of starvation. If you continue this way, I might have to collect your remains." Chapter 17. Roasting. Imushi promptly conceded. "I won't disturb you any longer. Please continue." Jing Shi shook his head and resumed his watchful observation. He indeed possesses remarkable agility and reflexes, needing no prompting from Yumuksai. In a situation where she was entirely unaware of her surroundings, he accurately located a rabbit and, with a swift motion, sent a stone flying. Imushi heard a dull thud, followed by the sight of crimson liquid spilling forth from the nearby underbrush. She found herself too fatigued to be astonished. After all, Jing Shi was inherently adept at evading the conventions of the mundane world. She scratched her nose, awaiting Jing Shi's approach to the thicket, where he retrieved the rabbit and brought it before her, displaying it with a flourish that Imushi, trembling with trepidation, feared he might flick blood on her face, and managed a wry smile as she inquired, "What shall we do with these creatures now?" Jing Shi regarded her from an elevated stance, questioning, "Do you know how to handle this?" Imushi promptly shook her head, replying, "I can't even bear the thought of taking a life. How could I possibly prepare them? Perhaps you should do it, for I cannot guarantee that whatever I might create will allow us to stand afterward." Jing Shi scoffed, his expression seemingly inscribed with the words, "How utterly useless you are," as he took the rabbit and bird. Intending to process them in her presence, Imushi quickly interjected, "Could you refrain from doing that in front of me? It frightens me." Jing Shi let out a genuine sigh, stating, "You must understand, it will be quite difficult for you to survive here. Without me, you would be in grave danger at any moment. You should adapt to this reality as soon as possible. None of us know when we might leave, and this existence is destined to be prolonged." Imushi perceived that Jing Shi had a peculiar habit of pouring salt into wounds under the guise of offering comfort, and he remained blissfully unaware of it, feeling quite self-satisfied, though his words were unrelenting. His actions remained honest, as he distanced himself from Imushi to deal with the remains of the bird and rabbit. Before long, he had expertly skinned the rabbit, cleaned his bloodied hands, and placed the carcass on a lotus leaf on the ground. Assessing the surrounding environment, he remarked, "This location is unsuitable. It is exposed to the wind and will not allow us to kindle a fire. We must seek a more sheltered spot." Imushi nodded in agreement, following him as he sought a windbreak on a small slope. Employing the most primitive method of fire starting, he skillfully drilled wood to create flames. Despite her disdain for him, she had to concede that his features were indeed striking. In every endeavor, he exuded an effortless grace. Jing Shi swiftly kindled the fire, casually prodding the flames with a stick, causing sparks to leap forth. He then skewered the bird and rabbit with branches and expertly positioned them over the fire to roast. Before long, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Jing Shi handed the rabbit and bird to Imushi, gesturing for her to roast them. However, she misinterpreted his intent. "These meats are clearly not cooked. How can we possibly eat them?" Jing Shi, somewhat exasperated, replied, "I didn't instruct you to hold them. I must gather some berries to stuff inside, or they will undoubtedly taste terrible once roasted." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Imushi accepted the rabbit and bird, placing them over the fire. Chapter 18. The High Priest. Jing Shi cautioned her, "Keep a close eye on the fire. Do not let a bird." Imushi nodded repeatedly, assuring him, "Rest assured, I am not a mere child." Only then did Jing Shi depart, glancing back multiple times, indicating that her reliability in his eyes was non-existent. Shortly thereafter, he returned with an assortment of berries, a delightful medley of red and green, each one plump and inviting. Jing Shi instructed Imushi to place the rabbit and bird on the lotus leaf, then squeeze the berries forcefully, drenching the meats in their juices. He proceeded to gut the rabbit and bird, stuffing the remaining berries inside, and, pulling out a needle from seemingly nowhere, stitched up the openings that Imushi observed, somewhat astonished, and remarked, "I never would have guessed you had such finesse." Jing Shi, dissatisfied with the roasting progress, took over, stating, "One must never neglect the finer details, especially when it comes to food, that if life allows for compromises in every aspect, then what is the point? It would be better to live like a beast." Imushi, however, would not allow his words to overshadow the memories of his past misdeeds. Internally smirking, she feigned flattery, saying, "Quite right, very eloquent. You are truly a guiding light on my path. When shall we dine?" Having grown accustomed to Imushi's nonsensical nature, Jing Shi recognized her duplicity, yet chose not to engage. Not so soon. The meat requires a longer roasting time that I tea won't dry out easily, so fear not. Yimushi, weary, replied, I believe there are moments when one need not be overly particular, especially when on the brink of death. If I do not eat soon, I shall surely perish. Jing Shi shook his head. Exasperated, what a trifling concern. Tea bewilders me that you consider this little creature capable of saving anyone. As he spoke, he tossed a couple of berries to Yimushi, casually suggesting, perhaps you should have a bite to fill your stomach. Yimushi, unable to resist, bit into the berries without a second thought. The rich flavor burst forth, flooding her mouth with sweetness, instantly refreshing her palate and throat. She quickly devoured several more. Jing Shi, observing her, murmured, I must take you to see the high priest. We need to inquire about the situation. Munching on the fruit, Yimushi stammered, who exactly is this high priest you speak of? Jing Shi, turning the rabbit and bird over, replied coolly, that is of no concern to you. You will understand when the time comes. Why, Yimushi muttered under her breath. Sounds like a charlatan. Jing Shi, his keen ears catching her words, promptly warned, do not insult the high priest. Yimushi complied, acknowledging her vulnerable position, knowing she must heed Jing Shi's words. The aroma of the roasting meat intensified, mingling with the fragrance of the berries and foliage. Why, Yimushi, now ravenous, swallowed hard, her eyes fixed on Jing Shi. Chapter 19. The Cave. Jing Shi smiled. Are you that eager to eat? Yimushi felt like begging him to cease his torment, her voice weak as she implored, while I still have the strength to speak. Please give me something to eat, I beg you. Reluctantly, Jing Shi handed her the roasted rabbit. Why, Yimushi devoured it hungrily. Jing Shi sighed, silently consuming the smaller bird, still perplexed as to why, since meeting Yimushi, he found himself either suffering losses or on the path to them. After a few bites, Yimushi seemed to realize her behavior and sheepishly wiped her mouth, offering what was left of the rabbit to Jing Shi. Would you care for a bite? Jing Shi, frowning, replied, no thanks. I prefer not to consume someone else's saliva. Why, Yimushi cleared her throat, managing to eat with a semblance of decorum before shifting the topic. Casually asking, by the way, you mentioned seeking the high priest. Where do we find him, and what is our purpose? Jing Shi's manner of eating was far more graceful than hers, aside from his attire. His every movement exuded an innate nobility, leaving one to wonder why he had come to engage in such a perilous venture in the forest. After swallowing a piece of meat and taking a sip of water, he replied slowly, the high priest is likely in the royal city. We must pay him a visit. As for why we're going, what do you think? Yimushi, with a frown, asked, is it yet again for the so-called salvation? Jing Shi nodded slightly, acknowledging that this matter was indeed urgent. Why, Yimushi sighed inwardly. Noticing she had stopped eating, Jing Shi inquired, why have you ceased? Is it not to your liking? Yimushi, possessing a basic sense of ethics, understood that one must never disparage another's food, regardless of its taste. Even if she had spoken the truth to a familiar face, given Jing Shi's demeanor, claiming the food was unpalatable would only serve to provoke him. Moreover, Jing Shi had indeed roasted the meat to perfection. It was tender and juicy, infused with the sweet and tangy flavor of the berries, effectively masking any unpleasant odor. Each bite was surprisingly delightful. Could it be that Jing Shi had once been a chef? She quickly shook her head, declaring, it is delicious, truly. I was merely savoring the taste. Jing Shi smiled with delight. You certainly have a way with words. That why Yimushi let out a sigh, lamenting that it was all for survival and out of necessity. Jing Shi elongated his tone, questioning, are you implying that I am a threat to you? With tears brimming in her eyes, Yimushi replied, no, absolutely not. I've misspoken again. Internally, she scolded herself, feeling as though she had never been this cowardly in her entire life. Thus, she took 2 large bites of rabbit meat, tears still glistening. Jing Shi remarked, eat slowly, there's no need to rush. After satisfying their hunger, Jing Shi led Yimushi further along the path, which grew increasingly remote. As the sun began to set, he brought her to a cave. This cave was nestled at the base of a triangle, concealed among a thicket of grass, resembling a secretive mound that would be easily overlooked by the unobservant eye. Jing Shi tilted his chin, indicating, this is the place. Let us enter. Chapter 20. Together? Yimushi could not help but squint her eyes as the sun dipped low on the horizon, its orange rays scattering delicately over the lush greenery, resembling a layer of crushed diamonds. Behind the cave lay a series of mountains, their jagged silhouettes cloaked in the heavy shadows of dusk, as if harboring ancient, unchanging murmurs. The scenery of this forest was truly breathtaking. Upon noticing Yimushi lost in thought, Jing Shi curiously inquired, "What are you still doing there?" "Come along." Why, Yimushi sighed. "The sunset is infinitely beautiful, yet it is but a prelude to dusk." Jing Shi responded, "You still read?" Yimushi nodded slightly. "Just a little, not much." Jing Shi, pensive, parted the grass. Before the cave entrance hung a curtain, crafted from tiger hide, likely smooth from frequent washing. He pulled aside the curtain, saying, "Come in." Yimushi slightly bent down and followed him into the cave, which was low yet surprisingly spacious inside. The furnishings were quite simple. On one side stood a stone bed draped with a bearskin, and on the other, a table adorned with some rudimentary writing tools. The cave walls bore marks indicating the passage of time, with notches carved daily. In a corner stood a cabinet containing basic pots and pans. Aside from that, the cave had no other decorations. Why, Yimushi could not help but ask, "You live in this place?" Jing Shi countered, "Now that we are here, what other fine place could there be? Having this shelter is already quite fortunate. Do not be so picky, or I shall send you outside." Yimushi quickly revised her words. "Please do not be so heartless. That I was merely inquiring. This place is quite nice indeed. It faces south, backed by the mountains, overlooking the forest, nestled deep in nature, with good air and an excellent environment. Simply splendid." Jing Shi chuckled, shaking his head, unable to find fault with her. Yimushi hesitated, saying, "But if you want me to stay here, where am I to sleep? There is only one bed." Jing Shi replied, "Do not fuss so much. I do not mind. You can sleep together with me." Yimushi immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, "Absolutely not." Jing Shi raised an eyebrow. Yimushi then quickly thought on her feet, adding, "What I mean is, I talk in my sleep and sometimes sleepwalk. I am afraid I might disturb you. If you do not mind, then of course it would be fine." Jing Shi snorted lightly. "I was merely jesting. If you do not mind me, why would I mind you? Rest assured, there's another blanket here. You can sleep on the floor." Yimushi sighed with relief, thinking that it was only right to sleep on the floor as a guest in someone else's home, even if it was under duress. At least she had a roof over her head. Avoiding the discomfort of sleeping in the wilderness and the horror of waking up next to a bear. Behind the cave lay a storage room, likely for Jing Shi's miscellaneous items. He rummaged through a box and produced a blanket, tossing it to Yimushi. The blanket had no particular odor, likely having been recently stored, and it felt soft and thick, large enough to wrap around her twice, suitable for sleeping on the ground. Chapter 21. Excessive boldness. Jing Shi crossed his arms, staring at her. "This is all there is. If you find it uncomfortable, there are some straw outside for firewood. You could try that. It might be quite comfortable." Given his rare kindness, Yimushi naturally would not decline, lest Jing Shi berate her and plot some form of retaliation against her. Nodding, she said, "Thank you." Facing Jing Shi's skeptical gaze, she stepped outside and indeed found the straw he mentioned. The straw was somewhat clean, yet had its share of dirt. She spent quite some time sifting through it before selecting a usable batch. She had a slight obsession with cleanliness and took the straw to wash it, ensuring no unseen insects clung to it. By the time she had cleaned the straw, night had fallen. As the straw could not dry immediately, Yimushi wrapped herself in the blanket and made do for the night, waiting until the following day when the straw would be dry enough to use. Jing Shi was already lying on the bed, engrossed in a book of unknown origin. Upon seeing her enter, he teased, "You truly remember to be particular even at death's door." Yimushi murmured a few words, smiling cheerfully. "It is only natural. When one can be particular, one should be, and when one must settle, one does so. Rest assured, I am quite easy to please and shall not trouble you." Jing Shi scoffed internally. "You need not keep delineating boundaries. After all, we have formed a contract, and our days ahead are still long." Yimushi sighed internally, acknowledging her misfortune, yet maintaining a cheerful facade. "It is only natural. However, What is to be accounted must be accounted, especially since you stated that I am your pet. Jing Shi discerned her meaning. Recognizing her penchant for saying one thing while implying another, he wondered why her words felt so different when spoken by her, prompting him to ask, "Is this how you always speak?" Mushi replied candidly, "Yes, what of it?" Jing Shi found himself inexplicably irritated by her unabashed demeanor. Snorting, "I can't be bothered to converse with you. Turn off the light and sleep." Mushi had been wanting to ask since the beginning. "But there is no light. Given the conditions here, one must make do, right?" Jing Shi retorted, "You little brat." Mushi smirked inwardly, deliberately asking, "I wonder if you have any further instructions, my lord?" Jing Shi pondered for a moment and indeed had one, saying, "Remember not to go outside tomorrow. Stay in the cave by yourself." Mushi countered, "Why not go outside?" Jing Shi replied coolly, "What do you think? When have you had a moment of peace outside these past few days? If you wish to continue being harassed by those monsters outside, feel free to try, but when I am not around, you may find yourself as someone's meal, and I can only tell you that I do not possess the ability to clone myself." Mushi promptly responded, "I shall heed your command, my lord." Jing Shi fell silent. Mushi, recognizing the moment, inquired, "By the way, my lord, where are you going tomorrow?" Jing Shi, clearly pleased, let out a short laugh, saying, "What else could I do? Times have changed. This cave now has 2 mouths to feed if I do not venture out to hunt or gather wild fruits. Shall we survive on nothing but the northern wind?" Mushi flattered him. "You work so hard, my lord. Your efforts are commendable. I shall surely follow your lead and will not speak out of turn." Jing Shi was not convinced by her flattery. "Indeed, I say 1, and you dare say 2? You might as well say 3 or 4. Mushi replied. The next day, when Mushi arose, Jing Shi was already gone. She stepped outside to check the weather, noting that the eastern sky was just beginning to lighten. Shaking her head, she mused on how Jing Shi was such an enigma. Despite having gone to bed late the previous night, he had already ventured out at dawn, having spent the night sleeping on the floor. Her frail body felt achy and sore from the hard surface. She wrapped her arms around her waist and decided to heed Jing Shi's advice to stay put. Rolling onto the stone bed, covered with bare skin, offered some relief. Suddenly, she heard steady footsteps approaching from outside. Startled, she thought, "Has he returned so soon? I hope it's not some bear that has wandered in." Feeling cautious, she picked up a firewood stick and approached the cave entrance. Counting silently, the shadow that loomed was tall and robust, unlike Jing Shi, prompting her to raise her makeshift weapon, ready to strike. Jing Shi casually intercepted her, casting a cool glance her way, his tone slightly raised as he smirked. "Are you plotting a rebellion?" Mushi felt her legs weaken, nearly dropping to her knees before Jing Shi. She said, "My lord, please overlook my minor transgressions that I initially thought you were just a bear. But it seems you are a mighty force carrying a bear on your back." Jing Shi, this extraordinary being, possessed the strength to carry a creature at least 3 times his size back with him. With a smirk that danced between amusement and incredulity, he scrutinized the firewood stick in her hand and remarked, "Even if it were a true bear, do you really expect that stick to be effective against it?" Mushi, feeling a tad embarrassed, tossed the stick a short distance away and conceded, "That does seem to be the case." After a brief pause, she pointed at the bear and, with an expression of disbelief, asked, "But surely you do not expect this cave to accommodate such a large bear? And it reeks terribly." Jing Shi shrugged. "Regardless, I intend to use the bear skin to make a bed for you. If you have no need for it, I shall dispose of it immediately." Mushi promptly seized him, laughing heartily. "No, no, no. I certainly want it. I appreciate your thoughtfulness, my lord." Jing Shi huffed and produced another cloth bundle from behind, tossing it to Mushi, saying, "Here, keep these fruits safe." She quickly took one out, wiped it, and took a bite. Jing Shi clicked his tongue and remarked, "Have I been too indulgent with you lately? You dare to act so brazenly." Mushi quickly defended herself. "Isn't this just to let you taste whether they are fresh or not? If something spoiled ends up in your stomach, wouldn't that be my fault?" Jing Shi clicked his tongue again, saying, "You are quite the silver-tongued one." Mushi stuck out her tongue, replying, "It's not flattery. I speak the truth." Jing Shi affectionately ruffled her hair, clearly entertained by her banter. Chapter 22. You try it. Jing Shi instructed, "Go start a fire. I'll prepare some roasted meat for you. Yee hesitated, pointing at the bear. Are we really eating this bear? Jing Shi raised an eyebrow. Isn't that obvious? Did you think I brought back any other meat? Or would you prefer to experiment with the taste of roasted fruits? She waved her hands repeatedly, recalling how much local produce she had already consumed. She figured she would have perished long ago if it were truly deadly, and there was no need to wait for the bear meat. The next day, Jing Shi returned with a plethora of fruits, instructing Shi to store them carefully. She felt puzzled when, over the next 3 or 4 days, Jing Shi continued to bring fruits into the cave, his demeanor unusually grave. Unable to contain her curiosity, she kindly reminded him, I must warn you, these fruits spoil easily. The ones you brought back first have already gone bad, and once they start to spoil, it's a cascade. Jing Shi chuckled. What of it? Just let you eat the spoiled ones. She widened her eyes, incredulous at his words. How can you say that? Though we have not yet reached the point of sharing a bed. We are in this together, aren't we? You would have me consume spoiled fruits. How cruel. Jing Shi nodded slightly. You are correct. I have not been cruel enough that I should ensure you have nothing to eat. She questioned, is that truly what I said? Observing Jing Shi's unyielding expression, she quickly conceded, I was wrong. But have you considered addressing the issue at its root? Jing Shi retorted. What do you mean by addressing it at its root? Shi cheerfully replied, think about it. These fruits won't last long, that if we tackle it from the perspective of their shelf life. Wouldn't that solve our problem? Jing Shi scoffed. It's rare to hear you speak with a semblance of reason, only to conclude with utter nonsense. The cycle of life, birth and decay, blooming and withering, is a natural order. How could we possibly intervene? She shook her head vigorously. You must not be so short-sighted. Consider this. Your so-called salvation also contravenes the natural order you speak of, yet you still believe it is feasible, which proves my method is equally valid. Jing Shi clicked his tongue. Those are entirely different matters. Do not conflate them. She countered. Which do you believe is greater, the act of saving lives or altering a fruit's fate? Jing Shi answered without hesitation. Is that even a question? Naturally, saving lives is paramount. She shrugged. Then that settles it. Why do you presume we can accomplish great things but not the small ones? Have you not heard the saying, I have the strength to lift 100 pounds, yet cannot bear a feather? I believe both are of the same principle. It is not that you cannot do it, but rather that you choose not to because you consider yourself above such trivialities. Jing Shi regarded her with a new appreciation. Your words flow quite eloquently. She humbly acknowledged. Too kind. Too kind. Yet, many times we must return to the essence of life. Why? Because we are all mere mortals. Lofty ambitions can only lead to suffering. Perhaps the only moment of joy lies in their attainment. But when you look back, it is always the warmth of human existence that comforts the heart. Jing Shi tapped her head lightly, saying, Who told you to ramble on? If you have a method, just state it plainly without circling around and berating me. She playfully stuck her tongue out at Jing Shi and replied, The solution is simple. We should make these fruits into preserves or dried fruits. That way, they will last much longer. Jing Shi, skeptical, asked, Is that for real? You're not poisoning them, are you? Shi sighed. Shouldn't that be my line? Why would I have the ability to harm you? Just let me taste them first. Jing Shi said, If you speak so convincingly, then let us see you She smiled faintly. Rest assured, I will handle it. Jing Shi cast her a sidelong glance. At least you prove to be somewhat useful after all. She, emboldened, replied, Just somewhat useful. Haven't I alleviated a major concern of yours? What about a reward? Jing Shi mercilessly swatted her face away. Your reward is a bare leg for dinner tonight. She sulked, then remembered that making fruit preserves would require some containers. She quickly asked, By the way, Jing Shi, do you have any containers for the fruits? Jing Shi pondered for a moment, pointing to a clay jar in the corner. Would that suffice? She eagerly nodded. Yes. Of course. She rushed over to inspect the jar, lifting the lid only to be met with a pungent odor. Quickly, she closed it again and turned, her face slightly stiff, asking, May I inquire what this jar was previously used for? Jing Shi suddenly recalled. Oh, my apologies. I forgot to mention it was used for wild boar's head, and I neglected to clean it. I didn't expect the smell to be so overpowering. Seeing his expression, Yimushi was unconvinced by his sudden epiphany. The jar must have been used recently. Otherwise, the scent wouldn't have been so strong that if it truly had that aroma, the entire cave would be reeking. Yet, she could do nothing but smile and say, "No worries. It can still be used once cleaned." Jing Shi smirked. "There's a jar beneath the cupboard that should be new. Feel free to use it. If you fail, the consequences are yours to bear." Yimushi clenched and released her fists. Realizing he was indeed doing this on purpose, she begrudgingly approached the cupboard, crouching down to retrieve the jar. This time, she was more cautious and found that Jing Shi had, to her surprise, not played any tricks. The jar was indeed in pristine condition. Jing Shi tilted his chin. "You may begin now. I am curious to see how you intend to proceed." Yimushi obediently replied, "Yes," and proceeded to wash and prepare the fruits for canning. Chapter 23. Deadly, she removed the pits and skins from the fruits, only to realize there was no sugar or salt. She could only soak them in water, feeling somewhat distressed. Jing Shi observed her from the side. "What's wrong? Can't continue." Yimushi sighed. "Not quite. Do you have any sugar here?" Jing Shi clicked his tongue. "Do you really think there would be sugar in this desolate place?" Yimushi tugged at her hair, suddenly asking, "If there's no sugar, is there honey?" Jing Shi frowned. "We don't have honey," Yimushi remarked. "This forest is so vast. It must surely harbor bees. If there are bees, they will undoubtedly build hives. Why not go and search for them?" Jing Shi, feeling somewhat impatient, responded, "Must it be honey?" Yimushi nodded emphatically and stated, "If you desire fruit that can be preserved for an extended period while still being quite palatable, then it is essential that if you prefer to witness the fruit decay one by one, then disregard my suggestion." Jing Shi relented, saying, "Very well, I shall go search. You wait here." After a considerable time, Yimushi managed to find a substitute for salt and soaked it, then crossed her arms and awaited Jing Shi's return. Jing Shi returned in less than an hour, holding a beehive, with a couple of bees still clinging to it, which he brushed away carelessly. He thrust the entire hive into Yimushi's arms, exclaiming, "This should suffice. Hurry and prepare it." Noticing the swelling on his hand, Yimushi couldn't help but remind him, "Shouldn't you tend to that hand of yours? You ought to extract the stingers. After all, we do not know whether those bees might be venomous." Jing Shi replied, "Do not worry. I am not as fragile as you think. A mere sting from a couple of bees cannot harm me." Observing Yimushi glance back at him while walking, he grew slightly irritated, asking, "What are you looking at? Focus on your task. You are not attempting to divert the topic, are you?" Yimushi weakly defended herself. "I have no such intention. I merely thought I could assist you with your hand, and I am quite knowledgeable about treating such minor wounds. I assure you, it will be fine." Jing Shi, for reasons unknown, reluctantly nodded and said, "Then let it be your task." Yimushi washed her hands thoroughly, then gently extracted the stingers. Her movements were exceedingly cautious, and she occasionally glanced up to gauge Jing Shi's expression, inquiring, "Does it hurt?" Jing Shi, for the first time, was taken aback by such a question. Momentarily bemused, he quickly regained his composure and, gazing at Yimushi's delicate lashes, replied, "Not at all. Can you not be so slow and meticulous? Just get it done quickly." Yimushi sighed in exasperation. "Do not rush me or become agitated. I fear the stingers might break off inside, making it more difficult to resolve later." Jing Shi conceded. "You always have a point." Yimushi shot him a glare, asserting, "What I said is simply a fact. You merely perceive it as me being argumentative." Jing Shi playfully tapped her on the head, retorting, "Try saying another word. It is not me being unreasonable, is it?" Yimushi surrendered. "Of course it is not." "Fine, I shall proceed with making preserve." She contemplated the final stinger lodge in her hand. She pondered whether this little rascal was deliberately being bothersome. Why had she not removed the last one as well? However, for the sake of pride, Jing Shi refrained from calling out to Yimushi, merely glaring at her retreating figure, hoping she would reconsider. Unfortunately, Yimushi, usually sharp-witted, had grown weary of pretense. She processed the honey and began arranging the jars, or rather, the fruit preserves. She combined water and honey in a pot, heating it until the honey water thickened. Then added the fruit, simmering it for about the time it takes to burn incense, and while still warm, stuffed the fruit into jars, sealing them tightly. Jing Shi approached her from behind at some point. Looking perplexed as he asked, "Does this really work? Won't boiling it just cause it to spoil faster? How long can this last?" Yimushi replied, "It can certainly be preserved for quite a while. Around 3 months, or so, of course. It's not just about boiling. The air in the jars must be expelled as well." As she spoke, she used a spoon to press out the air from within the jars. Jing Shi inquired, "Can we taste it now?" Yimushi expertly retrieved a bowl, scooping a small portion to offer him, stating, "It can be eaten, but I prefer it chilled. You may give it a try." Jing Shi nodded and sampled a piece of hawthorn, his eyes instantly brightening. Yimushi beamed. "I told you it would be delicious. In fact, these hawthorns can also be made into candied treats, though they won't last as long." Jing Shi found some of Yimushi's words and phrases utterly perplexing, yet out of pride, he refrained from asking for clarification. After all, it did not hinder her understanding. Perhaps her knowledge encompassed mysteries beyond his comprehension, which might explain why the high priest had chosen her. Following this incident, Jing Shi's perception of Yimushi shifted slightly. She transformed in his mind from a burden to a somewhat useful one. Each day, Jing Shi ventured out, while Yimushi, lacking knowledge of the outside world, feared that any misstep could lead to disaster. She could only observe the world beyond the cave from her vantage point. Initially, she felt quite content, but as time passed, boredom set in. Daily routines of eating and sleeping, alongside cohabiting with someone she found irksome, led her to exhaust all means to appease Jing Shi. Eventually, she felt overwhelmed. Jing Shi, preoccupied with his own affairs, returned later each day, no longer deriving amusement from teasing Yimushi, which only exacerbated her tedium. Resting her chin on her hands, she gazed at the clouds drifting across the horizon, feeling an acute sense of solitude for the first time. The phrase "where one cannot see the ancients before, nor the future behind" resonated deeply within her. On that day, she sat on the steps outside the cave, counting the winds that had blown 23 times and the countless leaves that had fallen, watching the sky transition from a pale hue to a rosy blush, with clouds resembling fish scales pressing down upon the cave. A wild rabbit and a feral cat scurried past. She greeted them, yet they, wary of the cave, fled at once. Yimushi sighed deeply, feeling a profound sense of helplessness and isolation. How had she found herself in such a remote corner? Encountering a madman, she longed to return home, but how could she achieve that? Yimushi blinked, a dangerous thought forming in her mind. If returning alive was impossible, might as well consider death. Chapter 24. Consequences. Yet, while contemplating death, she realized it posed its own challenges. With so many ways to die, finding a relatively painless method proved difficult. Reflecting on Jing Shi's constant threats of death, she mused that if she had boldly confronted him, he might have killed her in a fit of rage, and perhaps she would have returned home by now. However, it was clearly too late for such thoughts, as she had entered into some absurd contract with Jing Shi, who would undoubtedly prevent her demise. Thus, she needed to devise alternative plans, should she hang herself or leap into a river. Hanging seemed too agonizing, while drowning appeared equally daunting. Suffocation was too painful. Leaning against the cave entrance, she sighed deeply as she gazed outward. Before her lay a series of towering mountains. Perhaps jumping from one might not be as painful. She quickly dismissed this notion, having watched numerous documentaries for her profession that depicted various forms of suicide, including jumping from heights. The moment of impact would likely result in a gruesome fate, and since then, she had refrained from consuming soy milk or tofu pudding. Fortunately, this remote wilderness lacked such modern conveniences. After much deliberation, she concluded that there was no method of dying that was devoid of suffering. Thus, many who contemplated suicide ultimately hesitated at the brink. Yimushi couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, resigning herself to the reality that, given her timid nature, death was an unlikely option. Moreover, returning home seemed devoid of significance. Aside from enjoying better living conditions, she had no particularly valued friends or family waiting for her. Though she and Jing Shi shared no familial ties, their relationship was oddly comfortable. They did not need to worry for one another or engage in deceit. Occasionally, they exchanged banter during moments of boredom, and he did not impose upon her He left early and returned late, while she enjoyed a leisurely existence that, in retrospect, it was entirely unacceptable. After wrestling with her contradictory thoughts, Yimushi stood up, brushing off her clothes, and wondered why Jing Shi had not yet returned. As she looked up, she spotted his approaching figure in the distance, and she waved at him, suddenly sensing an odd tension in their dynamic. However, she dismissed the thought, for after Jing Shi had tasted her preserves a few days prior, he had come to trust her claims about their longevity. Each day, he returned with an array of peculiar items, the previous days yielding a ginseng root of indeterminate age, and today he bore some foxtail grass. Yimushi could only facepalm in exasperation, stating, "This is truly inedible. Forgive my lack of talent." Jing Shi furrowed his brow, skeptically regarding her, and replied, "Why don't you think it over once more?" Yimushi could only say, "If you believe that the texture of the dish is to your liking, I suppose I can give it a try." Jing Shi inquired, "What texture?" Yimushi speculated, "I am unsure, as I have never tasted it before. Perhaps it resembles the softness of a quilt." Jing Shi promptly dismissed the idea, saying, "In that case, let's forget it." This elicited a smile from Yimushi. Jing Shi, somewhat displeased, retorted, "Are you mocking me?" Yimushi quickly replied, "Not all. I was merely pondering. Yesterday you asked me to prepare candied hawthorn, and today I happen to acquire some sugar. How about I make it for you to try?" Jing Shi raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is that true?" Yimushi assured him, "Of course, I would never dare to deceive you." Satisfied, Jing Shi nodded and remarked, "That's more like a teed up by the way. While passing by the creek today, a fish leaped out, and I nearly tripped over it. What do you think would be the best way to prepare it?" As he spoke, he produced a carp from behind him. Yimushi said, "This carp has too many bones. How can it be made delicious? Perhaps we should release it." Jing Shi disregarded her suggestion and tossed the fish to her, stating, "If it has too many bones, simply remove them and cook it. I won't let this rare stroke of luck slip by." The corners of Yimushi's mouth twitched as she stared at Jing Shi for a moment before reluctantly saying, "Understood, my lord." The next day, Jing Shi departed early once again, while Yimushi remained at the cave entrance, gazing outside. However, this time was different. In the preceding days, she had only seen various birds and beasts at the cave entrance. But today she distinctly observed a humanoid figure, albeit one that crawled like an animal, covered in thick fur, with amber eyes that suggested it had not fully evolved. Yimushi found it peculiar and waved to greet the creature. But it was startled and immediately fled. She pondered this, realizing that for several days, anything that approached within 3 feet was frightened away. If it were not due to some strange magnetic field, then it must be that they were afraid of something, specifically Jing Shi, the owner of the cave. However, Jing Shi did not appear particularly fearsome. Yimushi rested her chin on her hand, reflecting on her first encounter with him, and began to understand. He likely just concealed his claws and fangs. When he became fearsome, it was undoubtedly lethal. Having not seen those beastmen in previous days, was it possible they had been hiding in the shadows, biding their time until they noticed Jing Shi was absent during the day, thus summoning the courage to venture out? No wonder Jing Shi had repeatedly warned her against wandering about. It must have been due to the presence of these beastmen. After considering this, Yimushi resolved to inquire about the situation when Jing Shi returned. However, he returned rather late that day, his body covered in wounds, evidently having endured a fierce battle. She hurried over to inspect his injuries, frowning as she asked, "What happened? How did you sustain such severe injuries?" Jing Shi clicked his tongue and replied, "It's nothing. Today, I encountered a group of beastmen who had been lurking and observing for quite some time. I had seen them long before, but unexpectedly, they went mad and attacked collectively. I had underestimated them in previous days, and thus, I paid the price today." Yimushi immediately felt a surge of anxiety, saying, "There was also a beastman outside the cave today, observing. Could they be working together?" Jing Shi shot her an incredulous glare, retorting, "Is that even a question? You imbecile, did you not hear the commotion they caused a few days ago? Are you deaf?" Yimushi felt wronged and protested. "Why can't we speak nicely? Why do you have to be so harsh?" Jing Shi, irritated by her demeanor, responded, "I returned with grievous wounds, and instead of taking care of me, You prattle on about nonsense that you think that is acceptable. Am I not allowed to reprimand you? Though She felt somewhat indignant. She succumbed to his ire and said nothing further. Turning to fetch some medicine from the cave, reluctantly tending to Jing Shi's wounds, she rolled up his sleeve, took out some wound powder, and sprinkled it on his injuries, observing his expression, which seemed unfazed by the pain. With a smirk, she deliberately shook some powder onto his fresh wounds. Jing Shi's brow furrowed deeper as he glared at her, saying, "How do you operate? Do you know how precious this medicine is? In circumstances like this, it can be a matter of life and death. You lack a sense of proportion." She reflected on his words and realized he had a point. She had wasted valuable medicine out of personal grievance. After all, in this remote wilderness, where beastmen lurked, any of them could emerge at any moment to threaten her life. The ability of the medicine to stop bleeding was invaluable here, and it truly should not be squandered. Feeling guilty, she said, "I apologize, I didn't consider that. Next time I'm injured, I want to use this medicine, and I'll treat this as a lesson for wasting it. Would that be acceptable?" Jing Shi inexplicably found her sulky demeanor rather endearing, ruffling her hair and grunting. "Fine, I'll reluctantly forgive you this time, but it cannot happen again. Do you understand?" At that moment, She was filled with guilt, eager to comply with whatever Jing Shi said. Then she recalled something and asked, "By the way, the reason those beastmen have not entered and have been probing outside is that they fear you?" Jing Shi nodded. "Indeed, do you have any insights?" She shook her head, replying, "No insights, just curious to know if you are exceptionally formidable, possessing immense strength, which is why they fear you." Jing Shi raised an eyebrow and countered, "Besides that, what other reasons do you think there could be?" She quickly waved her hands. "None. None at all." Jing Shi further inquired, "Why do you ask this?" She answered, "It's simply a matter of curiosity. Just a casual question." Since she had resolved to survive, she intended to actively cooperate with Jing Shi's endeavors, accompanying him to that so-called royal city, where she might even gain some benefits and secure a comfortable life thereafter. Jing Shi appeared reliable, and if he achieved success, he would likely bestow some rewards upon her. Given his aspiration to save the world, he must possess an extraordinary identity, ensuring that any benefits he offered would be substantial. Having come to this conclusion, She became more enthusiastic and asked, "By the way, when are we going to that royal city you mentioned?" Jing Shi corrected her. "I said it's the king's city." Shi, unfazed by the distinction, nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Right. "When are we going?" Jing Shi scrutinized her suspiciously, asking, "When I previously suggested going, you were quite reluctant. Why are you so eager today? Do you have some ulterior motive?" She immediately shook her head, denying, "What are you thinking? I have no hidden agendas, that I'm merely a bit curious, and after staying here for so long, I've grown rather bored, and I was just asking you. Plus, with so many beasts around, I feel a bit frightened and don't want to linger here." Jing Shi flicked her forehead and said, "What is there to fear, you little brat? With me protecting you, who would dare to harm you?" For a moment, She felt profoundly touched, asking, "If we go to the king's city and you fulfill your uncompleted dream, what will you do next?" Jing Shi appeared briefly perplexed, shaking his head. "I haven't thought that far ahead. What I need to accomplish may take a very long time, perhaps even forever, so I have no time to ponder such things. Some matters are best left to occur naturally. If you chase after them, you will never catch up. Once it's completed, I believe the answers will reveal themselves. She then asked, "You mentioned that this task can only be completed with my cooperation, correct?" Jing Shi confirmed. "Yes. Do you not wish to proceed?" She felt somewhat exasperated, saying, "Could you not underestimate me so? I have no intention of backing down. I merely wanted to ask, if I help you accomplish what you described, which may be a lifelong task for you, what benefits might I receive?" Jing Shi responded with an inquisitive and asked, "Benefits? What do you desire?" She rubbed her hands together. "I have few demands and am not greedy. I simply wish for your promise to at least ensure my basic needs are met." Jing Shi replied, "Feel free to express your desires directly. There is no need for such roundabout ways." She tentatively expressed, "I wish to have a residence." Jing Shi nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "Is that all?" She had yet to contemplate further. "I haven't figured out. I merely desire a place to settle down. And perhaps a bit of money to open a shop would suffice. Jing Shi appeared somewhat taken aback. Is that all you aspire to? Look at you. Once this matter is settled, I shall grant you wealth and honor. Do not merely ask for a single residence. I could provide you with tea and the Mushi queried. What would I do with 10 residences? Jing Shi replied, whatever you wish. You may utilize the rest for rental income. That way, you might not need to step outside for the rest of your days. Instantly satisfied, Mushi nodded eagerly and cheerfully remarked, then I thank you in advance. Jing Shi scoffed lightly. No need for thanks. Could you hasten to apply the medicine now? My blood is nearly congealed, Mushi acknowledged with a couple of O's, and with Jing Shi's promise in mind, she instinctively softened her touch while tending to his wounds. After properly applying the ointment, she meticulously wrapped a bandage around his injury, which left Jing Shi quite pleased. Chapter 26. Sleepless after tending to the wound, the two prepared to rest. Although Mushi had still been sleeping on the ground these past few days, her makeshift nest had evidently become increasingly luxurious. Beneath her lay straw, but atop it was draped a bare skin, washed to such cleanliness that once Mushi lay upon it, she found it difficult to rise. After all, she had never experienced such softness and comfort, even while sleeping on a mattress. Jing Shi had placed a lamp by the bedside, partly in response to Mushi's teasing and partly because she had a penchant for nocturnal excursions, often stepping upon various objects that disturbed him. Moreover, Mushi seemed rather fearful of the pitch-black darkness. Thus, Jing Shi left a lamp at the foot of the bed, crafted from a certain animal's fat, which emitted a calming aroma when Mushi was not one to fall asleep easily. Between their daily banter and exchanges, there was little of exceptional interest to discuss. Hence, as night fell, they often fell into silence. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the promises made by Jing Shi seemed to have clouded Mushi's mind, rendering her somewhat restless. She turned over several times, the straw beneath her rustling loudly with each movement. Jing Shi, growing impatient, tossed an object down and remarked, "What are you doing, tossing and turning? Why don't you step outside to ponder your thoughts before returning to sleep?" Mushi, feeling somewhat aggrieved, responded with a soft "oh," contemplating whether to rise and get some fresh air. However, Jing Shi called her back, propping his head on his hands while lying down. "Forget it, you've already disturbed my slumber. Rather than sulking, why don't you amuse me with an interesting tale to help me sleep?" Mushi retorted, "I am not your mother. Why should I tell you a story?" Jing Shi noted her growing boldness, yet his patience seemed to increase as well that he huffed and replied, "Since neither of us can sleep, you might as well entertain yourself." Mushi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but given Jing Shi's gaze, she dared not argue further, conceding, "Let me think for a moment." In truth, Mushi struggled to find anything of interest to share with Jing Shi, as her life had not been particularly noteworthy. The poignant tales she had heard were all about others, evoking fleeting emotions of anger or sadness. But now, confronted with Jing Shi's inquiry, she realized she could not recall anything worthy of recounting. Why had she even wished to return to such a mundane existence? Reluctantly, Mushi began to share the well-known stories from their side, tales she had heard since childhood and could recite effortlessly. Though Jing Shi appeared somewhat dissatisfied, he did not interrupt her until she finished, at which point he queried, "Why do all these stories in the same way? Why are there so many rescuers for the princess? Aside from her beauty, she seems utterly incapable." Mushi pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps the prince fell in love at first sight due to her beauty, thus overlooking her flaws. Jing Shi shook his head, stating, "Such a life cannot endure for long. As time passes and they become acquainted, the prince will inevitably discover that the princess possesses nothing beyond her appearance. He will grow resentful and disappointed. How will the princess then navigate her existence? Thus, one must learn to be self-reliant. Never depend on others, for all support is fleeting, save for oneself." Mushi sensed his words as a subtle critique of her current dependency for survival. Yet lacking evidence, she merely nodded. "The story is over. May we sleep now? I am weary." Jing Shi did not insist she continue, and they turned their backs to each other in preparation for sleep. However, just as Mushi began to drift into slumber, she heard a faint rustling sound, causing her to open her eyes. Turning, she saw Jing Shi looking at her, a finger raised to his lips. signaling her to remain silent. Thus, Yimushi silently mouthed, "What is it?" "A mouse." Jing Shi shook his head, uncertain if he was denying her guess or simply not understanding. He closed his eyes and tapped his eyelids, urging her to keep her eyes shut. Why, Yimushi promptly obeyed, then listened intently as light footsteps approached, so soft that had she truly been asleep, she would not have heard them. The footsteps drew nearer to her left, and she surmised the source was seeking Jing Shi. Quietly, she opened her eyes a crack and glimpsed a tall shadow stretching out before her. The figure gently tapped Jing Shi's face and called out, "Jing Shi, Jing Shi." Yimushi thought the voice sounded familiar and quickly rifled through her memories. Since arriving here, she had encountered very few beings capable of speech and leaving a lasting impression, and the only one she could think of was Yu Yun. Yu Yun softly asked, "Are you both asleep?" Yimushi rolled her eyes silently. "Are we supposed to inform you that we are awake?" Yu Yun, receiving no reply, appeared quite pleased. He playfully tapped Jing Shi's face again and exclaimed, "As long as you're awake, that's good. Watch how I take my revenge." Jing Shi opened his eyes, glaring coldly at him. "What do you intend to do for revenge?" Yu Yun was taken aback, stepping back as he inadvertently trod on Yimushi's foot. She yelped in pain, immediately rising to clutch her leg, scolding, "What are you doing? Can't you see?" Yu Yun edged closer to Jing Shi. "You're not asleep either." Yimushi rolled her eyes again. "Even if I were asleep, your foot would have awakened me. Not to mention your opponent is Jing Shi, that he is so vigilant. How could you presume to wake him by tapping his face? Are you foolish? Haven't you ever heard a story? At the very least, you should have brought something to ensure we could swiftly return to sleep." Yu Yun pondered for a moment. That actually makes some sense. Jing Shi huffed, clenching his fists, then turned to Yu Yun. "You wish to take revenge? How do you plan to do that?" In Yu Yun's eyes, Jing Shi remained a rather fearsome creature. Otherwise, he would not have chosen this moment to approach. Stepping back, he warned Jing Shi, "Do not act rashly. We can discuss this calmly." Before he could finish, Yu Yun was met with a punch to the face, followed by a barrage of blows that left him helpless, crying out for mercy as he rolled on the ground. Pleading, "Please, no more." Chapter 27. Take me along. Yimushi found the scene oddly amusing. She watched Yu Yun for a moment, listening to his pleas for mercy, and found him rather endearing. Clearing her throat, she interjected, "Well, Jing Shi, perhaps we should let this go. He does seem quite pitiful, and it's clear this fellow poses no real threat to you." Jing Shi cast her a sidelong glance, half smirking. "Since when have you become so compassionate?" "Pleading for others?" Yimushi, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt, responded, "Just consider it a sudden surge of goodwill. May I not wish to show compassion to a small creature?" Jing Shi eyed her suspiciously, his actions momentarily halting, then huffed, "Consider yourself fortunate this time." Yu Yun, perplexed, looked at Jing Shi in disbelief. "You actually listened to her? She is merely a tiny human. I recall when I first encountered you. You were intent on taking her life." Jing Shi huffed again. "That was in the past. I have now formed a pact with her. Therefore, I cannot take her life." Yu Yun was even more astonished, staring at Jing Shi as if he had never seen such a thing before. "What? You have formed a pact with such a weak being? Are you serious?" Jing Shi swung his fist slightly, looking at Yu Yun with a half-smile. "Do you truly believe I am jesting with you? Are we so familiar?" Yu Yun felt a sting of embarrassment, taking a moment to scrutinize Yimushi from head to toe. Left to right, he remained baffled as to why Jing Shi would forge a contract with him. After all, the woman possessed little beyond her exquisite appearance. Unable to resist, Yu Yun taunted Jing Shi. "When did you start being so superficial, judging by looks?" Jing Shi shot him a warning glance. Suddenly, Yu Yun recalled something, fixating on Yimushi for a moment before asking, "By the way, do you know? Forming a contract for us is essentially a chance to find a lifelong partner. We only form contracts with our lifelong companions, that's so." Jing Shi genuinely have feelings for her. Yimushi was taken aback by this revelation. She had assumed the contract was solely detrimental to her. She had not anticipated that there were such rules among Jing Shi and his companions. However, after spending several days with Jing Shi, she had never sensed any affection from him, that if he did not like her, why would he enter into a contract with her? Perhaps these rules were imposed by others, and Jing Shi merely chose to disregard them. as he was inherently a rebellious spirit. Although she had clarified this in her mind, Yimushi still felt a tinge of shyness. After all, in both her past and present lives, she had never experienced a romantic relationship. While there had been several confessions directed her way, none had been from those she held any desire for, leading her to either politely decline or cease contact altogether. Yet, Jing Shi was somewhat different. His striking visage was undeniably captivating. Even if she currently bore no frivolous thoughts towards him, the mere presence of someone so exceptional could elicit a fleeting moment of infatuation, regardless of actual feelings. Yimushi could only comfort herself thus, to avoid humiliation in front of Jing Shi, and no matter how much she introspected, staring in the mirror for 3 days and nights, the only conclusion she could draw was that apart from her appearance, she was utterly unremarkable. Yu teased her. "What's this? Are you shy too? Have you developed feelings for Jing Shi? So, it seems you two are mutually enamored?" At that moment, Jing Shi interjected, "You should cease your nonsensical chatter. One more word, and I shall continue to pummel you." Yin thought to himself that he had indeed been seen through, and thus felt a surge of anger, while he harbored thoughts of threatening Jing Shi. He dared not voice them, instead opting for flattery. Of course, who doesn't know that you, the illustrious Jing Shi, have grand aspirations? We mere mortals cannot aspire to your heights. The fact that you established a contract with this nuisance must surely have its reasons. It certainly cannot be that you are enamored with this ordinary person. Jing Shi cast a sidelong glance at him, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, "You may silence yourself now." The implication was clear to Yimushi. She recognized that there was some advantage to her presence. Although she had long been aware of this, the abrupt exposure still left her feeling somewhat displeased. Jing Shi, seemingly oblivious to her minor emotional turmoil, stated, "If you have come here merely to seek revenge, you have failed. It would be best for you to return quickly." Yu Yun, feeling somewhat disgruntled, replied, "What have you been up to these past few days? I haven't seen you in ages. I initially intended to ambush you on the road, but since you were nowhere to be found, I was left with no choice but to seek you out in your lair." Jing Shi shrugged. "Are you implying that this is my fault?" Yu Yun quickly retorted, "Of course, I wouldn't dare blame you. I am merely concerned and curious about your well-being." Jing Shi raised an eyebrow. "But what business is that of yours? I simply choose not to disclose it. Do you expect me to share my plans with you, only for you to plot against me?" Yu Yun sighed. "Please, no more joking that I couldn't possibly ambush you today, nor could I do so on the road." Jing Shi, lifting his eyelids to glance at him, finally relented. "We plan to head to the royal city. Once there, no one will come to pummel you. You should be thankful and pray for good fortune." Yu Yun's eye sparkled. "So, you two are going to the royal city together?" Jing Shi spread his hands. "Isn't it obvious?" Yu Yun immediately grasped Jing Shi's pant leg, looking pitiful as he said, "Jing Shi, why not take me along to the royal city? I enjoy our banter. It would be quite dull without you." Jing Shi scoffed. "Who wants to engage in your banter? You should be grateful. My departure means you won't be on the receiving end of my blows. What's the matter? When I was around, you longed for my absence. And now that I'm actually leaving, you wish for my return." Yu Yun protested. "Who wishes for you back? I merely want to accompany you to the royal city to see the sights. I've heard there are many delicious foods and entertaining activities there. I have never ventured out and do not wish to spend my life in this wretched forest. Since you are leaving, why not take me along?" Jing Shi countered. "The reason is simple. We are not well acquainted." Yu Yun, feigning innocence, implored, "Isn't it just a matter of lending a hand? I can catch my own food and gather wild fruits. You won't need to take special care of me." Why, Yimushi interjected, "Yes, why not bring him along? It's just one more person." Yu Yun, with tears in his eyes, exclaimed, "You are truly kind. I will repay you for this kindness for the rest of my life." Jing Shi, feeling inexplicably irked, remarked, "You two seem to have developed a close relationship, but the decision to take you along is not mine to make." Yu Yun quickly added, "Do not be so heartless. I know you are formidable, but even the mightiest cannot be everywhere at once. You cannot protect her at all times, and no matter how you put it, she has now forged a pact with you. You cannot simply stand by and watch her perish. Therefore, in your moments of desperation, could I not offer her protection, ensuring that she remains unharmed? What Yue said does not lack reason entirely. Jing Shi pondered for a moment, then fixed his gaze on Yue and inquired, "Can we handle this matter properly?" Yue solemnly nodded. "Of course I can guarantee that if she dies, I shall not survive either." "Does that suffice?" Yue still held a modicum of credibility in Jing Shi's eyes, and thus Jing Shi nodded in agreement. "Since you have stated it so, let us proceed as you suggest. We shall set off early tomorrow to Oh, you have anything to pack? Hurry back and prepare." Yue, overjoyed, nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "You see, you've taken me along. How splendid! I shall return now to gather my belongings. Just don't play tricks and leave without notice." Jing Shi replied impatiently, "Rest assured, I am not the kind of person who would renege on my word. Should you utter another word, I might just depart." Yue, therefore, dared not speak further and scampered off. The following day, as per their agreement, Yue arrived bright and early, carrying his luggage, and cheerfully addressed the two. "Are we ready to depart?" "Let us hurry." Jing Shi responded, "Yes, I will lead, and you bring up the rear. Remember to protect him." Yue straightened his posture. "Fear not. I assure you that I will uphold my promise, even if I were to perish along the way. I will ensure his safety." Jing Shi paid no heed to his banter, signaling Yimushi to follow as he set off to in a place unseen by them. A beastman swiftly darted away, silently concealing himself in the depths of the grass. The beastman returned to his territory and found their leader, reporting, "Boss, they have set out. It appears they are heading towards the royal city. Should we pursue them?" The beastman leader, a man of fearsome countenance, smashed a cup that nearly struck the messenger's head, exclaiming, "Have you been feasting on my provisions in vain? Such a simple question, and you still seek my counsel. Did I not instruct you to follow them closely? Report back if anything occurs. Why have you returned?" The messenger, feeling somewhat wronged, replied, "Boss, you seem to have forgotten. The companion who was with me was slain by Jing Shi yesterday, leaving only us few brothers. Hence, I had to come back." The leader then recalled, and, unable to suppress a sinister smile, said, "Ah, yes, I almost forgot. Make sure to follow Jing Shi closely. Report back immediately should anything arise. I await the opportunity to collect his corpse and avenge our fallen brothers." The messenger affirmed and promptly dashed off to continue trailing Jing Shi. Chapter 29. A good attitude. Jing Shi and the others had already set off, the morning breeze unusually gentle and the rising sun exceedingly tender. Yimushi moved at a sluggish pace, with Yue trailing behind, growing somewhat impatient. "Hey, I say, could you possibly walk a tad faster?" Yimushi looked at him incredulously. "What do you mean? You did not speak to me in such a manner last night. Why the sudden change today? You previously claimed you would die before me." Jing Shi scoffed. "Take his words lightly. There's no need to take them too seriously." Yue retorted, "What do you mean by not taking them seriously? I did say I would protect you. Must I kneel each time I converse with you?" Yimushi was taken aback. "Goodness, you little rascal have quite the duality." Yue, now impatient, warned, "Do not call me that. If you do not speed up, I shall resort to kicking you." Yimushi had no choice but to quicken his pace, vowing never to concern himself with Yue's fate again, for this individual was indeed deserving of Jing Shi's discipline. However, no matter how hard he tried, Yimushi could not match the speed of these two monsters. They moved swiftly while he struggled to keep up. After only a short distance, he was already panting heavily. And Yue had somehow surpassed him. He forced himself to keep pace with the two, but soon, even willpower could not sustain him, and he called out to Jing Shi, "Could you all slow down a bit? I truly cannot keep up. Perhaps I should rest for a moment. I am quite fatigued." Yue could not help but exclaim, "Why must you be such a nuisance?" Jing Shi frowned at why Yimushi defended himself. "I genuinely believe this is not my fault. You two have long legs and great stamina. Is it not natural that I cannot keep up?" Yue chuckled, "You woman, how is it that you always have an excuse? Perhaps I should suggest that you refrain from using your own legs to walk." Yimushi inquired. "What suggestion?" Yue replied ominously, "I could simply consume you, and then you would be carried along within my belly." Yimushi, momentarily speechless, stared at him and asked, "Are you serious?" Yue employed Jing Shi's catchphrase, "Do you think I would joke with you? What are you anyway?" Yimushi, seeing his teeth bared, felt a twinge of fear and quickly backed away. "I warn you against any funny business. Jing Shi and I are bound by a pact now. Unless you can defeat him, do not even think about laying a finger on me. She hid behind Jing Shi. Jing Shi shot a warning glare at Yue. Are you feeling particularly daring, wishing for me to teach you a lesson? If you continue to talk nonsense, let us see who meets their end first. Yue huffed. Why do you defend this woman so fervently? If you continue this way, I might truly believe you have taken a liking to her. Jing Shi scoffed. Why would I need your permission to have feelings for anyone? You have no say in the matter. Yue immediately responded sarcastically. I dare not presume to interfere. However, now that this delicate little wife of yours cannot move, will you merely stand by and watch without a hint of concern? Shi, too weary of Yu's sarcasm, sat down to rest while listening to the two bicker. Unexpectedly, the quarrel turned to involve her, leaving her at a loss for words. Jing Shi glanced at her and asked, Are you truly unable to move at all? Shi could not resist rolling her eyes. Of course I cannot move. Why would I deceive you? What advantage would there be in pretending to be unable to move? Jing Shi sighed helplessly. If he is the one addressing you, why take your anger out on me? Shi bit her lip. I am not angry with you. There is no need for you to placate me, lest others misunderstand. Jing Shi shot a meaningful glance at Yue. Why should you care about others' misunderstandings? Moreover, let them misunderstand. Their opinions are inconsequential. Yue rolled his eyes in response. Shi huffed. I know you do not wish to carry a burden. I shall walk. You need not pity me. Jing Shi replied. I am not pitying you. Since you can walk, let us proceed quickly to as he spoke. He crossed his arms, awaiting Shi's movement, proud and unwilling to appear weak. She stood up without a word, limping slightly as she attempted to continue. Jing Shi approached her from behind, raising an eyebrow. What is the matter? When did you sustain an injury? Shi stubbornly replied. I am not injured. I simply walked too long, and my foot has developed a blister. Yue added fuel to the fire. You are indeed quite delicate. Jing Shi brushed Yue aside, contemplating for a moment before asking. Can you truly continue walking? Shi nodded. Do not worry. I can manage, though perhaps a bit slower. Jing Shi sighed deeply. How about this? I will transform into my true form, and you can ride on my back. Shi paused, perplexed. Your true form. Are you referring to that wolf? Jing Shi shrugged. Indeed, unless you think I'm a monkey capable of 72 transformations. Shi hesitated to refuse, for Jing Shi's true form appeared rather formidable. And she harbored a genuine fear of wolves, despite knowing it was Jing Shi. Yet, Jing Shi did not grant her the opportunity to decline. He recited an incantation, and with a puff of smoke, he transformed into a wolf. His fur glistened, and his eyes shone a green hue reminiscent of a precious stone, casting an ethereal glow as he gazed down at Shi. His claws seemed capable of crushing her with a mere step. Feeling her legs weaken, Shi took 2 steps back. The wolf's familiar voice emerged. It is time. Hurry and climb aboard. While Shi gazed at his towering figure, her legs growing weaker. How am I supposed to get up there? Do you want me to climb? That might make your legs sore. Jing Shi let out a troubled click of his tongue. After a moment of contemplation, he leaned down and asked helplessly, You truly have a plethora of matters to attend to. Is it all right now? Yuyan stood by, utterly astonished. It became abundantly clear that Jing Shi was indeed under the sway of Yumuxai in the past. Not only would he never have bowed to her, but it would have been a miracle for him to even bend slightly. Now he not only allowed her to ride him, but did so with such a pleasant demeanor. Chapter 30. Are you human? Yuyan exclaimed incredulously. Jing Shi, have you been possessed or taken some wrong medicine? How can such a petite woman make you bow down? Are you still the same person you once were? Jing Shi scoffed, his tone dark and sardonic. I am left wondering when you became so loquacious. Upon seeing his expression, Yuyan dared not speak further, making a gesture to seal his lips while chuckling nervously. Jing Shi tilted his head towards Shi and commanded, Hurry up and get on. If you continue to waste time, I might just devour you. Shi was no longer intimidated by Jing Shi's trivial threats. After a moment's hesitation, she heard him say, If you wish to prolong our time together, feel free to hesitate. Otherwise, simply get on. With that, she climbed cautiously onto Jing Shi's legs, then wrapped herself around his neck and back. His fur was surprisingly soft, and several times her legs nearly slipped, threatening to send her tumbling down. Jing Shi clicked his tongue again and remarked, "Why can't you do anything right?" "Feeling wronged," Yimushi replied. "I lack stamina. Climbing up ISNT is easy as it seems. Besides, this is my first time doing this. ISNT it. I can always try a few more times in the future." Jing Shi huffed. "What do you mean, try a few more times? You seem to have a rather optimistic view. Do you think my back is that easy to mount?" Yimushi scoffed, murmuring, "If I don't get on." "It is not like anyone would care." Jing Shi's keen hearing was unmatched. He immediately shook his neck and said, "If you're not interested, then hurry down." Yimushi quickly grasped his fur at the nape of his neck to avoid being thrown off. Promptly conceding, all right, I'm interested. I'm interested. Is that sufficient? Don't get worked up." Jing Shi then ceased his movement, reminding her, "Are you ready?" "I'm about to move." As he spoke, he slowly lifted his legs. Yimushi felt a sudden jolt beneath her, and her nerves heightened. She clutched his fur more tightly, inadvertently pulling out a hefty handful. A suppressed voice emanated from beneath her. "Do you wish to perish? Why exert such force? If you dare to pull out more of my fur, I will make you regret." Yimushi glanced at the tufts of fur in her hand, assuring him, "Don't be alarmed. I'll help you put it back." She parted his thick fur, which was lush and smooth. Not only could she cover the few strands she had pulled, but it seemed that even a large handful could be concealed among the rest. However, there was one downside. It shed far too easily. While she was at it, she accidentally pulled out several more. Feeling guilty, she created a small nest of fur on his back, tucking away the plucked hairs, pretending as if nothing had occurred. Jing Shi grunted, "Don't deceive yourself. I can see everything." Yimushi thought to herself, "Does he have a second pair of eyes on his back?" Yet she sweetly flattered, "Is it any wonder you are so wise and formidable, my lord? You are truly magnificent." After this incident, Yimushi found herself less fearful of heights, especially since Jing Shi was not moving too quickly. Although he spoke harshly, his actions were considerate towards her. Curiously, she looked around. It was a remarkably novel sensation. While there had been some technology back home to simulate this effect, nothing compared to the real experience. Sitting upright, she could even brush against the lower canopies of trees. Leaves would occasionally slap against her face, and she found herself needing to lower her head gently, burying her face in Jing Shi's fur to avoid the foliage. Seeing Jing Shi walk at such a leisurely pace amused her, and she playfully tapped his back, declaring, "Giddy up, move a bit faster." Jing Shi chuckled lightly, "Little one, you are quite bold, daring to treat me as your steed." Yimushi grinned and replied, "Why should I not? You merely jest at my expense. You would never truly harm me. After all, we have that contract binding us." Jing Shi flicked his head, his gaze drifting to the sunlight filtering through the leaves. His eyes sparkled with a clear green hue, reminiscent of flowing jade, embodying the vitality of flourishing life, glimmering with fragmented light. Was their connection merely due to that contract? Throughout their time together, their playful banter, mutual pursuits, and shared moments of camaraderie, did none of it foster any genuine feelings? Lying on Jing Shi's back, Yimushi suddenly felt a pang of melancholy. She extended her hand, allowing sunlight to dance through her fingers and illuminate her eyes. "Hey, Jing Shi, have you ever considered what you would do if you succeeded in this endeavor?" Yimushi suddenly inquired. Jing Shi emitted a sound through his nose, asking, "Why the sudden curiosity? You previously showed little concern, only caring for your own life." Yimushi pouted, "This also pertains to my future. Should I not be concerned?" Jing Shi glanced at the horizon before shaking his head. "As I said, that is too far ahead. I have never contemplated it." Yimushi tugged his fur. "A little preparation wouldn't hurt." Yun, observing from the side, scoffed. "I said, it's simple. She merely wishes to know if your future includes her." Yimushi nearly choked on her own words, hastily denying, No. I was just asking casually. If you don't wish to share, that's fine. I absolutely did not mean anything by it. Please don't misunderstand." Jing Shi paused for a moment, lost in thought before finally stating, "Let us save these matters for later. Who can accurately predict the future?" Yimushi seized the opportunity to deflect, asserting, "Well said. Who can truly predict the future? Given the current circumstances, it's uncertain if I'll even survive to see it." Yun, with a teasing tone, remarked, "How could that be?" You two have already formed a contract. He will surely ensure you live a long life. So rest assured. Jing Shi turned to glare at him. You've been particularly talkative lately, and none of your words are pleasant. Perhaps it's time to silence that mouth of yours. Yu Yun retorted. Am I not allowed to speak? Yimushi asked. Are you human? Yu Yun, infuriated, shouted. Are you two conspiring to bully me, you married couple? Yimushi coldly chuckled. I believe he genuinely needs his mouth sewn shut. He rambles incessantly. Jing Shi concurred. Let us find a moment to do that. Chapter 31. Ambush. Yu Yun was acutely aware that the two of them were cut from the same cloth. Jing Shi held no affection for him, and having offended Yimushi so gravely, he was unlikely to come to his aid now, so he could only concede, all right, I won't say anything more. You two enjoy your romance. I'll be fine on my own. Yimushi thought Yu Yun still had not shed his animal instincts, rendering him incapable of speaking properly, but she was too lazy to argue with him. Gently patting Jing Shi's fur to encourage him to move faster, Jing Shi, still feigning indignation, replied, Mind your words. I am not your pet. Despite his words, he quickened his pace slightly. Yimushi replied, I would never dare treat you as a pet. The group traversed the forest and streams. Aside from Yimushi being somewhat delicate at first, requiring Jing Shi to carry her, no further incidents occurred. Jing Shi even slowed his pace while crossing the stream to prevent any splashes from wetting Yimushi. However, he suddenly halted, gazing into the reflection in the water, seemingly lost in thought. Yu Yun noticed the peculiar tension behind them. He and Jing Shi exchanged quick glances, promptly diverting their eyes in that instant. They shared an unspoken understanding, each recognizing the same signal. Someone was following them. Yimushi, sensing the strange atmosphere between them, couldn't he help but inquire, What riddle are you two playing at? What s with this silent exchange? Yu Yun shivered. Can you not speak? If you have nothing to say, then don't say anything. There is nothing between us to convey. Yimushi huffed. I'm not merely mimicking what I learned from you. You're the one who loves to use words carelessly, so I've simply fallen into your bad habits. Yu Yun scoffed. You dog woman. Yimushi imitated him and scolded. Damn beast, Yu Yun retorted. Care to repeat that? Jing Shi, unable to endure any longer, interjected. If you two wish to quarrel, could you at least choose a more appropriate setting? Must you bicker at all times? This is no time for such nonsense. If you don't quiet down, I will have both of you leave. The two exchanged a glare before simultaneously averting their gazes. Yimushi tugged at Jing Shi's fur and inquired, So why have you both suddenly decided not to leave? Jing Shi flicked his fur and replied, There is something persistent and ominous trailing you. Yimushi, unable to suppress her curiosity, asked, Is there a tail following us? Is it those orcs we encountered at the cave entrance? Jing Shi clicked his tongue, saying, I cannot say for certain. Yimushi asked with intrigue. Why do you say that? How many people have you offended? Jing Shi pondered for a moment before responding. That's why I say it's troublesome to recall, for I genuinely do not remember offending anyone. I have far too many enemies. It simply cannot be helped. Yimushi remarked, There's no need to adopt such a glorified tone. There's nothing to be proud of. But perhaps it isn't your doing. It could be Yu Yun's. Yu Yun lifted his chin and assured, Rest assured, this is definitely not my doing. Those I have summoned are either dead or injured. I would never leave such a significant threat behind. Yimushi found it amusing how well suited these two were as friends. What was clearly a misfortune, through their banter, transformed into something seemingly more joyful than conscription. Yimushi asked, What now? Shall we let it continue to follow us? Yu Yun replied, Of course not. Since we had discovered this tail, we must eliminate it at the root. Otherwise, we would have no idea when it might strike. If we do not eradicate it, it will only grow back with a spring breeze. Do you understand? Yimushi pressed. How do you plan to eliminate it? Jing Shi and Yu Yun exchanged glances and simultaneously stated, That is none of your concern. Yu Yun gestured ahead. There is a fork in the road. We shall part ways and regroup beneath the old locust tree. How about we tackle this together? Jing Shi smiled softly, licking his lips. That is precisely my intention. Let us hope you do not end up being the one attacked. Yu Yun scoffed. Please let me tell you, its target is undoubtedly you. Do keep your delicate wife well hidden. Otherwise, she may meet a dire fate. With that, he dashed off in a flash. Wai Mushi let out a sigh. Jing Shi ran. He splashed through the water, heading towards the opposite side of you. Yun. Wai Mushi finally sensed the danger on Jing Shi's back. She almost fell off several times, barely managing to grasp his fur to avoid being thrown off. Mushi called out, slow down, slow down. Jing Shi glanced back and softly asked, do you see the tail behind us? Mushi looked back and caught a glimpse of a faint yellow shadow. Inhaling sharply, I see it. It looks like a leopard. Jing Shi corrected, that is not a leopard. It is too slow. It should be a tiger. Mushi, observing the swift figure, doubted, are you serious? You call that slow? Do you have some misunderstanding of the term? Jing Shi instructed, hold on tight. I'm going to lure it out. Mushi immediately clutched Jing Shi's neck tightly. Jing Shi's pace faltered slightly. You do not need to hold on so tightly. Mushi would not relent, tightening her grip further. No, your neck is too thick. If I do not hold on tightly, I will surely be thrown off. Jing Shi insisted, no, if you hold on any tighter, I will suffocate. Mushi loosened her grip just a tad, and Jing Shi swiftly carried her forward, soon reaching the designated locust tree where Yun lay in ambush. Upon seeing them approach, he slightly peeked out and signaled. Jing Shi slowed his pace, veering in another direction, and gestured for Mushi to pull up one end of the rope buried in the ground. Yun and Mushi each held one end of the rope, quietly awaiting the arrival of the tiger. The tiger soon came running, puzzled about which direction they had taken, only to trip over the rope. Crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust, the tiger roared in anger. Yun dashed out, stepping on its head, rolling it like a ball beneath his foot, laughing triumphantly. So it turns out to be just a big cat. Making such a fuss as if we would not notice, the tiger, gritting its teeth in rage, exclaimed, you dare ambush me, you two scoundrels. Chapter 32. The Tiger Beastman. Jing Shi scoffed, stepping forward to pat the tiger's cheek. Chuckling, you think you can stalk us and still hold some superiority? Please do not embarrass yourself with your feeble insults. The tiger rolled on the ground, wailing, you two just gang up to bully me. If you have the guts, let me go and face me one-on-one. Jing Shi pressed a paw down on its chest, saying, fine, but there's no need. Why should we let you challenge us alone? Who do you think you are? If you have the guts, call for your friends. The tiger whined, you have changed. You never used to bully the weak. Jing Shi smiled, patting chest, I've always been this way. You simply saw only the surface. That he and Yun exchanged glances, both delivering a round of punishment to the tiger beastman, with Yun's strikes being particularly brutal, each blow targeting the tiger's vital points. Jing Shi, on the other hand, preferred a more prolonged torment, causing the tiger beastman to plead for mercy until it was utterly disheveled, its fur nearly beaten off. The tiger beastman covered its face, sniffling as it looked at them. Please, stop hitting me. Mushi felt a strange sense of familiarity with the scene and couldn't help but glance at Yun. Are you two perhaps twins? Even your pleas for mercy are identical. Isn't that just you from yesterday? Yun bared his teeth at Mushi. Do not think you are so impressive just because Jing Shi is protecting you. I could easily take you down at any moment. Just wait until the day Jing Shi is gone. I will surely teach you a lesson. Mushi immediately clutched her chest tightly. I warn you not to act recklessly. Otherwise, I will have Jing Shi deal with you right now. Yun scoffed. You are just a coward relying on AM and Mushi huffed back. One day, when I become powerful, I will no longer need anyone's help. For now, I am merely under protection, but that is still better than being utterly helpless like you. Jing Shi reminded them. Could you two refrain from preparing to fight at every turn? This is not a place for bickering. Who knows if this fellow has accomplices? Let us settle this quickly. Yun revealed his fangs. What should we do with him now? Should we eat him? Jing Shi replied. Could you strive for a bit of maturity? Must you always think about eating? This creature surely has considerable backing. We should use it to bait a larger catch. Consume, it would be a waste. He paused, adding, moreover, it does not seem particularly appetizing. Yun scoffed. What kind of power could a creature like this possess, following us? I say we should just kill it and be on our way. Jing Shi tapped Yun's head. With your one-track mind, do you even deserve to speak? Be quiet. What do you understand? Yun reluctantly withdrew his claws, crossing his arms and sulking. Then what do we do? Shall we threaten it, asking about the forces behind it? The tiger beastman immediately declared, You can give up? I will absolutely not speak, nor can I doubt if I do. It will only lead to my demise that I refuse to betray my master. Jing Shi scoffed. Rest assured. Even if you dare to betray us, I would never trust you. Given your current state, you're most likely trying to deceive us. Yin couldn't help but ask, what is your purpose in capturing him? Jing Shi slapped the tiger beastman's cheek, stating, I merely wish for him to serve as a messenger to convey a couple of messages. The tiger beastman queried, what messages? Just say it as long as it does not cost me my life. Jing Shi smiled. Go tell your master not to extend his reach too far. He should beware of injuring his waist. If he insists on opposing me, I would not hesitate to obliterate him and his minions, sparing us the nuisance of their frequent interruptions. The tiger orc hesitated, feeling that if he returned and spoke thus, he would undoubtedly be met with his master's wrath. Yet, he reasoned, it was far better to face his master than to perish at the hands of Jing Shi. With a firm set of his jaw, he nodded and said, very well. Rest assured, I shall convey your words. Might you allow me to depart now? Jing Shi scoffed, tossing his head disdainfully. You may leave, that I hope you fulfill your promise. The tiger orc nodded, swiftly taking off with all four hooves, fearing a change of heart from Jing Shi. Jing Shi shook his head in disbelief, murmuring to himself, I am quite curious as to who was so misguided as to summon such a coward. Yu Yun, feeling a touch of indignation, remarked, this is unlike you. In times past, you would have tormented anyone to within an inch of their life. What has instilled this newfound compassion in you, allowing him to live so long? Jing Shi cast a sidelong glance at Shi, saying nothing. Yu Yun instantly grasped the implication, a mischievous grin spreading across his face that, I see. It's because your wife is present that you fear her witnessing your cruel side. Tisk, truly splendid. At this rate, you might as well lay down your sword and attain enlightenment. Jing Shi gave Yu Yun a light smack on the head. Enough. Now that we've dealt with that tale, we ought to hasten our departure. The longer we linger, the more unforeseen complications may arise, especially with your presence. After speaking, he gave Shi a glance, signaling her to return quickly, for the spectacle was over. Shi climbed back onto Jing Shi's back, while Yu Yun, for once, did not seek humiliation and obediently followed behind Jing Shi. The group resumed their journey. The tiger orc returned to the cave, hesitating at the entrance, utterly reluctant to report. Just then, the chief called for a subordinate to inquire about his progress. His astonishment. Upon exiting the cave, he spotted the tiger orc and exclaimed with delight, "You're back, chief! Tiger Air has returned." The tiger orc, in despair, lowered his finger and shot a fierce glare at the messenger. The chief immediately commanded, "Bring Tiger Air in." With no choice left, the tiger orc entered. Wearing a guilty expression and awkwardly bowed, "Chief, I have returned." The chief nodded eagerly, asking, "Good to have you back. What news? Any updates? Is Jing Shi still in the cave?" The tiger orc found himself at a loss, unsure where to begin, and replied in a flustered manner, "Chief, Jing Shi has already left today." Chapter 33. Eat it if you like. The chief's eyes lit up with excitement. "He has left? Where to?" The tiger orc struggled to convey his thoughts, saying, I do not know." The chief's expression darkened. "What? You don't know? What was the purpose of sending you?" Feeling somewhat wronged, the tiger orc replied, "Boss, this task is far too daunting. You know very well that Jing Shi is a complete monster. How could I possibly keep up with him without being discovered?" The chief, frustrated, scolded, "It is clearly your own fault. Did I not instruct you to be cautious? If you had truly heeded my advice, how could you have been detected?" The tiger orc inwardly thought, "If you're so adept, why don't you go?" Yet on the surface, he maintained a respectful demeanor. However, recalling Jing Shi's words, he struggled to find a way to address the chief. Fearing that voicing his thoughts might cost him his life, that he hesitated, words caught in his throat, his expression akin to one suffering from constipation. The chief, unable to contain his impatience, asked, "Is there something else you wish to say? If not, hurry along and do not lose track of them." The tiger orc gritted his teeth and said, "Chief, Jing Shi instructed you to mind your own business and warned you not to meddle too much. Lest you hurt your back, I can no longer keep up. If I follow, he will surely kill me." The chief narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in them. What did you say? That brat dared to speak thus. The tiger orc, bemused, replied, Of course, I would never deceive you, chief. The chief, seething with anger, clenched his teeth. This Jing Shi grows bolder by the day. If he has not shown his place, he will truly believe I am a sickly cat. The tiger orc hesitated, asking, So, chief, what shall we do now? Should we continue to follow him? The chief shot him a glare. I asked that even a question. Of course, we must continue. Keep your distance and be discreet. Do not let him catch wind of your presence. The tiger orc, too intimidated to resist, meekly replied, Understood, and turned to leave. As night fell, the group found themselves in the wilderness, unable to locate any shelter, thus compelled to sleep under the stars. Jing Shi found a relatively clean spot and spread several layers of straw, announcing, We shall rest here tonight. Bring out some thick bedding, it will be quite cold. She nodded, retrieving several blankets from her pack and laying them atop the straw. Jing Shi then produced some preserved food that she had prepared and shared it with her. Yun, observing from the side and noticing he had not received any, immediately expressed his displeasure. Jing Shi, where is your conscience? Why do you not share some with me? I help you today. Jing Shi scoffed. You dare to mention help? With your meager skills, I could have easily subdued him without you. Yun retorted, Do not flatter yourself. You wouldn't have even noticed him if I hadn't pointed him out. You could have been ambushed. Jing Shi looked down at him. With your dull senses, you managed to notice him. How could I possibly have missed him? I simply chose not to disclose it and was curious when you would catch on. Yun erupted in laughter, as expected of you, always the grandest braggart. Jing Shi huffed. Do you think I have time to squabble with you over this? Moreover, these supplies were sourced by me and painstakingly prepared by Shi. What have you contributed to warrant any share? Yun was momentarily at a loss for words, and, after a brief pause, he snapped, Fine. If you want to share, I'll just go forage for wild fruits myself. Who needs your food? Shi, feeling a bit helpless, interjected, It's quite late. Are you sure you'll be all right going out alone? Yun, taken aback by Shi's unexpected concern, was unsure whether to feel touched or scoff at her. He muttered, You need not worry about me, that I am not you, that I can take care of myself, Why, Shi glanced at Jing Shi, hesitating, We have quite a bit of food. Perhaps we should share some with him. It's enough to last us to the capital you mentioned, and if at ISNT, I can always prepare more. Jing Shi shook his head. He treated you so poorly before, and you still hold no grudges? She waved her hand dismissively, It's not a significant matter. We three are now traveling companions, a unified entity. I have not encountered many living beings out here. It would be a shame to lose even one of them. Besides, what he said wasn't entirely unjust. Most of it was grounded in reality, so why should I begrudge it rather than strive for self-improvement? Jing Shi stared at her, momentarily dumbfounded. Why Shi? Feeling a bit embarrassed, continued, I believe the most important thing is to be true to oneself, irrespective of how others perceive you. After all, everyone has their own opinions, and if one were to heed them all, it would be an endless cycle of ignorance. Yun remarked, I never would have guessed you had such breadth of character. And no wonder Jing Shi holds you in such high regard. Why Shi sighed in exasperation. Could you refrain from saying such things? There is nothing between him and me. Yun chuckled, uncertain if he believed her, then extended his hand. Since you are so magnanimous, and Jing Shi refuses to share, why not offer me some? Shi tossed him a couple of wild fruits. Here, these are unprocessed, but they should be sweet enough. Yun, instantly dissatisfied, retorted, Why should I settle for these? I want what Jing Shi has. She shrugged nonchalantly. Then don't speak to me about it, go, and take it from him. Yun seemed to catch on, chuckling, You phrase it so eloquently, yet it's clear you are still holding a grudge over what I said before. Women. Why She shrugged again. Think what you will. It doesn't matter to me whether you choose to eat or not. With a sharp bite, Yun expressed his discontent by gnawing on a wild fruit, deliberately making a loud crunch. Why She paid him no mind. Her intention was to be a good person, yet Yun consistently remained ungrateful. There was little she could do, so she scooped a spoonful of the fruit jar to eat. It must be said, while it tasted successful, it was indeed heavy. Chapter 34. Personal hygiene within the confines of the cave. One could indulge in a spoonful or two whenever hunger struck, yet transporting the jar proved to be quite inconvenient. Its weight unbearable and unsuitable for casual handling. After a simple meal, the group prepared for sleep, the bed being scarcely larger than a patch, despite Jing Shi's evident disdain for Yun, repeatedly urging him to move aside. Yun shamelessly climbed onto his bed, all the while proclaiming, "What's the big deal? Don't be so petty that you've already shared a bed with this woman. Why can't I sleep with you? Just sleep in the middle, and I assure you, I won't touch her." Mushi lay back, unwilling to move. Jing Shi and Yun exchanged glances, both eyes glinting with a hint of menace. Unable to contain a gulp, Mushi found herself at a loss over whom to appease. Ultimately, she feigned a near-crying expression and said, "You two can do as you please. I won't interfere. Anyway, I don't mind." Jing Shi tapped her on the head. "Fool, are you really considering sleeping with him? If you do, the entire bed will be his, and don't you notice he has a rather unpleasant odor?" Mushi had not paid attention until he mentioned it. Upon a careful sniff, she indeed detected an indefinable stench, instantly scrunching her face in distaste. "How long has it been since you last bathed? Can't you pay attention to personal hygiene?" Yun scoffed dismissively. "Why should you care?" Mushi huffed. "I might not have a say, but I doubt many can tolerate your odor at this rate. You'll surely struggle to find a wife." Yun appeared struck by lightning. "Really?" Mushi retorted. "Why would I lie to you, if you doubt it?" asked Jing Shi. Skeptical, Yun scrutinized Jing Shi. "But don't you think he has a smell too?" Mushi leaned closer to Jing Shi, inhaled deeply, and nodded. "Yes, he does have a scent, but his is pleasant. Yours is not." Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. "How is that possible? Your sense of smell must be malfunctioning. I've heard the saying, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But this is more like sweetness in the eyes of a lover." Mushi, bemused, replied, "You ignorant fool, that phrase is not meant to be used in such a manner." Doubtful of their words, Yun ceased to insist on sleeping in their vicinity. Knowing full well Jing Shi would devise 100 ways to make him leave if he pressed the issue. Instead, he rolled away and climbed a tree, declaring, "If I'm not sleeping with you, it's no great loss. If anyone would miss me, I'd rather not be in your way should you create a commotion." Mushi, exasperated, remarked, "Your imagination truly knows no bounds. Aren't you afraid of snakes in the trees?" Yun sneered. "What kind of creature would be so foolish as to approach me? I would promptly stew it for dinner. I'm still hungry after not having eaten enough tonight." Mushi shivered. "Your taste is truly something I cannot commend." Yun shot back. "You chat too much, little lady. With the night still young, are you really not going to do anything?" Mushi blushed, retorting, "What are you talking about? Shouldn't you be sleeping instead of waiting for some creature to deliver itself to you?" Yun rolled his eyes, wisely choosing to remain silent and leave them to their time together. Little did Mushi know her words would come to fruition, but the snake had no intention of delivering itself to Yun. It preferred to seek out the softer target, which was Mushi. As she felt something damp slithering across her hand, her entire body stiffened. Summoning every ounce of courage, she looked down to lock eyes with the snake, sharing a moment that felt eternal. The snake flicked its tongue, its cold gaze sending a shiver down her spine, and she felt a scream lodged in her throat as her lips trembled in an attempt to cry out. Jing Shi had evidently noticed the disturbance. Squinting at the snake with a hint of sardonic amusement, in the blink of an eye, Mushi barely registered his swift action. By the time she realized, Jing Shi had already seized the snake by its neck, which writhed desperately in his grip. Mushi watched in wide-eyed astonishment as Jing Shi wore a casual smile, addressing the snake. "You seem rather bold, don't you? Do you know where you are and whose territory this is? How dare you roam freely here?" The snake, as if comprehending the human tongue, ceased its struggle and hung limply, its tail brushing against Jing Shi's arm in a feeble display of submission. Unfazed, he gently swatted the snake's tail away. Chuckling, "Don't try that trick with me. It won't work. Do you wish to be stewed or roasted?" Mushi observed the snake's glistening skin, contemplating that consuming it might hasten their demise. And the creature appeared rather unappetizing. The green snake swayed its head as if negotiating with Jing Shi, who nodded in response. In the end, he chose not to harm it, instead tossing it aside with a warning. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Should you dare to wander into the wrong territory again, don't blame me for being merciless. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yimushi asked, "What did it just say?" Jing Shi shook his head. "That's not important. Sleep quickly. We have to set off early tomorrow. Don't repeat today's mistake of being difficult to wake." Embarrassed, Yimushi rubbed her head. "Don't worry. That was just a habit from a few days ago. But surely, we won't encounter any strange creatures again, right?" Jing Shi shook his head once more. "Rest assured, we won't they wouldn't dare. If it were to announce my presence, everyone would know. And if someone were foolish enough to seek me out, it would only be asking for its own demise." That why Yimushi acknowledged this with an O. Turning her back to Jing Shi, ready to sleep, and he made no further advances, the space between them ample enough for another Yueyun. Yueyun, observing from the tree, scoffed silently, thinking them pretentious, while Yimushi gazed at the descending night sky. The stars twinkling overhead, yet the sensation of something slithering across her hand lingered ominously. Chapter 35. The stars hearing her toss and turn several times, Jing Shi could no longer sleep, prompting him to inquire, "What's wrong? Hurry and sleep." With a tone of feigned victimhood, Yimushi replied, "I want to sleep, but that snake was simply too frightening." "What was that?" Startled, she caught sight of a flying insect, roughly the size of a fist, its buzzing wings sending chills down her spine. Terrified, she rolled over to Jing Shi's side, gripping his collar tightly. With a nonchalant expression, Jing Shi swatted the pest away. "It's nothing to fear. It's harmless. Just a bit noisy and annoying." Why Yimushi eyed him warily, uncertain of his definition of a little noisy. The creature emitted strange shrieks alongside its buzzing, and she felt it could devour her at any moment. Noticing her near tears, Jing Shi softened his tone. "There's truly nothing to fear. It won't come near us, see? It flew away as soon as it approached. Should it dare return, I'll dismantle it." He added, "Why," Yimushi stammered, "what does this insect eat to grow so large? And it can fly." Jing Shi pondered for a moment. "Perhaps it feeds on carrion? I'm not entirely sure, but this is merely its juvenile form. They can grow as large as a human head." Yueyun chimed in, "Not just that. I've seen ones half your size, so be cautious. Watch out that they don't carry you away while you sleep." Jing Shi shot Yueyun a glare. "She's already scared enough. Can't you refrain from adding to it?" Yueyun huffed, "I'm merely stating the truth. If you find it hard to hear, why not go root out their nest?" Yimushi stared at Jing Shi, realizing, so this is what it means to camp in the wild. It's truly terrifying. I had never encountered such peculiarities before. If these oddities were discovered here, they would likely be subjected to dissection. It would take days and nights of relentless study to uncover any semblance of understanding. It seems that someone once jested that riding insects to work on their side was not entirely impossible. Jing Shi tapped her head and remarked, "Now you see, this is not the most terrifying aspect. At least these creatures are non-venomous. Even if they were toxic, I possess the antidote." That why Yimushi grasped his arm and suggested, "Shall we hasten our journey? I truly believe I cannot sleep. If one of these creatures were to emerge while I slumbered, I might very well perish. They don't crawl on you, knowing my fears. They specifically seek me out. That it's utterly exhausting." Jing Shi replied, "Traveling for too long is not a wise decision, especially at night. It's quite impractical. Although we are strong together, we must also guard against unnecessary mishaps." Yimushi was on the verge of tears and pleaded, "What shall we do then? Should we find a cave to hide in?" Jing Shi sighed. "Most caves in this forest are likely occupied. Your approach would be akin to provocation." That why Yimushi was genuinely about to cry, gazing at Jing Shi helplessly. "What shall we do? I truly cannot spend a night in such a place. Perhaps I should return while you go to the royal city." Jing Shi shot her a glare. "What would I do alone? I only need to return if I find you." After a moment's thought, with a hint of impatience, he added, "Why are you so delicate? What will you do without me in the future?" As he spoke, he draped his arm over Yimushi's shoulder and gently pulled her into his embrace. That why Yimushi felt the vibrations of Jing Shi's deep voice resonating from above. And he said, "Is this sufficient? With me holding you, those snakes and insects would hardly dare approach." Why Yimushi swallowed hard. Realizing there was no other option, and feeling warm from his embrace, she nodded slightly. All right, thank you. Jing Shi huffed. No need for gratitude. However, if you continue this commotion, none of us will be able to leave, hence my small assistance. Yu Yun, perched in a tree, watched with amusement and timely interjected. Hey, you too. Remember to keep it restrained. Do not let your passions overflow in my presence. Why Mushi's ears turned crimson as she retorted, what nonsense fills your mind all day long? She had grown weary of clarifying her relationship with Jing Shi, especially given their current position, which seemed less innocent than she had claimed, not wanting to bury her head in Jing Shi's embrace, which would appear overly intimate. She turned her gaze to the sky. Perhaps the night sky here was particularly beautiful, much like each sunset, allowing one to behold the entirety of the heavens. Stars danced and twinkled, and though poetry may offer countless phrases to extol the beauty of the night, she felt nothing compared to witnessing it firsthand. Jing Shi, noticing her rapt expression, couldn't help but inquire, "What are you gazing at?" Yi Mushi pointed to the starry expanse above and asked, "Is every night here as beautiful?" Jing Shi nodded. Indeed, each night is splendid, though tonight there are more clouds than usual. Typically, the stars are more abundant, and the moon is obscured. And oh, sooner had he spoken than the clouds parted, revealing a sliver of the full moon. They exchanged a glance and erupted into laughter. Yi Mushi traced the shape of the Big Dipper with her finger. Having lived in the city, she was accustomed to a sky often obscured, and had never seen such a complete constellation. Jing Shi asked again, "What are you looking at now?" Yi Mushi pointed to the spoon-shaped constellation and explained, "I'm looking at that, the Big Dipper." "It points north," Jing Shi queried. "How do you know?" Yi Mushi hesitated, caught off guard by his earnest demeanor, and casually replied, "Perhaps I read it in a book or someone told me. I can't recall." Chapter 36. Are you afraid? Jing Shi, observing Yi Mushi's evasiveness, was on the brink of losing patience as he pressed, "Is it really that simple?" Yi Mushi chuckled. "If not, what could be more complicated? Am I deity who governs the movements of the stars?" "Do you believe that?" Jing Shi's eyes darkened as he replied, "I do not believe you, but I want to entertain your current excuses either." Yi Mushi could not reveal the truth, which was even less credible than claiming to be a celestial being. So she sighed, "This is truly difficult to explain. Whether you choose to believe it or not, we should sleep quickly since we have to travel tomorrow." With that, she subtly adjusted her position in Jing Shi's arms, closed her eyes, and feigned sleep. Jing Shi, lost in thought, gazed at the nape of her neck and then back up at the bright North Star, contemplating deeply. After nearly a day of travel, they finally emerged from the forest. Upon seeing the bustling city, Yi Mushi was nearly moved to tears. She had finally made it out, relieved from the constant worry of encountering oversized insects. She inhaled deeply, feeling an immense sense of relief. Jing Shi flicked her forehead, saying, "You needn't be so excited. We're still quite far from the royal city." Yi Mushi paid little mind to his words, her attention drawn to the peculiar inhabitants of the city. Soon, she spotted an orc with a tiger's tail and quickly realized that most of the residents were not human dead on the street. A fox-faced vendor stood by a boiling oil pot, with unrecognizable fried items bobbing about, emitting a strangely alluring yet repulsive aroma. Yi Mushi found the scent somewhat nauseating. Jing Shi warned her, "Are you foolish? Stop playing around and hold your breath or cover your mouth." Yi Mushi was confused. She trusted Jing Shi to a degree, having saved her on numerous occasions. Instinctively, she covered her mouth, blinking her large eyes at him, and asked in a muffled voice, "What is wrong? Is there something wrong with this smell?" Yu Yun and Jing Shi appeared largely unaffected, merely pinching their noses. Yu Yun eagerly explained to Yi Mushi, "I know what this is. The oil contains heads that were previously marinated in night-blooming jasmine. You know that, right? Consuming this before dawn is toxic, so inhaling it now could poison you." Yi Mushi tightened her mouth further and held her breath, nearly suffocating, and glanced at the two who remained unfazed. "Why are you both so calm? Have you two not inhaled it?" Yu Yun scoffed, "You underestimate us. This trivial night-blooming jasmine poses little threat to us that if it truly harmed us, how would we survive in the forest?" Yi Mushi struggled to contain herself. "I can hardly hold my breath any longer. Let us hurry forward." Jing Shi nodded, and the three of them stepped outside the confines of the vendor's shop. Wei Mushi took a deep breath, instantly feeling a sense of rejuvenation. As she gazed upon the city, she finally grasped the reality of her surroundings. This was not a primitive society. The inhabitants had already begun engaging in commerce, indicating that civilization here had achieved a certain degree of advancement. That it was certainly not a savage realm where one lived off raw flesh and bloodshed, nor were the people clad in mere grass skirts. Just a few days prior, Jing Shi had brought back a tiger, skinned it, and eventually grew weary of its entanglements, crafting a garment for her. While it did not provide complete coverage, it at least spared her from the biting winds. Yimushi felt somewhat satisfied, especially since everyone in this city seemed rather peculiar, which explained why their entrance had attracted little attention. As she glanced outside, her eyes caught sight of a remarkably ordinary, yet somewhat beautiful young woman. This girl possessed alluring fox-like eyes, a petite mouth, and a delicate face, though her figure was curvaceous and captivating. Her attire was insufficient to provide full coverage. Her chest was partially exposed, and her fair, attractive legs were visible up to the thighs. As she passed by the trio, she initially paid them little heed, but upon spotting Jing Shi, her gaze halted, revealing an expression of keen interest. Approaching him, she playfully draped her arm over his shoulder and inquired, "Young master, what brings you here? Would you care to accompany me back? I have many delightful experiences to share. Are you tempted to join me?" Yimushi felt an inexplicable urge to laugh at this provocatively playful figure. Suspecting that she might be involved in child trafficking, Jing Shi turned to glare at her, then coldly replied to the young woman, "No, thank you, leave." The girl, unfazed by his brusque dismissal, seemed only more intrigued. "I find your boldness delightful. It adds spice to the bedchamber. I am wealthy. Whatever you desire, I can provide. Come with me, and I assure you will be well taken care of," observing the numerous diamond-like adornments on her attire. Yimushi surmised that this woman was indeed affluent. Weiyan nudged her, teasing, Hey, shouldn't you at least react? Someone is clearly flirting with your man. You're so nonchalant about it. Have you already considered sharing him with this woman?" Though, honestly, I must say, you don't quite measure up to why Mushi felt a wave of annoyance. Must you always resort to sarcasm and ridicule? Whatever you say is of no consequence to me. I simply wish you wouldn't involve me in every matter. Yuan huffed. Am I mistaken? I saw you two tangled up together before, and I thought your relationship had progressed further. Yet today, this woman comes to bother you, and you show no reaction. Are you afraid? Chapter 37. Until we meet again indeed. Yimushi was frightened, but it was of Yun's incessant prattle. Meanwhile, the fox-eyed girl overheard their exchange and turned back to scrutinize Yimushi, expressing her disdain with a derisive laugh. Her eyes brimming with contempt as if to say, "Is this it?" She scoffed and addressed Jing Shi. "You can't possibly have any real feelings for this woman. What could she possibly offer that I cannot surpass?" Jing Shi, growing impatient, retorted, "I won't be accompanying you, and my relationship with her is irrelevant. Leave me be, or I shall resort to violence." The girl, incredulous, asked, "Are you actually threatening to strike a woman?" Jing Shi nodded, defiantly stating, "Not only will I strike you, but I will also end your life if you do not depart swiftly." The fox-eyed girl smirked. "Excellent. I adore your spirit. Speak so boldly, yet come face me that if you cannot best me, you will dutifully return with me to bed. Should you prevail, you may do as you please, whether to strike or to kill. What say you?" Jing Shi preferred to resolve matters with his fists, especially disliking individuals of her ilk to avoid any further complications. He promptly agreed, "Very well, but as you insist on being a woman, I shall grant you 3 moves." She laughed derisively. "Who do you look down upon? I need no allowances that I assure you, from birth until death. I shall never submit, nor do I require permission that I believe I can defeat you without any concessions. But you looking so delicate, might I offer you 3 moves instead?" Yimushi stared, dumbfounded, at Jing Shi's well-defined muscles. Perplexed by how she could label him as delicate, Jing Shi, somewhat surprised, regarded the girl with less disdain and said, "Since we are both shameless, let's not hold back that we shall rely on our own abilities." Their gazes locked, and without a word, They both launched into action. Jing Shi fought with ruthless intensity, while the fox-eyed girl was equally relentless. Her lithe body became her greatest asset, enabling her to evade his grasp like a serpent, only to unexpectedly reappear behind him, wrapping her arms around his neck and whispering in his ear, "Young master, are you truly not coming back with me? I find you increasingly to my liking." In an instant, Jing Shi attempted to seize her by the neck, intending to fling her aside. However, the girl had anticipated this, using his shoulder as leverage to execute a backflip, landing gracefully on the ground. "No need to be so angry. We have all the time in the world. There's no rush." Jing Shi narrowed his eyes, asserting, "Our relationship is solely one of combat. Spare me your incessant chatter, lest you become distracted. In mere moments, I could take your life." The fox-eyed girl only grew more delighted, taunting, "Is that so? Then prove your worth by taking my life." Jing Shi chuckled coldly, and this time he was serious, with a swift spinning kick. He struck her before she could react, sending her crashing into the wall. Stunned, the girl stood momentarily dazed. Jing Shi, wearing a leisurely smile, remarked, "Do you see now? This is why I advise you to speak less and act more. Otherwise, such mishaps are bound to occur." Yet, the fox-eyed girl was undeterred. Rising from the ground, she now recognized Jing Shi's prowess and no longer underestimated him. Wiping the blood from her lips, she advanced once more. They engaged in a fierce duel, their movements so rapid that Yimushi could scarcely follow. The spectacle was mesmerizing, akin to a visual feast. Both were formidable opponents, each strike aimed at the other's life. Yue, observing from the sidelines, shook his head in disbelief. "I never imagined that in just a few days, Jing Shi would grow this formidable. No wonder I was bested by him." Why Yimushi turned to him. Swallowing hard, "Tell me, who do you think will win?" Yue tilted his chin, asking, "Whom do you wish to see victorious?" Yimushi replied, "Of course I want Jing Shi to win. After all, he is one of us." Yue scoffed. "You speak solely for yourself. Do not include us. The outcome is evident. Jing Shi will win, but when that will happen is uncertain. This girl is surprisingly tough, as if on cue. The girl he had deemed tough was soon flattened to the ground. Jing Shi showed no mercy, stepping on her shoulder as if exacting revenge, grinding down twice with a cruel smile. "You have lost. No need to struggle further." Defeated, the fox-eyed girl gazed up with a feral glint in her eyes, yet laughed heartily. "Splendid. It has been long since I have faced such humiliation. You have bestowed this upon me, and fate has a way of turning. Trust that I shall reclaim what is mine." Jing Shi narrowed his eyes, smirking. "I look forward to your return, should you live to see that day." The fox-eyed girl laughed. "I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. You are quite remarkable." Jing Shi raised his leg, casually stating, "Thank you for the compliment. Now, you may leave." He spoke, lifting his leg to distance himself from the fox-eyed woman. She cast a lingering glance at him and remarked, "Until we meet again, I firmly believe we shall cross paths once more." However, Jing Shi showed a clear lack of interest in their next encounter, dismissing her with a casual remark to Yimushi and Yue, "Let us be off. There is no need to linger." Yimushi nodded, casting a glance at the fox-eyed woman, who bore no substantial malice towards her, even raising an eyebrow in jest. "Such a man, can your frail frame withstand him? You might as well surrender to your sister sooner rather than later." Chapter 38. On what grounds Yimushi felt that any further explanation would be futile, so she resigned herself to silence. After all, thanks to Yun's incessant gossip, no one believed that there was no connection between them. She could only muster a weak smile at the fox-eyed woman, saying nothing. The fox-eyed woman huffed, murmuring, "All men are enamored with appearances. Aside from that face of his, what else does he possess? I, on the other hand, am far more pleasing to the eye." Although Yimushi did not catch the latter part of her words, she felt that Jing Shi's assertion was not without merit. Sooner or later, this fox-eyed woman would pay a price for her words. Nevertheless, she found a certain resemblance between the woman and Yun. Upon exiting the alley where they had fought, Yimushi discovered that the city was bustling with life, its architecture exuding a primitive charm in stark contrast to the modern world. Entering such a place would undoubtedly require a hefty entrance fee, and she realized she had never visited such an authentic ancient city. Even in the most well-preserved modern settings, one could not replicate the profound wear and tear of time and human intervention. The marks of hardship were evident, yet the vibrancy of life had faded. Leaving the city in solitary vigil against the passage of years, in stark contrast. This place thrived with activity, filled with the vibrant essence of human existence. Only now did she truly feel as if she had stepped into another world. Previously, in the depths of the primeval forest, it had been just her and Jing Shi, leading her to perceive it merely as a hostile environment for a game of intrigue, feeling that they were not far from their original world. However, upon witnessing the myriad of people around her, she realized her misjudgment. This was indeed a different realm, and she might never return, a thought that filled her with profound melancholy. Yu Yun misinterpreted her reaction, saying, "What's the matter? Only now do you realize the gravity of the situation? That woman was brazenly flirting with your man for quite a while, and you showed no response. Could it be that her words struck a nerve? I suggest you practice more. After all, she wasn't entirely wrong. Why, She conceded that she ought to practice more, aiming to soon bring down this man who reveled in attention. Thus, she smiled and did not deny his statement. I believe you are right. Jing Shi glanced back at her with an enigmatic expression, saying nothing but pursing his lips slightly. Why, She felt that while she could allow Yu Yun to misunderstand, she could not permit Jing Shi to do the same. She raised her hand to explain, but Jing Shi subtly shook his head, saying, "No need to say anything." That a sudden wave of vulnerability washed over Yimu X. They exited the alley and entered the city gates. The town was even more vibrant than outside, a throng of people jostling against one another, nearly scattering them. Jing Shi grasped Yimushi's hand, while Yu Yun, ignored, struggled to keep up with the two. After finally reaching a quieter area, he voiced his dissatisfaction. "What's the deal with you two? Can't you take me along?" Jing Shi dismissed him, while She merely huffed in response. She looked up and suddenly noticed a chilling realization. Her neck felt cold as she couldn't help but glance at Jing Shi, asking, "Is it just me? Or have you noticed something peculiar?" Jing Shi nodded slightly, his gaze growing serious as he looked outward. There, the throng of people moved about, each face distinct yet collectively fixated on them, their eyes brimming with greed and obsession, like will-o'-the-wisps casting an eerie glow. Feeling anxious, Shi inquired, "Why are they all staring in this direction? What are they looking at?" This time, Jing Shi provided a definitive answer, stating, "They're all looking at you." Why, She felt a mix of confusion and fear, instinctively retreating behind him, asking, "What do they want from me?" Yu Yun interjected, "They're looking at you because you're a prize that everyone covets. Just think about your unique constitution. Who wouldn't be drawn to it? If it weren't for Jing Shi holding me back, I would have devoured you myself." Why, She shot him a glare, retorting, "Even now, you choose to make light of the situation? I don't understand why I am so unfortunate as to attract such bizarre attention. What should I do? It feels like if I step outside, they might devour me at any moment." Jing Shi reassured her, "Do not worry. With the two of us here, they dare not harm you." Yu Yun crossed his arms, observing the crowd. Though he said nothing, the knowing glint in his eyes was enough to deter those less formidable. Indeed, as Jing Shi and Yu Yun had said, many were eager to claim Shi, for she was undeniably alluring. Yet, with Jing Shi and Yu Yun acting as formidable guardians, no one dared approach. They all assumed she was the daughter of a notable family who had mistakenly wandered here. Flanked by two imposing bodyguards, "Let us find a place to rest," Jing Shi suggested. Why, She closely followed him, clutching his sleeve, fearful that the crowd might suddenly surge forward and tear her apart. Jing Shi comforted her, "Rest assured, as long as I am here, they will not dare to approach." She nodded, allowing him to lead her to an inn. The innkeeper was a striking woman with a serpent's tail, who brightened upon their arrival, asking, "How many rooms do you require, esteemed guests?" Jing Shi replied coolly, "3 rooms." The innkeeper exclaimed with surprise, "Oh dear." She couldn't shake a feeling of unease, asking, "What is it?" The innkeeper, with a beaming smile, said, "We only have 1 room left. Would you be willing to make do?" Shi's lips twitched in discomfort as she glanced at Jing Shi and Yu Yun. Though they had shared several nights together, she found it hard to be so intimate. Yu Yun voiced his displeasure, How can such a large inn have so few rooms? The innkeeper explained, though our establishment is spacious. We also have many guests. Jing Shi frowned, saying, Yin, you can sleep on the roof. Yin protested, on what grounds? Chapter 39. A peculiar inquiry. Jing Shi smiled ominously and asked, what do you think? Just a few days ago, you insisted on sleeping with us, yet you ended up rolling off me into the middle. And let us not even discuss the odor you carried at as soon as he finished speaking. The innkeeper's gaze turned strange at why She sensed yet another misunderstanding brewing and was about to clarify, when the innkeeper, with a playful smile, remarked, I send tea this perfect. With one room left, the three of you can share it. It sounds like a delightful arrangement. Why She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Glaring at Jing Shi, could you not speak in such a manner? Must you always say things that lead to misunderstandings? Jing Shi, looking innocent yet aloof, met her gaze. What have I said that was incorrect? Shi, at a loss for words, finally gave up on conversing with him, suggesting, perhaps we should seek another inn. It would be too cramped for the three of us, and surely you cannot tolerate Yun's scent, can you? Moreover, I feel that this innkeeper does not seem very welcoming. Although the innkeeper's previous teasing had been directed at Jing Shi and Yun, She could not shake the feeling that the woman's gaze held a strange hostility towards her. Since She had voiced her concerns, Jing Shi naturally had no objections. However, the innkeeper insisted on keeping them, saying, oh, if there is anything that displeases you, just tell me, and I'll ensure your satisfaction. Why the rush to leave? You could sit down and enjoy some tea instead. Jing Shi coolly regarded her amber-hued vertical pupils, stating, no need. You may retract your fangs. The proprietress covered her mouth and chuckled softly, remarking here, we do not abide by the notion that one can saunter in, do nothing, and then leave unscathed. Jing Shi emitted a scoff, narrowing his eyes as he inquired, are you certain? The proprietress nodded, her smile radiant like a blooming flower. If you do not believe me, feel free to test it. I am eager to see what skills you possess, young master. Jing Shi composedly nodded in response, stating, very well, I hope you won't regret this, and you must guarantee that should we cause damage here, you will not seek compensation from us. The proprietress replied with a knowing glint in her eyes. That is, of course, understood. I am not lacking in a trifling sum of money. However, young master, do temper your bravado, should you find yourself defeated. You may end up working here to repay your debts. Are you aware of how we deal with handsome, young gentlemen like yourself? Jing Shi let out a slight cold laugh. What is this? Have people outside become so fond of gambling in just a few days? That is hardly a commendable habit. The proprietress lifted her chin defiantly, saying, all you need to declare is whether you dare to join. Jing Shi clenched his fist, asserting, why would I shy away? Shi sighed quietly, silently praying for the proprietress. Having witnessed the earlier encounter with the sly-eyed woman, she was now fully aware of Jing Shi's true prowess. He could easily subdue her with just a single finger. Consequently, she spoke to him with an air of caution, fearing that offending him might spell her doom. She quietly exited the inn, recalling the truth in the books she had read, in the world of martial arts. Inns were indeed the most perilous of places. Moments later, Jing Shi struck like lightning, having completely lost his patience, and without further ado, he brought the proprietress to her knees, as for the inn itself. It could not escape its fate. The things that were meant to be broken met their end, and not a single vase was spared from shattering. Amidst the chaos, Jing Shi stood tall, his demeanor solitary and expression aloof. With a gentle pat to brush off the dust from his shoulders, he stepped over the threshold, gazing at the two stunned individuals, and declared, we may leave now. Shi and Yun exchanged glances, their unspoken understanding prompting them to nod in unison and lead the way for Jing Shi. Thus, they ventured into another establishment, which, in stark contrast to the previous one, had far fewer patrons and less elaborate decor. However, the owner's demeanor was notably frosty, his face seemingly inscribed with the words, stay if you wish, or perish if you do not. Jing Shi, with an expression even colder than the owner's, inquired, do you have 3 rooms? The owner responded, yes, for 100 shells. Shi pondered for a moment. It appeared that while this place had not regressed to primitive societal norms, civilization had not advanced much either, as they were still using shells as currency. Jing Shi maintained his guise, akin to a would-be robber, stating, "I do not possess that amount. Could you offer me a discount?" His unique bargaining method piqued Yimushi's curiosity, prompting her to glance at him. The owner scrutinized him for a moment, replying, "The lowest I can offer is 90 shells, no further reductions." Jing Shi smiled and asked, "Is that truly the best you can do?" The owner, appearing tough on the surface, was surprisingly malleable, hesitating as he said, "The lowest I can offer is 85 shells. I cannot go any lower, or we will not make any profit. This includes breakfast and dinner, you know." Jing Shi surveyed him critically before retrieving a pouch from his belongings and tossing it to the owner, stating, "Inside are exactly 85 shells. Please count them." The owner nodded and emptied the pouch, leaving Yimushi utterly astonished. The shells were not the common ones one might casually collect along the shore, but rather cast from materials like copper, each roughly the size of a fingernail. While their craftsmanship was not exquisite, it was certainly not crude either. She had not anticipated such technological advancement in this place. Jing Shi waved his arm in front of her, saying, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and follow me. We must set off early tomorrow." Unable to contain her curiosity, Yimushi asked, "Are 85 shells a lot? Is that the highest currency unit?" Jing Shi regarded her with a puzzled expression, hesitating as he replied, "I do not quite comprehend your inquiry. 75 shells cannot be considered excessive, surely enough for 3 days' worth of meals here." Yimushi gasped in disbelief. Could that amount truly sustain 3 days of meals? How advanced must their craftsmanship be? Observing her dazed expression, Jing Shi inquired further, "What exactly are you thinking? Have you never encountered such things before?" Chapter 40. He would not, and could not. Yimushi hurriedly offered a perfunctory smile. "Say, it is not quite that. It is merely that I have never seen you produce such items. I had assumed you were a pauper." Yun, arms crossed, scoffed. "Who do you look down upon?" "He is." Jing Shi shot him a frigid glance, causing Yun to swallow the remainder of his words. Yimushi, intrigued, asked, "What were you about to say?" Yun chuckled awkwardly. "What could it possibly be? With this anomaly before you, do you really think he lacks anything?" Yimushi conceded inwardly, taking the key from the proprietor's hand and, along with Yun and Jing Shi, proceeded to find their room. To her surprise, the room turned out to be situated in the backyard. Upon opening the door, Yimushi was rendered speechless, gazing at the series of caverns before her. Nearly doubting whether she had returned to some primordial forest, she could not help but glance back at Jing Shi, asking, "What is this? Surely we are not to sleep here tonight. This room seems rather shabby, does it not?" The backyard resembled a small mountain structure, with interconnected caverns and no obstructions on either side. How could such a dilapidated place be worth 75 shells? Yimushi felt they had certainly been swindled by the proprietor. Jing Shi, however, appeared fatigued, rubbing his temples as he remarked, "This is about the standard we have here. That previous one was hardly any better, perhaps even worse than our original lodging that we shall make do for one night. We must set out early in the morning, so let us not be overly finicky." The caverns stretched endlessly, and the beds were hastily assembled, merely platforms strewn with a layer of straw, topped with a cup. The straw appeared quite filthy, emanating an indescribable odor, and might even harbor insects. Why Yimushi swallowed hard, stating, "I do not mind, but this place is truly uninhabitable, is it not? Furthermore, they just promised to provide us breakfast. What could possibly be served in such a wretched establishment? Is it even edible?" Jing Shi frowned, replying, "There's indeed an unpleasant odor. I will have him bring a clean set of sheets that we have already paid. And it may not be easy to get a refund." It was evident that Jing Shi was someone who loathed trouble to such an extent that he could tolerate such a dismal environment. Since Jing Shi was unwilling to seek a replacement, Yimushi felt she had no grounds to voice objections, resignedly saying, "Fine," while watching Jing Shi approach the proprietor to negotiate. "The bed here is too filthy. At the very least, we require a change of bedding and straw, or it is simply uninhabitable." The proprietor seemed somewhat helpless. Who can blame us? Our establishment rarely accommodates guests, so we do not pay much attention to these details. However, we do not have much spare straw. Perhaps you could check the stable in the back. If that yields nothing, I am afraid you will have to endure one night here. As for the bedding, I have only one spare set. If you do not mind, I can offer it to you. Jing Shi said nothing and personally went to the stable to find some usable straw, under the mournful gazes of the emaciated horses. He collected whatever relatively fresh straw he could find. However, this straw barely sufficed to cover a single bed, and with the clean bedding provided by the proprietor, it was just enough to sleep on. Yu Yun stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "Is this truly necessary, Jing Shi? While we may not be the closest of friends, we have fought side by side these past few days. Surely, you do not need to be so aloof? You won't even help me carry anything." Jing Shi shot him a cold glance, then said, "There is nothing left. If you do not believe me, go look for yourself that of course." Yu Yun would not doubt him. And suddenly enlightened, he pointed at Jing Shi, accusing him of being petty. "No wonder you ran off so quickly earlier. You were afraid I would come and take your things, weren't you? I will not let this go. You must share some with me, or I shall make it impossible for you two to sleep tonight." Jing Shi merely curled the corner of his mouth, a smirk gracing his face as he replied, "By all means, do try. I am eager to see the extent of your capabilities." Upon catching sight of Yu Yun, he immediately recalled the experience from a few days ago when he had been beaten so badly that he could hardly rise. Instantly, he felt a wave of cowardice wash over him, drawing his neck in, as if to convey a sense of grievance. "But how can one sleep on this bed? Perhaps we should share it tonight. After all, you two are doing nothing, and I want tea to stir her if I sleep on your right." Jing Shi shot him a glare and retorted, "No way. You said the same thing a few days ago. And what happened? You rolled right off me." Yu Yun felt even more grieved. "That was just a dream. I assure you it won't happen again." Jing Shi replied, "Do you really think anyone believes your words?" "Get away from me." Yu Yun's temper flared, arms crossed defiantly. "If you want tea, let me. I'll just climb into your bed in the middle of the night and see if you two are scared." Jing Shi laughed again, raising his tone in a mock threat. "Come at me if you dare." Yu Yun averted his gaze, seemingly lost in thought, before finally breaking into a silly grin, while Imushi felt a sense of foreboding but dared not soften her heart. After spending these days together, she found that Yu Yun was a tough exterior with a soft interior. Occasionally, she would plead with Jing Shi not to torment him so much, but in the end, it was always she who bore the brunt of the punishment. Thus, when Yu Yun's gaze fell upon her this time, she resolutely chose to look away. Yu Yun, feeling even angrier, stormed outside, while Imushi inquired, "Is he upset?" Jing Shi replied, "Don't mind him. If he wants to sulk, there's no need to concern ourselves with his feelings." Why Imushi said, "I'm not particularly worried about his feelings either. I just wonder if he might retaliate if he is unhappy. He certainly wouldn't dare to harm you, but I'm utterly defenseless. He could easily dispose of me." Jing Shi shook his head, saying, "Rest assured, he won't and doesn't dare to." Why Imushi sighed, "But sleeping with him is truly torturous. I wonder who will be unfortunate enough to end up with him in the future." The two exchanged glances, with Jing Shi saying, "Who would be so foolish?" Imushi replied, "Then we must definitely counsel her when the time comes." They both nodded in agreement. The sky had darkened, painted in hues of ink, with clouds rolling in thickly. From the cave, it looked as though rain was imminent. Chapter 41. Sleep tight. Imushi had already lain down on the makeshift bed, stifling several yawns. After spending several nights sleeping alongside Jing Shi, she had grown accustomed to it, realizing that it wasn't so bad after all. Their relationship had become quite simple. It seemed that Yu Yun had noticed the lack of any substantial development between them and had restrained himself considerably over the past few days. Exhausted, Imushi drowsily asked, "Is Yu Yun not coming back?" Jing Shi, lying on her right, replied nonchalantly, "Who knows? He might have perished out there. Don't worry about him. We need to continue our journey tomorrow." Initially, Yu Yun had claimed he would stay to protect Imushi. But after a few days, Jing Shi had seen through his facade. He hadn't regarded Imushi seriously at all. Whenever trouble arose, it was Jing Shi who reacted swiftly, while Yu Yun merely stood by. Observing that at this rate, Jing Shi felt there was no need to bring such a burden to the royal city. Given Yu Yun as attire, others might question his recent taste. Why Imushi muttered a reluctant agreement, recalling that Yu Yun had a plethora of bad habits, including snoring and grinding his teeth, which had kept her, a light sleeper, awake for several nights. Yet, contrary to their expectations of him staying out all night, Yu Yun swaggered back in, looking rather pleased. Why Imushi couldn't help but wonder, what are you so happy about? Did you find money? Wei scoffed. No, a beautiful snake woman approached me for a chat. I just got back after talking to her for quite a while. Imushi couldn't resist teasing. Oh, is that snake woman blind, that she would flirt with you? Wei, feeling indignant, replied, what is wrong with her flirting with me? Am I so terrible? I'm only slightly inferior to Jing Shi. If you hadn't met him first, you would have definitely fallen for me at first sight and insisted on marrying me. Why Imushi couldn't help but twitch her lips and said, that is hardly the case. Please don't overestimate your appeal. Even in a state of desperation, I wouldn't choose you. Wei, incensed and embarrassed, retorted, on what basis do you say that? Imushi shrugged, I'm merely stating the truth. Since you two were having such a delightful conversation, there is no way you would just return without reason. What happened? Is there some discord? Yiyun's face flushed, replying, why are you so nosy? Imushi narrowed her eyes with a smile. Oh, it seems our young lad is experiencing his first pangs of infatuation. Wei stammered and fell silent. Jing Shi, observing from the side, reminded them, enough of this chatter. We need a rest for our journey tomorrow. Hurry and sleep, or you'll both wish you had died in bed when I wake you up. Wei approached them, feigning a pitiful expression. Are you truly so heartless as to make me sleep on that miserable bed? Jing Shi, with a hint of disdain, replied, what else would you expect? When have I ever shown you any mercy? Wei instinctively turned to Imushi, who shook her head in turn. I've fallen for your tricks too many times. Don't think you could deceive me again? Jing Shi asserted. It's late. Stop dawdling and go to sleep. Seeing their resolute demeanor, Wei dropped the act, squeezed onto the bed, and muttered, since you two are so unfeeling, don't blame me for being unkind. Jing Shi wrapped an arm around Imushi's shoulders and, with a sudden force, flipped her inward before kicking Wei squarely in the chest without a second thought. Showing no mercy, Wei was sent crashing against the rock wall. Momentarily stunned, he looked at Jing Shi, a mix of grievance and anger in his eyes, as if he wanted to curse, but ultimately suppressed the impulse. Saying, Jing Shi, you have a heart of stone. Jing Shi brushed off the dust from his clothes, stating, I've always been this way. Did you only just notice? Didn't you just call me heartless? Wei replied, you truly are something else. I'll give you that. Jing Shi advised, make sure you don't sleep too soundly tonight. Wei raised an eyebrow, asking why. Jing Shi replied, you'll find out soon enough. His gaze bore an intense depth, akin to discovering a tail following them. Wei immediately sensed the underlying meaning in Jing Shi's eyes and nodded knowingly. However, Imushi remained puzzled by the strange atmosphere between them. Oscillating between enmity and camaraderie, an inexplicable bond that was both contentious and tacitly understood. Unable to contain her curiosity, Imushi asked, what are you two playing at? Jing Shi tightened his hold on her, saying, it's nothing, just sleep. Like him, don't sleep too deeply. Why Imushi glanced out into the enveloping darkness, where the clouds had completely obscured the moon, and a chilling sensation lingered in the air, mingling with the mist, as if it threatened to suffocate them. Beneath that black shroud, it felt as if countless eyes were watching. Why Imushi couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear and asked, is someone planning to ambush us? Jing Shi shook his head, assuring her, it's merely an inexplicable feeling. No need to be so tense. After all, it never hurts to be cautious. His words only heightened her anxiety, as she was acutely aware of how accurate Jing Shi's instincts were. Having spent these days with him, she knew that wherever he sensed something amiss, it invariably was. Noticing her wide eyes, Jing Shi softened his tone. I told you there is no need to be afraid. Regardless, I won't let you come a harm, so rest assured that why Imushi took a deep breath. Jing Shi coaxed, now, sleep. As Imushi closed her eyes, Jing Shi turned his gaze towards the outside. Yiyan, huddled alone in the corner, watched the affectionate exchange between the two, a bubbling bitterness swelling within him, that he thought to himself that when he found someone, he would undoubtedly showcase his happiness before them. After waiting for a considerable time without hearing anything amiss, Jing Shi gently shut his eyes, drawing a long breath. Chapter 42. The worries of a fool. Initially, Yimushi felt a profound sense of vigilance and tension. However, upon witnessing Jing Shi sleeping soundly, she assumed all was well. Yu Yun, feeling discontent at the sight of their intimacy, decisively extinguished the candle. Outside, the moonlight had already vanished, and with one breath, the darkness enveloped them completely, rendering visibility non-existent. Why Yimushi couldn't help but complain, wondering why they feared the candle's extinguishment if there was a risk of ambush. Yu Yun disdainfully retorted, "What do you know, with the candle lit? Who would dare approach? Are you foolish? This is merely to draw out the snake from its lair." Why Yimushi followed with a scoff, "Just be careful not to draw yourself out as well." Jing Shi interjected, "What you two discussing?" Yu Yun huffed, "We were merely saying that your worries are unfounded. How could there be so many ambushes?" Jing Shi replied, "If you truly possess such a keen sixth sense, you wouldn't still be unable to defeat me today." Yu Yun, filled with indignation, glared and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Jing Shi, growing impatient, said, "I have no time for your nonsense. Sleep quickly, if you don't. Those people will soon dare not show themselves." Yu Yun huffed again, insisting, "I told you, there won't be anyone." Jing Shi threw a teacup toward him. Despite the utter darkness, it accurately landed by his bedside, causing Yu Yun to shrink back, silenced. Jing Shi then patted Yimushi, advising, "Don't stoop to his level. Just sleep." Why Yimushi nodded in agreement, feeling intimidated by Jing Shi's words, and succumbed to a deep slumber. She had underestimated her drowsiness. Once her eyes closed, she fell into an unshakable sleep. Jing Shi was well aware of her tendency to fall asleep swiftly and remain difficult to awaken. Thus he held no expectations of her providing assistance, as long as she did not cause chaos. Indeed, not long after they settled into silence, Jing Shi heard faint rustling from outside, followed by the sound of very light footsteps. He cautiously opened his eyes a sliver and discerned several shadows amidst the darkness. A cold smile curling upon his lips. One shadow raised a knife high, poised to strike, but Jing Shi rolled aside just in time, the assailant missing their mark, appearing quite astonished, turning to glare at Jing Shi. The intruder incredulously asked, "You weren't asleep?" Jing Shi coldly replied, "What do you think?" The person, now filled with rage and humiliation, spat, "How dare you deceive us? Brothers, let us attack together." Their commotion had created such a ruckus that Jing Shi's bed had sunk deeply. Yet Yimushi remained blissfully undisturbed. While Jing Shi felt a mix of embarrassment and admiration for her ability to sleep through such chaos, Yin also joined the fray, clearly noticing Yimushi. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Where on earth did you find such a creature? It doesn't even wake up?" Jing Shi carefully shifted Yimushi to prevent her from being harmed, remarking nonchalantly, "This is quite good. At least she won't be a burden to us." After all, Yimushi was not one to bear burdens, and prior to their journey through the forest, she had often encountered strange entities, garnering Yu Yun's disdain numerous times. Yet, after facing many trials, she had developed a modicum of resistance, no longer merely screaming in fright. Jing Shi kicked the lead assailant's knife away, inspecting it with a curious expression. "This blade is quite impressive. It seems your backer is not to be trifled with if they provide you with such a weapon." The blade's glint flashed across his face, illuminating his calm eyes, reminiscent of a vigilant hawk in the night. Gradually morphing into a pair of cold, greenish eyes, their slitted pupils poised to devour all. Humiliated before even striking, the intruder sneered, "What are you? Just a discarded offspring of the wolf clan, yet you dare look down upon me?" Jing Shi chuckled. "If I am the forsaken child of the wolf clan, then what are you?" The man scoffed. "Enough with the banter. Since we cannot convince one another, let us see who is stronger with our fists." Jing Shi replied, "Gladly." Yin had already engaged in a fierce battle with a group of wolf-like thugs, and after enduring their endless chatter, he couldn't contain himself, bellowing, "Are you two insane? If you want to fight, do so together. Why are you hurling insults at one another? Jing Shi, if you have so much time to waste, why not come help me? Aren't you the one who usually detests my ramblings?" Jing Shi, delivering a punch to thwart an assailant attempting to approach Yimushi, coldly retorted, "I can win even with idle chatter, but you might not be so fortunate. Instead of complaining, perhaps you should observe what is before you." Upon hearing this, Yu Yin turned his attention to the front, where a creature resembling a wild boar was panting heavily, baring its tusks, dangerously close to piercing his carotid artery. Yu Yin instinctively took a few steps back, unable to refute Jing Shi's words, for they rang true. Jing Shi possessed the rare ability to multitask, effortlessly navigating perilous situations, while Yu Yin had nearly lost his life due to a few exchanged words. Jing Shi swiftly dispatched a significant portion of their attackers with a fine blade, and with Yimushi still lost to slumber, he was free from the distraction of guarding her, allowing him to fight with unrestrained efficiency. Leaving their foes dazed, the blade pierced through one of the wild boar creatures, its tough hide resisting the strike. Though the knife was commendable, it was not invincible, showcasing the remarkable strength Jing Shi possessed. Blood sprayed across Jing Shi's face as the blade penetrated the creature's heart. He felt warmth on his skin, yet coldness in his heart, his gaze towards the wild boar akin to that of stone. Chapter 43. You may kill me. The wild boar creature stared at him in disbelief, convulsing before collapsing with a thud. Yimushi, disturbed by the noise, turned over but remained oblivious to her surroundings. Jing Shi's night vision was exceptional. Even in the absence of light, he could not be blinded as he spotted a wild dog creature stealthily approaching her, while she remained unresponsive. Occupied with two wild boar creatures that he had no choice but to call out, Yimushi. Yimushi, likely not hearing him, caught a whiff of a dreadful stench. Breathing it in deeply, she nearly succumbed to unconsciousness, yet managed to groggily open her eyes. Her horror. A grotesquely enlarged dog head loomed before her, attached to a human body, its hideous appearance enough to make anyone lose their appetite. It drooled hungrily. The repugnant odor emanating from its depths. Yimushi's scream lodged in her throat. If not for the fear of the wild dog's saliva, she would have let loose her terror, backing away in fright. The wild dog grinned wider, its laugh reminiscent of a nightmare, its features grotesquely misaligned. The creature seemed entirely oblivious to her fear, or perhaps it thrived on it, reaching out to embrace her. Yimushi shook her head vigorously, her eyes pleading for it to stay away. The wild dog not only looked repulsive but also possessed a voice befitting its appearance, gravelly and coarse, as if it had swallowed sand and phlegm. Don't be afraid, little beauty. Soon, you'll experience joy, it leered. Overcome by fear, Yimushi cried, Stay away. If you come any closer, I'll call for help. The wild dog scoffed. Who do you think you can call? At present, both of those men are utterly preoccupied. Who else would have the time to attend to you? Only I, out of kindness, have come to care for you, he spoke, his claws reaching toward Yimushi. But fortunately, she had recently developed an unprecedented sharpness during her adventures in the forest, swiftly dodging his advance. Yet, this place was already a corner, offering no escape. The wild dog's spirit chuckled sinisterly and said, Little beauty, if you enjoy the game of feigned retreat, I can play along slowly. But let us see where you can hide now. Instead of cowering, you might as well surrender obediently. Let me indulge myself now, as it is only a matter of time. As he spoke, he leaned closer. Yimushi took a significant step back, wishing she could meld into the wall. Just then, Jing Shi had finished dealing with the relentless attackers and swiftly approached to confront the audacious wild dog spirit. He plunged his bloodied blade, already soaked in the warmth of countless lives, into the spirit's shoulder, spraying blood all over Yimushi. Yimushi's eyes widened, her lashes glued together with blood, as she stared blankly at Jing Shi, who wore a cold expression, stepping on the grotesque face of the wild dog spirit. He ground it down with force and coldly declared, What audacity you possess, daring to covet my people. You must not only crave a long life. You seek to be obliterated. The wild dog's spirit writhed in pain beneath Jing Shi's weight, not understanding the source of such monstrous strength, as if his flesh were being crushed to dust. Jing Shi, who do you think you are, daring to ambush me? If you have the guts, release me, and let us settle this openly. Jing Shi pressed down harder, disdainfully replying, Who wishes to fight you openly? Regardless, you can never hope to defeat me. Such incessant chatter is truly tiresome. With that, he gestured to Yimushi, saying, Are you frightened by this creature? Once I finish with him, the manner of his demise is entirely your choice. Yimushi, her tears mingling with the wild dog spirit's blood on her face, pressed her hand to her mouth, feeling nauseous. You may dispose of him as you wish, just ensure I do not witness it. I feel rather queasy and need to step outside to vomit. With that, she stumbled out of bed, nearly tripping, only to be steadied by Jing Shi. Without a moment to express her gratitude, she rushed outside, retching violently. Jing Shi cast a lingering gaze at the wild dog spirit, a cruel smile curling at his lips as he spoke deliberately. Have you considered how you wish to die? If not, I have devised a plan for you. Would you care to experience it now? The wild dog spirit perceived Jing Shi as a madman, a harbinger of death, his smile resembling that of a demon. A flicker of fear crept into him as he braced himself against the ground, trying to distance himself from Jing Shi. Jing Shi, do not act so impulsively. If you spare my life, I will serve you faithfully. How does that sound? Jing Shi swung his knife, severing the exposed teeth of the wild dog spirit, who screamed in agony. He slowly raised the blade, stating, I am never impulsive. In fact, I am exceptionally calm at this moment. I have no need for such a useless dog. To speak of it would be a disgrace. Ugly and worthless, what purpose do you serve? The wild dog spirit, in excruciating pain, could scarcely hear Jing Shi's words. His teeth had been his most formidable weapon, and now, rendered useless, it felt akin to losing his limbs. Anger surged within him, and he resolved to confront Jing Shi, yet no matter how he crawled, he could not escape the weight of his foot. Despair enveloped him, and through gritted teeth he spat blood. Jing Shi, I curse you to an untimely demise. You have made me suffer like this today. The day will come when you pay for it all. Jing Shi tilted his head, unfazed, and without hesitation struck another tooth from the wild dog spirit's mouth. This blow was merely half-hearted. Should the wild dog spirit recover, he might regain some strength. Thus, Jing Shi patted his cheek and remarked, You still possess the energy to speak? I had intended to release you, but it seems unworthy. Shall I extract all your teeth instead? That would quell my resentment. The wild dog spirit, filled with despair, pleaded, Just kill me. Jing Shi chuckled coldly. Chapter 44. Are you satisfied? After Yimushi had finished vomiting, feeling considerably relieved, she covered her chest and walked back in, only to see Yu Yin squatting before the wild dog spirit, a small dagger in hand, prying something from within its mouth. Why Yimushi felt another wave of nausea rise, though not due to Jing Shi's actions, for she was well aware of his morally ambiguous nature during their time in the forest. She admired Jing Shi. The wild dog spirit likely hadn't brushed its teeth in ages, its breath reeking of decay. Yet Jing Shi remained impassive as he rummaged inside its mouth. Jing Shi glanced back at her, his expression softening slightly. Are you all right? Yimushi quickly waved her hand. I'm fine, but what are you doing? Jing Shi replied, extracting its teeth, though the smell is quite unbearable, that if you can't handle it, you may go to Yu Yun. After all, this useless creature is of no concern to him now. The remaining wild dog spirits, having witnessed their comrades fall, hesitated, glancing at them and muttering threats before retreating. You lot better watch out. We will return. Once Jing Shi had extracted the wild dog spirit's teeth, it was on the verge of death. Yet, Yu Yin, growing impatient, remarked, I understand it almost ruined your woman, but could you not be so tedious? Is this disgusting creature truly worth your time? Just finish it off and spare us the sight. Yimushi wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, it is far too unsightly. Even if you were to toy with it, you would ultimately be the one at a loss. It would be better to simply end it. The wild dog spirit, barely clinging to life, whimpered, Yes, just let me die peacefully. I truly wish to end my suffering. I beg you, this is my last wish. Given their consensus, Jing Shi ceased his torment and swiftly dispatched the wild dog spirit. Withdrawing his blade, which had been damaged in the process, he sighed, lamenting, This knife hasn't seen action in years. It's a pity it has to end up wasted on such filth. Yu Yin crossed his arms. What good knife do you lack? Once we reach your kingdom, one they line up for you to choose. Jing Shi discarded the damaged knife, noticing Yimushi's grimace at the unpleasant odor clinging to him. You two wait here. I must cleanse myself of this filth. He decisively exited to bathe, the blood on his face and body weighing heavily upon him. while Imushi watched his tall figure retreat. A moment of infatuation flickering in her eyes. Yu Yun waved a hand in front of her, smiling mischievously. What's this? Have you fallen for him? No need to be so infatuated. He'll be yours in due time. No need to rush. Imushi shot him a fierce glare. You scoundrel! That wild dog spirit was practically upon my face, and you didn't wake me. Yu Yun shrugged innocently. Heaven bears witness. I did try to rouse you. But you wouldn't wake that. I took Jing Shi to rouse you. We were practically overturning the heavens, and you still slumbered. That I must admit, I am quite impressed that Imushi thought to herself how deeply she must have been asleep, though she refused to admit it outwardly. You could have shaken me awake or even struck me. Yu Yun patted her shoulder, sighing, enough of this foolishness. I initially intended to wake you, but Jing Shi forbade it, claiming you might slow us down. So it was better for you to remain asleep. That Imushi couldn't help but doubt. Are you serious? Yu Yun replied. Why would I seek to sow discord between you? I have no intention of intruding. Truly, if you don't believe me, ask Jing Shi. That is essentially what he meant. Imushi felt a tinge of dissatisfaction within, yet he acknowledged that Jing Shi's words were undoubtedly true. However, there was little he could do. He was still not powerful enough. Although his manner of speaking was often sharp, he was still soft-hearted toward himself. Besides, Yu Yun's way of speaking was inherently sardonic. Perhaps Jing Shi had no such intentions at all, and even if his words were taken literally, they would sound harsh. After comforting himself, Imushi found a clearer perspective. Sitting in place, he felt the heavy stench of blood was overwhelming. So he stepped outside the cave to wait. Bored and restless, Yu Yun initiated a conversation with Imushi. I find you quite intriguing. That I used to think that Jing Shi would be destined to go through life alone. Yet here you are, emerging unexpectedly. Honestly, where did you come from? How did you gain Jing Shi's trust? Imushi scratched his face and replied, You need not inquire about that. I believe you would not trust my answer even if I told you. Yu Yun's curiosity only intensified. He squinted, looking down at Imushi, and remarked, Could it be that you were some sort of spirit? Or perhaps you were a spy sent from somewhere, lurking beside Jing Shi, making him fall for you, only to eventually cast him aside and leave him heartbroken. Imushi couldn't help but feel a wave of irritation and said, To be honest, Yu Yun, sometimes I truly think your imagination is vivid enough to make you a storyteller. I have no ulterior motives. If I did, I would have seduced Jing Shi long ago. But do you think I've acted in such a manner over these past few days? Yu Yun suddenly had an epiphany and said, I see. You must know that Jing Shi does not favor overtly flirtatious advances, so you are refraining from being proactive, waiting for him to take the bait. Am I right? Imushi couldn't help but chuckle derisively, saying, I genuinely admire your creativity. Yu Yun, brimming with excitement, pressed, Just admit it. Is that not the case? Imushi replied, You are indeed clever. Yes, it is precisely as you said. Are you satisfied now? Chapter 45. Speechless, Yu Yun laughed heartily, glancing behind Imushi. Did you see that? Or rather, did you hear? She approaches you with ulterior motives. Imushi was slightly startled, turning to see Jing Shi, now cleansed of blood, reverting to his usual aloof demeanor. Having overheard Yu Yun's taunts and Imushi's half-hearted admission, Jing Shi's expression remained as inscrutable as ever. He approached, gently flicking Imushi's forehead, and remarked, You truly are something. Jing Shi had always maintained a stoic composure, and Imushi could not discern whether he was genuinely angry or merely feigning it. Feeling a bit uneasy, Imushi explained, You mustn't believe his nonsense. I really think he is too skilled at weaving tales. I couldn't be bothered to clarify, but you must trust that what he said is utter nonsense. Yu Yun glared at her, saying, How do you have two faces? You weren't saying that just now. Jing Shi raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his lips. If what you present to me is the same as what you show to him, then what is the point? I am certainly not the same as you. When have you seen me treat you the same way I treat her? Yu Yun glanced back and forth between Jing Shi and Imushi, a theatrical smirk appearing on his face as he pointed at both of them, saying, Well, I see your true colors now. The two exchanged glances, arms crossed, watching Yu Yun as he continued his performance. Yu Yun, realizing neither was engaging with his antics, grew frustrated and shot them an irritated glare. You two had better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will make your lives a living hell. Why Imushi laughed heartily. Then Jing Shi must be incredibly fallen to be under your thumb. Are you thinking about the next lifetime? Jing Shi cast a sidelong glance at Yimushi, ignoring Yu Yun. Did you sustain any injuries? Yimushi shook her head, feeling a residual fear as she said, I was just a bit startled. I didn't expect this place to be even more terrifying than that forest. Jing Shi reassured her, there is no need to worry. These ordinary Lulus cannot match our strength. We will keep you safe. Why Mushi once again felt as though she and Jing Shi were worlds apart. Otherwise, why would their understanding of so many things differ so greatly? If this was considered ordinary, then what truly was extraordinary? She smiled weakly and said, I am fine. I was just a bit frightened. Jing Shi nodded, saying, I initially intended for you to have a good rest, but there were simply too many matters to attend to, and I ultimately neglected your side. This was his way of addressing Yu Yun's earlier fabrications. Why Imushi shook her head, saying, It's all right. I know you would never abandon me for no reason. Jing Shi smiled gently, nodding in agreement. You truly slept like a log. With all the commotion on our side, you had no reaction at all, which was unexpected. Why Mushi's face flushed slightly, feeling embarrassed by Jing Shi's words. I will be sure to pay more attention in the future and try not to sleep so deeply. Jing Shi added, It matters not, unless there is a significant issue, even if you sleep like a dead pig. It is inconsequential. We can handle it. Why Imushi shot him an exasperated glare. You should just keep quiet. The group rested through the night, and the following day, they prepared to set off once more. However, due to the previous night's fierce battle, they had lost many items and needed to procure replacements. Jing Shi explained the situation to the two and cautioned Yu Yun, remember to take good care of Imushi while I am away. Don't let anything happen to her. It is unlikely that the people from last night will return so quickly that I shall be back shortly, so do not cause any trouble. Yu Yun replied impatiently. Rest assured I'm not reliable. As I said, when you're not around, I will protect this useless one. Just go. Why Imushi was not keen on being left alone with Yu Yun and immediately protested. Why don't you take me with you? It's just a matter of buying something. I won't slow you down, I promise. Jing Shi replied, It is not a matter of hindering you. It is simply more efficient for me to procure items alone. It is a question of necessity. If I bring you along, it will take much longer, and if you happen to fancy something along the way, I will have to stop to buy it, which wastes time. Why Mushi felt somewhat dejected, saying ultimately, You just find me bothersome, don't you? Jing Shi clarified, I do not find you bothersome. I just need you to behave. All right, he was momentarily at a loss for words, truly unsure how to explain himself to Yimuksai. Why Mushi huffed. Rest assured, I'm not one to be oblivious to circumstances. I understand your concerns and recognize that I'm still too weak. I will definitely grow stronger and will not be a burden to you in the future. Only then did Jing Shi feel reassured, nodding as he ruffled Yimushi's hair. As long as you understand. I will be on my way. He seemed a bit uneasy and shot Yu Yun a warning glance. You must keep a close watch on her. If anything happens, I will hold you accountable. Yu Yun grew impatient. Enough already. There is no need for such repeated warnings. I know what to do. Hurry and leave. Besides, you will only be gone for a moment. What could possibly happen? Jing Shi finally felt at ease and departed. Once Jing Shi's figure was out of sight, Yu Yun eagerly asked, Shall we go for a stroll? Yimushi shot him an incredulous glare. Are you out of your mind? Those people just left, and we don't know how many eyes are still watching us from the shadows. You just promised Jing Shi not to wander off, and now you want to go back on your word? How can I trust you to protect me? Yu Yun's expression soured. We came here with nothing to do. I've been listening to the two of you bicker endlessly, and my ears are sore from it. I said I wanted to go out, but I am not genuinely here to escort you two. Can't I have a bit of fun for once? Yimushi retorted, Then go by yourself. I refuse to accompany you on this reckless venture. Yu Yun narrowed his eyes. Do you look down on me? Yimushi shrugged. Why would I? Why do you think so much? Yu Yun flustered and furious. Shot back, you can't deny it. If you trust me, you would come out with me. Why Yimushi immediately conceded. Fine, I don't trust you. Are you satisfied now? Yu Yun was left speechless, unsure whether to continue sulking or to confront Yimushi physically. Chapter 46. Explosive Yu Yun. in a fit of frustration, decided to sit across from her and asked, "Why don't you trust me? I think I am quite reliable. Though I may not be as handsome as Jing Shi, I still possess a certain masculinity, don't you think? Why do you look down on me so?" Yimushi chuckled lightly, saying, "If I were to take a liking to you, you should genuinely be worried." Yu Yun casually suggested, "Well, that's true, but whether you trust me or think highly of me are two different matters. If we don't go out to explore now, Jing Shi will be back soon, and we'll miss our chance for an adventure. I encountered quite a few beauties yesterday." Yimushi nodded thoughtfully and pointed at Yu Yun. "Oh, your intentions have been laid bare, haven't they? You claim you want to enjoy the beautiful scenery here, yet it seems the beauty you seek lies solely in those charming women." Yu Yun, brimming with pride, retorted, "What else could it be? Surely not you." He examined Yimushi from head to toe and added, "Honestly, you're not without merit. If it weren't for Jing Shi, I might have been tempted to sample." Yimushi immediately placed a hand over her heart. "Warning, do not get carried away. Jing Shi is keeping an eye on you." Yin scoffed, saying, "Rest assured, I'm not that bold. He has already warned me, and I wouldn't dare defy him. Besides, while your face is acceptable, your figure leaves much to be desired." Yimushi let out a cold laugh, choosing not to engage further with Yu Yun. Yet he eagerly inquired, "But seriously, do you truly not intend to accompany me for a look around?" Yimushi declined, aware that Yu Yun had promised Jing Shi to protect her. Although he yearned to leave, he remained, folding his arms with a forlorn expression, attempting to evoke her sympathy. Unfortunately, his face lacked the allure for her to feel any impulse to comply. Thus, Yu Yun begrudgingly waited with Yimushi for Jing Shi's return. Before they could settle for 2 minutes, his keen senses suddenly perked up, and he began sniffing the air vigorously, asking, "Do you smell something fragrant?" The aroma was indeed potent, and Yimushi, not entirely devoid of olfactory perception, nodded in acknowledgement. Yu Yun's mouth watered as he exclaimed, "I smell roasted meat. It's been ages since I've had some. Let us go eat roasted meat. With such a strong scent, it must be right outside. We can sneak out, and surely one be discovered by Jing Shi." "What do you say?" Yimushi firmly rejected. "No, I have no desire to eat that roasted meat. Who knows what kind of meat this wretched place uses? You should remain here and not venture anywhere. What if an accident occurs the moment you let your guard down?" Jing Shi, growing impatient, interjected, "Stop being so dramatic. Who do you think you are? I've been attending to you for so long, and you can't even have a bite of meat?" Yimushi couldn't help but furrow her brow, replying, "Have you considered that this could very well be an enemy's trap, designed to lure you out and take advantage of the situation? Or perhaps the roasted meat itself is tainted? Otherwise, how could the scent be so overpowering, especially from behind several doors?" Upon hearing Yimushi's reasoning, Yu Yun began to see her point, muttering, "Where in the world does such coincidence exist? I say you two needn't be so vigilant. After all, you're not exactly a prize." Yimushi sensed the underlying insinuation in his unfinished statement and pressed, "What do you mean?" Yu Yun waved his hand dismissively, responding, "Nothing, I just think you're quite clever and articulate. It is no wonder Jing Shi has taken a liking to you." Yimushi felt that the situation was far from simple. Not long after the roasted meat incident, a commotion erupted outside, and a man's voice rang out, "Did you sleep with this man last night? You shameless woman!" Yimushi winced at the sharp sound of a slap. Feeling a phantom sting on her own face, the woman's sobs followed, her desperate denials echoing. "I didn't Don't say such things. After all these years of hardship together, how could I betray you?" Initially, the man scoffed, "Then what were you doing last night? Don't tell me you shared the same room and did nothing but talk?" Another man, filled with anger, retorted, "You kicked her out yesterday. Where else could she go? I grew up with her. I couldn't just let her wander the streets. You needn't be so suspicious. Nothing happened between us that I slept on the floor while she was in the bed." The man, evidently wearing a green hat, questioned, "Really? You two were in the same room under a blanket, and you claim nothing happened? Who would believe that? Go ask your wife if she would." Yimushi's lips twitched, finding the tale excessively melodramatic. Yu Yun, a lover of gossip, was instantly drawn to the noise outside, stretching his neck to peer out, asking, What are they up to? Why is it so lively? Shouldn't we go take a look? The commotion is right outside. We can just open a door and see. Yin's eyes widened in excitement. Wow, this is juicy. Yimushi replied, can you not be so nosy? We can hear everything from here. Why must we go out? Yin countered, because I think they might come to blows. If they don't fight, what kind of men are they? Are you coming out or not? If not, I'm going. Yimushi slammed her hand on the table, saying, can you not remember anything? Have you forgotten what you promised Jing Shi and what I just mentioned? This noise is meant to lure you out. They know you are gluttonous and inquisitive. Having failed to entice you with roasted meat, they resorted to this dramatic spectacle. Yin argued that it's impossible. It's unlikely they could gather so many who suit my taste in such a short time. Yimushi patiently enumerated, from last night until now, how many people have come. Do you think they would send so many to eliminate Jing Shi with just one plan? He has surely calculated this moment well. They are currently trying to ensnare you. Think of a plausible excuse to give Jing Shi, and you can leave whenever you wish. After her words, Yin found himself swayed, suppressing the urge to rush out and instead locking gazes with Yimushi. Indeed, it wasn't long before the outside fell silent. Chapter 47. The serpent woman Yin could hardly believe his eyes, exclaiming, is that all? Yimushi scoffed, shrugging her shoulders. I told you so. It was merely a ruse for your benefit. As long as you don't fall for it. They leave. Yin felt a twinge of stubbornness, unwilling to admit his short-sightedness, and retorted, how do you know they didn't just finish arguing or move to another location? I refuse to believe he has so many tricks up his sleeve to deal with me. They want to target Jing Shi. You're not exactly a hot commodity. Their attempts to lure me are simply a means to draw him away. But really, you should consider what makes you so valuable that they would go to such lengths to eliminate you. Yimushi shrugged, saying, you know you're worth better than anyone. This thought reminded Yin of her unique constitution, prompting him to fall silent. Yimushi cautioned, given these two incidents, I trust you've come to your senses. Don't let others easily deceive you again. Otherwise, Jing Shi will certainly have a reckoning for you. Yin, growing impatient, waved his hand, saying, how long will you go on? Why do you always use Jing Shi to warn me? I said I'm not that foolish. If you keep talking, I'll take matters into my own hands. Yimushi genuinely believed Yin could be impulsive and reckless. With Jing Shi absent, 1 or 2 warnings might suffice, but repeated admonitions left her uncertain of his potential actions, so she wisely chose to remain silent. The two spent a few peaceful moments together before someone suddenly knocked on the front door, which was merely decorative. Yin and Yimushi exchanged glances, with Yin puzzled, is Jing Shi back? Since when has he become so polite as to knock? Yimushi, however, grew wary, stating, it's likely not Jing Shi, but he has no need to knock. It might be that group again, trying a new tactic since they saw you weren't fooled. Yin remained skeptical. Impossible. Who would be that foolish? Jing Shi must be returning soon. Why act now? Isn't that too risky? Before he finished speaking, a sweet voice called from outside, is anyone inside? I'm the one selling roasted meat outside. I wanted to check if anyone wants to buy before I pack up. If not, it would be a waste. Yin couldn't help but swallow, turning to Yimushi, asking, are you really not going to eat? Don't worry. I can sense that there's just a snake outside. Even if I open the door, I can handle it. I can tell she's not strong. Yimushi remained unconvinced. What if that's merely her disguise? Yin remarked, not at all that my sense of smell is quite acute. The ordinary simply cannot escape my notice. Trust me, she is merely an ordinary vendor of grilled meat. And the situation outside is not nearly as perilous as you might imagine. Yimushi hesitated before nodding and said, then you should go and open the door for her, given Yin's assurances. It seemed he was already on the brink of impatience. After several refusals, it was certainly time to give him a bit of a reward. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly resolve the matter before Jing Shi's return. Yin grinned widely and said, now that's more like it, before turning to open the door for the serpent outside. The moment the door swung open, he was taken aback, not due to the enticing aroma of grilled meat, but because this woman was truly extraordinary. She possessed a remarkably beautiful serpent tail, adorned with glimmering scales, while her upper body seemed almost frail, her form delicate yet captivating. with her expressive eyes and slightly upturned lips. She exuded an alluring charm that was simply irresistible. Yuan swallowed hard, realizing that he hadn't even caught a whiff of the grilled meat, yet he was already parched. The serpent lady smiled gently at Yuan, lifting the oiled paper in her hand, which contained a layer of greasy grilled meat. Yet, Yuan's gaze did not linger on the coveted morsel. Instead, it was fixated on her delicate, seemingly fragile hand, reminiscent of a cheek that could be pinched to yield water. The serpent woman said, "Young sir, your grilled meat has arrived at your doorstep. That if you wish to eat it now, I can take it outside to warm it up and slice it for you. What do you think?" Enchanted by her smile, Yuan wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth and eagerly nodded. Yes, yes. Please slice it for me. I'll go with you. Mushi, feeling anxious, called out. Have you lost your senses? Hurry back. Yuan replied, Don't be so hasty. I'll step outside for just a moment and return without incident. Mushi warily eyed the serpent woman and said, If you need to warm up that portion of grilled meat, you can go alone and then return. Why must we accompany you? Even if we go, I will be with you. The serpent woman lifted her gaze to scrutinize Mushi, her innocent eyes turning to Yuan as she feigned ignorance and asked, Young sir, who is this fierce woman? Could she possibly be your partner? She affected a sorrowful demeanor, moving closer to Yuan and entwining her arm around his, her beauty becoming even more striking. She playfully reproached, Young sir, it's hard to believe you are so young, yet already have a partner, being managed by someone so fearsome. How unfortunate for you. I suggest you part ways with her and return with me. I promise I won't be so fierce. Yuan, utterly captivated, felt his words escape him. He quickly shook his head to regain composure and, realizing what the serpent woman had asked, firmly denied, Of course not. This woman has no relation to me. It's just that her partner is rather formidable and has been threatening me to protect her. I am quite helpless in this situation. The serpent woman, feigning distress, said, How pitiful you are being governed by such a person that my heart aches for you. Come back with me. Everyone there is kind and will not impose upon you. Yuan replied, All right. Mushi immediately interjected, Yuan, you've truly lost your mind. Don't forget that you were the one who promised Jing Shi. He has never threatened you. Yuan appeared to regain some clarity, casting a hesitant glance at the serpent woman. The serpent woman, adding fuel to the fire, chided, Why is this woman still threatening my brother? Chapter 48. Ignorance of danger. Yuan was momentarily enchanted by her calling him brother, and he couldn't help but gaze at the serpent woman again, affectionately saying, I will go with you. Let us enjoy the grilled meat together. Mushi, infuriated, declared, I don't care. You both wish to eat meat, so I will accompany you. The serpent woman stomped her foot in feigned anger, saying, And you say you're not in a relationship? Look at how she speaks. Why must she accompany us? Is it that she cannot bear to be apart from you? Yuan quickly embraced the serpent woman, soothing her, No, truly, my dear, if it were so, she would have long since berated me. Her threats have always revolved around her partner, which indicates there is nothing more between us. Wouldn't you agree? The serpent woman hesitated for a moment, then swiftly planted a kiss on his cheek. As Yuan blushed, she teasingly lifted his chin and said, All right then, I'll reluctantly believe you, but could you please return with me? I assure you there is far more than just grilled meat to enjoy. Yuan, feeling dazed, rubbed his cheek and smiled. Very well, I will return with you to indulge in meat. Mushi, astonished, calculated that from their meeting to the verge of intimacy, it had taken less than a cup of tea, which was truly astounding. She made one last desperate attempt, calling out to Yuan, Hey, even if you truly intend to leave without consideration, at the very least, take me with you. What if something were to happen to me while you're busy? And do you really have to engage in such activities right now? Yuan, irritated, glared at her and said, It won't take long. Mushi's gaze suddenly turned meaningful. If it won't take long, why not wait until next time? Just endure a little longer. Yuan, flustered and ashamed, retorted, No way. You stay here and wait. The serpent woman chimed in with a huff. Exactly. Don't think you can be so arrogant just because someone is protecting you. What makes you so special? My brother is about to go handle affairs with me. Do you think it's appropriate for you to eavesdrop? Mushi raised her hands in surrender, saying, I'm not concerned about that. If you two don't find a way to take me along today, I absolutely want to let you both leave. The serpent woman feigned anger. Brother, if you don't deal with this shrew, I want to go with you. Handle it as you see fit. Humph. We couldn't withstand her tactics. Feeling utterly dispirited, he reassured her. All right. Don't be so upset. It doesn't look good when you're angry. I'll teach her a lesson. Make her realize exactly who she is. When Yuan turned to face Imushi, his demeanor had lost its gentleness. With a cold stare, he said, Are you ever going to stop? Haven't you had enough? I'm not in the mood to continue this charade. I'm leaving today, and you needn't worry so much. I'll place a barrier around you to ensure that lowly creatures cannot approach. Imushi crossed her arms. But what if higher-level creatures come? Moreover, Jing Shi is on his way back soon. He specifically instructed you to protect me before he left. And now you're running off? Are you planning to make me wait here for you to finish your business when he returns? Do you even want to go to the royal city? Yuan wavered for a moment, but upon seeing the serpent woman's pitiful gaze, he quickly regained his resolve and said, I can't worry about that now. My mating season has arrived. You should inform Jing Shi later. I believe he, being a man, will certainly understand why Imushi stared in disbelief, caught off guard by this almost novel-like notion. With a look of skepticism, she asked, Are you serious? You actually have such a thing? Yuan, growing impatient, responded, What kind of question is that? Do you really think you can talk about our kind without any understanding? Why would I lie to you? Don't most animals have mating seasons? Asked Jing Shi. I'm sure he has one too. Haven't you ever been involved? Imushi was at a loss for words. Could you be a bit more courteous? We're not close enough to discuss such intimate matters, all right? Yuan shrugged. If that is how you feel, then it's only right I handle it myself, right? There is no further discussion. Why Imushi remained unconvinced, but this could truly be the tactic of that previous group. Are you certain there is no issue with this serpent woman's origins? She claimed to be a vendor of grilled meat from the start. Before she could finish, the serpent woman interrupted, feigning distress. Brother, you wouldn't truly doubt me because of this woman, would you? On the surface, I am indeed just a vendor of grilled meat. Unless there are other customers asking, I will continue to sell grilled meat. Who says I can only sell grilled meat? The serpent woman had clearly captured Yuan's heart, and he was unwilling to let her feel even a hint of grievance. He quickly reassured her, You're right. Don't feel wronged. This woman has a sharp tongue, perhaps jealous because you are more beautiful than she is. Don't take it to heart. Oh, it pains me so. Come here. Let me give you a kiss. Why Imushi watched in disbelief as the two individuals before her shared a brief kiss, seemingly on the verge of entangling themselves further. She hastily interjected, You two, please calm down and be mindful of your surroundings. I am still here. The serpent woman huffed and inquired, Are you coming with me or not? If you choose not to, I shall take my leave without waiting for you. Yin quickly replied, Of course I will accompany you. Don't heed this woman's nonsensical ramblings. I shall go with you at once. Please wait while I exchange a few words with her. After a moment of hesitation, Yin reluctantly returned to Imushi's side, warning her, Do not thwart my intentions. My heat has arrived. If you impede my departure, perhaps you might assist me in alleviating this predicament. Imushi felt a shiver run down her spine, her brow furrowing even deeper as she retorted, Enough of this nonsense. Just be off with you. Yin raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you truly not willing to consider it? I see you and Jing Shi have not shared anything substantial. I would not disdain your company. Why not join me for a more stimulating experience? Imushi spat at Yun and exclaimed, You must be out of your mind to dare tease me. You continuously claim I belong to Jing Shi. If that is the case, you must have noticed there is something between us. Yet you still wish to take advantage? Truly reckless. Yun smirked, saying, Have I spoken incorrectly? Jing Shi has shown no interest in you for quite some time. You would be better off with me. Though you may not possess much allure, I would not be averse to your advances. Imushi clutched her chest and warned, Do not act foolishly, I assure you. I harbor no feelings for you that if you force me, I will fight back with all I have. Though I may lack prowess, I will drag you down with me. After all, Jing Shi had once desired her purity but ultimately failed. What chance did Yin have? Yin stared at the tattoo on her shoulder for a moment, then scoffed, Rest assured, I have no interest in you and no need to be so frightened. Perhaps in the next life, I might find you appealing. Or if you beg on your knees, I might bestow upon you a modicum of affection." Yi Mushi retorted harshly, "I say, Yun, are you unwell? I made it abundantly clear that I am disinterested in you. Why not hasten back to your serpent woman? If you tarry, your heat will pass, and Jing Shi will return while you remain here, prattling away." Yun, reminded by her words, acknowledged, "Well, at least you have some sense to remind me." With a grunt, he bit his fingertip and swiftly drew a complex sigil beneath Yi Mushi's feet. Incredibly, he completed it in one stroke, then sucked on his fingertip, pointing at the sigil. "Stay within this circle and do not move. With this barrier, I trust no foolish little creature will dare approach you. I shall take my leave now. Enjoy your time." Yi Mushi glared at his retreating figure, her teeth clenched. "Remember to return swiftly." Yu Yun waved her off, and in that moment, she saw through his true nature. He was utterly treacherous, incapable of enduring any trial. How could someone so perceptive as Jing Shi be deceived by such a scoundrel? Yu Yun embraced the serpent woman, and they wasted no time in kissing, the sounds of their affection causing Yi Mushi to frown repeatedly. She found it incomprehensible how Yu Yun, a creature who seemed to think solely with his lower half, could survive in the forest for so long. It appeared that anyone with a hint of allure could easily deceive him. Why, indeed, did they rush into intimacy upon their first meeting? Were there not countless peculiar maladies lurking about? Indifferent to such filth, made her resolve to keep her distance from him to avoid catching any of his ailments. With her arms crossed, she sat in place, feeling a wave of frustration. Though their conversations had been unpleasurable, Yu Yun had at least provided her with company. Now that he had left, her boredom intensified. She glanced outside, wondering when Jing Shi would return. She had an ominous feeling that the serpent woman was up to no good, conspiring with her cohorts to deceive Yu Yun. The longer she waited, the more anxious she became, gripped by a strong premonition that something was amiss. Jing Shi's prolonged absence suggested he might have been waylaid. After all, he had ventured out alone to save time, indicating he was not one to linger unnecessarily while shopping. Yet, from the time he left to procure roasted meat, nearly half an hour had passed. The underhanded methods of those people were unending, and now that Yu Yun had departed, one could only imagine what vile schemes they might concoct. Just as Yi Mushi contemplated her next move, a violent knock reverberated at the door. She instinctively took a step back, lamenting internally that this was undoubtedly a ploy. Yun, with his singular focus, had failed to see that it was a trap. It seemed they had just left, and now someone was at the door. Calling Yun back now felt unrealistic. She could only place her hopes on the barrier beneath her feet, trusting that Jing Shi was indeed as formidable as he claimed, and that the intruder would not require anything more than rudimentary tactics to deal with a frail woman like herself. The door finally splintered open, revealing a tall figure emerging from the swirling dust. Yi Mushi's mind raced in confusion. She recalled how Sun Wukong had once drawn a circle around Tang Sung, only to have a monster seize him. As her thoughts spiraled, a masked man approached, his muscular frame and expressionless face betraying no concern about Yi Mushi seeing his visage. Yi Mushi swallowed hard, resolutely remaining within the barrier, and glared at the M.A.N.D. "Oh, you not understand manners. Kicking down someone else's door is hardly polite, is it?" The man scoffed. "Does one need to be gentle when retrieving a corpse?" Yi Mushi felt her scalp prickle. "I implore you, can we not engage in a more cordial exchange? Must we resort to hostility?" The man sneered disdainfully. "What need is there for civility when addressing a mere rabbit? Crushing you would suffice." Unaware of Yun's barrier, reached out to grasp Yi Mushi's throat. Though she understood the protection of the sigil, she was uncertain of its potency. Instinctively, she turned her head and closed her eyes, bracing for pain that never came. Instead, she heard a scream from the man, feeling warm liquid splatter across her face. She opened her eyes to see him howling, clutching the severed remains of his arm. While her feet rested beside his still twitching hand, in shock, Yi Mushi took a step back, the sigil glowing faintly as Yun's voice echoed. "Do not step outside the barrier. No one can harm you." Yi Mushi hurriedly asked, "Can you still see me?" Yun's voice did not respond again, suggesting that the sigil was merely imbued with a warning mechanism, not a means for dialogue. That a moment of unease settled within her as she realized how formidable the barrier truly was. One touch had severed the man's hand. Perhaps it was only those reaching in from the outside who would suffer such consequences, while she remained untouched. The man knelt before her, a defeated figure. The man cast a sinister glance at Yimushi for a brief moment. Then, clutching his injured arm, he rose to his feet and declared, "If you have the guts, step out instead of hiding within this protective circle." Yimushi exaggeratedly took a step back and replied, "Big brother, do you perhaps overestimate me? I am not one of the 108 heroes descended from Yanshan. Why would I venture out to duel with you? I am merely a delicate lady incapable of carrying burdens that I refuse to engage in a conflict with you." The man ominously retorted, "Do not think that by cowering inside, I'm powerless against you." Yimushi quickly countered, "Dear brother, I never claimed such a thing. Please refrain from spreading baseless rumors. If you possess any means to break this barrier, do feel free to use them instead of threatening a frail woman. Such behavior is unbecoming of a gentleman." After staring at Yimushi for a moment, the man seemed to realize he was indeed at an impasse with the barriers set by Yu Yun. He glared at Yimushi for a moment before begrudgingly stating, "Fine, just you wait. I will surely find a way to make you obediently leave that circle." As she watched the man's figure gradually recede, Yimushi let out a slight sigh of relief. Observing the circle beneath her feet, it seemed Yu Yun was somewhat reliable, yet strength still mattered, with a modicum of safety blossoming within her. She slumped within the barrier, hoping Jing Shi would return soon. Without his presence, she felt a persistent lack of security. After all, while the barrier was formidable, it remained an intangible entity, rendering it difficult to trust. Before long, Yimushi felt the pangs of hunger gnawing at her. She patted her belly and glanced outside, only to find that the food available after yesterday's altercation was scant, reduced to mere scraps that were hardly edible. Jing Shi had yet to return, leaving her waiting in irritation for an extended period, nearly dozing off. Just then, as she stood there, a particularly sprightly figure dashed out, eagerly inquiring, "So, what's the situation? Did you manage to retrieve the person?" Upon seeing the man fully emerge, she noticed his arm was smeared with blood, and his sleeve was torn. Instantly, she grasped that he had failed, unable to suppress a smirk as she remarked, "You spoke so confidently at first. Yet here you are, failing to accomplish your task, and instead getting yourself into trouble." Feeling disgruntled, her furry ears perked up from Beania Lu Fong. Her rabbit leg twitched slightly, delivering a playful kick to Yimushi's wrist. She found Yimushi to be a fascinating woman, capable of devising a method to cook her the moment she laid eyes on her. With a silent huff, she cursed Yimushi for her cruelty. Unbeknownst to Yimushi, who merely felt a twinge of pain from the rabbit's claws, she did not hold it against the creature. Instead, she gently flicked the rabbit's forehead, remarking, "You little rascal, you certainly know how to scratch." Then, she seized Lu Fong's rabbit ears, the most sensitive part of her, causing Lu Fong's fur to bristle. With a forceful kick, she effortlessly liberated herself from Yimushi's grasp, escaping once more to why Yimushi quipped, "You mischievous little rabbit, though I shall overlook your antics this time, given that you rushed to my aid in my moment of hunger. Just wait for my return." As she prepared to turn away, intending to offer a parting admonition to the rabbit, she was taken aback to find it had vanished, only to be met with the sight of a charming and enchanting jade rabbit, a beauty that left her momentarily speechless. Pointing at Lu Fong, she inquired, "When did you arrive? Where's the rabbit? What have you done with my provisions?" Lu Fong, covering her ears, complained, "What provisions? I'm the only one here." Revealing her teeth in a radiant smile, the creditor that why Yimushi couldn't help but mutter a curse under her breath, instantly yearning to return to the circle. Yet, after only a few steps, she heard Lu Fong, arms crossed and a leisurely expression on her face, declare, "It's futile for you to run now. This restriction loses its power the moment you step outside. Go on, try it for yourself." With a blink, Yimushi dashed back into the circle, and upon attempting to exit again, she found no resistance at all. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "Yu Yun, you scoundrel, your restriction is utterly unreliable. Why is it only a one-time use?" Lu Fong circled around Yimushi, shaking her head. "Perhaps you never anticipated your foolishness to run out for a morsel of food. It truly amuses me." Why Yimushi retreated a few steps, placing a hand over her chest in suspicion, What exactly are you? What do you intend to do? Lu Fang chuckled, covering her mouth, and playfully patted Yi Mushi's shoulder, saying, "Oh, don't worry, I have no intention of harming you. But considering how you just squeezed and twisted me, almost as if to skin me alive, I'm a bit you." The diminutive maid also reached out to touch Yi Mushi, swallowing hard as she remarked, "She appears to be quite delectable. Why don't we slice off a piece of meat to taste?" Lu Fang shot her a fierce glare and replied, "What are you thinking? Have you considered whether we can indeed afford to do that? If we cut a piece of her meat, its quality would be compromised, making it difficult to sell at a good price later." The short maid pondered for a moment and suggested, "Then let us specifically cut from the less noticeable areas." After a brief silence, Lu Fang felt a wave of nausea as they all stared at the diminutive maid, their gazes tinged with pity and their expressions exceedingly complex. Chapter 53. A sudden realization. Lu Fang sighed and said, "I usually don't deny you meat. Why are you so lacking in principles? We certainly don't need to resort to this. Though her flesh is indeed precious, I believe money holds greater significance than if we don't need to consume it. Then we shall refrain." The taller maid also sighed, patting her shoulder and saying, "If you truly desire to eat meat, tonight you may indulge a bit more. There's no need to be so desperate." The short maid, realizing her misinterpretation, blushed and retorted, "Where are your thoughts wandering? Even if it's just the meat from the thigh, it would still be inconspicuous once dressed." All of them were salivating at the thought of Yi Mushi's flesh, and upon hearing her words, they hesitated. The tall Yi Mushi was somewhat taken aback. "So, you actually know those two?" Lu Fang merely hummed in acknowledgement, refraining from providing a direct answer. Why, Yi Mushi, brimming with delight, exclaimed, "Isn't that wonderful? It means you share a connection, so you must be friends, right? Why the need to be so harsh with a friend's friend?" Lu Fang revealed a mischievous smile and retorted, "Who told you that I am friends with Jing Shi? We are rivals, and every time he sees me, he wears a scowl that is truly irksome." That why Yi Mushi cautiously inquired, "Is it a deep-seated grudge?" Lu Fang shook her head and replied, "Not quite. But it isn't far off." Why Yi Mushi nearly gasped in disbelief, suspecting that Lu Fang was deliberately speaking in fragmented sentences. Lu Fang smirked slightly, finding this plump morsel rather intriguing and amusing, though she lamented that it would soon be ruined by someone else. Seeing that Lu Fang was impervious to gentleness, Yi Mushi resolved to adopt a firmer approach. "I must inform you that I have indeed become involved with Jing Shi, and he genuinely cares for me. He has even insisted that Yu Yun protect me. If Yu Yun fails to do so, he too will face consequences. Both of them are formidable. Are you prepared to withstand their wrath?" Lu Fang clutched her chest and exclaimed dramatically, "Oh, how frightened I am." She then laughed ostentatiously, saying, "Little sister, let me tell you, if I were truly afraid of this, I would have fled long ago. How could I have reached this point? My enmity with Jing Shi is not something that has merely accumulated over time. One more life or one less matters little to me. I certainly won't fear his resentment." Wai Mushi could not help but feel curious. "So what exactly is your relationship with him? Lovers? Arch-enemies? Where does such animosity stem from?" Lu Fang waved her hand dismissively and replied, "Who would be his lover? You are overthinking this. Jing Shi is probably incapable. I haven't heard of anyone else besides you in all these years. His interest in you may well be due to your complete evolution. Not let yourself be so deluded. In the end, you will be the one to suffer." Noting Lu Fang's reticence to discuss Jing Shi, it seemed evident that there was truly no affection between them. Her expression did not suggest deliberate evasion. Rather, it conveyed genuine impatience when forced to mention someone she disliked. Unable to sway Lu Fang with softness or firmness, Yi Mushi rolled her eyes, contemplating a different tactic. Perhaps if she caused enough commotion, Lu Fang would relent? Thus, she began to disrupt Lu Fang's space, wailing, "I don't care. You must go find Jing Shi right now. If I don't see him, I will take my own life, and you will gain nothing." Lu Fang scoffed, crossing her arms as she watched the scene unfold, adding, "You may disrupt my space today, but know this, all compensation will be deducted from your body later." Yi Mushi hesitated for a moment, observing Lu Fang's tears as she rolled on the bed, lamenting, "Why is my life so bitter? I was just an ordinary person who suddenly fell into this place." inexplicably pursued and hunted by everyone. After finally settling down for a while, you dragged me out to be offered to others for dual cultivation. Lu Fang maintained her impassive expression, saying, "Continue your tantrum. Let us see if I will feel sympathy or soften my heart." That whitey Mushi rolled around in the space, inadvertently ingesting some of the rabbit fur, until she was choked, coughing violently, and shedding tears. Unable to contain herself any longer, she covered her face and wept uncontrollably. She truly felt that her misfortune was unparalleled. All she had wanted was to live peacefully as a student, to pass her days without regret after bidding farewell to her parents. Yet one day, she awoke in this unfamiliar and perilous place. She had no experience in survival. Everything here, from bears to insects, was a terrifying plus version. Even a bee was the size of a fist. And the people here seemed to possess powers beyond mere fists. All of this was far removed from the convenience of her previous life, where everything was easily accessible. For days, she had been fearful of being devoured by Jing Shi, diligently serving him, and later, exhausting herself to appease Yu Yun, terrified that he might impulsively take a bite out of her. Now she found herself inexplicably captured by Lu Fang, prepared to be sold off for dual cultivation. Truly a torment. Chapter 55. Delays. Mushi felt as though she had incurred the wrath of 8 lifetimes. In her previous life, she had never committed any egregious acts. The worst she had done was fail to offer her seat to an elderly person on public transport. How had she ended up in such a predicament? Observing the tears streaming down her face, Lu Fang felt a flicker of amusement, kicking her lightly and saying with mild annoyance, "I ask you, can you not show a bit of resilience? It's merely a bit of bullying. Must you cry as though your mother has died?" Mushi sobbed. "What do you know? This is merely the last straw that broke the camel's back. Furthermore, your intention is not just to let me survive in your den. You wish to sell me off for dual cultivation with various a woman yourself. How can you bear to see me lose my purity?" Lu Fang sighed and replied, "Sister, you are still too young. Why become entangled in trivialities? Life is short. Indulge in joy while you can. Do not view dual cultivation as a punishment. Perceive it instead as a form of enjoyment, and it will be much more palatable. Moreover, the joys of flesh and water are fleeting pleasures, often elusive. Mushi shot her a fierce glare and retorted, "If it is so enjoyable, why don't you indulge in it yourself instead of forcing me?" Lu Fang shrugged and replied, "How do you know I have it?" Mushi. Lu Fang circled around her, unable to resist, swallowing hard and saying, "But you are an ultimate evolved being. Everyone covets you. If it weren't for your exorbitant price, I would genuinely consider consuming you." What a pity that Mushi did not believe that being cooked would be a better fate than being forced into dual cultivation, which only deepened her frustration. "Why can't I even have a dignified death?" Lu Fang patted her shoulder, saying, "Sister, accept your fate. Your body is a coveted treasure. Everyone desires it. Since you lack the ability to protect yourself, you can only allow others to manipulate." Mushi let out a cold hum, saying, "If I were to stage a hunger strike, whether I would ultimately perish is one matter. However, my appearance would certainly suffer, which would consequently diminish your potential profits. Thus, inflicting discomfort upon you is my greatest delight, and I shall resolutely abstain from eating." Lu Fang smiled and asked, "Must you be this way? If you insist on this course of action, do not blame me for being unkind. I may very well force-feed you to." Mushi nonchalantly revealed a hint of derision, retorting, "What do I have to fear? Is this the only carrot you possess? If you shove it into my mouth, I might just choke on it. Even if you did force it down, I could easily extract it. Do you believe me?" Lu Fang felt a surge of frustration, thinking, "What on earth do you want? Just tell me what you wish to eat, and I shall find a way to procure it for you." Mushi lazily lifted her eyelids and replied, "I'm not in the mood to eat anything right now, so I shall consume nothing. Just leave me be." Lu Fang inwardly cursed several times, realizing that she truly regarded herself as significant. Yet, she had to concede that Mushi was not entirely without merit. At the very least, she was adept at discerning human nature, knowing how to maximize her own benefit and then use that to threaten her. Lu Fang smiled as if basking in the spring breeze, saying, "If you grow hungry, you must eat this. This carrot is a rare variety here, juicy and sweet. truly delectable that we usually hesitate to partake in such a treat. Yimushi grimaced, stating, "Only you rabbits would consider this a delicacy. I typically avoid carrots altogether. The mere scent makes me want to retch. Please take it away. Thank you." Lu Fang clenched her fists, taking a deep breath to remind herself that this person was worth more than a year's worth of food to them. Her mood lightened slightly as she forced a warm smile, nodding. "All right, since it does not suit your palate, I shall take it away. Whenever you feel hungry, just let me know, and I will immediately fetch you something to eat." "All right." Yimushi could not be bothered to respond further, reclining upon her bed, firmly believing that Jing Shi would undoubtedly return to rescue her. It was merely a matter of time. For now, her objective was to delay. Chapter 56. Beast. She had to prolong the time Lu Fang intended to sell her indefinitely, waiting for Jing Shi to find her. However, Lu Fang's nest was far more comfortable than her own, and it was indeed the most restful bed she had encountered since arriving here. Additionally, it bore a faint, alluring fragrance that was quite moving. She could not help but roll about a few times, scattering rabbit fur all around before halting. Noticing Lu Fang's pained expression, she feigned ignorance and asked, "Why are you still here?" "I wish to rest." Lu Fang replied, "I was pondering what food I could find that would satisfy you." Yimushi waved her hand, saying, "No need for that. I do not wish to eat anything right now. Please leave quickly." Lu Fang reminded herself of the worth of this person, managing to maintain her composure as she exited. Yimushi rolled her eyes at Lu Fang's retreating figure, thinking this cowardly creature truly believed herself invulnerable. Without a lesson, she would continue to act as if she were made of soft flesh, only threatening her with Jing Shi and Yu Yun. Before long, Lu Fang returned with a bowl in hand. From a distance, Yimushi detected an overwhelming stench of blood, causing her to wrinkle her nose and inquire, "Why have you returned? Did I not instruct you not to come back? And what is that you are holding?" Lu Fang placed the bowl down, presenting it as if it were a treasure, saying, "This is the freshest roasted meat, uncooked and incredibly delicious. Since you refuse to eat carrots, why not give this a try? You cannot remain hungry indefinitely, can you?" Yimushi knew Lu Fang was worried she might truly starve to death. In crossing her arms, she disdainfully remarked, "Who eats raw meat these days? I prefer it cooked. I refuse to consume this raw flesh, for who knows how many parasites it harbors." Lu Fang's face displayed a hint of bewilderment as she sniffed the bowl of meat, then shook her head, declaring, "Parasites? What are those? There are definitely no bugs in this. We eat it regularly without any issues." Yimushi rolled her eyes, saying, "Parasites are invisible. Do you not feel unwell after eating? Upheavals and diarrheas, perhaps?" Lu Fang pondered for a moment before nodding, admitting, "Occasionally, but those who experience it die quickly. To this day, no cause has been determined. The meat is shared among us, and I have never suffered any ill effects." Yimushi scoffed, thinking, "Just wait. Those parasites may very well be lurking within your belly, poised for the moment to wreak havoc." Lu Fang tentatively asked, "You truly will not eat this? If that is the case, it merely indicates you are not fond of it. But surely you can express what you wish to eat? If you starve, the one to suffer will be you alone. We can still sell you regardless. If it comes to it, when you're on the brink of death, we can feed you something, and by then, when you're unconscious, you won't even know what we're giving you. You would be better off taking advantage of my current patience and making a request rather than torturing yourself here." Yimushi considered this and realized Lu Fang might have a point. After all, Lu Fang's mood was quite amiable now, but if she could send her away, she might find an opportunity to escape. With this realization, she feigned deep contemplation, and after a moment, said, "I wish to eat the herbal cake from Baichao Ji located south of the town. Can you fetch it for me?" A few days prior, while passing by Baichao Ji with Jing Shi, he had informed her that was the most famous snack shop in the area. She had longed to try it, but the queue had been far too long, so she had given up. Now, the crowd would likely be at its peak. If she could send Lu Fang to stand in line, she might just find her chance to flee. Lu Fang was familiar with Baichao Ji and had tasted their signature dish before. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "That dish is not particularly delicious. You should choose something else that the whole piece has a strong herbal taste. I truly do not understand how it sells so well." Yimushi immediately protested, "I do not care. I want to eat that right now. You must go and get it from me. or I will refuse to eat anything. When the time comes for you to sell me, I will be so emaciated that you will struggle to fetch a decent price. As she spoke, she began to roll around on the bed. Lu Fang, growing somewhat impatient, struck the stone table with her fist in an attempt to intimidate Yimushi. To her surprise, Yimushi remained unfazed, glaring at her and demanding, "What are you doing?" Lu Fang forced a smile, saying, "You usually throw tantrums at Jing Shi. How does he manage to tolerate you? Why has he not cast you out?" Yimushi thought to herself, "What nonsense. As long as Jing Shi was there, he was the supreme authority. Whatever he desired, she and Yu Yun would have to comply. Not to mention throwing tantrums, she rarely dared to make demands of Jing Shi, fearing that his displeasure might lead to her swift demise. However, observing Lu Fang's demeanor, it seemed her resentment towards Jing Shi was not entirely free from fear and apprehension. If she were to comprehend just how vital Yimushi was to Jing Shi, she would likely be far more cautious in her actions. Thus, Yimushi nodded and said, "Indeed, Jing Shi's tolerance for me knows no bounds. Are you envious?" Lu Fang shrugged, saying, "Do not utter such foolishness. Why would I envy you? Envy him for trailing after you like a foolish dog? Do you not realize that you resemble a mere bone?" Yimushi lifted her chin defiantly, declaring, "And what of being a bone? Bones, too, can be cherished." Lu Fang rolled her eyes, unwilling to continue the conversation with Yimuxi. "So you wish to eat Bai Chao Ji, do you? Very well. I shall go fetch it for you. Stay here obediently and do not attempt to escape." Noticing Yimushi's aversion to meat, she was no longer polite, taking a thin slice of raw meat between her slender fingers and shoving it in her mouth. Instantly, the rich blood flowed from her lips, staining her teeth crimson, while bits of meat clung to the corners of her mouth. Oblivious to her, she gnawed the meat with her sharp teeth, the sound of her chewing reminiscent of some primal beast. Once finished, she licked her lips, revealing a satisfied expression, with a few droplets of blood still lingering at the corners of her mouth. Yimushi could not suppress a shiver. It was her first time witnessing someone consume raw meat since arriving here, and it left her deeply shocked. Chapter 57. Do you find me desirable? It is uncertain whether it is the meticulous nature of Jing Shi or merely a belief that she might feel uncomfortable. But each time, the meat is meticulously cooked through. Moreover, Yun possesses a habitual enjoyment of such delicacies, and after indulging in such delectable fare, he no longer finds satisfaction in anything less, regardless of past experiences. He has never partaken of raw meat in her presence. Thus, it stands to reason that she assumes the inhabitants here are akin to those from her former home, insisting that meat must be thoroughly cooked before consumption. However, today, for the first time, she witnesses a scene where seemingly elegant beauty is indulging in meat, a perfect embodiment of the adage that one should not judge by appearances. Lu Fang notices Yimu, she fixated on her as she savors the meat, which piques her curiosity. Tentatively lifting her bowl, she inquires, "Why do you keep staring at me? Do you suddenly crave meat? Do not hesitate. A taste will reveal its delightful flavor, and I assure you, there are no parasites as you mentioned." Yimushi hastily extends her hand in refusal, exclaiming, "No, no, no. Such exquisite fare is beyond my humble means. Please, hurry and procure me some herbal delicacies. I have resolved to abstain from meat starting today. I shall never consume it again." Lu Fang furrows her brow in perplexity, sensing that Yimushi's words are rather eccentric. Nevertheless, she does not intend to delve deeper into this matter. Seeing Yimushi abstain, she happily devours 2 more pieces of meat that, why Yimushi cannot help but squint her eyes in disapproval. While one may relish meat, must they also smack their lips? Is there not a modicum of decorum to be upheld? Realizing that Yimushi's expression resembles that of someone afflicted by a toothache, Lu Fang deduces that she cannot bear such a sight. Amused, she continues to consume several more pieces of meat, relishing the discomfort she inflicts upon Yimushi. Once she has finished her meal, Lu Fang rubs her belly and steps out to fetch food for Yimushi. Meanwhile, upon his return, Jing Shi discovers the cave is devoid of the 2 individuals. Cursing under his breath, he reflects on how unreliable Yu Yun is. He should not have placed his trust in him. However, there appears to be no signs of struggle within the cave, suggesting that nothing dire has occurred. Perhaps the 2 could not withstand the solitude, and, having waited too long, ventured out to amuse themselves as Yue spoke. A sudden realization struck him, and he turned abruptly to the trembling snake woman beside him. She had been poised to flee, alarmed by the fierce argument between the two, but Yue's unexpected words startled her, causing her to shudder and nearly kneel before him. Without hesitation, Yue seized the collar of the snake woman's garment. Despite their earlier intimacy just a quarter of an hour prior, once Yue discerned her intentions to exploit him, he could swiftly transition from affection to ruthless disdain. A dangerous smile graced his lips as he caressed the snake woman's cheek, softly inquiring, "So you, too, were sent to deal with me?" He continued, "Now, tell me what you know. If you divulge the truth, I shall hold you blameless and spare you, understood?" The snake woman trembled uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Yue in sheer terror. A cruel smile crept onto Yun's lips. "Do hurry and speak. Do not compel me to take action. Otherwise, how shall we reconcile the bond we once shared?" With a quivering voice, the snake woman stammered, "I truly do not understand what is happening. That I know nothing. I was merely sent to seduce you. I have no knowledge of those behind this scheme or their motives against you. I am just a hired hand. Please spare me." Yue detested being used above all else, his veins bulging with ire, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. "Ah, so you genuinely approach me with ulterior motives. How delightful. Surely, you must know what this person looks like. Speak, and I shall grant you clemency." The snake woman cautiously scrutinized Yu's expression, sensing that he might tear her apart at any moment. In a rush, she divulged all she knew. "I truly have no idea what is going on. Please do not question me further." He paid me, but I never saw his face. He wore a veil. That I am utterly ignorant. Yu's fingers wandered along the snake woman's neck, his long nails poised as if they could pierce her skin at any moment. His voice dropped to a whisper, laced with unsettling gentleness. "Is what you say true? You are not deceiving me." The snake woman was on the verge of tears. "Of course it is true. I am merely a paid servant, with no intention of risking my life. Why would I lie to you now? The money he gave me is right here with me. That if you do not believe me, I will hand it all over immediately. For the sake of our fleeting connection, please, let me go." Yue narrowed his eyes, still dissatisfied with her duplicitous approach. At that moment, Jing Shi could no longer contain himself. "Have you finished speaking? If so, hurry and find him. Should you fail today, you should understand the consequences. That I mean it. You will accompany Mushi to her grave." Yun's expression soured, and he released the snake woman, retorting, "Is that not a curse upon Mushi? She may not even be dead, yet you insist on sending me to accompany her. Perhaps she merely found the outside world more entertaining and wandered off? You need not worry so much. She is carefree and may have simply forgotten to inform us." Jing Shi shot him a menacing glance. "Speak another word, and I will take action." Yue scoffed, while the snake woman seized the opportunity to revert to her original form and fled swiftly. Frustrated, Yue stomped his foot, exclaiming, "That wretched woman has yet to provide me with an explanation and runs off so quickly. I hope I do not encounter her again. Otherwise, I shall stew her." Jing Shi chuckled coldly. "You ought to take a look in the mirror. Do you honestly believe any woman would find your visage appealing? At times, your lack of self-awareness is astonishing." Yue protested. "What is wrong with my appearance? In my realm, I am renowned as a handsome man. It is simply your lack of appreciation." Jing Shi retorted. "Leave." Chapter 59. The scent of that woman inwardly. Yue scoffed, realizing that Jing Shi was merely another ungrateful soul, all bravado yet soft-hearted. He had previously stated that Mushi was only protected due to her utilitarian value. Yet upon facing trouble, Jing Shi's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety, claiming indifference. Who would believe that? Jing Shi glared at Yue, who remained rooted in place, lost in thought. "Are you not going to seek her out? Why are you still standing here, staring at me? Will not bring her back. Get moving." Yue clenched his fists and replied, "Understood," before turning to search for Mushi. However, the city was vast, and locating one person proved to be a formidable challenge. Regrettably, he had not considered placing a distinctive scent on Mushi. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he glanced back at Jing Shi. "By the way, do you not have that contract between the two of you? Shouldn't it be easy for you to find her?" Why not attempt to sense Mushi through that contract? Jing Shi frowned. That is unnecessary for you to mention. Once you depart, I can attempt it. I already tried before coming here, but I could not sense her, which is why I was irate with you. Yin could only sigh in exasperation, since you can sense her through the contract. I implore you not to make it difficult for me. The city is enormous. Where am I supposed to find this one person? Jing Shi snapped. Could you hurry up and find her? Your presence is bothersome. I already attempted it and could not sense her, so please, go find her. If I can detect her aura, I will resume my search without needing to waste time with you here. Yun gritted his teeth and muttered, fine, before aimlessly wandering off in search of someone. Although he and Mushi were not particularly close, the bond they had formed over the past few days had fostered some affection. He genuinely liked her, unlike Jing Shi's admiration, which was purely based on appreciation. After all, they had engaged in plenty of banter throughout their time together, sharing many moments of joy. Furthermore, Mushi's naive nature often led her to overlook the lessons life had to offer. His initial intention had been to draw her in with ulterior motives, yet she remained blissfully unaware, even defending him when Jing Shi targeted him. Yin took his search seriously, while Jing Shi settled cross-legged, closing his eyes and reciting ancient incantations that seemed to originate from a distant past. Imbued with an inexplicable, enchanting power, a luminous ring soon materialized around him, and as he opened his eyes, they glimmered a jade-like green, his brow furrowed in concentration, yet he still found no trace of her. Logically, this should not be the case. After signing the contract, they shared a bond that transcended the physical realm. Even if the body perished, the connection should remain. What sort of individual possessed such power to genuinely sever their ties? It was utterly unfathomable. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over Jing Shi. If he could not sense Mushi's presence, could it imply that she no longer existed? The thought sent his mind reeling, but he quickly steadied his breath, reminding himself that even if her body were truly gone, the soul would still maintain a tether. At the very least, he should be able to sense her remains. Yet there was nothing. Jing Shi forced himself to remain calm and attempted several more times, his heart a tumult of fear and hope, dreading the possibility of receiving bad news, yet also fearing the absence of any sign. Meanwhile, on Lu Fang's side, she had been tasked by Mushi to sell items, her heart filled with reluctance and displeasure. After finally purchasing the items, she turned and collided with someone, raising her eyes to find Yun's enlarged face before her. The pastries in her hand nearly slipped from her grasp as she staggered back 2 steps, indignantly exclaiming, Yun, are you insane? Why are you standing so close? Yun rubbed his nose, filled with suspicion. What is that scent on you? Lu Fang rolled her eyes. What scent could it possibly be? The scent of a rabbit? Are you directing all of this nonsense at me? I assure you, I have no interest in you, that if you wish to flirt with me, you may as well wait a lifetime. Yun crossed his arms and let out a derisive laugh. Do listen to your absurd fantasies. Why on earth would I be interested in you? What do you possess that I could possibly find appealing? I merely find your scent somewhat familiar, as though I have encountered it before. Lu Fang's eyelids twitched slightly, prompting her to recall that she had just encountered Mushi. Indeed, there was a distinct and potent fragrance emanating from Mushi. Likely due to her unique constitution, her surprise, this scent seemed to have an infectious quality. Her heart raced as she met Yun's puzzled gaze, feigning calmness as she inquired, What scent? I can't smell anything. Perhaps it's because I've recently changed my fragrance pouch? Yun shook his head, asserting no, I'm absolutely certain of what I smell. The fragrance on you unmistakably belongs to that woman. Have you met her? Lu Fang understood that a direct denial would only raise Yun's suspicions that it would be wiser to divert him and avoid any potential trouble later. Thus, she inquired, Which woman are you referring to? Yun, growing impatient, replied, Mushi, of course. You must know her, the super-evolved being who has recently become the talk of the town. I won't believe you if you claim ignorance. Lu Fang promptly nodded, saying, Oh, her, of course. I know her. But what of it? What's your point? Yun crossed his arms. Given the strength of the scent on you, it stands to reason you must have been in contact with Mushi. So tell me, did you kidnap her? Where is she now? Take me to her, and I might let you off the hook. However, if I have to search your lair myself to find her, You can imagine the consequences. Chapter 60. Seeking death. Lu Fang cursed herself inwardly for being so careless as to harbor someone in her lair. She had not anticipated that Jing Shi would possess such a keen sense, capable of detecting even this. Her misfortune was compounded by the fact that not only was she firmly under Yimushi's thumb, but she had also encountered Yu Yun upon stepping outside. She forced a smile and replied, "I have never met the Yimushi you speak of, nor would I ever kidnap her. What would I gain from that?" Yu Yun scoffed, "Are you asking me that? How absurd! Who in this city doesn't know that Yimushi is the most valuable asset around? If you were to kidnap her, you could do anything, but if you insist on denying it, I might as well just search her lair myself." Lu Fang realized that evasion was futile. Given Yu Yun's nature, even if she managed to dismiss him now, he would undoubtedly employ various means to harass her later. It was better to be forthright and let him search. Fortunately, she had a means of independent communication with her associates in the lair, allowing her to convey a message even from a distance. Thus, she nodded and said, "All right, you can come back with me. But heed my warning. If you find nothing, you will kneel and apologize." Seeing Lu Fang's resolute demeanor, Yu Yun was taken aback. "What are you doing here at Baikeji selling pastries? Aren't you supposed to be a rabbit? I thought you only consumed carrots and raw meat." Lu Fang crossed her arms defiantly, retorting, "Why must you concern yourself with what I eat? I've recently developed a taste for this. Is that a problem? Just tell me if you're coming back with me or not. Don't waste my time here. I have a line of suitors waiting for me." Yu Yun was adamant about not kneeling to Lu Fang. Her strong stance suggested she might be somewhat confident, yet he pondered whether she was merely putting on a brave front. Weighing his options, he stated, "Kneeling to apologize is out of the question. However, if she is in your lair, I could treat you to a couple of meals instead." Lu Fang huffed and clandestinely contacted her associates. "Quickly hide that damned Yimushi. Make sure to cover her scent well. And you two need to stay hidden from Yu Yun. I'm taking him back with me." Her subordinates responded, "Understood, boss." Lu Fang then turned to Yu Yun. "I didn't expect that after just a few days apart. You would become so touchy. Fine, 2 meals it is. But as for what we eat, that will be my decision." As she spoke, she playfully lifted Yu Yun's chin, exhaling dramatically. "Is that acceptable?" Yu Yun took a couple of steps back, pushing Lu Fang away. "Sister, just speak without all that theatrics. Why are you breathing like that? Did you just eat something raw? It stinks." Lu Fang gasped in shock. "What are you saying? Don't you usually enjoy that?" Since joining Jing Shi and the others, Yu Yun had developed a distaste for raw meat after tasting grilled fare. It was far too unpalatable, merely a bloody mess. He scoffed. That was the past. Times have changed. I no longer eat that. Why are you still rambling? Are you trying to buy time? Lu Fang, confident in her subordinate's reliability, remained unperturbed. "What are you in such a hurry for? If she truly is here, I can't move or call anyone to transfer her right now." Yu Yun clicked his tongue. "How do I know you don't have some tricks up your sleeve? In my presence, I simply do not trust you." Lu Fang shrugged. "Well, there's nothing I can do about that. I walk at my own pace and won't speed up just because you doubt me." As she said this, she deliberately slowed her footsteps. Yu Yun suppressed the urge to strike her, following Lu Fang back to the lair. Lu Fang sat at the table and began to eat the pastries, declaring, "I can see everything here at a glance. No one around, right? I told you I wanted my 2 meals." Yu Yun, unconvinced, scoured the lair again, combing under beds and tables, even considering dismantling furniture to see if Yimushi was concealed within. Lu Fang, growing impatient, interjected, "Are you done yet? Are you intent on fighting with me? I already told you, there's nothing here, yet you refuse to believe me. That if you can't find her, do you plan to tear my place apart?" Yu Yun knew he was in the wrong, but still felt Lu Fang was suspicious. He asked, "If you haven't hidden her here, why do you smell like her?" Lu Fang crossed her legs thoughtfully, replying, "Perhaps I bumped into her on the way. Now that I think about it, I did see her earlier. You know how her constitution attracts attention, so I couldn't help but glance at her a few extra times." Yu Yun was nearly driven to exasperation, demanding, "If that's the case, why didn't you mention it sooner?" Lu Fang blinked innocently. "I just thought of it. Besides, you didn't ask. You jumped straight to suspecting I had kidnapped Yimushi. So I had to prove my innocence, didn't I? You think I don't know you well enough? If I don't provide some tangible evidence, your suspicions won't dissipate, and you'll just keep pestering me." Yi Yin scoffed. "I'm not as unreasonable as you suggest. He then composed himself, asking, "So tell me, where did she go? What happened to those people?" Feeling mischievous, Lu Fang found the pastries too unpalatable to continue eating and decided to save them for Yi Mushi, saying, "Well, let me think about that." Yu Yin watched her swing her legs, growing increasingly impatient, finally exclaiming, "Have you thought of anything yet? Just say something." Lu Fang innocently blinked. "Why are you so anxious? I just haven't recalled anything yet." "You might as well go find her yourself." Yu Yin, exasperated, shouted, "Are you doing this on purpose?" Lu Fang grinned, not denying it. "Of course I am. What are you going to do about it? You brought this on yourself by suspecting me." Yu Yin clenched his teeth. "Are you seeking death?" Lu Fang tilted her head. "If you have the ability, come at me." Chapter 61. Absolutely not. Just wait. If I didn't have more pressing matters to attend to, I would certainly deal with you properly, Yu Yin declared, stomping his foot in frustration as he prepared to leave the tea. That moment, a sudden commotion erupted from the backyard. Lu Fang's heart sank. Yu Yin halted in his tracks, casting a suspicious glance back at Lu Fang, asking, "What is that noise?" Lu Fang shrugged nonchalantly. "How would I know? It could be a rat or something. There are always some unclean creatures around here, especially since the backyard is a storage area for grain. Why don't you come with me to check it out?" After a moment of contemplation, Yu Yin felt an undeniable urge to investigate and promptly followed Lu Fang to the backyard. Indeed, he heard the sound of squeaking mice, but he was still unwilling to accept it. He ventured closer and discovered that the backyard was indeed stacked with grain, piled high in neat stacks. As Yu Yin's keen gaze fell upon the area, he indeed spotted a few mice. Lu Fang felt a slight sense of relief. Her two subordinates, Sang Yimushi, could hardly hide themselves in such a confined space. If Yu Yin were to search a tad more meticulously, he would undoubtedly uncover their presence. With a scoff, Yu Yin crossed his arms and remarked, "I never imagined your place to be so unkempt, that aren't you, Lu Fang? The esteemed one, you boast incessantly before me, yet you can't even manage the rodents in your own home. Pray tell, what kind of skill is that?" Unable to refrain from snort, Lu Fang retorted, "Rather than prattling on here, you should tend to your own affairs. After all, you mentioned that Yi Mushi is missing. The situation must be driving Jing Shi to the brink of madness, yet you still find the leisure to engage with me. It seems Jing Shi lacks the necessary resolve." Yu Yin then recalled Jing Shi's threat before departing, a shiver of apprehension coursing through him. He shot Lu Fang a glare and declared, "I don't need your reminders. Who do you think you are?" With that, he cast another glance around before taking his leave. Lu Fang watched his retreating figure, exhaling deeply, her hands trembling as they gripped the table. Her two subordinates emerged, observing Yin's departure, and inquired, "Boss, who is that person? Why do you seem so intimidated by him?" Lu Fang scoffed, "Oh, it's nothing, just a rogue, somewhat troublesome. Besides, he's currently allied with Jing Shi, so we cannot let him catch wind of anything amiss." The two subordinates acknowledged with an "oh." Lu Fang scrutinized them, asking, "What about her? Have you two kept a close watch? Don't let her stir up any trouble. How could you let her cause such a commotion? What purpose do I have in keeping you two around if you can't even monitor one person?" The shorter subordinate replied indignantly, "Boss, you have no idea how cunning this woman is. She seemed to hear Yu Yin's voice just now and immediately began to struggle. Luckily, we usually keep two mice around. Otherwise, she would have escaped for sure. It is also fortunate Yu Yin isn't very sharp, or he would have caught on." Lu Fang shot a glare at Yimushi, who was hidden away, and gritted her teeth, saying, "I have not treated you poorly. If you want something to eat, I will buy it for you immediately. Yet you still manage to betray me. I see you have never learned your lesson." Yimushi cautiously shrank back, replying, "I suggest you remain calm. Do not entertain thoughts of harming me. After all, if my appearance becomes unappealing, it is you who will suffer the consequences." Heeding Yimushi's warning, Lu Fang regained a semblance of rationality. She crossed her arms and regarded Yimushi from a superior vantage point, stating, "Let me make this clear. This is your last chance if you wish to avoid significant hardship. Refrain from causing unnecessary trouble, or I will ensure your suffering." That why Yimushi huffed. "Then you have brought back what I wanted to eat, right?" Lu Fang, exasperated, clicked her tongue and signaled to her subordinate, who promptly retrieved the pastries Lu Fang had bought. With Lu Fang's permission, the subordinate opened them for Yimushi, who wrinkled her brow upon seeing the pastries and declared, I won't eat this. Lu Fong nearly lost her temper, exclaiming, I say, don't push your luck. I bought this because you said you wanted it, and now you claim you want to eat it? Are you looking for trouble? Yi Mushi replied, it's not that I want to eat it. It is simply cold now. Oh, you not understand? Once it cools down, it becomes quite unappetizing, so it must be eaten warm. Lu Fong clenched her fists, retorting, what does that have to do with me? Do you think I am a furnace, capable of keeping these pastries warm all the way back? Yi Mushi insisted, I cannot concern myself with that. If it is not warm, I absolutely refuse to eat it. You may handle it as you see fit. Lu Fong tightened her fists, demanding, must you be so unreasonable? Yi Mushi responded, I'm not being unreasonable. This is merely my last wish before my demise. Since you plan to profit from me, it is not too much to ask for a little something in return. After all, it is just a trifling amount. Lu Fong replied, very well. Just wait that if when the time comes. You are still here nitpicking over the temperature. Do not blame me for being ungracious. Yi Mushi smiled sweetly, assuring, rest assured, that will not happen. Lu Fong huffed, finally acknowledging that Yi Mushi possessed a certain cunning. Adept at pinpointing her vulnerabilities, she instructed her two subordinates, keep a close watch on her. Ensure she remains hidden here. We cannot afford any surprises, especially if Wei Yun decides to return. The two subordinates nodded in agreement, allowing Lu Fong to leave with a sense of reassurance. Outside their hideout lay a bustling street, where neighbors were well acquainted. Upon her exit, an elderly wolf woman greeted her. Ah, Lu Fong, are you out hunting for food? Did you have any luck today? Lu Fong found conversing with such individuals tiresome, as their gossiping nature was exceedingly bothersome. Yet, given their shared community ties and the formidable influence behind them, she could not afford to offend them lightly. Thus, she forced a smile and replied, indeed, I plan to head into the city. Oh, you have anything you would like me to bring back, any? The wolf woman chuckled, no, nothing at all. Chapter 62. Long-term considerations. Lu Fong stated, then I shall take my leave. The wolf woman called out to her again, do not be in such a hurry to depart. While I may not have anything for you to carry, I do wish to consult you about something. Lu Fong raised an eyebrow, inwardly thinking she had anticipated this. She then asked, feigning a smile, what is it you wish to inquire about, Annie? The wolf woman replied, I was curious about the delightful fragrance emanating from you today. Perhaps you could purchase some for me as well? Lu Fong furrowed her brow, sniffing her own scent, and questioned incredulously, is the scent truly that pronounced? How come I cannot detect it myself? At that moment, a young wolf approached, teasing, of course you can't smell it. After all, you went out to indulge in some extracurricular activities. Grandma, do not concern yourself with her. That aroma is not from any perfume, but rather the result of her escapades with some man. Lu Fong shot him a glare, saying, you speak too much. What business is it of yours? Even if it were true, do you think it requires your commentary? The young wolf shrugged, I merely made an offhand remark. Why are you so irate? Did I hit the nail on the head? Another young man joined, sternly stating, do not speak ill of Lu Fong. She is not that kind of person. Lu Fong had never heard a kind word from these individuals, heightening her wariness. She glared at the two, asserting, are you both just looking for trouble? I have no time for your nonsense. I am leaving. The supportive young man quickly blocked her path, saying, Hey, don't rush off so quickly. We were merely having a conversation that I saw you return with not a man, but a delicate woman. The young wolf feigned astonishment, stepping back. Could it be that you are indiscriminate in your pursuits, indulging in both men and women? Lu Fong snapped no. The supportive young man nudged her playfully, saying, no need to deny it so fervently. Why not let us visit your place and find out for ourselves? Lu Fong warned, you two had better step aside, lest I be provoked into violence. Whomever I bring back is my own affair, and should you interfere further, you will regret it. The young wolf quickly replied, do not be angry. We merely wish to partake in some fun. Lu Fong glared at them fiercely, retorting, there is nothing entertaining here. Now step aside. Having said that, she pushed past the two young men and walked away amidst their playful teasing. It was not until their voices faded into the distance that Lu Fong came to a halt. Desperately, she sniffed her body, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not detect that particular scent. However, the fact that those two inept individuals could smell it indicated that the situation was indeed serious. As Lu Fang pondered how to mask this odor, she cursed the two boys under her breath. After traversing through a muddy pit and then returning, she surveyed the area several times. The strong stench of the mire should effectively conceal the scent that belonged to Yimushi. With this thought in mind, she hesitated not a moment longer and leapt directly into the muck, rolling around to cover herself completely in mud, leaving no part of her unsoiled, including her hair and face. Once she felt adequately coated in the odor, she emerged from the mire. However, she realized that showing up at the market in such a muddy state would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Therefore, Lu Fang resolved to take a bath and change her clothes before heading to procure items for the demanding Yimushi. By the time she changed her attire, the sun was already setting, leaving her uncertain if the shop would still be open. Upon arriving at the market, she noticed that vendors were gradually packing up their stalls. Lu Fang approached by Keiji and inquired of the shop attendant, "Do you still sell pastries?" The attendant, recalling her visit that very morning, nodded, as she was indeed a striking figure. "You've arrived at just the right time. My dear guest, I happen to have the last stack of pastries left, and since no one else is buying, I shall gift them to you, a person of fate." Lu Fang expressed her gratitude and then asked, "Could you warm these pastries for me?" The attendant, taken aback, had not expected someone to make a request for something given for free, and his expression soured. Where in the world does such generosity exist? You receive something for nothing, and yet you are picky. Take it or leave it. Lu Fang was startled by the attendant's sudden change of demeanor. Although displeased, she knew better than to show it. She could not afford to provoke the whims of the formidable Yimushi. A thought struck her, and she forced out a couple of tears. "Please, kind sir, have pity on me. My home is ruled by a tyrant who, knowing you are about to close, insists I buy from you that I was here this morning," and she complained that the pastries were not warm enough, demanding I bring her heated ones. "That I have no choice in the matter. If you require payment, I can oblige, but I beseech you to warm these pastries for me, lest I face her wrath." The attendant's expression softened slightly. "Oh, I see now. Had you mentioned this earlier, I would not have misjudged you. My apologies for the misunderstanding." Lu Fang offered a feeble smile, maintaining her image of a beleaguered soul. "It's no trouble at all. I am quite accustomed to being misunderstood and maligned. Please, I urge you to be swift. I shall be in trouble if I return home late." The attendant hurried off to warm the pastries, frowning as he remarked, "Your master sounds quite unreasonable. How could you return with them, still cold? Where do you live? If it is too far, it is simply not feasible. You might as well steam them again on the stove. The taste may not be as good, but at least your master will have something to eat." Lu Fang replied, "Thank you for your kind reminder. Should I return with cold pastries, I might have to take that risk." The attendant returned with the warm pastries and handed them to Lu Fang. "Take these. They are indeed best enjoyed warm, and your master will appreciate them. However, it is a pity for you. Have you never considered seeking employment elsewhere, away from such a tyrant?" With the pastries in hand, Lu Fang was disinclined to engage further with the attendant, and casually replied, "It's not that I haven't thought about it. It's just that such matters require careful consideration. Perhaps we can discuss this another time." Chapter 63. Envy not. Lu Fang turned on her heel and departed, while the attendant watched her retreating figure with lingering regret, sighing several times. Such a fine girl. Yet she is bound to such a cruel master. It is truly lamentable. Clutching the pastries to her chest in an effort to retain their warmth, she inadvertently collided with someone before she even looked up. She vented her frustration. "What kind of eyesight do you have? Can't you see someone is in your way?" A cold voice responded from above. "You ran into me." Lu Fang stiffened, looking up to see Jing Shi, and greeted him with a forced smile. What a coincidence! Jing Shi, it has been a while. Beside him stood Yu Yun, who wore an impatient expression. "What a nuisance, running into you again." Lu Fang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Yu Yun had not mentioned to Jing Shi that he could smell anything on her. Otherwise, his reaction would have been quite different. She smiled and replied, "Well, the place is quite small. Running into each other twice is hardly unusual." Evidently uninterested in conversing with her, Yu Yun snapped, "Jing Shi, do you have business here? If not, let us leave quickly. The longer we linger, the more danger that woman is in." Jing Shi had no intention of entertaining Yu Yun's impatience, and without a word, he turned to leave. However, Just then, a gust of wind blew, carrying a familiar fragrance that halted him in his tracks. He turned back to Lu Fang, a look of suspicion on his face. "What is that scent on you?" Lu Fang's heart raced, and she feigned calmness. "What scent? It's just the aroma of my sachet. Here, take a whiff." "How curious that both of you suddenly find my sachet so interesting." Attempting to brush off Yun as she had done earlier, she realized that Jing Shi was not so easily deceived. He scoffed, swatting away the sachet she offered. "Ts not that scent. It's the smell of Yi Mushi on you." "Have you been in contact with her?" Lu Fang swallowed hard. Yun, too, looked puzzled, having detected the same scent on her earlier. Initially, he thought it was a figment of his imagination, but Lu Fang had confirmed her contact with Yi Mushi, albeit under duress. If this were the case, how could the scent remain so potent? Internally, Lu Fang cursed her misfortune. Despite having rolled in the mud and taken a bath, the scent lingered stubbornly. "Yun, you truly have a talent for drawing conclusions," he remarked with a cold smile. "I suspect you were the one who captured Yi Mushi, which has stirred up all this commotion. Am I correct?" Lu Fang continued to feign composure. "I have no clue what you're talking about." "What scent? Are you two looking for trouble?" Jing Shi, growing impatient, tightened his grip on her neck. "I ask you again, where is she? If you do not answer, do not blame me for being rude." Lu Fang grasped Jing Shi's hand, her eyes nearly bulging from the pressure, struggling to breathe. She had anticipated that Jing Shi would be so ruthless he loosened his grip slightly, allowing her to speak. Gasping for air, she glared at him. "You are being unreasonable. You hold no evidence against me." Jing Shi sneered. "What evidence do you need? The scent you carry is the greatest evidence of all. Tell me, where have you hidden her?" As he spoke, he tightened his grip again, and Lu Fang's face turned ashen, realizing that unless she said something, Jing Shi would not relent, and he had already convinced himself that she was the one who had taken Yi Mushi. She knew he would not easily change his mind. Thus, no matter how she protested, he would not believe her. With no choice left, she decided to play along and look for an opportunity to escape. She nodded vigorously, forcing out the words, "I confess. Now let me go. You must allow me the chance to lead you to her." Finally, Jing Shi released her, rubbing his hands on his clothes with disdain. "If you had said so sooner, you would not have suffered so much. Now, hurry and lead the way." Lu Fang, her face pale, rubbed her neck and muttered, "Jing Shi, you are truly cruel. Today, you have humiliated me greatly. If I find an opportunity for revenge, I will certainly make you wallow in mud, ensuring you never rise again." Yun could not suppress a scoff. "Lu Fang, do not entertain such delusions. Oh, you truly believe you stand chance?" Jing Shi echoed the sentiment with a laugh. "Rest assured, there will be no opportunities." Yun circled around Lu Fang and remarked, "I never imagined you could hide so well, but you do possess the audacity to abduct a person from Jing Shi. While others may be oblivious to him, you surely cannot be entirely uninformed. Can you?" Lu Fang continued walking forward, a cold smile gracing her lips as she replied, "So what if I know who she is? I have never feared him. If it weren't for his lineage, how could he possibly suppress me so mercilessly? I believe I exert tenfold more effort than he does, yet I will forever remain in his shadow. Some things are predetermined by birth. No amount of striving on my part can alter that fact. The only thing Jing Shi should be grateful for is his own birthright." Yes, they all proceeded toward the city outskirts. Jing Shi, who had initially intended to remain silent due to the numerous misunderstandings surrounding him, found himself unable to ignore Lu Fang's audacious self-importance, but he couldn't resist the urge to counter her, saying, "Do not deflect your inadequacies onto your origins. To be fair, I am one whom everyone has forsaken, am I not? Every step I've taken to reach this point has been through my own relentless efforts. Not some laughable bloodline you speak of." Lu Fang, unwilling to concede, retorted, "I have not misspoken. Even if you were cast out by the Wolf Clan, their blood still courses through your veins, whether you accept it or not. You are inherently a being of immense power, predestined to be a ruler from the moment of your birth." Yun patted her shoulder and asked, "What is there to be indignant about? Why not experience his predicament for yourself? Perhaps you might find it enviable." Chapter 64. "What use are you to me?" Jing Shi, at times, I genuinely question whether you are unwell or harbor feelings for him. Lu Fang scrutinized the two with a peculiar gaze. Jing Shi immediately displayed a look of disdain. Wei Yun, irritated, exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly have feelings for such trash?" Lu Fang scoffed and said, "Though you outwardly oppose him, the moment someone utters a word about him, you rush to defend him without hesitation. What else could this be but infatuation?" Wei Yun felt nauseated and warned, "Lu Fang, I have never laid a hand on a woman. Do not provoke me." Lu Fang laughed heartily. "So this is you being embarrassed, is it?" Wei Yun raised his fist in a threatening manner. "Dare to say that again." Jing Shi, growing impatient, interrupted, "Can you both keep it down? It's exceedingly noisy. And Lu Fang, consider this your final warning. If I find Yi Shi, do not blame Wei Yun for his lack of courtesy. I certainly will not spare you either." Lu Fang waved her hand dismissively, scanning her surroundings for an opportunity to escape, with Jing Shi focused solely on Yi Shi. He was oblivious to her subtle intentions. Wei Yun, still repulsed by her earlier words, bore a look of concern. Fearing Jing Shi might take things seriously, he hesitated, wanting to explain, but seeing Jing Shi's worried expression made it clear that his thoughts were entirely consumed by Yi Shi. With a cold snort, Wei Yun pushed Lu Fang. "Could you move a bit faster? Have you been weighed down?" Lu Fang chuckled. "Why the rush? Did I hit the nail on the head?" Wei Yun, not wanting to engage further, growled, "I think it would be best if you remained silent." Lu Fang simply smiled and, upon exiting the city, entered a forest. Seizing the moment when neither man was paying attention, she swiftly slipped into a small hole, executing a flawless escape. Wei Yun stared in shock at the tiny passageway, exclaiming, "How did she manage that? Even in her true form, she couldn't possibly fit through such a small opening." Jing Shi, unperturbed, coldly ordered, "Get in there." Wei Yun incredulously pointed at himself. "Wait, you want me to crawl in there? Are your eyes not functioning properly? I'm far too large for that." Jing Shi, exasperated, snapped his fingers, causing the passage to crack and expand. Dust falling in clouds, he gestured with his chin. "Now, do you have any objections? Speak another word, and do not blame me for being ruthless." Wei Yun nodded reluctantly and led the way into the hole, with Jing Shi following closely behind. After navigating a labyrinth of twists and turns, they finally glimpsed a sliver of light. Wei Yun, now filthy and overwhelmed by the stench, exclaimed, "At last, some light. I thought I might lose my mind in here." "This is hardly a place for humans." Jing Shi, unfazed, retorted, "You are never truly human to begin with." Emerging first from the hole, Wei Yun grinned menacingly and said, "Jing Shi, I suggest you speak to me respectfully. If you continue to act so brazenly, don't blame me for showing no mercy. If we're stuck here today, you'll be trapped with me." Jing Shi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, say that again." Wei Yun, his face twisted in frustration, knew better than to provoke him further. However, as he surveyed the cave, a sense of familiarity washed over him, prompting him to inquire, "Why does this place seem so familiar? Have we been here before?" Jing Shi brushed off the dust and replied, "This is the inn we visited yesterday." After a moment of reflection, he chuckled coldly. "This is undoubtedly the work of Lu Fang. If I catch her, she won't escape unscathed." Wei Yun, feeling indignant, remarked, "I must say, Lu Fang is truly clever. It seems she's been raising a horde of rats for her schemes. It's too coincidental that every time I go searching for someone, a swarm of rodents appears." Jing Shi regarded him coolly. "So you sought out Lu Fang today? Why?" Wei Yun, feeling a twinge of defensiveness under Jing Shi's scrutinizing gaze, protested, "What kind of look is that? Do not regard me with such suspicion. I am with you now and have no intention of betraying you. I merely caught a whiff of Yi Shi's scent on her and found it suspicious, so I followed her. I suspected she had abducted Yi Shi, but upon reaching her location, I found nothing. Just as I was about to leave, I heard some commotion. Lu Fang claimed it was just rats, and suddenly a horde scurried out." Jing Shi pondered for a moment. "Since you've already been, you should know how to get to her place. Let's go together." Wei Yun hesitated. "That might not be possible." Jing Shi frowned. "What do you mean?" Wei Yun sighed. "It's not that I don't want to take you. I simply forgot the way. I have no clue how to navigate to that place. It's quite the maze, and I genuinely cannot remember." Jing Shi scolded. "What use are you to me? Think harder." While the two engaged in a battle of wits, She found herself in dire straits, though her current situation posed no immediate danger. The prolonged uncertainty was unbearable. She lived in constant fear that Lu Fang might decide to sell her at any moment, trapped in a state of perpetual torment. Soon, Lu Fang returned with pastries. Tossing one to Shi, "Hurry up and eat. Once you're finished, I'll sell you off quickly to avoid future complications." That Shi, feeling cornered, asked, "Why are you in such a rush?" "I haven't even figured out how to contact Jing Shi yet." Lu Fang crossed her arms defiantly. "I brought you back to sell you. There's no distinction between morning and night. The sooner I sell you, the sooner I'll have my money." Chapter 65. "You choose, Imu." She clenched her fists, her heart racing. "Even so, there's no need to hurry. I've only just arrived today." Lu Fang scrutinized her with suspicion. "And what of it? Just because you've only been here a day, do you feel any attachment?" She forced a laugh. "Not at all. I just think this place is quite nice. I don't want to be sold off so quickly." Lu Fang scoffed. "That's obvious that you're wearing my clothes, eating my food, and using my things. What reason do you have to complain?" "But I have no time to coddle you." She grasped Lu Fang's wrist urgently. "Please don't sell me. Instead, why not take me to Jing Shi in exchange? I've formed a bond with him. Our lives are intertwined, and he would surely care for me, if you present me to him. He's certainly one to refuse. Moreover, I have a favorable outcome in store, after which I shall indeed express my gratitude to you." Lu Fang coldly brushed aside her hand and remarked, "What you say is of no concern to me. And your assertion that Jing Shi will certainly thank me is utterly absurd. I encountered Jing Shi today." After a pause, she discerned the glimmer of renewed hope in Shi's eyes. With a cold smirk, she unhesitatingly dashed that hope. "I have no idea how your scent managed to linger. He caught a whiff and nearly brought about my demise. Your claim of his gratitude is laughable. He is not the type to compromise. Knowing you were kidnapped by me, he would not hesitate to turn me into mincemeat if you dared to threaten him." Shi countered. "That won't happen. I will ensure he does you no harm, that if you let me go, I will advocate for you before him. Will you trust me this time?" Lu Fang, growing impatient, retorted, "Your words are of no use. Besides, Jing Shi likely has little money at present. I could sell you to the wealthy and extort a handsome sum. But how could I possibly have the audacity to confront Jing Shi?" She felt a pang of despair, biting her lip as she said, "If you insist on selling me, don't blame me for being ungracious. If Jing Shi finds me afterward, you will still meet your end. Having escaped today, he must have caught on to your trickery and will soon come looking for you." Lu Fang smiled with a hint of pity. "Silly child, do you truly believe I have onel?" Lu Fang seethed with indignation, yet forced a smile upon her face. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly commit such a malicious act? I merely intended to frighten you a little. Now that we are both unharmed, there is no need to escalate this matter. Don't you agree?" Shi shrugged her shoulders and replied, "Of course, I do not share your sentiments. Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? I want to see you flaunt that arrogance before me." "I am in no rush," Lu Fang retorted. "Do not push your luck. Sometimes, taking a step back opens up a world of possibilities." Shi lowered her gaze and softly replied, "I have no inclination to retreat. Earlier, I was the weaker party, and thus you could dictate the narrative. Now that I have grown stronger, I shall establish the rules of our engagement." Lu Fang's temper flared. "Then what exactly do you intend to do?" Shi seized the needle from Lu Fang's hand and said, "It is simple that I am not one to hold grudges excessively. Rather, I believe in the principle of treating others as they have treated me. You acted against me, and now I shall return that treatment in kind. Fair, isn't it?" Lu Fang felt a shiver as the needle drew closer. "I didn't touch you earlier, so you cannot touch me." Shi grasped her hair, lifting her chin, her eyes brimming with humiliation and fury. "Reflect honestly. Why were you unable to act against me just now? I pleaded with you in a lowly manner, yet you showed me no mercy. Now, you think a few threats will compel me to release you. Such a bargain is non-existent. Let me be clear. I do not forget slights easily. Had you shown even a fleeting moment of compassion earlier, I would have spared you my wrath. But did you?" Lu Fang felt a flicker of hesitation, raising her gaze to meet Shi's. Noticing Shi's trembling hands, she realized that this was a scenario Shi had never encountered before. where she had swiftly reversed their roles. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, she finally said, "I have no regret for pricking you, and I hope you feel the same." This was her attempt to reclaim some semblance of the kindness Yi Mushi had previously displayed. Yet Yi Mushi remained unmoved, coldly regarding Lu Fang. "Are you finished? Once you are, I shall proceed with my actions." Lu Fang grit her teeth, astonished to discover that Yi Mushi was impervious to both soft and hard tactics. Lu Fang's prior sycophantic demeanor had led her to misjudge Yi Mushi's character. It seemed she had no choice but to resort to her final gambit. Pointing behind Yi Mushi, she employed a rather cliché de ruse. "Look behind you." Yi Mushi scoffed. "Enough with your fabrications. If you're going to concoct a story, at least make it somewhat believable. That tactic has been overused." Unwilling to concede, Lu Fang insisted, "It's Jing Shi. If you don't believe me, just turn around." Yi Mushi contemplated the possibility that Jing Shi, being astute, might indeed find her at this moment, only to dismiss the thought. If Jing Shi were to arrive, he would speak for himself, requiring no intermediary like Lu Fang. In the brief moment of distraction, she noticed a plume of smoke emanating from Lu Fang's side, followed by a pit appearing beneath her. Chapter 67. The wager. As Lu Fang was engulfed by the glowing abyss, Yi Mushi stood frozen in shock. Astonished by the triumphant smile on Lu Fang's face, an overwhelming sense of hatred surged within her, prompting her to instinctively reach for Lu Fang. However, Lu Fang had anticipated this move and deftly evaded her grasp. Yet Yi Mushi was relentless. She lunged forward and grasped Lu Fang's tail. Lu Fang could no longer contain her fury. "Why, Yi Mushi? Are you out of your mind? Let go of me at once." Yi Mushi responded with a cold laugh. "You have quite a repertoire of tactics, but why should I let go just because you demand it? That would be utterly humiliating." Lu Fang pleaded, "Even if you refuse to release me, could you at least ease your grip? You're going to rip my tail off?" Yi Mushi merely scoffed, tightening her hold as if she intended to pull Lu Fang's tail off entirely. After a dizzying whirl, the cacophony of insults faded away. Yi Mushi found herself standing firmly on solid ground. Yet her stomach churned violently, threatening to expel its contents. She clutched her mouth, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit. But she did not relinquish her grip on Lu Fang's tail. Once Lu Fang's insults ceased, Yi Mushi was met with a chorus of cheers. As her vision cleared, she was taken aback by the sight before her. This place was shrouded in a gloomy, blood-red hue, illuminated by an eerie light. Couples clad in vibrant colors were entwined, feeding each other drinks or engaging in intimate displays. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of intoxicating revelry. Yi Mushi caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance, and soon a statuesque, sultry serpent woman approached. She seemed vaguely familiar, prompting Yi Mushi to furrow her brow and scrutinize her. The serpent woman shot her a glare. "What are you staring at? Care to explain?" Yi Mushi suddenly recalled the serpent woman's identity, her finger trembling slightly. "Have you forgotten me so soon? You were the one stirring trouble the day I was captured by Yu Yan, leading to my torment. So, you and Lu Fang are in cahoots." As she spoke, Yi Mushi yanked Lu Fang's tail once more. Lu Fang cried out in pain. "Yi Mushi, are you trying to kill me? Can you not engage in civilized dialogue without resorting to this?" The serpent woman recognized Yi Mushi, but was unaware of her newfound strength. She still perceived Yi Mushi as the weak, easily bullied girl from that day. With a mocking smile, she covered her mouth and laughed. "Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just you, the useless one. How did you end up here alone? Did your man abandon you?" Yi Mushi clenched her teeth. "Are you finished speaking?" The serpent woman circled around Yi Mushi, taunting. "What? Can't handle the truth? Look at you, devoid of anything of worth. While Jing Shi may not be exceptional, having him protect you is a disservice to him." Yi Mushi questioned coldly. "Are you done?" The serpent woman chuckled. "You, my dear, are so pretentious, striving to project an image of superiority as if you are from a different world. Yet, here you are." Yi Mushi found the situation absurd. After all, she bore no grudge against the serpent woman. Having only met her once when she was busy sowing discord, she could not fathom the source of such animosity. With a huff, she retorted, "Even if I am not remarkable, at least I do not resort to selling my body like you." Are you envious of the protection I receive from Yu Yun? Is that why you harbor such resentment? You claim I am pretentious, yet you were the one being supported by Yu Yun while I was belittled. Clearly, you emerged victorious, and yet you fabricate these ludicrous lies. What are you trying to prove? The serpent woman clearly struck a nerve, seethed with rage. How could I possibly envy you? With your scrawny frame and plain face, I would never be jealous of you. Not in this lifetime. Doubt why Imushi found the whole exchange laughable, if that is the case. Why do you feel the need to speak in such a bitter tone? After a brief pause, she shrugged nonchalantly and continued. What exactly are you envious of? Are you jealous of my fortunate circumstances? I require no effort, as I am shielded by powerful allies, while you, on the other hand, are trapped in a cycle of selling your body to various clients, with no security or guarantee against being discarded or replaced. Does that not terrify you? The serpent woman's eyes reddened, clearly affected by Imushi's words. Fine, if your tongue is so sharp, I hope you can withstand my wrath when the time comes. Imushi smirked, shoving Lu Fong forward, and I won't bother with these small fry myself. If you could defeat her, I might consider sparing you. The serpent woman stared in disbelief at the previously demure Imushi. She turned to Lu Fong. Lu Fong, what is happening? Don't tell me you can't even handle this woman. Lu Fong shook her head. I believe you might struggle against me as well. The serpent woman expressed her disdain. That's impossible. Lu Fong sighed. If you don't believe me, why not put to the test? The serpent woman turned to Imushi and challenged. Let us see if the coward hiding behind others can muster the courage to face me. Imushi felt a flicker of uncertainty within her heart. After all, the strength she had just unleashed was a sudden eruption born from an urgent situation, and it seemed fleeting if she lacked the will to survive. She would be unable to summon it again. Thus, she found herself at a loss as to whether she could truly control this newfound power to face the serpent woman. Nevertheless, driven by a spirit of defiance, Imushi boldly declared, What do I have to fear? Just a word of caution. Do not underestimate me. And if you were to lose, what then? There must be a wager at stake. Chapter 68. Humiliation by choice. The serpent woman crossed her arms, her figure alluring and imbued with an air of worldly charm that undeniably drew attention. In mere moments, the two had captivated a gathering crowd. Meanwhile, Lu Fong observed the escalating tension between them, wishing fervently for them to clash so she could make her discreet escape. At that moment, Imushi was utterly oblivious to her presence. If Imushi were to notice her later and catch her, even if she managed to evade Imushi's grasp, she would still face the wrath of Jing Shi. The serpent woman smirked. A wager. You dare propose a bet? And should you lose, what then? Imushi raised an eyebrow and replied, If I lose, I shall mar my own visage. And if you lose, how about you do the same? The serpent woman's beauty and enviable form were her greatest assets. Losing either would spell disaster for her. Momentarily hesitating, she glanced at Lu Fong and, in a secretive manner only they could comprehend, communicated, Is this woman truly as formidable as you say? Even you fear her. Was she merely feigning weakness before me? Lu Fong suppressed a mocking smile, knowing she could not afford to reveal the truth. Otherwise, her chance to escape would vanish. After all, the serpent woman's fate was of no concern to her. Thus, she denied. Impossible. She is not as powerful as you imagine. I simply let my guard down, and she seized the opportunity. You must avenge me. Though the serpent woman's relationship with Lu Fong was tenuous, she harbored a modicum of trust in her. Consequently, she decided against further hesitation, acquiescing to Imushi's challenge, while also unable to resist a taunt. But I can't shake the feeling that I hold the losing end of this wager. After all, your looks leave much to be desired. Even if you were disfigured, it would hardly matter. Merely a stone shattered at I, however, am adored by many. Should I lose my beauty, how many hearts would shatter in sorrow? Her words elicited agreement from several men present. Indeed, who do you have lined up for tonight? Once you triumph, I am certain you will wait for me. I can guarantee you a night to remember. The serpent woman feigned annoyance. You wretch, the last time was torturous. I refuse to serve you again. The portly man grinned lewdly. Oh, really? Yet you were the one who kept begging for more. The serpent woman waggled her fingers playfully. How insufferable. I was merely speaking in jest. Do you truly believe I'm in it? Can one take a woman's words in bed seriously? Yi Mushi watched her laugh with abandon, shaking her head in disbelief. She then cast a glance at the lascivious man, feeling a wave of nausea. Despite her lack of fondness for the serpent woman, she couldn't help but feel that this man was akin to a flower growing in dung. Upon reflection, it was evident that the serpent woman was quite unfortunate. Noticing Yi Mushi's scrutiny, the lecherous man leered more grotesquely. "What's this? Little beauty, are you looking at me? Shall we indulge together tonight?" The serpent woman's expression hardened, casting a venomous glare at Yi Mushi before returning her attention to the man, feigning innocence as she approached him, nearly collapsing into his embrace. "How could you? I'm right here. And you flirt with another woman. We share a certain history. So must you be so heartless? Besides, is she truly more beautiful than I?" The man glanced at Yi Mushi and, to his surprise, found her more appealing than the serpent woman. The latter's excessive makeup obscured her true beauty, while Yi Mushi's natural allure shone through. Her large, round eyes sparkling like stars, her delicate brows forming a perfect arc, her petite nose and lips resembling a blossom brushed with rouge. She embodied a pure beauty, a stark contrast to the serpent woman, whose worldly wisdom had rendered her a mere fade. The lecherous man, believing he had ensnared both women's affections, unabashedly declared, "To be honest, you should not take offense. This woman is far more beautiful than you. Your layers of makeup cannot compare to her natural charm." The serpent woman's expression stiffened, but she dared not offend him. Forcing a smile as she replied, "Perhaps you are simply weary of me, and thus find her refreshing." The man scoffed, "That is not the case. I have encountered countless women, and she is the most exquisite among them. You pale in comparison." The serpent woman found herself teetering on the brink of humiliation. Feeling the weight of Yi Mushi's scrutinizing gaze, she felt an intense urge to retaliate, but quickly recognized the glimmer of ambition in the man's eyes. In an instant, she understood his intentions. He believed all women should revolve around him, oblivious to the fact that he was merely a pawn in her game. She relished the feeling of having the upper hand. Responding to the man's advances with feigned indignation, pushing his hand away from her waist and asserting, "If others are so much better, you should seek them out instead of wasting your time with me. Do not darken my door again." With that, she intentionally adjusted her already low neckline, gracefully maneuvering around the man to return to Yi Mushi's side. But why Yi Mushi, witnessing her triumphant demeanor, felt utterly speechless, raising her hands in surrender. "So, can we commence now?" The serpent woman tilted her chin, regarding Yi Mushi with a smirk out of course. "Just remember to hold up your end of the bargain. If I mark your beauty, you must accept it." Yi Mushi clenched her fists, feeling the sweat pooling in her palms. With determination, she nodded, convinced that she could trust her luck. After all, a face was not the essence of her being, as long as she avoided mirrors. She could forget about her appearance. As they prepared for battle, Lu Fang quietly contemplated slipping away, but Yi Mushi shot her a warning glare. Chapter 69. Upholding the bet, Yi Mushi glared coldly at Lu Fang, her voice low and threatening. "I am keeping a close watch on you. Do not think you can sneak away amidst the chaos." Lu Fang smirked inwardly, fully aware that Yi Mushi's earlier display of strength was a product of desperation. Even if she found a way to replicate it, Yi Mushi's focus would be divided. Nevertheless, she maintained a charming demeanor, saying, "Do not worry. With you here, where could I possibly go? I merely wish to stretch my legs. Standing for so long has made them ache." Why, Yi Mushi scoffed, "Your ulterior motives are transparent. Spare me your pretense." Lu Fang chuckled. "You should focus on dealing with the serpent woman. Do not let your attention waver, or you might truly lose your face." With that, Yi Mushi ceased her conversation with Lu Fang and turned her gaze to the serpent woman. Without further ado, the serpent woman lunged, claws outstretched, aiming for Yi Mushi's face. Having spent days traversing the forest with Jing Shi and Yu Yun, Yi Mushi, even without the sudden surge of power, was more than capable of evading the attack. She deftly tilted her head aside and rolled away, easily dodging the serpent woman's initial strike. Caught off guard by Yi Mushi's ability to counterattack, the serpent woman had anticipated a swift victory. In her moment of surprise, Yi Mushi seized the opportunity, darting forward to deliver a swift kick to her rear. The serpent woman was unprepared for such an attack and was further astonished by the force behind it. Pain shot through her coccyx. Feeling as though something had cleaved her in two, she crumpled to the ground, incredulously looking back at Yimushi. How did you manage that? If you possess such strength, why are you still relying on those two men for protection? Yimushi gently rubbed her nose and remarked, "This is rather difficult to explain. To be honest, I only realized today just how formidable I truly am. Do you believe that?" The snake woman immediately felt as though she had been toyed with and lunged at her once more. But this time with greater ferocity and agility. Why Yimushi barely managed to evade her. Yet despite several evasive maneuvers, she found herself pinned beneath the snake woman, who sat atop her waist, gripping her neck and looking down with a triumphant smile, saying, "Do you concede now? I can personally ensure that your face is ruined, so you won't be able to entice men anymore." Yes, she spoke. Her gaze, sharp as a hook, darted toward a lascivious man not far away. Yimushi stifled a laugh. The snake woman felt a chill run down her spine and couldn't help but inquire, "What are you laughing at?" Yimushi replied, "I am merely amused by your underestimation. Do I not appear capable of standing?" With that, she raised her knee and delivered a sharp kick to the back of the snake woman's head. The snake woman cried out in pain and lunged toward Yimushi, who slightly turned her head, causing the snake woman's grip to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Yimushi forcefully pushed her off and stood up, now crouching over the snake woman and coldly asking, "Is it not you who should concede?" The snake woman, taken aback by Yimushi's ability to evade her attacks repeatedly, scanned the crowd for Lu Fang, but despite her efforts, she could not find her. It dawned on her that she had been manipulated. Lu Fang had known of Yimushi's prowess all along, but had chosen to use herself as bait to divert Yimushi's attention. Even upon realizing the truth, the snake woman could not concede, for that would spell the end of her life as she knew it. Thus, she struggled free from Yimushi's grasp and continued to fight. That why Yimushi assessed her opponent and concluded that the snake woman lacked any real martial prowess. She had faced far more ferocious beasts in the forest. A sigh of relief washed over her, though her legs ached from the force of the kick. After several more exchanges, Yimushi, growing impatient, unexpectedly unleashed the divine strength she had used against Lu Fang, delivering a punch that sent the snake woman flying 5 meters away. The onlookers, witnessing the snake woman's flight, instinctively recoiled, and she landed heavily on the ground. Already weakened from previous blows, the impact nearly knocked her out. She clutched her mouth and coughed up blood, realizing she could no longer stand, collapsing to the ground in despair. Dizzy and disoriented, she saw her new and old admirers gathering around, their gazes devoid of any concern. The lips that had once kissed her now uttered the cruelest words. "How can you be down so soon? Get up and continue fighting. I bet on your victory. If you lose, you'll owe your life to the guests." The snake woman suddenly felt utterly drained. Her previously determined arms now slackened, her nails caked with blood. She caught the eye of the lascivious man, shook her head, and sighed. Being old means being useless. It's just not as fun as it used to be. Seeing the mocking and derisive glances from those who once displayed desire and brutality toward her made her feel the blinding light above her unbearable, provoking tears to stream down her face. Why Yimushi approached, and the men, aware of their wager, parted to create space for her. Why Yimushi stood before the snake woman, finally shaking her head and sighing. "Why must you reduce yourself to such a pitiful state?" The snake woman gazed at Yimushi and suddenly realized the truth in her words. She was envious of all that Yimushi possessed, her beauty, her fortune, while she herself had nothing. Yet, the snake woman held her pride. She would not concede. "Don't speak as if you understand my struggles. You have no idea what I have endured. But rest assured, despite my malice and contradictions, I will never betray my words or my bets. You desire this aging visage? I can provide it." Initially, Yimushi had approached the situation with a playful demeanor, but now she felt more pity than disdain for the snake woman. "Let it go. I simply cannot abide your words. Just be mindful in the future." In the brothel, Yimushi had encountered the snake woman who had previously enticed Yun. The snake woman had provoked her, leading to a wager where the stakes were their appearances. The loser would face disfigurement. After a fierce battle, the snake woman had lost. Yimushi, feeling compassion, intended not to enforce the wager. Chapter 70. Constantly concerned the snake woman, incredulous, gazed warily at Yimushi, asking, "You really intend to let me go so easily?" Yimushi shrugged and replied, "What else do you want? Do you expect me to pursue a life-and-death struggle? I am not so idle. I believe you are not beyond redemption. After all, you have not inflicted any real harm upon me. There is no need for animosity, that I understand you rely on your looks to survive. Without them, your existence may very well falter. I am not that cruel." The snake woman felt a flicker of emotion at her words, that why Yimushi raised her hand and inquired, "If you must express gratitude, could you kindly tell me where exactly this place is? I am rather curious." The snake woman scoffed, crossing her arms. "Yes, you can see, this is merely a rather indulgent brothel." Yimushi observed the various encounters around her and smirked slightly. "This is more than just indulgent." The snake woman continued. "Lu Fang has already left." Yimushi sighed. "I saw her run off when you were tugging at my hair, but I was in too much pain to speak." The snake woman scrutinized her, stating, "I am quite curious about your recent adventures that have granted you such divine strength. If you had awakened earlier, perhaps you would not have needed Yu Yun to protect you." Yimushi teased, "If that were the case, you and Yu Yun would have missed your opportunity, so you should be grateful to me. Otherwise, you would be short a sum of money." The snake woman sighed. "Honestly, I would not have had much interaction with her. We are not from the same world. However, I must admit, among those I have encountered, Yu Yun is one of the better ones, though he can be unreliable and easily swayed by lust. At least he shows some appreciation for beauty." Yimushi scoffed. "Please, he only treats you well out of fleeting novelty, that if you insist on believing he cares for you, I must disagree, especially since he has always opposed me." The snake woman hesitated. "Perhaps it is because you are from the Jing clan. There has always been some friction between him and the Jing clan. He may simply dislike you by association." Yimushi interjected, "Enough of the past. Let's not dwell on it." The snake woman suddenly cautioned, "By the way, I must advise you to leave this place quickly." Yimushi, intrigued, asked, "Why do you say that?" The snake woman, exasperated, replied, "Have you not noticed the covetous gazes directed at you? This is not a safe environment. Come, let us move to a quieter spot. There are too many people here." The crowd that had gathered due to their wager had thinned considerably. Yet many still urged Yimushi to continue the bet. With the wager now nullified, those who had placed bets on Yimushi's loss quickly seized the opportunity to leave with their winnings. The snake woman draped her arm over Yimushi's shoulder and led her to a secluded corner, lowering her voice. "I just overheard Lu Fang revealing your status as a super evolutionary being. If you do not leave soon, those with keen noses will come looking for you, and escaping will not be so simple." Yimushi glanced at the hand resting on her shoulder, saying, "But I do not even know where to go. I must first find Jing Shi and Yu Yun. They're surely searching for me as well, and I have no idea where to go to find them." The snake woman smacked her forehead, saying, "Are you foolish? If you stay here, they will not find you, but once you leave, they may very well locate you. It is the same pursuit, whether in here or outside. However, if you do not leave soon, I cannot guarantee they will find you." Yimushi pondered briefly and found that the words of the serpent woman were not without merit. Thus, she decisively resolved to leave, yet before she could lift her foot, she felt compelled to turn back and implore the serpent woman, "What if I do not venture far and instead settle nearby? Could you assist me in locating Jing Shi?" The serpent woman appeared somewhat alarmed. "Come now, the last time I revealed my alliance with Lu Fang, that Jing Shi nearly had me torn to shreds on the spot. Presently, I dare not seek her out. I fear that I would meet my demise before uttering a single word." Yimushi hesitated and suggested, "Then perhaps I shall wait here. Is it not said that the most perilous places are often the safest? I am certain Jing Shi will find me, especially as she always descends from the heavens at the most critical junctures." The serpent woman sighed. "Do not rely on fortune, my dear. Heed my advice and depart swiftly. Delay could prove fatal. You may think Jing Shi is formidable, but those who covet you are not to be underestimated. Before she arrives, your foremost priority must be survival. Do not concern yourself with making it easier for her to find you." She paused momentarily before continuing. "Furthermore, Did you not claim he was exceptionally powerful? If so, why ponder on facilitating his search for you? Regardless, your sole aim should be to escape. Upon hearing the serpent woman's words, Shi firmly resolved. Gritting her teeth and nodding, very well, but I must trouble you to guide me out. I am at a loss regarding the exit. She then added, but I wonder if those individuals discover that you facilitated my escape. Would they take action against you? The serpent woman reassured her, you need not concern yourself with my fate. I possess the means to discreetly escort you out. She nodded appreciatively, saying, thank you. Should we cross paths again in the future, let us not be adversarial as we are now. Instead, let us sit down over a cup of tea and share our stories. The serpent woman chuckled wryly. What is there to find intriguing in my tale? It is but a lamentable saga. Yet, it is indeed the first time someone has shown interest in my story. If the opportunity arises, I would gladly befriend you. She patted her shoulder, saying, the time is now. If you encounter any difficulties, though I may not be able to reach you, I will continuously pray for your happiness in the years to come. The serpent woman sniffled and replied, very well, I shall often think of you. She wiped her eyes, not expecting to encounter someone who genuinely cared for her. Chapter 71. Unrequited affection. She smiled and shook her head, realizing that the serpent woman was somewhat starved for affection. She had merely shown a hint of kindness, yet it had moved her so profoundly. The serpent woman led Shi toward a concealed passage to exit the brothel. Along the way, Shi couldn't help but express her curiosity. Your scales glisten beautifully in the light. Do they protrude from your skin? The serpent woman touched her arm. Indeed, though they only emerge when I struggle to maintain my human guise. The recent skirmish has drained some of my energy, and I may revert to my original form soon. She gasped in alarm. Please, do not transform in my presence. The serpent woman chuckled. What is it? Are you afraid of snakes? She replied, indeed, I am terrified. I nearly fainted when I encountered a swarm of snakes in the forest. Do you have any idea how massive they were? I am inherently fearful of such creatures. The serpent woman comforted her. Fear not. My true form is quite pleasing to the eye. I shall not frighten you. Yet Shi persisted. No. Regardless of how beautiful a snake may be, I cannot bring myself to accept it. Furthermore, the more beautiful the snake, the more venomous it tends to be. The serpent woman laughed heartily. I may be venomous, but I would not harm you. And do you not find my scales appealing? She hesitated before touching the scales, causing the serpent woman to shudder slightly. She shook her head. It is indeed beautiful, yet regardless of its allure, I would be frightened to see you in your true form. Had I known, I would not have struck you so forcefully earlier. After teasing Shi sufficiently, the serpent woman revealed, fear not, I will not lose control of my human form, most a tale may show. I have maintained my human shape for nearly 600 years, and there is no way I would falter now. She let out a sigh of relief, suddenly spotting a glimmer of light ahead. Exclaiming in delight, I see light. Is that not the exit? The serpent woman nodded. She continued, you need only bring me this far. Return to tend to your wounds. However, the serpent woman insisted, no, I must accompany you. Once we part, who knows when we shall meet again? I wish to converse with you a while longer. It has been years since anyone has listened to my words. Moreover, I cannot ascertain if there are any ambushes at the exit. If there are, I would like to ensure your safety. Given the serpent woman's insistence, She had no reason to decline. She nodded and continued walking beside her, though her surprise, what appeared to be only a few steps, felt exceedingly distant. Along the way, She could not help but inquire, I think you are quite lovely. Why choose this path? The serpent woman tossed her hair back and asked, what do you think it is? She speculated, are you compelled by circumstance? Does this work provide you with sustenance? The serpent woman scoffed lightly. That is but one reason that in truth, living here without money is not overly difficult. At worst, wealth allows one to live without being treated like an animal. Yet we are, in essence, animals, and there is no need to lead a life of luxury. She became increasingly curious. Then what is the true reason? The serpent woman considered for a moment before explaining. We serpents are the most lascivious of our kind. It is not uncommon for us to seek pleasure at the expense of others. I find it tedious to capture a person daily, so I opted to reside here, where I can earn money and have others serve me. It is rather convenient. Mushi frowned and remarked. I cannot shake the feeling that there is more to it. If it were truly that simple, why did that lecherous man look down upon you and not fear your retaliation? I assumed your plight stemmed from financial need. Could it be that you are under some form of duress? The serpent woman nodded. Indeed, there is a reason, and you are quite perceptive. Mushi scratched her head. What is it? The serpent woman slightly lowered her neckline. Mushi immediately shut her eyes, horrified. What are you doing? I know you possess an attractive figure, but there is no need to show it to me. I have no interest in women. The serpent woman burst into laughter. Oh, dear girl, what are you thinking? Open your eyes and look. I only hope you are not frightened. Slowly, Mushi opened her eyes to find the serpent woman's flesh in tatters. Nearly exposing her insides, she gasped. What is this? How could this happen? The serpent woman sighed. This is precisely why I dare not offend him. She caressed her chest. The decayed skin restored itself, though the scales appeared scattered, as if many had been forcibly removed. The serpent woman spoke softly. I once lived a life of indulgence here, until one day I encountered a man whom I fell for. Yet he deceived me. He purchased this entire brothel and forced me to consume a certain drug, compelling me to navigate this den of beasts. If I dare express dissatisfaction, he threatens to withhold the antidote, and should I go 3 days without it, my body would succumb to decay beyond recovery. Presently, I have only just taken the antidote, thus I appear presentable. Soon, however, I shall revert to a grotesque state. Mushi's heart swelled with anger. What sort of person does this? If he cared for you, why subject you to such torment? The serpent woman regarded her with a peculiar gaze before shaking her head. I cannot ascertain how much affection he ever held for me. If he did, it is surely dissipated. Thus, it hardly qualifies as love, merely my unrequited yearning. She felt a surge of sympathy for the serpent woman, asking, have you considered a way to escape? Or perhaps there is an antidote? Why not accompany me? I believe Jing Shi may have a solution. The serpent woman shrugged. Let it be. I do not wish to burden you. I can see that Jing Shi is a person of great ambition. It would be unreasonable to ask him to pause for my sake, and what am I to him? Mushi exhaled deeply. That is true. I lack the standing to impose upon him further, having already troubled him so much. However, I am heading to the royal city with him, and I am confident that there must be a way to cure your affliction there. Please wait for me. Chapter 72. Nonsense. The snake woman was deeply moved and said, I will surely wait for you. When you return, I shall treat you to a meal. Mushi nodded, and the two continued to chatter away, sharing numerous words until they reached the exit. Mushi felt the long-lost sunlight and warmth. There was no one lurking outside for them. Just as the snake woman was about to bid farewell to Mushi, she spotted 2 figures approaching from a distance. Instantly, the snake woman's instincts kicked in, and she said, we should hide first. We don't know who is coming our way. Mushi, possessing keen eyesight, quickly recognized the 2 familiar silhouettes she had been spending her days with. A wave of joy washed over her as she patted the snake woman's shoulder, exclaiming, don't worry, they're not bad people. It's Jing Shi and Yun. They have come to find me. The snake woman let out a slight sigh of relief and stepped aside to allow Mushi to move forward. Mushi waved towards the 2 approaching figures, calling out, Jing Shi, Yun, over here. Upon seeing Mushi looking vibrant and full of life, Yun felt a tremendous sense of relief. He had nearly been driven to madness by Jing Shi over the past few days. The madman insisted on punishing him every night for not watching over Mushi properly. Now, he bore no good flesh left on his body. As he reached Mushi, he couldn't help but voice his grievances. What on earth is going on with you? You can watch. Jing Shi turned back, furrowing his brow as he looked at her, and said, sometimes you ought to temper your unnecessary kindness. It makes you far too susceptible to manipulation. This woman merely uttered a few sweet words before you, and you can so easily overlook the harm she has caused you in the past. Were it not for her, Yun would never have left, and you certainly would not have been led astray by Lufang. Mushi's expression softened unconsciously as she replied, So it is for this reason that you are so fixated on her. Jing Shi replied, that is merely a part of the reason. Wai Mushi cleared her throat lightly and said, rest assured, I am not swayed by her flattery. Although our time together has been brief, numerous events have led me to believe her nature is not inherently why judgment of character is quite astute. Would you not consider trusting me just this once? Jing Shi remained silent, contemplating her words. Wai Mushi sighed, revealing a hint of desperation, and clasped her hands together, saying, please, let this be my plea to you that if you agree to this one request, I promise to acquiesce to your future requests. Jing Shi let out a cold laugh and replied mercilessly, I truly cannot fathom what you might ask of me that would warrant such a favor. Yi Mushi countered, the wheel of fortune turns, does it not? Who knows what tomorrow may bring? Perhaps in the future, I shall become powerful enough to warrant your trust. Having reached this point in their discourse, Jing Shi felt that denying her would only provoke another bout of her temper. Thus he resignedly acquiesced, albeit with a warning. However, I must forewarn you, should any trouble arise due to your misplaced compassion, I shall certainly seek recompense from you. Wai Mushi, having grown accustomed to Jing Shi's sharp tongue over these past days, was unfazed and cheerfully replied, all right, whatever you say, as long as you agree to my request. You are the best. Jing Shi poked her forehead and remarked, I knew you would resort to flattery. Wai Mushi laughed mischievously. I simply speak the truth. Yun, unable to bear witnessing their affectionate banter, interjected with a heavy snort. I must ask, are you two planning to leave or not? Did you not just mention that Lu Fang's people are closing in on us? Yet here you are, lost in each other's eyes. The snake woman cast him a flirtatious glance and assured, fear not, this place is quite safe. Yin's forehead twitched with barely contained irritation as he retorted, are you seeking death? Just moments ago, you attempted to frame me. And now you wish to seduce me. You think I would fall for such tricks, becoming ensnared twice by the same individual. Do you not consider your own standing? Jing Shi also shot him a cold glance and remarked, if you lack the intent, why fear her? If you were truly incensed, it would be wiser to act rather than engage in empty proclamations of resolve. Yun, incensed by Jing Shi's words, snapped back, damn it, Jing Shi, do you think I do not wish to act? I refrained only because you wanted to intervene, and Yi Mushi pleaded for your leniency. You would certainly not allow me to harm this snake woman now, would you? If I were strike, would you not execute me? The snake woman, observing their serious exchange, tempered her playful demeanor and said, enough of this. You should leave quickly. While this place may seem secure, Lu Fang may not be oblivious. No sooner had she spoken than they heard shouts echoing from the dark passageway. Search thoroughly. Leave no crevice unexamined. I refuse to believe they could have escaped so swiftly. The snake woman's countenance shifted, caught off guard by the rapid turn of events, leaving her unsure whether to feel embarrassed or angry. Yun smirked, gesturing towards the dark passage, and quietly asked, is this your idea of safety? Feeling somewhat wronged. The snake woman replied, how was I to know they would arrive so soon? You all should find somewhere to hide. This passage leads to another location. Chapter 74. The direction indicated by the snake woman led to the opposite end of the dark passage. The place where Jing Shi and Yun had arrived was a dead end, and they had traversed many twists and turns to locate it. Wai Mushi inquired, where does that lead? The snake woman shook her head, her urgency evident as she said, I cannot say for certain. The passages here are labyrinthine. The one I just guided you through is merely a minor branch, and I have no knowledge of where this exit may lead. Typically, one would use the main entrance. Wai Mushi widened her eyes in disbelief. So you brought me here without knowing? The snake woman sighed in resignation. It was a necessity. Regardless, this location is undoubtedly safer than above. You must understand, should you venture out, you will surely fall into the clutches of that crowd. Their information is interconnected. However, down here, they are akin to headless flies that I can only hope Yun and the others arrive soon. Even if they do not, if you hide below, they may not find you. Wai Mushi grew anxious. So what should we do now? The snake woman gritted her teeth, pointing towards the exit. I will head out first to draw their attention. You should make your way to the other side. The rest is left to fate. Wai Mushi hesitated. But do you possess the ability to protect yourself? The snake woman could not help but chuckle. Even if I have not fought you, you cannot underestimate my abilities. I may not excel in combat, but I'm quite adept at playing hide and seek. Wei expressed disbelief. What? Yimushi, you actually managed to defeat someone. Yimushi rolled her eyes at him. Now is not the time for banter. Let us hurry. Since you have made a decision, be cautious. After reiterating her concerns to the snake woman, the two parted ways. Soon after, they heard shouts from behind. I see a figure over there. Hurry and pursue. Yimushi cast a worried glance back, and Jing Shi, with an arm around her, guided her forward. They walked several hundred meters, ensuring no movement was detected behind them, before Jing Shi finally released her. Wei crossed his arms. Now you can explain, how were you able to defeat that snake woman? Jing Shi nodded in agreement. Indeed, how did you escape Lu Fang's clutches? Surely, it cannot be solely due to that snake woman, Yimushi recounted. After Lu Fang captured me, she initially treated me well, but soon grew impatient. One day, she returned, mentioning that she had encountered you all, and then attempted to use needles on me, intending to sell me off. I, in my fear and anxiety, when her needle approached, I suddenly unleashed a surge of divine power, tossing Lu Fang and her two subordinates aside. Yue pondered, and how did you end up in such a strange place? Were it not for Jing Shi's keen instincts, we would never have found our way here. At this point, Yimushi felt a bit embarrassed as she explained. After I unleashed my divine power, Lu Fang tried to flee, and I clung to her. She likely activated a teleportation array, and thus we were both transported to this desolate place. Jing Shi eyed her skeptically. And how did you end up befriending the snake woman? Yimushi could not contain her laughter. That truly was fate. When I first encountered her, she seemed familiar. Upon recalling that she was the one who seduced Yue, I exchanged a few words with her. To my surprise, she began to mock me, and feeling defiant, I wagered with her. Ultimately, she lost the bet and vowed to ruin her own appearance, feeling pity for her. I refused to let her go through with it, which I believe touched her. Thus, we reached an understanding. Wei gazed at Yimushi in astonishment, inching closer before being pushed back into place by Jing Shi. He blinked several times. What kind of power is this? Show me your divine abilities. Can we spar? Yimushi replied, We can, but are you certain you wish to do so here? Just then, they heard shouts from outside again. Yue, crestfallen, said, Let us wait until we are safe, then we can discuss it. Which way should we go now? Both turned to Jing Shi, who among them not only possessed the best sense of direction, but also the greatest fortune. Whenever they found themselves lost, following Jing Shi's lead had never proven wrong. After a moment's contemplation, Jing Shi pointed to the left, declaring, Let us proceed this way. They walked a few dozen steps when Yimushi suddenly heard a familiar voice, her face paling as she exclaimed, It seems we have returned. Stepping outside, they confirmed they had indeed returned to the original location Yimushi had entered, prompting Yue to mock. It appears we cannot always rely on your judgment. Even your keen nose can sometimes lead us astray. Jing Shi cast a cold glance at him and said, You would do well to keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, next time, I shall expect you to take the role of bait to scout ahead. Yu immediately fell silent. Jing Shi restrained Yimushi, instructing him to remain hidden within the dark passage, while he himself observed the situation outside. The IT appeared to be a wine cellar, with various rooms beyond it from which a cacophony of indistinct screams emanated. Adjacent to this was a kitchen, and an utterly repugnant odor wafted through the air, reminiscent of decaying flesh and blood from a century past, foul and nauseating. One could only wonder what they were cooking, as wisps of hot steam further intensified the stench. Yun, evidently intrigued by the aroma, inhaled deeply and remarked amidst their strange exchange of glances, What is that scent? It smells delightful. Yimushi, after a moment's silence, looked at him with pity and said, Have you lived your entire life in a cesspit? Jing Shi interjected, You should refrain from dining with us in the future. Yu, suddenly incensed, retorted, I had every intention to, but you two refused to appreciate the allure of rotten meat. Yimushi felt a twinge of relief at his own lack of discerning taste, believing it better not to be so indulgent. What noise? Yun's voice aroused the suspicion of the chef outside, who emerged with a spoon in hand, looking perplexed as he scanned the surroundings. Jing Shi promptly gave Yu Yun another nudge. Yu Yun winced in pain, thinking to himself that Jing Shi's heart was indeed black and his hands heavy. He nearly shattered a bone. The chef, having heard no unusual sounds, returned to his duties. Jing Shi, however, was curious. With such commotion outside, why was it only Yu Yun's voice that we heard? It's quite strange. Chapter 75. A foreboding. It was then that Jing Shi sensed something amiss. The chef must have gone to report their presence. He should have been monitoring the area all along. Yu Yun questioned, how could that be? He has no way of knowing we would be here. And even if he did hear us, there would be no reason for him to come out and inquire. Wouldn't that just alert us? Jing Shi replied, this brothel houses many individuals specifically tasked with gathering intelligence. Their hearing is far superior to that of ordinary folk. They were released today to capture Jing Shi, and his inquiry was not meant to warn us, but to confirm our presence. Yu Yun remained skeptical, insisting, you're overthinking this. How could such a person exist? Besides, how could he ascertain our presence just by stepping out? Jing Shi asserted he could, as he has likely already counted the number of people in this vicinity. His recent appearance was probably to tally any additional individuals. Before Yu Yun could retort, they heard the chef's voice from earlier. I just heard some commotion inside. There are likely 3 people. Yu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Jing Shi, astonished by the chef's remarkable capabilities. Jing Shi, equally shocked, shook his head in disbelief, thinking that many people here could easily end up in a laboratory. Attracting a crowd, Jing Shi sniffed the air around them. This scent on us is far too conspicuous. It's likely to be detected by someone with keen senses. Yu Yun, in a state of urgency, asked, what should we do now? With someone like that around, where can we possibly escape? Jing Shi surveyed the surroundings, noting that the crowd was still a distance away, and pointed to the nearest room. We should go in there. The most dangerous place is often the safest. They would never believe that someone with such prowess could allow us to slip away right under their noses. Exchanging a glance, Jing Shi and Jing Shi nodded, and the 3 dashed toward the adjacent room. Jing Shi knocked on the door, but the occupants, evidently engrossed in their revelries, paid them no mind. Only emitting a series of indistinct gasps. Jing Shi felt a bit embarrassed and suggested, perhaps we should find another room. This one seems inconvenient to disturb. Jing Shi scoffed, switching rooms would yield the same result. Without further ado, he kicked the door open, catching the occupants off guard. They stood frozen in shock as the 3 intruders filed in, their surprise rendering them momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Jing Shi hurriedly shut the door. Glancing outside to see several individuals searching for them in the place they had just vacated, allowing a sigh of relief to escape his lips, the naked couple on the bed, taken aback, began to curse, but Yu Yun swiftly threw a knife in their direction, silencing their protests, while Jing Shi quickly stuffed rags into their mouths before knocking them unconscious. Observing their efficiency, Jing Shi could not help but swallow hard. As Yu Yun sought rope to bind the pair, he glanced at Jing Shi and said, stop standing there as if watching a show, and come help. Jing Shi, flustered, approached and asked, help with what? Jing Shi replied coolly, you needn't worry about the heavy lifting. Just fetch some incense and burn it all over yourself. Otherwise, you'll surely be detected by that chef. Jing Shi nodded and hurried to the incense burner, fumigating his clothes and hair. Jing Shi called out, make sure to cover yourself thoroughly. He tossed 2 thin blankets to Jing Shi, who promptly followed his instructions. Once Jing Shi was sufficiently scented, Jing Shi nodded towards Yu Yun, saying, Yu Yun, drape this over yourself. We are scantily clad and cannot afford to be further scented. Yu Yun, perplexed, scratched his head, but after the earlier incident, he dared not question Jing Shi, replying with a simple all right as he wrapped himself in the blanket. Jing Shi continued, we need to push these 2 off the bed. Yu Yun, concerned, said, did you not mention that the person outside could hear our breathing? Should we not just kill them? Jing Shi interjected, could you refrain from being so barbaric? They were merely in the midst of their own business. Our sudden intrusion has already left them traumatized. Must you now resort to murder? Yu Yun huffed, crossing his arms, but eliminating them would be the surest way to prevent any potential repercussions. Jing Shi would surely agree. You're the only one clinging to useless ideals. Tell me, what good is your perpetual softness? You'll only end up being used. Jing Shi replied, let us not resort to murder. If we can avoid it, we should. The cycle of life is a just one. Yu Yin could hardly believe his ears, circling Jing Shi with exaggerated disbelief. In no way. When did you start believing in such nonsense? Are you planning to die and ascend to heaven? Jing Shi shot him a cold glance and declared, just toss them out. With so many people around, he wanted to be able to keep track of everyone. If you say another word, I'll bind you three together. Yin clicked his tongue, but complied. Jing Shi instructed, get them out. There's a window at the back. Don't return for now, as there are only 2 individuals inside. That chef will surely know, and if one more person suddenly appears, it'll raise suspicion. Yu Yin had no objections now, as the individuals outside were nearing their door. Delaying further would mean losing their chance to escape. He hoisted the 2 unconscious figures and, panting, jumped out of the window. Left behind, Yimushi and Jing Shi exchanged a bewildered glance, with Yimushi asking, what should we do now? Jing Shi swallowed hard and replied, we may need to put on a show for them. Yimushi suddenly felt an ominous premonition and took a step back, clutching his chest. What kind of show? I must warn you, I possess no artistic talent or acting ability. Jing Shi, puzzled by her words, tilted his head and stated, I don't understand what you're saying, but I am confident you can manage. Chapter 76. A farce. Why do you believe that? Yimushi asked, her spine chilling with dread as she instinctively retreated. Wary of Jing Shi's potential recklessness, she soon comprehended the origin of Jing Shi's notion, as he, undeterred by her reluctance, closed in on her and forcefully pinned her onto the bed, gazing down at her with an unsettling intensity while tenderly caressing her cheek. Yimushi felt tears welling in her eyes. What do you want from me? Please, don't act impulsively. At the outset, when Jing Shi sought to exert violence upon her, he employed a similar gesture. Now, it felt as though they had returned to that nightmarish day. The difference was that she had grown more acquainted with Jing Shi and seemed to harbor some inappropriate feelings towards him. Consequently, his ambiguous actions quickened her heartbeat, and her initial resistance had diminished. Naturally, Jing Shi could not be as violent with her as he had been at the beginning, setting aside the fact that his earlier impulsiveness stemmed from a surge of bloodlust. He now found it difficult to bear the thought of causing Yimushi any suffering. Thus, he naturally softened his tone, reassuring her, do not worry, I shall not do anything to you. Merely pretend for the onlookers outside. I will handle everything else. You need only to call out a few times that, why, Yimushi sniffled, inquiring, is that all that's required? Jing Shi raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, do you doubt me? Do you truly believe I would harm you? Rest assured, my promise to you remains unaltered. Once stated, it shall not be broken. Why, Yimushi asserted, it's not that I don't trust you. Jing Shi covered her mouth and glanced outside, saying, very well, if that is the case, let us dispense with further idle chatter. They are about to discover our whereabouts. You may begin your preparations now. Why, Yimushi felt a twinge of embarrassment and replied, although you say that, I have no experience and do not know how to. Yimushi suddenly realized that her collar was nearly open to her chest, and she hurriedly returned to the bed to tidy herself up, also fixing her hair before descending to hand a cloth to Jing Shi. Jing Shi deftly stuffed the cloth into the orc's mouth, skillfully binding the orc's body and tossing it behind the screen. Before joining Yimushi to peer out through the window below, Lu Feng stood out prominently in the center of the flower building, surrounded by orcs who supported her, forming a tight circle around her. With an air of arrogance, she brandished her whip, commanding the orcs to carry out her bidding. The beautiful women nearby, frightened, scattered like birds and beasts, running in all directions in the chaos, several orcs, enticed by the sight, abandoned their tasks and barged into a room, kicking out its occupants to pursue their own desires. Thus, at that moment, the flower building was a scene of both indulgence and rampant violence. Lu Feng directed, have you checked the second floor? I see there's still many rooms closed on that level. You all must turn this place upside down and find the people I need, otherwise I won't let you off easily. Remembering how Yimushi had treated her before, Lu Feng seethed with resentment, eager to retaliate against her. That moment, a stunning beauty sauntered down from the second floor. This woman possessed an exquisite figure, dressed in revealing attire, with alluring eyes heavily lined with makeup, and lips like cherry blossoms. Her laughter was like a sweet hook, Who dares to turn my place upside down without consulting me first? Lu Fong narrowed her eyes and asked, "Who are you?" The woman burst into laughter. "You don't even know who I am, yet you have the audacity to cause trouble in my domain? Who gave you the gall?" Lu Fong's pupils contracted slightly. She had heard of the renowned proprietress, but thought she usually did not appear in the flower building, having visited so many times without encountering her true self. She was surprised to meet her today. Lu Fong felt a twinge of apprehension and spoke more courteously. "I have long heard of your esteemed name, and I did not expect to meet you today. Since our paths have crossed, it must be fate. I merely wish to find someone here, and if I do, I shall leave at once. Surely, you won't be so petty as to deny me?" The proprietress, surprised, waved her fan and leisurely approached Lu Fong, speaking in a condescending tone. "It seems we are not acquainted. Why should I show you any courtesy? You've already damaged my establishment. Why should I be generous to you?" Lu Fong forced a smile. "This was not my intention. I did not plan to cause destruction here, but some individuals simply refused to listen." The proprietress replied slowly. "So you decided to beat them up? Even if you're looking for someone, what does that have to do with my patrons? Now that you've assaulted them, they may not return, causing significant losses to my business. Can you afford such consequences?" Lu Fong pressed her lips together. "I assure you, I will compensate for any damages I've caused here, so you needn't worry about that." The proprietress laughed even louder, squinting her eyes. "Compensate? Are you sure?" A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Fong. "What do you mean? You wouldn't be trying to extort me, would you?" The proprietress waved her slender fingers. "Rest assured, I do not engage in such unscrupulous activities. However, my belongings are quite valuable, that if you don't believe me, you can consult an expert. That I assure you, I won't deceive you. That I will send the bill to your cave later. By the way, may I ask your surname?" Lu Fong, wishing to avoid offending the proprietress, respectfully replied, "Lu Fong." The proprietress nodded knowingly. "Ah, Lu Fong, the rabbit spirit. I have heard of you." Lu Fong sighed in relief, smiling. "Since you have heard of my name, why not grant me a favor today and let me search for the person I seek?" The proprietress shook her head, saying in astonishment, "I've merely heard your name. Why should I grant you any favors? Besides, it's not a good reputation. When you are out and about, have you never heard the rumors about yourself?" At this point, Lu Fong could no longer contain her frustration and, suppressing her temper, demanded, "Proprietress, what do you mean? It's a simple matter of whether or not I can search. There's no need for the veiled insults." The proprietress shook her head after all this back and forth. "Can't I simply tell you my answer? If you had asked me beforehand, I might have agreed to let you search for someone in my establishment, but you barged in here like a robber, demanding to search my premises that, if I hadn't been present today, you would have succeeded." Lu Fong gritted her teeth, unwilling to relent. "Is there no room for negotiation? If you assist me today, I would certainly return the favor in the future. Although my reputation here isn't the best, my connections are extensive, and I know nearly everyone in the underworld." The proprietress circled Lu Fong, clicking her tongue in amusement. "You claim to have extensive connections, but I assure you, mine are no less formidable. What use do I have for your meager acquaintances? They're of little value." Lu Fong retorted coldly. "When we walk on the edge of blade, it's always better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Don't you think, proprietress? After all, if you choose to offend me today, who has to say I won't strike back when I'm in a position of power?" The proprietress's expression turned icy. "Future matters can be discussed later. Don't indulge in absurd hypotheticals here. I do not fall for such tactics." After a pause, she added with an air of nonchalance, "Furthermore, over the years, I have offended countless individuals stronger than you. Have you ever seen me afraid? If they have the ability, let them come and kill me. If they lack the strength, they will end up like you, forever suppressed by me until death or until I choose to eliminate them." Lu Fong's face shifted dramatically, vibrant with emotion. "Must you speak as if there's no way out? Are you unwilling to show even a modicum of mercy?" The proprietress, growing impatient, replied, "What mercy is there between us? If there's nothing more, you should hurry and take your people and leave. You shall not continue your search today." Lu Fong knew the proprietress had greater backing and had only been trying to gain some face. Our Jing Shi inquired, "If we were to assume that you wish to protect your establishment, then what is your intention now?" Why have you ascended the stairs to seek us out? You have long been aware of our identities." The proprietress sighed, and, with a gentle smile, replied, "To be candid with you both, every guest who enters here, nay, even a mere fly, we are well aware of their identity by the end of the month." Imushi felt goosebumps rise on her arms and asked, "So, dear proprietress, you cannot possibly shelter us without reason. What is it that you desire?" The proprietress appraised her with a discerning gaze and said, "I had thought my intentions were abundantly clear, yet it seems you are unable to perceive them. Worry not." She pointed at Imushi. "I merely seek something trivial from you." Chapter 79. Not just that Imushi's greatest fear now was to become the object of someone's desire for her blood. After the incident with Lu Feng, she had come to a stark realization. She was akin to Tang Sung, and anything about her was highly coveted, capable of inciting madness in 60% of this world. Though it might sound a touch narcissistic, it was indeed the truth. Thus, she retreated behind Jing Shi, her face a mask of vigilance, and asked, "What is it that you seek from me?" The proprietress reassured her. "Fear not. It is merely a small amount of blood. It shall not inflict any real harm upon you. Just consume a little more sustenance, and you shall recover." Why Imushi, perplexed, queried, "Is there truly any utility in my blood?" The proprietress blinked and replied, "Do you genuinely wish to know? It possesses numerous properties, though I fear you may find the truth somewhat overwhelming. Are you certain you wish to hear?" Noticing the proprietress's sly expression, Imushi decided against it, but questioned, "Yet, why would I acquiesce to your request?" The proprietress pouted slightly. "Did I not just assist you in dispelling that insufferable Lu Feng? Are you not at least a tad grateful?" Imushi sighed. "Now that you have sent her away, her utility has diminished. Do you not understand that before negotiating an exchange, one must first discuss terms? Your unilateral approach is rather uncouth." The proprietress appeared enlightened and nodded, then grinned. "Rest assured, I comprehend. Thank you for the reminder. However, although Lu Feng has departed, there are still many outside who are aware that yet another super-evolved entity resides here. They have not yet left. If I were to call out now, what do you suppose would happen?" Imushi's eyes widened in alarm. The proprietress raised a finger. "Keep your voice down. The shadows outside far exceed your expectations. If you wish to avoid being pursued by such a multitude, you would do well to offer me a cup of blood. Fear not. I shall not demand more than that." Why Imushi frowned, glaring at her. The proprietress feigned innocence. Jing Shi crossed his arms and looked down at the proprietress, stating, "If you wish to obtain her blood, it is not she you should negotiate with, but me." The proprietress shook her head. "But the blood resides on her body. Why must you be the one to decide? What is your relationship with her?" Jing Shi replied, "Can you not discern what I am to her?" The proprietress surveyed the two before waving her hand dismissively. "Never mind. I have no interest in your trivial affairs. My sole focus is on her blood. Should you continue to refuse, I shall raise my voice, and those outside would be thrilled to know you have not yet departed." Jing Shi retorted, "If you possess the audacity to call out, then let us see if you have the opportunity to do so." The proprietress stepped back, leaning against the doorframe. "I'm not like those foolish individuals you dispatch so easily. Even if I were to be restrained, I would undoubtedly find a way to summon help. You truly believe otherwise?" Jing Shi maintained his nonchalant demeanor. "And what if you do summon help? Should I fear you? Call for them, and I shall deal with each one that approaches." The proprietress, however, was no longer intimidated by Jing Shi. She turned to Imushi, her tone tinged with pity. "Are you truly prepared to proceed in this manner? Let me enlighten you. There are no fewer than 800 orcs outside. Even if Jing Shi possesses remarkable abilities, and perhaps that useless Yu Yun, do you truly believe the two of you can carve a path through such a throng?" Imushi hesitated. Can this establishment accommodate so many? The proprietress winked conspiratorially. Under normal circumstances, it could not. However, upon hearing of a super-evolved entity, they have all flocked here en masse. You cannot fathom what a super-evolved entity signifies for us. Can you? Imushi shook her head. The proprietress continued, "In our lifetime, we may never encounter such a being again, yet it possesses the potential to elevate our strength by several tiers. This power is inexhaustible, as long as you remain alive. Moreover, it is not limited to you. Your descendants may inherit such strength that you comprehend what this entails. Yi Mushi's eyes widened in realization, horrified at the thought that if she were captured, she might be compelled to reproduce, and her offspring could face a similar fate. A wave of fear washed over her, and she instinctively grasped Jing Shi's arm. Without his protection, she shuddered to think how many times she might have perished. Jing Shi gently patted the back of her hand, assuring her, "Do not worry. I have promised to safeguard you." The proprietress sighed dramatically. "You cannot protect her for eternity. You cannot watch over her every moment." Jing Shi narrowed his eyes, scoffing. "What is there that I cannot do?" The proprietress seemed momentarily taken aback, then waved her hand dismissively, indicating her disinterest in their personal matters, and continued, "Are you truly unwilling to provide me with blood? If you persist in your refusal, I shall soon lose my patience and call for those outside." She looked at Yi Mushi, coaxing her gently. "I know Jing Shi is formidable. He can take on 10 or 100 with ease. But can he truly contend with everyone in this establishment?" Yi Mushi gazed into her eyes. The proprietress's eyes bore an inexplicable allure, rendering Yi Mushi unable to look away. The proprietress continued with a smile. "If you grant me a cup of blood, I shall ensure your safe departure. Rest assured, my secret passage is far more reliable than that of the snake woman, and it will transport you back without fail." Yi Mushi bit her lip, conceding, "I can provide you with that." Jing Shi immediately expressed his discontent, saying, "There is no need. Even without your guidance, we can find our way out. The only one you should trust is me. I have vowed not to allow you to fall into her hands." That Yi Mushi pleaded, "I understand you are resourceful, but this is not the time for complications. Moreover, I could not bear the thought of you facing so many alone. Should anything go awry, my conscience would be troubled." Jing Shi countered, "What do you have to feel guilty about? Since we have forged a pact, protecting you is inherently part of my duty." Yi Mushi's expression soured. "Are you suggesting that your protection stems solely from that ridiculous contract?" Jing Shi stared intently at her, asserting, "It is more than that." Chapter 80. Are you not afraid of exposure? Yi Mushi, noticing the gravity of his expression, could not help but swallow hard and asked, "Then what is the reason? Please clarify your intentions today." Understanding this would alleviate her uncertainties, as she wished to avoid harboring misplaced feelings for him. Jing Shi stated with conviction, "If these feeble beings were to harm you, particularly in my presence, what would remain of my dignity?" A flicker of disappointment crossed Yi Mushi's face, but she forced a smile, her lips curving slightly. "You need not concern yourself. There are only a few of us present. As long as we remain discreet, no one will know." Jing Shi remained perplexed. "Why do you insist on giving them your blood?" Yi Mushi retorted, "This is my body. Do I not possess the right to govern it?" Her frustration erupted, fists clenched, expressing a mixture of restraint and disappointment. "Please refrain from uttering such disheartening words. Why must I continually hold on a hope regarding you?" Jing Shi, now even more bewildered, inquired, "What hope?" Yi Mushi, feeling bashful, could not confess her feelings in such a situation. Moreover, she was unsure if her reliance on Jing Shi was merely a misconception. Thus, she gritted her teeth and declared, "Regardless, this matter is not for you to meddle with." Jing Shi glared at her. "Do you dare?" Yi Mushi initially felt a twinge of fear, but upon hearing her words, she was completely incensed. She declared, "What do I have to fear? I have long stated that I am not your subordinate, nor am I obliged to follow your every command. What right do you presume to dictate my actions?" Reiterating her defiance, she no longer hesitated, shattering a cup in her grasp, slicing her finger open in the process, as crimson blood gushed forth, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Jing Shi, overcome with indignation, retorted, "You truly dare to do this?" Yi Mushi frowned, yet she refused to back down, returning her gaze defiantly while displaying a hint of a provocative smile. "Today, I am here to proclaim that I shall forever remain free, whether it be out of stubbornness or desire to oppose you. Do not dare to imagine that I will obediently become your pet." Jing Shi, suppressing her fury, pinched the bridge of her nose and exclaimed, "When have I ever treated you like a pet?" The innkeeper, observing the exchange, brightened and promptly presented a cup to Yi Mushi with utmost reverence. Choosing to ignore the quarrel between the two, Yi Mushi, reluctant to waste her blood, felt a pang of guilt for her reaction. Although sparring verbally with Jing Shi was exhilarating, the sight of her displeased countenance stirred an unexpected sense of remorse within her. She questioned whether her response was excessive. After all, Jing Shi's feelings for her were entirely her own affair. It would be unreasonable to fly into a rage simply because she felt unreciprocated affection. Yet, emotions are often inexplicable, and the steady drip of her blood dulled the intensity of her feelings. Perhaps it was due to her sheltered life, as this minor pain felt almost unbearable, leading her to yield to Jing Shi's gaze, which bore an undertone of concern. Clearing her throat, Shi accepted the cup from the innkeeper, allowing her blood to trickle down the sides of the vessel until it was filled to the brim. Times, the blood would congeal, requiring her to exert effort to squeeze it out anew. She pondered whether she had become so accustomed to comfort that she sought out suffering for herself. With that thought, she couldn't help but glance at Jing Shi, her gaze evasive. Jing Shi noticed her, but was too angered to acknowledge her. Huffing dismissively before turning away, Shi couldn't help but grin, realizing that she had genuinely vexed Jing Shi, who had never treated her this way before. Yun nodded vigorously, and Shi immediately smiled, saying, "How about this? Why don't you take me outside? After all, I'm currently in a quarrel with Jing Shi, and he definitely won't pull me up, so if you help me, I'll tell you." Doesn't that seem fair? Yun thought this was no trouble at all, merely a small favor. He glanced up at the hole above, where the landlady's voice urged them. "What are you all doing down there? If you don't come up soon, those people will catch up." Yun assessed the height of the hole and the ground for a moment in silence, then said, "At this height, I might only be able to carry you up. You might not mind, but does Jing Shi?" The two of them made their way towards Jing Shi, who still wore an expression that suggested they owed him 500,000 from a past life. Hearing their exchange, he squinted, revealing a dangerously threatening glint in his eyes as he fixed a stare on Yun. Yun instantly felt as if he had been ensnared by a poisonous snake, rubbing the goosebumps on his arm, revealing a helpless expression of amusement. "If you don't want me to touch her, just carry her up yourself. Is it really that awkward to wait until we're safe to continue your bickering? Or why not let me carry her up now instead of wasting time here, especially since it seems like the people outside are about to break in?" He continued, somewhat perplexed. "But didn't the landlady just fend off Lu Fong for you? How could they possibly know you're still here? Ever since I stepped in, I've been wanting to ask what that delightful aroma is." Jing Shi lowered his gaze to Mushi's fingers, where the blood had nearly congealed, yet that faint, lingering fragrance had not dissipated. Yun noticed this and was instantly shocked. "That you're hurt? You're bleeding? My heavens, quickly bring your finger here, so I can lick it. I might not have this chance again." As he spoke, he reached for Mushi's hand. Mushi dodged, exclaiming, "Get away, you perverted creep! Who would let you lick it?" Yun sighed, saying, "It's just a lick, it's not a big deal. It's rare for you to be injured, so don't run away." Jing Shi, unable to tolerate this any longer, wrapped his arm around Mushi, shielding her from Yun, gripping Yun's shoulder with a force akin to steel. "Have you two had enough of your antics?" This was the first time Mushi truly sensed Jing Shi's anger. Chapter 82. Significance. Mushi had never so vividly felt Jing Shi's fury. Realizing how trivial her previous quarrels had been to him, his warnings, usually light and laced with humor, stood in stark contrast to today, akin to a statue suddenly imbued with emotion. Yun was taken aback, feeling as though his shoulder might be crushed, and he became exceedingly angry, struggling several times without success. The landlady called out again from above, "Are you all leaving or not?" When Jing Shi was angry, he seemed to prefer silence. Growing especially taciturn, he released Yun and, with a firm grip around Mushi's waist, lifted her directly up through the hole. Mushi hadn't anticipated that this compartment would be quite spacious, large enough for an adult to walk through, although this adult had to be a woman, as a man like Jing Shi had to stoop to fit. Nevertheless, even while stooping, he exuded an aura of 1.80 meters. Under the landlady's guidance, they quickly exited the lengthy and convoluted passage, finally breathing in fresh air. Why Mushi couldn't help Mushi suddenly realized, and her heart couldn't help but feel a stir, acknowledging that she had indeed misunderstood Jing Shi. Chapter 83. Sweetness. Mushi, understanding her error, felt a twinge of shame and explained, "It was my fault to have misjudged you, so at that moment, I was utterly bewildered, believing you to be the worst of the worst. Thus, I admit my mistake, and I shall never act in such a manner again." Jing Shi let out a soft huff and replied, "To be honest, what reason would I have to harm you? Regardless, our connection is unbreakable, yet you chose to heed the words of an outsider instead of trusting me." That Mushi felt even more embarrassed by Jing Shi's words and bit her lip, saying, "Rest assured, I will not act this way again. However, could you please be more explicit? You must understand that I'm not as clever as you might think. I merely notice some small details that others overlook. But such insight is limited to moments when I am not confused." Jing Shi, observing her demeanor, could not bring himself to continue his reproach. He gently reached out and brushed her head, saying, "In truth, more than anything, I simply wish to see you unharmed." Upon hearing this, Mushi's heart raced, and she felt an unexpected surge of courage as she asked, "Jing Shi, could it be that you have only partially expressed your feelings?" Suddenly realizing what she had said, she quickly closed her mouth. However, Jing Shi had already raised an eyebrow in curiosity and inquired, "What did you say?" Mushi shook her head, saying, "It's nothing. I was just momentarily dazed. Please disregard my words." Yun, witnessing the ease with which they reconciled, felt a pang of discomfort and said, "Though I am reluctant to interrupt, I must insist that you address her wound promptly, or at least allow me to tend to it. After all, I could surely help, and otherwise, the odor will undoubtedly attract others." That Mushi protested, "My wound has clearly healed. How can there still be such a strong smell?" Yun scoffed, "Is that difficult to comprehend? You are not a super-evolved being, so naturally, you cannot compare to ordinary people. Are you truly refusing my help? It's free and beneficial for both of us." Jing Shi swiftly swatted Yun aside, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if wishing to dispose of him instantly. "Are you blind? Can't you see I'm still here? Even if we retreat her wound, it is not your place." Yun, feeling aggrieved, held his swollen forehead and retorted, "Must you be so fierce? I haven't said anything wrong. Besides, you both will have plenty of opportunities to do this and that in the future. Why rush? I might miss out on this chance entirely." Jing Shi let out a cold laugh and replied leisurely, "There will be no past, no present, and no future for that. You might as well indulge in your daydreams." Yun clicked his tongue in annoyance, glaring at Jing Shi as he pulled Mushi into a nearby alley. However, the space was small and lacked concealment, allowing him to see everything clearly. He noticed Jing Shi bringing Mushi's hand to his lips, carefully observing for a moment before frowning. "Who told you to apply so much pressure when inflicting the wound? If you hadn't been so forceful, it wouldn't have been so difficult to heal." Having just wronged Jing Shi, Mushi naturally would not argue against him. She carefully lowered her gaze and replied, "I've already told you. I was dazed at the time and didn't realize how much force I was using. It really hurt." Jing Shi evidently appreciated her sulking demeanor and said with a huff, "Isn't that what you deserve? Would you permit me to help you?" Mushi had anticipated this, but upon hearing it, her face turned crimson and she stared blankly at Jing Shi. "Huh? What did you say? Can licking really help?" Jing Shi raised his gaze. Looking steadily at Mushi, "Of course it helps. Saliva can heal wounds. Did you not know?" Mushi replied, "Oh," and slowly lowered her head, shyly saying, "All right." Jing Shi, seeming not to seek her consent, would have disregarded her refusal even if she had protested. He took Mushi's hand to his mouth, opening it to gently lick the injured part of her finger. That Mushi felt as though she had been electrified, her skin prickling all over. Jing Shi focused intently on healing her, his movements precise. However, he was taken aback by the potency of Mushi's blood. After only a few licks, he felt a rush of heat throughout his body. Yet, her blood bore no metallic taste, instead carrying a sweet, intoxicating fragrance that made him desire to bite her wound even larger, allowing her blood to flow more freely, so he could savor it drop by drop. Mushi exclaimed, "Don't be so forceful. It hurts a bit." Only then did Jing Shi realize he had inadvertently made her wound larger and began to lick it gently once more. Before long, both felt that the wound had largely healed, yet neither mentioned it, and Jing Shi still did not release her hand. Yun, watching from the side, clenched his fists, thinking Jing Shi was truly stingy, not allowing him even a single bite despite having consumed so much himself. He was nearly ready to bite his handkerchief in frustration. Under Yu Yun's resentful gaze, Jing Shi finally let go of Yimushi, having neatly bandaged her wound as if fearful of infection. Yu Yun, growing impatient, remarked, "Can we finally leave now? But really, you're being incredibly selfish. Can't you spare me just one bite?" Jing Shi coldly replied, "If you dare lay a finger on her, just wait and see how we'll deal with you later." Yu Yun pouted and said, "All right, I understand it's yours now. I want to touch it. Is that satisfactory?" Jing Shi continued, "We cannot go out just yet. She still carries a scent. You should scout ahead." Yu Yun widened his eyes in disbelief, pointing at Jing Shi and exclaiming, "I ask you, Jing Shi, are you even human? You give me no reward and expect me to do all the work?" Chapter 84. The Strange. Jing Shi smiled coldly, saying, "If you feel aggrieved, you may leave at any time. After all, it was not you who begged to follow me at the beginning." Yu Yun felt as if his very lifeblood had been choked off, helpless with rage. "You," Jing Shi continued leisurely, "if you do not wish to accompany us, you may ignore my commands and simply depart. I will not stop you." Yu Yun replied, "Fine, fine. So what if I go out as scout as bait? What is the big deal? I'll go," true to his cowardly nature. Upon hearing Jing Shi's threat, Yu Yun turned without hesitation to scout the path, not knowing what drew him to the royal city, sinking to such a lowly state. As Yu Yun departed, Yimushi couldn't help but shake her head and smile. While Jing Shi began to remove his clothing, Yimushi felt a surge of anxiety, stepping back and asking, "What are you doing? There's no need to get so excited and take off your clothes. We aren't that familiar yet, and it's unnecessary to put on a show. The wound is already healed, so there's no need to rush," Jing Shi asked in a bewildered tone. "What are you thinking? I merely noticed that your scent is rather strong and wish to cover it. This animal skin coat can conceal your scent, that I used to wear it in the forest to hide my presence. And even the most skilled hunters never discovered me." Yimushi hadn't anticipated her thoughts would wander so far. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She covered her face and said, "I've been dazed all day." "Just pretend you didn't hear anything." Jing Shi then realized, his face breaking into a smirk as he leaned closer to Yimushi, exhaling softly near her ear. "What are you thinking, if you want to ponder such things? There's no harm in it." Yimushi shook her head repeatedly, insisting, "I didn't think that at all." "Stop talking nonsense." Jing Shi, with a bemused expression, asked, "What were you thinking? What nonsense am I spouting?" At that moment, Yimushi wished she could dig a hole to bury herself. The embarrassment was overwhelming. She nearly burst into tears, pleading, "Please let me go." Jing Shi let out a soft chuckle, removed his outer garment, and draped it over Yimuxi with great care. Wrapping her snugly, he remarked, "There you go. I was merely teasing you for a moment. It's all in good fun. You truly lack a sense of romance." To be honest, Yimuxi had long coveted Jing Shi's fur coat, not for its aesthetic appeal or warmth, but because it was far more modest compared to her peculiar assortment of clothing, though it was not overly substantial. It was the most conventional attire she had encountered since her arrival, and she couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion, covering the garment with her hands and caressing it repeatedly. At this, Jing Shi was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "What are you doing? Do you truly fancy my coat?" Yimuxi suddenly realized that her actions may have seemed a bit excessive, and she quickly cleared her throat. Jing Shi nodded and said, "I understand what you're trying to convey. You're a bit dazed, aren't you? Please, spare me. I've grown weary of your ramblings." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Yimuxi changed the subject. "Why has Yu Yun been gone for so long while scouting a path? Surely nothing has happened to him. Perhaps we should check on him." Jing Shi coldly scoffed. "That good-for-nothing, he is always more of a hindrance than a help. It's best to ignore him, as the saying goes. One should not speak ill of others or summon spirits in the dead of night." And no sooner had Jing Shi finished his sentence than Yu Yun burst onto the scene, having overheard the remark. And he was visibly irate, exclaiming, "Jing Shi, can you even consider yourself human? This is utterly outrageous. You send me to scout and then speak ill of me behind my back. I want to do it again." Jing Shi smirked. "So what did you find out?" Wei Yun replied, "I didn't uncover anything." Jing Shi, with a knowing look, asked. Oh, are you certain you didn't inquire about anything? Yue, noticing the gleaming blade that Jing Shi brandished, which reflected their silhouettes, felt a surge of trepidation and swallowed hard. Listen to me. There's no need for such theatrics. Outside, they're actually searching for Yamuxi. Jing Shi furrowed his brow. What is going on? Yue explained, did you know? The tavern keeper died after taking Yamuxi's blood. Yamuxi gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. How is that possible? Yue sighed slowly. You still don't understand. Your identity as a super-evolved being is your greatest sin. No matter where you go, you will inevitably become the object of desire. For you, mountains of knives and seas of fire are entirely possible. Yamuxi asked, bewildered, am I truly destined to bring such calamity? Jing Shi frowned. Do not listen to Yueyun's nonsense. It's merely that these people are excessively greedy. Although Yueyun was not entirely convinced by Jing Shi's words, he nodded in agreement. That much is true that I heard that those individuals killed the tavern keeper for Yamuxi's blood. Such a trivial amount of blood was fiercely contested, and it truly resulted in her demise. I suggest you wrap yourself up when you go out. With your unique physique, who knows what those people might do? Even with Jing Shi's protection, it might not suffice. Yamuxi replied, how can one live a life of perpetual hiding? There will always come a time when one cannot be prepared. Rather than urging me to hide, why not help me become less vulnerable? If I can protect myself, even the mightiest of foes would find it difficult to harm me. William mused, that is a fair point. However, your status as a super-evolved being does have its advantages. After all, you do possess some latent divine power, don't you? You need not strain yourself excessively. Simply practicing regularly will surely elevate your abilities. Yamuxi found it curious that Yue seemed particularly eloquent today. Under normal circumstances, he would have been mocking her by now. She scrutinized him suspiciously, circling around him. What has gotten into you today? Have you perhaps been possessed? You speak so pleasantly. Chapter 85. In a funk, Yue replied. I merely felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing you. Yamuxi was reluctant to believe his dubious words, scoffing, you aren't still coveting my blood, are you? Yue sighed, why must you think so poorly of me? I genuinely believe that with so many coveting you, I cannot allow you to sink further into this quagmire, of course. If you insist on offering me some blood, I wouldn't refuse. Yamuxi realized that Yue had resorted to a softer approach after failing to intimidate her. He hoped she would soften and grant him some blood. Unfortunately for him, he was destined for disappointment, as Yamuxi now understood the true value of her blood, if she were to draw it again. Wouldn't that blatantly signal her presence to everyone? Therefore, she resolutely pretended not to hear Yue's ulterior motives. Yue's disappointment was palpable, and Yamuxi thought that once they reached a safe place, if Yue continued to obsess over her blood, their friendship might deepen enough that giving him some wouldn't be a concern. However, her stomach growled, and she was disinclined to dwell on those matters. Is there anything to eat right now? I'm feeling a bit hungry. Do you have anything on you? Yue crossed his arms. Do you really think it's possible? We came out to find you. How could we possibly carry food with us? We're currently on the move, so bear with it. But Jing Shi interjected, you two stay here. If you're hungry, I'll go find something. Yamuxi was taken aback by Jing Shi's thoughtfulness and quickly replied, no need to trouble yourself. If there's nothing to eat, that is fine, I'm not that hungry. As she spoke, her stomach audibly protested twice, causing her to blush. Jing Shi lightly tapped her head, assuring her, it's all right. I won't encounter anyone foolish enough to confront me. Yamuxi remained somewhat uneasy, but they should all be aware that the super-evolved being is right beside you. Even so, is it truly safe? Jing Shi scoffed, what can possibly happen? Even if they know, what can they do? Would they dare to act? Is there anyone who could overpower me? If anyone had the audacity, they would have come long before now. Despite Jing Shi's words, Yamuxi still felt apprehensive, prompting him to add, I'm not solely looking for food. Since we must continue our journey, we cannot afford to be without provisions. After this, Yamuxi reluctantly released her grip, cautioning, then you should return quickly. I know you're incredibly capable, but this place is fraught with danger. Take care of yourself. Jing Shi nodded, rest assured. After reassuring Yamuxi, he turned to glare at Yue, warning, this time, you must keep a close watch. If she goes missing again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yun hurriedly waved his hands. Don't worry, this time I won T stray, regardless of what I hear. After this incident, I've realized just how treacherous it is to follow her. One must always be on guard. Jing Shi, still unconvinced, advised Yumuxi, you possess a latent divine power. If Yun proves unreliable, do you know how to use it? Or should I draw a protective barrier for you? Yumuxi shook her head. You truly need to worry so. I'll want to encounter any trouble. I'll only use that divine power in dire situations, even though they had both expressed their reassurances. Jing Shi remained unconvinced and proceeded to draw a protective barrier around Yumuxi. Fearing that Yun might make a rash decision and flee, he included Yun within the protective circle. His barrier was slightly more formidable than Yun's, making it merely a minor obstacle for Yun to leave, while escaping Jing Shi's barrier would require his explicit consent. After establishing the barrier, Jing Shi finally felt at ease and set off in search of food. Yumuxi watched him depart, while Yun reverted to his previous demeanor, remarking, enough already. It's not as if he won T return. Is it necessary to be so sentimental? I truly don't understand why. If you two are so attached, you don't just tie yourselves together with a rope. Yumuxi turned to glance at him languidly. If you weren't so unreliable, Jing Shi wouldn't have to worry so much. Yun propped his chin, observing Yumuxi. I truly think Jing Shi has suffered a great loss. After all, he was once a prince of the wolf clan in our forest. How did he fall to such depths? Yumuxi was taken aback, realizing that Jing Shi held this noble title, a prince no less. He has never spoken to me about his origins. Could you enlighten me, since I happen to have some free time? Yun displayed a look that suggested disbelief, then replied, since Jing Shi has chosen not to disclose such matters to you, how could I dare to share? Please refrain from uttering such foolishness. If Jing Shi were to discover that I divulged this to you, he would undoubtedly seek to dismember me. Mushi nudged him playfully and whispered, ultimately, only the two of us are privy to this information. I swear I will not tell Jing Shi. May lightning strike me if I do. Is that acceptable? Yun remarked. Who knows if you might inadvertently let it slip? That won't do. Mushi, consumed by curiosity, pressed on, while Yun rested his chin in his hand and continued, you truly should not be so inquisitive. Just imagine the consequences if Jing Shi were to find out that if he wished to confide in you, he would do so. If he hasn't tea, it is either not the right moment or he feels it unnecessary. In either case, you should simply await the day he chooses to share. He added, moreover, this situation is certainly not advantageous for Jing Shi. There is no need for you to rub salt in his wounds. Mushi could only respond with a dejected oh. Yun then stated, it seems the tides may be turning. I just learned another piece of news while I was out. Many significant figures have gathered here, and that proprietress is undoubtedly not to be underestimated. Mushi was instantly captivated by this revelation and inquired, who are they? What is the matter? Yun playfully swatted her head. You certainly have a penchant for gossip. Mushi blinked. Will you tell me or not? Yun replied, I won't, unless you offer me some of your blood. Chapter 86. Dividing the spoils. Mushi huffed, retracting her hand. She knew Yun was still unwilling to relent. Having kept his gaze fixed on her fingers, thus, she exaggeratedly flicked her freshly bandaged finger and stated, actually, I am not that eager to know. You may keep your secrets until the day you die. After all, I shall learn it eventually. Yun commented, Mushi has a fair understanding of Yun now. He is indeed quite the chatterbox. If you indulge him, he will likely refuse to speak, but if you oppose him, he may very well spill the beans as expected. Yun soon leaned in closer and whispered, I heard that several leaders from the Fox clan, the Tiger clan, and the Leopard clan have arrived, along with their young masters. Do you grasp the gravity of this situation now? Mushi recalled the information Yun had just revealed and curiously asked, so, have the Wolf clan members come as well? Yun scoffed, you claim not to care. Yet you're subtly inquiring. You can still backtrack if you wish. Mushi raised an eyebrow, maintaining her stance of wanting to know or not. Yun, unable to hold back, said, I haven't found out if the Wolf clan is here, but I think it's for the best if they aren't. Otherwise, Jing Shi may not know what to make of things. Jing Shi's cold voice came from behind. What is there to not know? Yun's expression froze. He had not anticipated having a spirit at his back. He chuckled nervously. I don't know. How could I possibly affect them? Jing Shi shot him a glance and tossed some food to Yimushi. Warning Yue, your loose tongue is troublesome. Heed my warning. Speak not of things you shouldn't, or you shall bear the consequences. Yue nearly wept. While others might say consequences don't exist, once such words escaped Jing Shi's lips. Repercussions were certain. Yue insisted, I haven't said anything at all. You can ask Yimuxai that why Yimushi fell silent, merely smiling gently at Yue. Yue leaped up. What the hell, Yimushi? Say something? I truly didn't tell you anything. Right? Yimushi, under his anxious gaze, slowly nodded, then earnestly told Jing Shi he genuinely hasn't said anything. Please do not misunderstand. Though she claimed this, her eyes clearly conveyed a message urging him to misconstrue her meaning. Consequently, Jing Shi's gaze became sharp. He glared at Yue before turning to Yimushi, questioning with a mix of tension and displeasure. So you know everything? Yimushi sensed his unease regarding his past and promptly grew serious. Shaking her head, no, in truth, Yue has said nothing. You needn't be so anxious. I won't pry unless one day you truly wish to share. Jing Shi sighed. It's not that I am unwilling to confide. It is simply that the matter is quite complex and involves many facets. In time, as you learn more, it will be easier for me to explain that why Yimushi was not one to intrude upon other secrets. Since Jing Shi did not wish to speak now, for whatever reason, she felt disappointed but would never force him to divulge his past or plans. Their relationship had not reached that depth. And even if one day they were fortunate enough to reach such a point, she could not demand complete transparency from Jing Shi. After all, she herself could not manage that. She firmly believed that in any relationship, a modicum of privacy must be preserved at last. Jing Shi believed Yue and cast him a look of understanding. Yue remarked, You two are truly odd. Even today, there are still things you cannot discuss. Jing Shi retorted, Mind your own business regarding our affairs. Instead, what are those individuals you mentioned? Why have they gathered here? Is it all merely for Yimushi's single cup of blood, or are they simply unaccustomed to the world? Yue sat down, responding, Your perspective is rather short-sighted. You know that super-evolved beings only appear once in 100 years, rarer than a meteor shower. The benefits that such beings can bring are indeed substantial. Do you think these individuals would not go mad for a chance to save a century of effort? Jing Shi pondered for a moment, yet his frown deepened at why Yimushi retrieved several pastries from a paper bag, distributing them to both. The pastries were freshly baked, sprinkled with a layer of toasted sesame paste. Biting into one revealed a delightful crunch and aroma. Yue accepted the sesame cake she offered, taking a casual bite. His cheeks puffing as he chewed, that if you ask me, you possess this treasure so readily that you've forgotten just how enticing it truly is. But I can't entirely blame you. After all, you've always had the world at your fingertips, getting whatever you desire. Thus, things that others treasure seem merely fleeting to you, and over time, you cease to appreciate them. Yet this treasure is exceptionally rare. I didn't expect it to hold little significance for you. Jing Shi interjected, Have you truly reached the point where food can silence your incessant chatter? Must you always stir up trouble to be content? Sometimes I genuinely wonder if you're a spy sent to infiltrate us. Yue promptly fell silent, biting into his pastry and mimicking a sealed lips gesture. Jing Shi then turned back to Yimushi, who was enjoying the spectacle, saying, Focus on your food. You've already dropped quite a bit. Yimushi belatedly noticed that her leather garment was now a sorry sight, covered in crumbs. She quickly brushed off a few. Jing Shi shook his head in exasperation, pointing to the right side of her lips. You got something there too. How can you act like a child, dropping food everywhere? Yimushi, bewildered, touched her lips, asking here. Jing Shi shook his head. No, a bit further over. Never mind, let me help you. Chapter 87, Blood and Flesh, as Jing Shi spoke. He reached over to remove the sesame seed from the corner of Yimushi's lips. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and in the end, she said nothing, merely pressing her lips together, her cheeks flushed. Yue, growing impatient, tapped the ground, exclaiming, Could you two stop flaunting your affection in front of me? It's unbearable. Can we please focus on what to do next? Yimushi looked up, puzzled, and asked, What is there to do? Yue gazed at her in disbelief and remarked, Surely you do not think my previous words were merely spoken for amusement. I have already stated that the entire city is aware of the presence of a super-evolved entity here, and it has drawn considerable attention. Naturally, I wish to inquire how we might extricate ourselves from this predicament. She furrowed her brow, realizing she had landed herself in trouble, and felt even more guilty. She turned to Jing Shi and said, I apologize. I do not know what this cup of blood signifies, that I am even less aware that the proprietress would be killed after taking my blood. Yu Yun then retorted sarcastically, what good does it do to say that now? Were you earlier? I have long asserted that giving her this blood would be better served to me. Jing Shi promptly smacked his own forehead in exasperation, saying, stop fishing in troubled waters. Yu Yun pouted, propping his head on his hand, and replied, but the entire city is searching for Shi. How are we to make our escape? I merely wish to accompany you to the royal city for a meager meal. Why must it be so difficult? Had I known, I would have waited until you all left for the royal city before departing. Shi queried, is it truly as exaggerated as you claim? Yu Yun rolled his eyes and replied, if you do not believe me, you may venture outside to see for yourself. I am merely downplaying the situation. Jing Shi pondered for a moment and said, there may indeed be a solution. Yu Yun suddenly felt an ominous premonition and instinctively distanced himself from Jing Shi, saying, pray tell. Jing Shi cast a meaningful glance at Yu Yun and continued. In truth, this solution is akin to the previous one. We must identify a bait to lure those individuals, making them believe that the bait is Shi. This would afford me the opportunity to draw the tiger away from its mountain. Yu Yun was left speechless, exclaiming, what a terrible idea. You surely intend for me to act as the bait, do you not? I refuse to comply. The last time I served as bait, I nearly lost my life. This time, it shall not fall upon me. After all, are you not quite capable? You should be the one to act as bait while I safeguard Shi. Rest assured, I shall protect her completely. I could even swear an oath. Jing Shi scoffed. I would like to see that, but I do not trust your ability to safeguard Shi. You would merely attract fire, yet a significant portion of the city's inhabitants will not be drawn away by your presence. Do you truly believe you can manage the others? Yu Yun hesitated for a moment and then declared, very well. I shall simply refrain from accompanying you too. We shall part ways here. I have no desire to deal with you. Being near she feels akin to being shadowed by an ancestor, requiring me to burn dozens of incense sticks daily to ensure her safety, while also praying to avoid being struck by you. She found this amusing and remarked, since when did you come to believe in such ethereal matters? Yu Yun sighed, casting a wistful glance at Shi and said, naturally, ever since I began following you too, I have found myself devoid of fortune. Jing Shi stated, should you choose to leave, that is your prerogative, but know that in the future, you should avoid crossing my path. Yu Yun took 2 cautious steps back and said, if I choose not to follow, then so be it. Why repay kindness with malice? Over these past few days, I have indeed aided you both significantly. At the very least, I have run many errands for you. I made no demands for recompense. Yet you, Jing Shi interrupted, fine, what reward do you seek for agreeing to go out? Yu Yun rolled his eyes and fixated his gaze on Shi, saying, anything will suffice. Jing Shi immediately refuted, that will not do. If you desire Shi's blood, it is out of the question. Yu Yun's face fell instantly. Why not? Shi's blood is so precious. I would not be foolish enough to demand a cut on the spot. Surely, I would wait until we are safe before asking for her blood. I est that not acceptable. Jing Shi shook his head sternly. Yu Yun muttered, a little blood won't kill me, then waved his hand dismissively, his face filled with impatience. Very well. It seems there is no room for negotiation. I shall take my leave. Jing Shi contemplated for a moment and proposed, how about I offer you a portion of my blood in exchange? Shi grew tense at once, exclaiming, what? You would actually cut yourself? As a member of the wolf clan, Jing Shi possessed extraordinarily valuable blood. Yet compared to Shi, the super-evolved entity, this value diminished considerably. In times past, Yu Yun would have readily accepted, but having witnessed the most magnificent gem, ordinary pearls no longer held allure. He waved his hand again and said, no, I specifically want Shi's blood. Shi hesitated, glancing at Jing Shi, and suggested, perhaps we could just give him a little. Jing Shi shot her a glare, saying, "Have you so quickly forgotten the lessons learned from recent experiences? If you allow him a taste now, he will forever crave more." Yu Yun interjected, "Even if he becomes obsessed, would I ever dare harm Yi Mushi?" Jing Shi maintained his composure. "Are you truly unwilling to agree?" Yi Mushi chimed in, "But if I do not give him blood, aren't you resorting to self-harm? I cannot simply stand by and watch you inflict harm on yourself." Jing Shi glared at her. "Silence. Your opinion is not solicited here, as a habitual offender. Let me remind you, until you are fully capable of protecting yourself, everything you possess is a burden that not delude yourself into thinking that a few transgressions are inconsequential. If you bleed for him this time, you will likely find yourself in the same predicament again, believing that one instance is the same as two, and soon enough, you will cease to take it seriously." Chapter 88. To do you a favor, Yi Mu, she noted Jing Shi's serious demeanor and articulate reasoning, prompting her to decisively close her mouth. She sensed that if she spoke further, he might actually resort to flaying her. Yu Yun huffed and stated, "I shall not care. You two can decide. Should I not receive blood, I absolutely refuse to act as bait." Jing Shi nodded, suddenly clenching his fist and asking, "Are you certain? Do you not remember how hard my fist can hit?" Yu Yun recalled the numerous beatings he had endured the previous day. Feeling a surge of fear, he quickly replied, "Jing Shi, perhaps it would be best if you remained calm. If we begin a fight here, it will only benefit a third party. How can you be sure no one is watching us?" Jing Shi reassured him. "Rest assured, if there were ears on the wall, I would have discovered them by now. However, should you persist in haggling or insist on leaving at this moment, I cannot guarantee you will see the sun rise tomorrow. Rather than worrying about unrealistic scenarios, you should focus on your own well-being." Yu Yun felt a deep sense of powerlessness, cursing Jing Shi as a rogue, and wondered if Yi Mushi had lost her senses to have chosen him. Reluctantly, he conceded, Fine, Yuan, I shall go out and attract their fire." In truth, he planned to slip away the moment he was outside, leaving Jing Shi and Yi Mushi to their own devices. However, Jing Shi seemed to see through his intentions, cautioning, "Do not attempt any tricks. If I discover your scheme, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth." Yu Yun felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Acknowledging how thoroughly Jing Shi had him cornered, he could only grin through gritted teeth and say, "Rest assured, Jing Shi, I would not dare. I shall now go out to be the bait." Jing Shi finally nodded in agreement. Yu Yun took 2 steps away, but then turned back to ask, "You will indeed honor your promise regarding your blood, correct?" Jing Shi raised an eyebrow. "Did you not just declare you would not accept it?" Yu Yun immediately denied. "Who said I would not? Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. This journey is fraught with peril. I cannot accept nothing in return, that I assure you. I will not comply otherwise." Jing Shi chuckled softly. "Look at how petty you are. Worry not. Once I give my word, I shall keep it. If you doubt me, I can even swear an oath." Yu Yun, still somewhat trusting of Jing Shi, thought to himself that this rogue possessed many redeeming qualities. At the very least, he was not one to break his promises. "Very well," Yu Yun said, "I do not have the time to wait for your oath. The longer we linger here, the greater the chance those outside will arrive, that we should act swiftly." Upon finishing his words, he turned to leave that Yi Mushi, somewhat apprehensive, cautioned, "Do be careful and return safely." Yu Yun, feeling an unexpected stir of emotion, reflected on his past as a solitary wolf, always traversing the world alone. Since joining Jing Shi and Yi Mushi, despite his frequent annoyance at their incessant displays of affection, he had begun to experience a sensation previously unknown to him: concern. After all, he could not claim to have cared for Yi Mushi extensively. He had merely rescued her once or twice, and on one occasion had even abandoned her. Yet she seemed oblivious to whether she truly cared or simply bore no grudges. As she often admonished him with a few words each time he set out, perhaps he was not as lonely as he had thought. Yu Yun suddenly realized that accompanying Jing Shi and the others to the royal city was indeed the right choice. Now, the material gains before him seemed inconsequential. He softly assured Yi Mushi, "Rest assured, there is nothing I cannot handle. Just wait for my return." Waving to the two, he was about to depart when Jing Shi called him back. With a disgruntled expression, Yu Yun took a few steps back and complained, My lord, can't you express all your commands at once? Jing Shi gestured to Yi Mushi, instructing, remove your sacred garment. Yi Mushi was taken aback. What? Yu Yun echoed her bewilderment. What? Is this some kind of thrill? Jing Shi, growing impatient, retorted, if you lack any scent, how will they believe you are Yi Mushi? Only then did they realize they had misunderstood Jing Shi's intentions. They exchanged a glance, both feeling somewhat guilty as they averted their gazes. Jing Shi remarked, where did your thoughts wander? Yu Yun urged, then please be quick. Don't waste our time. Yi Mushi cleared her throat and added, I didn't think of anything untoward. I just thought it was a shame to part with this garment, so soon after finally warming up to it. Jing Shi reassured her, I'll make you another one later. Yi Mushi then removed her clothing and handed it to Yu Yun. Upon receiving the garment, Yu Yun draped it over himself, immediately intoxicated by its unique scent, while he couldn't precisely articulate why. The aroma was strangely addictive. He rubbed against Yi Mushi's clothing several times, akin to a newly tamed tiger. Yi Mushi couldn't help but feel slightly embarrassed, asking, What are you doing? Yu Yun murmured, Your scent is delightful. Perhaps you should stop washing your clothes and let me wear them. Yi Mushi's lips twitched, and she glanced at Jing Shi, saying, Do you not find your behavior rather peculiar? Jing Shi, without hesitation, smacked his head and replied, You think rather highly of yourself. If this situation hadn't arisen so suddenly, you wouldn't have had this luck. Now scram. Reluctantly, Yu Yun protested, If I'm not getting blood, why can't I at least have your garment? Yi Mushi hesitated, Perhaps it's because I only have 2 outfits, so I need to wash them every day. Besides, every garment carries a hint of sweat, so let's forget it. Yu Yun declared, What is there to fear? I don't mind your scent. In fact, I find your sweat quite fragrant. Yi Mushi's face flushed slightly at his words. Is that so? Jing Shi, frowning, glared at Yu Yun for a moment, urging him to leave, and declared that this matter should not be spoken of, not even in whispers. Only then did Yu Yun, though unwilling, depart, glancing back several times. Chapter 89. Weakness. Although Yu Yun was utterly frivolous, he was nonetheless resolute when it came to serious matters. Clad in the cloak imbued with Yi Mushi's scent, he stepped outside and soon attracted the attention of various beastmen that a glance revealed creatures with tiger heads and horse bodies. He had never realized the forest harbored such an array of bizarre species. Many of them, likely still in their primal forms, were particularly covetous of Yi Mushi's flesh, believing that consuming her could hasten their evolution into human forms. Thus, upon catching a whiff of her scent, they rushed toward Yu Yun like headless flies. The garment he wore, originally gifted by Jing Shi to Yi Mushi, now seemed to serve an ulterior purpose. As the beastmen approached, they were met not by a delicate girl but by the robust Yu Yun. Inciting their fury, Where is she? The super-evolved one. How is it that only this man remains? One of the tiger-headed beastmen exclaimed, There is no super-evolved one. The scent emanates from this man. The others began to murmur. What is happening? Could it be that he has consumed the super-evolved one? A fishman suggested, Should we not cut him open? Perhaps we might find some remains. The rest grimaced, I think it would be just as well to eat him. After all, the girl hasn't been consumed for long. By time for Jing Shi and Yi Mushi, Yu Yun naturally followed their script, declaring the super-evolved one has already been consumed by me. If you wish to share in the spoils, feel free to challenge me and see if you possess the capability to devour me. Upon hearing this, the beastmen were invigorated, cheering in agreement. The tiger-headed beastman responded, Very well, since you refuse to walk the path to heaven. Do not blame us for our rudeness. Let us all attack and dismember this man. At this command, they prepared to rush forward. Suddenly, one among them cautioned, Have you lost your wits? This man is Yu Yun, who frequently accompanies the super-evolved. Several orcs appear to have been convinced, opting not to engage, and instead turning to seek out Yi Mushi and their companions. After all, with so many individuals present, even if Yu Yun were to be torn apart later, they surely wouldn't gain much from IT. IT would be wiser to seize this moment while these fools remained oblivious, heading towards the true super-evolved beings, which would yield greater spoils. Meanwhile, others surged towards Jing Shi, and Yu Yun found himself too preoccupied to regard Lu Fang's expression. He focused intently on dealing with the orcs, who were fortunately not of high rank, allowing him to manage them with relative ease. However, this was but a fleeting thought, as he soon found himself overwhelmed. More and more orcs joined the fray, and it wasn't long before Yu Yun began to feel the strain. Admittedly, the individual strength of these orcs was below his own, making each one manageable. Yet, they attacked in groups of 5 or 6, and while their initial chaotic assault was not too difficult to counter, they quickly adapted, devising strategies to exploit his weaknesses while he was preoccupied with others. Jing Shi had already been struck in the face several times, his visage swelling grotesquely. Truth be told, he had not felt this disheveled in quite some time. Internally, he calculated the debt he owed Jing Shi, vowing to make him pay dearly upon his return, should he have the chance. Yu Yun fended off a tiger orc attempting to claw open his chest, kicked aside a feeble snake, and dispatched a crow that had inexplicably landed on his shoulder. There was scarcely a moment to catch his breath before the observing orcs pounced, initiating a new wave of relentless assault. Yu Yun cursed under his breath, contemplating that Jing Shi and Yi Mushi had likely fled far enough, and began to count in his mind, planning his retreat. Chapter 90. No more beating around the bush the various orcs. Having finally located Yu Yun would not permit him to escape so easily. Those who had been closely monitoring him, intent on devising tactics to eliminate him, immediately perceived his intentions and issued a warning to their comrades. Yu Yun intends to flee. Quickly, block his path. Yu Yun could not help but internally curse, feeling that these individuals had truly become cunning, despicably burrowing into his affairs like parasites, as he watched more and more adversaries converge upon him. A sense of despair washed over him. Was it truly to end here, serving as bait for Jing Shi? That would only serve to benefit that insufferable rogue, allowing him to shoo away his enemies without incurring any costs. Just as Yu Yun struggled increasingly, those few individuals gleefully shouted, "Yu Yun is at his wit's end. Everyone attack together and finish him off." Gritting his teeth, Yu Yun mustered his remaining strength to injure a few more orcs. Hearing their taunts, he smirked slightly and retorted, "What foolish words! Do you truly believe that a band of lowly minions like you can vanquish me?" Regardless of the circumstances, Yu Yun's pride would never allow him to concede. Internally, he seethed, contemplating that Jing Shi would likely never fulfill his promises, that, if that were the case, he would haunt them as a spirit, demanding that they offer Jing Shi's flesh as a sacrifice to appease him. Indeed, those individuals were correct. He was nearing his limit. He felt increasingly fatigued, and as he gasped for air, he saw what appeared to be a path the serpent woman. Filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Yu Yun, have you lost your mind? What time is it now, and you still wish to indulge in such folly? You don't seriously believe that dying beneath the peony blossoms would make you a romantic spirit, do you? I certainly have no desire for such nonsense." Yu Yun, crossing her arms defiantly, huffed, "What are you thinking? It's impossible. I merely intend to stage a performance for them, akin to what Jing Shi and the others would do. There are certain events they would never dare to witness. And this is what I have devised for now, that if you can conjure a better idea, I am all ears. However, if you lack any brilliant insights in the immediate future, I suggest you heed my counsel." Upon hearing this, the serpent woman realized the validity of her words. Not being someone like Yi Mushi, who could afford to be reckless, she decisively nodded and began to disrobe. Yu Yun, not wanting to linger on her appearance, quickly averted her gaze and said, "Make sure to hide your clothes well. We wouldn't want them to discover anything. You don't have too many wounds on your back, do you?" The serpent woman stood before Yu Yun, completely unclothed, and replied, "There are 1 or 2, but it's understandable to sustain some injuries during such endeavors. If I widen the cuts, the surrounding skin will rot, and they won't notice." Yu Yun, taken aback by her eagerness to reach for her wounds with her long nails, felt a wave of unease wash over her. She quickly restrained the serpent woman by grasping her wrist, saying, "Never mind, I will shield you. If anyone must suffer, let it be me. My wounds will appear more plausible. Besides, they have likely already memorized my face, and it would not be wise to let them see me again." The serpent woman raised an eyebrow, but did not resist, saying, "In that case, why don't you hurry and remove your clothing?" Yu Yun complied without hesitation, turning her back to allow the serpent woman to create the illusion of scratches on her skin. The serpent woman softly warned, "I'm coming in. Brace yourself." Yuan replied, "What else with the chatter? Just do it." She hadn't anticipated the serpent woman would be so forceful, and she nearly cried out in protest. However, realizing that any noise could attract unwanted attention, she stifled her cries, emitting only an ambiguous grunt. "Are you deliberately seeking revenge?" The serpent woman chuckled. "How could I? I am not one to bear grudges." "All right, that should suffice. Let us proceed." As Yuan noted the approaching sounds behind them, she nodded and moved alongside the serpent woman. They drew closer to the corpse, nearly overwhelmed by the stench. Yuan remarked, "It seems rather unnatural for us to be here. Who could withstand such a foul odor?" The serpent woman glanced around and replied, "There's no alternative. We're out of options. Once things escalate, there's no turning back. They likely won't suspect anything, assuming we were simply too impatient and chose a random spot." Yuan pondered her words and realized she had a point. With great effort, they found a relatively clean area where the serpent woman could lie down, and Yuan positioned herself atop her. Both seasoned in such matters, they executed their charade far more convincingly than Jing Shi and her companion. In no time, the search party arrived, initially deterred by the pungent odor, but their leader insisted on scouring every inch of the area. Reluctantly, they braved the stench to continue their search. The pair had intended to remain silent and avoid detection. But fate led the searchers right to them. With no choice left, they began to play their roles. The searchers, sharp-witted, were taken aback by the unexpected sounds, wondering who would dare engage in such activities in this vicinity. The leader, detecting an unusual scent, declared, "Something is amiss here. Bring those two out for inspection." The serpent woman was startled, not expecting such diligence, and clutched Yuan's shoulder, silently questioning what to do. Yuan's mind raced as she glanced at the corpse, covered in livor mortis, and in that moment of desperation, she exclaimed, "We have but a short time left to live. Why are you so dull?" The serpent woman was taken aback, blinking in confusion, and Yuan leaned closer. Whispering, "Smallpox," the serpent woman's eyes brightened. "You wretched creature! If it weren't for you bringing this smallpox upon me, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Now I'm utterly drained, and you still want to play? I have no time to cater to you." With that, she began to weep convincingly, her sobs a mix of suffering and twisted delight. Yuan scoffed, "Why speak of such trivialities, if you do not wish to participate? You are free to find someone else. Why must you pretend here with me?" The serpent woman fell silent, merely sobbing. The approaching men instinctively took several steps back, exchanging wary glances, too afraid to advance. After all, smallpox was a highly contagious and incurable disease. Drawing near could spell disaster for them. The leader, indifferent to their safety, urged, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and apprehend them." However, those under him, valuing their lives, hesitated. "Boss, I think it's best we leave this be. Those two are clearly desperate. If we get too close, we might catch the disease ourselves." The leader, realizing the truth in their words, gritted his teeth and said, "In that case, let us move on swiftly and search elsewhere. We cannot allow others to get ahead of us." Yuan remained atop the serpent woman, her breaths heavy, as the footsteps faded into the distance. Both exhaled in relief. The serpent woman gave Yuan a thumbs up and collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 92. Drinking. For a long while, neither spoke. Yuan, utterly drained, felt both pain and filth enveloping her, and with no reservations left, she sprawled atop the serpent woman. "Are you all right?" the serpent woman exclaimed. "Could you not lie on me? I'm nearly in agony. Do you not realize how heavy you are?" Yuan responded, "Stop with the unnecessary chatter. Just a moment longer. I can barely stand." The serpent woman fell silent, and they lay there, skin against skin, devoid of any desire, simply seeking warmth in one another's presence. The serpent woman nearly drifted off to sleep until Yuan roused her, offering her a somewhat clean garment to wear and pinching her cheek, saying, wake up, you can sleep here, you must be quite remarkable." The serpent woman blinked awake, gazing at Yuan for a moment before glancing at her attire. Bewildered. "I sent this Jing Shi?" Yuan confirmed, "Yes, Jing Shi lent it to Shi, only to later use me as bait. That scoundrel had it all planned." Clad in Jing Shi's clothing, the serpent woman hesitated. Will he not return to claim it? Yue Yun reassured her. You need not worry. He would disdain this tattered garment. The serpent woman brushed against the fabric, a look of rare delight crossing her face. He never worn anything so warm. Yue Yun felt a dryness in her throat and, after a moment of silence, coughed lightly. I did not expect you to be so loyal. You are indeed a friend worth having. The serpent woman rolled her eyes. Enough of this, we are from entirely different worlds. You are far too reckless. Besides, after all that has transpired, we cannot be friends. If anything, you are my client. You pay for my time. And I entertain you. Yue Yun retorted. You truly are heartless. I thought you might have a shred of affection for me, risking yourself to come here. The serpent woman laughed heartily. What are you imagining? How could I harbor any feelings for you? We've only just met. Do you think I would dare to like you? That would ruin my reputation. I saved you only because of Yi Mushi. She once saved me, and I shall never forget her kindness. A pang of discomfort struck Yue Yun, and she inquired, So you intend to live this way from now on? The serpent woman fell silent for a moment, then with a playful smirk, half mocking, half serious, asked, What do you think my life looks like? In a moment of silence, Yu Yin found himself at a loss for words, ultimately managing to murmur, You seem to be doing just fine. The serpent woman replied, I cannot discern whether your sentiments are sincere, but this indeed represents the best life I have managed to carve out for myself. Your earlier words suggest a degree of disdain towards me. If you harbor any intentions of altering my circumstances, I advise you to reconsider and retreat to your slumber. Yu Yin furrowed his brow and said, At times, I feel you are overly calculating. I do not look down upon you. We are merely here for amusement. It was merely a casual inquiry prompted by your recent act of saving me. Your aspirations are of no concern to me, and I lack the leisure to engage in class struggles. The serpent woman pressed her lips together, ultimately refraining from further comment. Yu Yin found the situation somewhat amusing. Moreover, if you genuinely believe your current state is splendid, why concern yourself with others' perceptions? Frankly, you still struggle to accept yourself. The serpent woman scoffed. There is no need for your unsolicited advice. Yu Yin chuckled. Rather than wallowing in melancholy, why not contemplate where we might dine to celebrate this rebirth and collaboration? After all, we may not have another chance to meet. The two exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The serpent woman suggested, I know of an establishment with delightful peach blossom wine. Would you care to try it? Yu Yin tilted his head, taking her hand, and replied, Certainly. Perhaps a taste of peach blossom wine will bring forth an abundance of good fortune. The serpent woman laughed. Your imagination is quite enchanting. Let us be on our way. Thus, they neglected their wounds, supporting each other as they ventured forth with only half of their vitality to indulge in a drink. Meanwhile, Jing Shi and his companions did not hasten towards the city outskirts. Since they had all gathered in this location, it signified that they had effectively encircled the town, rendering the chances of escape exceedingly slim. Rather than retreating, they preferred to challenge the situation head-on. Jing Shi learned of the inn where the leopard clan's elder and young master were staying, and he proceeded there with Yi Mushi, filled with concern, grasped Jing Shi's sleeve and inquired, Is this truly safe? Jing Shi reassured her, Do not fret. The majority of their attention has been drawn away by Yu Yun. They would hardly anticipate our approach. Yet, Yi Mushi remained anxious. What if something happens to Yu Yun? There are so many individuals involved this time. I fear he may not cope. If we encounter trouble, I would feel a lifetime of guilt. Jing Shi scoffed. You need not worry. I assure you, Yu Yun possesses an extraordinary resilience. As he spoke, he patted Yi Mushi's head, covering her face with a towel. It is best to keep a low profile. You might attract too much attention. Why, Yi Mushi was about to voice her concerns when a furious shout erupted. Did I not instruct you to find the beauty? Why has she not yet been located? A trembling voice responded, Young master, the entire city is on high alert. It will not be easy to find her swiftly. Following the sound, Yi Mushi observed a youth of similar age to Jing Shi, though slightly shorter. His appearance was quite handsome, and if one were to overlook his leopard tail, he would be considered a remarkably charming young man. Yi Mushi frowned and softly asked, Who is this person? She had not expected Jing Shi to provide an answer, yet he merely glanced at the youth and revealed a hint of disdain. stating he is the young master of the leopard clan, a notorious lecher. After all these years, he remains unchanged. Chapter 93. Hiding in the carriage, she scrutinized his expression. Taken aback, Jing Shi typically maintained an impassive demeanor, rarely allowing such pronounced displeasure to surface. Her curiosity piqued. She asked, "What happened? Did he offend you?" Jing Shi replied nonchalantly, "The circumstances surrounding this matter are rather intricate. I will explain it to you another time. For now, our priority is to devise a means of escape." She hesitated, gazing at Jing Shi. "Our presence here may only afford us a brief reprieve from their pursuit, yet with so many of them searching for us, escaping seems nearly impossible," Jing Shi asserted. "What are you pondering? If I dare to bring you here, it is because I possess a certain confidence in our ability to secure your safe passage. I would not lead you to your doom." She, bewildered, asked, "What should we do now?" Jing Shi replied, "For the moment, we can only wait. Rest assured, this leopard will surely dig his own grave, and soon enough, the opportunity will present itself." Observing Jing Shi's unwavering confidence, She felt a twinge of hesitation about disrupting his plans, for all his thoughts hinged on the possibility that the leopard might not act against them at all. Reality soon proved Shi's apprehensions unfounded, for Jing Shi possessed an astute intuition and an intimate understanding of a leopard's nature. After a furious outburst in the main hall, a flurry of subordinates rushed in, asking young master, "What troubles you?" One elder cast a cold glance at the leopard young master, cautioning, "Young master, we are at a critical juncture. It would be wise to refrain from causing any further disturbances. Should the clan leader take offense, I cannot bear the consequences." The leopard young master retorted furiously, "I had no desire to come here in the first place. If not for your coaxing, I would never have agreed to accompany you. Was it not said there would be beauties? Yet I have seen not a single woman since our arrival." The elder, holding back his frustration, responded, "Young master, can you not endure for just a moment longer? Must you insist on indulging in revelry at such an inopportune time?" The leopard young master declared, "If you refuse to comply, I can simply return home without disrupting your plans." She, taken aback, shook her head in disbelief. She had not anticipated that the leopard young master would exhibit such a shocking character. Despite his youthful appearance, he was indeed as Jing Shi had described. The elder sighed deeply, suppressing the urge to reprimand the young master, and nodded. "Very well. Please wait here, young master." The hint of caution flickered across the young master's face as he cautiously inquired, "You wouldn't dare report to my father, would you? If you do, I assure you, there will be consequences." He continued, "I am my father's own blood. You are merely an outsider. Do you not think you can bring me down?" The elder sighed again. "How could I deceive the young master? I shall send someone to find the women you seek." The leopard young master remained skeptical. "I do not believe you. Unless you summon someone right now in my presence." His surprise, the elder nodded, summoning two subordinates and instructing, "You have heard the young master's request. Proceed as instructed and return swiftly." One muscular leopard hesitated. "Elder, where should we search for the beauties? The entire city is in a state of unrest." "There cannot be many," the leopard young master interrupted impatiently. "If you cannot find anyone, why not simply seize them? I just saw plenty of beauties. My father can compensate their families later." "Hurry," the elder, filled with frustration, thought to himself how the clan leader could have raised such a debauched young master. If this continued, the clan would surely face ruin under his leadership. The subordinate glanced at the elder. "Uncertain. Elder, do you think this will work?" The elder retorted, "Of course not. How can you predict whom we might abduct? What if we offend some powerful faction? The young master lacks common sense, and you seem equally muddled." The leopard young master, offended by the elder's tone, exclaimed, "How can you speak to me like that? Why am I deemed irresponsible? If influential individuals truly needed to stay in such a desolate place, you need not worry. Besides, you have warned me before that I must bear the consequences. If anything goes awry, I cannot simply shift the blame onto you." The elder smirked internally, fearing that not only would the young master deflect responsibility onto him, but he might also put him in jeopardy. He stroked his beard and suggested, "Why not search among the affluent households in the city?" The young master seemed dissatisfied with this proposal. "How can you be certain those wealthy families will have what I desire?" Are you suggesting I seek a refined lady for myself? The elder chuckled coldly to himself, but maintained a facade of politeness as he said, "This young master is unaware that most affluent families in the city keep their own dancers for casual amusement. If one were to seek a suitable companion at this hour, it would undoubtedly be from among those households." The young master of the leopard clan pondered this and realized the elder's reasoning held merit. His expression softened slightly as he glared at the subordinate who remained stationary and commanded, "Why are you not hastening to find someone? I give you until the incense burns out to return." The subordinate glanced at the elder, who nodded in approval, before daring to depart in search of someone. The young master observed this exchange with growing ire and remarked sarcastically, "I suppose the spokesperson for the leopard clan is still my father. As everyone seems to be awaiting your approval, you wouldn't be harboring thoughts of rebellion, would you?" She interjected. This young master speaks so bluntly, lacking any discretion. Jing Shi nodded along, for he was typically unbothered by others' opinions. Yet the internal situation of the leopard clan appeared quite intricate. For what he had just witnessed, the elder seemed to harbor some ulterior motives. Shi, disinterested in their grievances, simply inquired, "So how shall we proceed now?" Jing Shi pointed towards a nearby carriage, stating, "We shall take refuge in that carriage." She expressed surprise, "But that carriage won't leave the city." Chapter 94. Augmenting Power. Jing Shi smiled slightly, exuding confidence as he assured, "Trust me, it will leave the city. It is merely a matter of time." Naturally, Shi believed Jing Shi's words and asked, "Shall we board the carriage now? How do we get on?" Jing Shi replied, "We can board now. This carriage will undoubtedly return shortly, for they are certain to find no one." She questioned, "What makes you so certain?" Jing Shi explained, "When we arrived, it was evident that this city is in utter disarray. If there were any affluent families, they have long since fled with their wealth, and their homes must be thoroughly deserted. Where would one find any dancers? If you doubt me, we can ride in the carriage for a bit." Seeing his unwavering confidence, She felt a surge of curiosity towards Jing Shi's assumptions and nodded in agreement. Jing Shi took her hand and led her towards the stables behind the inn, where a subordinate of the leopard clan was feeding the horses. Seizing the moment when the subordinate went to fetch fodder, Jing Shi swiftly pulled She up into the carriage. Jing Shi's movement was so quick that She stumbled slightly. As she boarded the carriage, she fell forward, and Jing Shi, seemingly anticipating this, caught her in his arms. He gently adjusted their positions, ensuring he landed on the carriage first, controlling the force to prevent any jostling that might harm She, inhaling the familiar scent of grass and wood emanating from him. She looked up and found herself lost in Jing Shi's profound gaze. He frowned and remarked, "Why are you always so reckless? Accidents can happen at any moment." She felt a tinge of embarrassment and replied, "I do not know why I keep troubling you." The sound of footsteps approached from outside, prompting both to fall silent, communicating only through their eyes. The interior of the carriage was spacious enough to accommodate at least 4 more people. Jing Shi scanned the surroundings and noticed that the space beneath the seats was empty. Covered by a layer of cloth, he gestured with his lips, indicating, "Hide beneath there." She hesitated, softly saying, "I could hide beneath, but how would you conceal yourself? Perhaps you could go first and hold me. It would save some space and reduce the risk of discovery." Jing Shi chuckled softly. "You become quite clever now. Very well, I shall hide first." With that, Jing Shi lifted the covering cloth and squeezed himself beneath the seat. Although he endeavored to minimize his size, the remaining space was limited. Fortunately, the seat was elongated, allowing him to lie partially down. Otherwise, given his tall stature, it would have been impossible for them both to fit in such a confined area. She took a deep breath and skillfully nestled into Jing Shi's embrace. Having endured numerous peculiar tribulations together, they had shared many intimate moments, so She no longer blushed as easily as before. Instead, she quietly acknowledged her own mischievous intentions, feeling a thrill at taking advantage of this opportunity. Jing Shi gently squeezed her shoulder, pressing her closer to him. She quickly whispered, "That's enough, that's enough. They shouldn't be able to see us now. Please don't press down any harder. I can hardly breathe." Jing Shi patted her waist, saying, "It seems you have gained a bit of weight since I last held you." She replied, "Really? Am I heavy?" Jing Shi exhaled warm breath against her ear. Not at all. This is just right. Before, you were far too slender for my liking. She could not help but wonder in her heart. Do you like me like this? She felt warmth flooding the carriage as light streamed in, followed by a subordinate's voice from the leopard clan. Did I just hear something? Could it be my imagination? Shi's breath grew even shallower as she watched the light vanish, only to reappear when another subordinate approached. Noticing the situation, he immediately asked, "What is it?" The subordinate, finding no signs of life within, shook his head and lowered the curtain, finally allowing himself to relax as he drove the carriage away. Meanwhile, the young master had no intention of leaving. He remained in the hall, attempting to pass the time idly. Watching as his subordinates took the carriage away, he squinted, thinking he might have seen a shadow within the carriage as it moved, but blinked, and it was gone. The elder, seated across from him, sipped his tea and remarked, "Young master, there is no need for such haste. They will not return so quickly. Why not return to your cultivation and enhance your strength?" The young master of the leopard clan loathed the elder's lectures, waving his hand dismissively. Why bring up such irrelevant matters? I have finally come out to enjoy myself, not to engage in those endless competitions. We could discuss it later. Sensing his rising anger, the elder softened his tone. Regardless, young master, you have nothing pressing at the moment, and you mentioned feeling bored. Why not occupy yourself with something constructive to pass the time? The young master rolled his eyes and retorted, "I would rather squander my time than engage in anything productive. If you say another word, do remove yourself from my sight." The elder had no choice but to relent. Meanwhile, the leopard clan subordinates brought Shi and Jing Shi to the first household. They noticed the subordinates were not overly vigilant. Apart from an initial inspection when they opened the curtain, they did not check again, allowing the two to step outside for a breath of fresh air. As Shi peered through the curtain's gap, she observed that they had arrived at a rather respectable residence, looking far better than the dilapidated structures they had seen days prior. However, clothing was strewn about, indicating that the occupants had fled with their belongings. One subordinate clicked his tongue in annoyance, exclaiming, "This wretched young master has nothing better to do than to create trouble for me. Where are all the beauties now?" Another subordinate scoffed, "Why don't you don a skirt and pretend to be one? Why complain? If we don't hurry back, we will surely face his wrath." The first subordinate retorted, "Why don't you direct that comment at the young master? Or better yet, you take his advice. If he favors you, perhaps you'll rise to prominence." The two began to bicker outside the carriage. Chapter 95. Are you certain? This discord actually benefited Shi and Jing Shi, who had been concerned that the two might be too perceptive and discover their hidden presence. Instead, they found themselves embroiled in an argument. After a heated exchange, the subordinate inquired, "What should we do now? Should we return to the young master empty-handed or seek out a couple more households?" The other subordinate suggested, "Let us check a few more houses. If we find nothing, we can report back to the young master. In any case, the elder will take the blame." Thus, they ceased their quarrel and set off to search 2 more households, only to encounter the same outcome. They eventually returned, forcing Shi and Jing Shi to conceal themselves once more. Fortunately, the young master had a loud voice, allowing them to clearly hear the commotion outside the carriage. They heard him bellow, "What? You two useless fools have not brought back a single person. Why have you returned?" The elder attempted to soothe him. "Young master, please remain calm. Allow these two to explain." The underling of the leopard clan spoke. "Elder, it is not that we have not been diligent in our search. We have visited 5 affluent households within the city, yet each one was devoid of life, as if the people had vanished into thin air. Fearing that the young master would grow anxious waiting, we returned to report and inquire about your thoughts." The elder sighed and replied, "Young master, as you can see, the city is in disarray, making it exceedingly difficult to locate anyone. Perhaps it would be wise for you to endure the situation for a while longer." The young master of the leopard clan, known for his capricious nature, was disinclined to heed their concerns. Even if he did, he would dismiss their struggles as mere reluctance to search, erupting in a fit of rage. "I care not for your excuses. Regardless of the circumstances, I demand to see a beauty today. Otherwise, I shall go to my father and accuse you of mistreatment." The elder, feeling helpless, responded, "But, as it stands, there are no beauties to be found in the city. How then can we procure one for you? In a fit of frustration, the young master overturned the table and declared, if none can be found within the city, then you should venture outside. If there are none there either, then you must travel to the royal city and bring someone back. The elder turned to the two underlings, commanding, did you hear the young master's orders? Why are you still standing idle? Go and find someone. The young master then fixed his gaze on the elder and insisted, do not spare those two. You must also go and seek someone. The elder frowned. Why must I personally undertake this task? Unlike you, young master, I am not idle. I have many responsibilities to attend to. The young master, cursing under his breath, retorted, do not offer me excuses. You have been idly chatting with me this whole time, and I have yet to see you attend to any pressing matters. I refuse to believe that even you cannot find anyone. Reluctantly, the elder acquiesced. Very well. Since you insist, I shall comply. However, do take care of yourself in the city. After issuing his warning, the elder boarded the carriage under the impatient gaze of the young master. As soon as he settled into his seat, he felt a strange discomfort, an inexplicable unease that he could not articulate. The elder remained unconvinced of the young master's safety and instructed one of the underlings who had been driving the carriage to stay behind and protect him, while the other would drive them away. Why, Imushi sensed a weight pressing against her back, stifled and unable to move, lest the elder discover her presence. The underling outside remarked, the young master is so reckless. Elder, do you truly intend to continue supporting him? Imushi pondered the words of Jing Shi, realizing that the elder might not be entirely loyal. If he were, the underlings would hardly dare to speak so openly, as if conspiring against him. The elder of the leopard clan chided softly, some things are better left unsaid among ourselves. We are in public. How dare you speak so indiscreetly? The underling scoffed. Elder, I speak no falsehoods. For years, you have toiled tirelessly for the leopard clan. Yet that young master treats you like a mere servant. In my opinion, the clan leader has spoiled him excessively, for he was not always this way. The elder sighed. It is a predicament we must endure. After all, the clan leader has but this one heir. We shall observe for now. If the young master can change for the better, then perhaps all is not lost. However, if he cannot, we cannot entrust the future of the leopard clan to such a person. The underling inquired, will the clan leader agree to this? The elder replied softly, I trust the clan leader is aware of his son's upbringing, which seems to be steering him toward ruin. The two fell silent. And Imushi held her breath, fearing that their quiet conversation might expose them. If discovered, the elder's reaction could be unpredictable, especially since they seemed to have stumbled upon a grave secret. Suddenly, the elder asked, by the way, has anyone else used this carriage today? Imushi gasped internally, exchanging a glance with Jing Shi, who offered her a reassuring look and gently patted her back, signaling her to remain calm. Imushi relaxed slightly, though her heart raced. The underling replied, yes, that Imushi's heart leaped in her chest. The elder pressed, who was it? Did I not instruct you to prevent others from using it? If someone has hidden something harmful inside, it would be troublesome. The underling added helplessly, it was the young master of the neighboring fox clan who borrowed our carriage. It was sitting idle, and I had no choice but to lend it to him, knowing he would retaliate otherwise. You are aware of his unscrupulous nature. The elder's tone took on a strange edge. The young master of the fox clan? Are you certain? Was he alone? Did he bring anyone else? Was there a woman among them? Imushi felt a sense of foreboding, and just then, the carriage hit a slope, causing them to nearly tumble out due to inertia. Fortunately, Jing Shi reacted swiftly, gripping her to stabilize her. The underling, caught off guard by the elder's barrage of questions, stammered, no, it was just the young master of the fox clan. No one else. Chapter 96. A beauty brings disaster. The underling was perplexed and asked, Elder, why do you inquire so? Is something amiss? The elder of the leopard clan sneered and lazily plucked a black hair from a seat, saying, of course there is something wrong. The fox clan's young master has white hair. Why then is there a black hair in this carriage? Moreover, it is evident that it does not belong to a beast clan member. Someone has been here, the underling gasped. How is that possible? Could it be that the young master brought another woman aboard? The elder immediately shook his head in denial. That is utterly impossible. Though the young master is flirtatious, he never allows women into his carriage. And even if he did, he would have them cleared out immediately. Thus, it cannot be the result of an affair with a woman. Have you noticed anything unusual in the past few days? The underling thought for a moment, and then recalled hearing some peculiar noises from inside the carriage before their departure. He hastily informed the elder. Indeed, I heard some unusual sounds just before we left. But I thought it was just my imagination. Perhaps there really was someone inside. The elder sneered. Who dares to be so reckless? Have you taken your eyes off this carriage at any point? The underling shook his head. Elder, I have not left this carriage at all. If that person did not sprout wings and fly away, they are most likely still here. The elder's smile deepened. So, someone has been eavesdropping on our conversation. What do you suppose they heard? Jing Shi felt a jolt of alarm. Glancing up to see Jing Shi's calm gaze, which urged her to relax, he gave her a reassuring look and gently patted her back, seemingly signaling that she need not be anxious. Why Jing Shi realized that Jing Shi might have anticipated this very scenario and had likely devised a strategy to deal with the elder, which eased her worries. The underling, now on high alert, urged, Elder, there is danger inside. You should quickly exit and allow your subordinate to investigate. The elder stood slowly, surveying the cramped carriage, finally fixing his gaze beneath the seat. He stated, there is no need for alarm. If that person has not emerged by now, it indicates they do not intend to harm me, and moreover, they likely did not expect me to be in this carriage. Their true objective must be to leave the city, as all exits are heavily guarded. Jing Shi was taken aback by the elder's sharpness. She glanced at Jing Shi, who maintained his nonchalant demeanor. The elder outside appeared to be losing his patience. Inside, if you do not come out soon, do not blame us for being unkind. Jing Shi gestured for Jing Shi to go first, and she nodded, extending a hand toward the opening. Unsure of Jing Shi's intentions, she chose to remain silent and observe the elder as she stepped outside. The elder furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, A woman, you say? What is your purpose here? Jing Shi remained silent, her dark, glistening eyes fixed on the elder of the leopard tribe with an unsettling intensity. The elder, feeling a chill run down his spine from her gaze, spoke, You cannot possibly be the former lover of the young master, seeking vengeance by sneaking into his carriage. Seizing the moment while the elder was distracted, Jing Shi swiftly glanced behind the seat to see Jing Shi quietly and cautiously emerging. Contemplating how to concoct an excuse to deal with the elder, who had unwittingly provided her with the perfect pretext. Nodding slightly, she replied, You are indeed perceptive. I am the former lover of your noble young master. After all, he has betrayed and deceived me, so I cannot easily let him off the hook. However, now that I have fallen into your hands, I have no objections to your treatment of me. I merely request a swift and merciful demise. The leopard elder scrutinized her for several moments, puzzled. Why do you seem so familiar? At that moment, Jing Shi had positioned himself behind the elder, ready to seize his neck, prompting the elder to suddenly realize, I have seen your portrait. You are indeed that. Jing Shi tightened his grip on the elder's neck, declaring, What did you say? The elder found himself nearly losing consciousness from Jing Shi's overpowering strength. Astonished that the space beneath the seat could conceal two individuals, leaving him utterly speechless. Outside, a subordinate from the leopard tribe inquired, Elder, what is happening? Why are you silent? Jing Shi maintained his firm hold on the elder's neck, warning him with a fierce glance. After loosening his grip slightly, the elder cleared his throat and addressed the outside. There is nothing amiss. I have inspected beneath the carriage, and there is no one concealed there. You may proceed. The subordinate exhaled in relief, responding, Elder, at such a time, if we were to discover anyone else here, it would indeed be troublesome, especially with that super-evolved entity on the loose, causing unrest throughout the city. Upon hearing this, the leopard elder could not help but glance at Jing Shi again, realizing that he was indeed witnessing this so-called super-evolved entity. However, there was no distinct scent emanating from her. Had he not recognized her from the portrait, he might have been deceived. The subordinate outside continued to chatter, We still do not know the origins of this super-evolved entity. Every time news arises, it sends a city into chaos, akin to a femme fatale causing disaster. Jing Shi could not help but smirk. The leopard elder advised, You should speak less and focus on driving the carriage. He could clearly sense that, After the subordinate had finished speaking, the pressure around his neck intensified, realizing that those behind him were particularly concerned about the super-evolved entity and would not tolerate any dissent. If the outside chatter continued, it was certain that he would be the first to suffer the consequences. Jing Shi, languidly reminding him from behind, stated, "Your life now rests in our hands, if you wish to survive. You must obediently heed our instructions." With a sigh, the leopard elder replied, "Esteemed hero, Chapter 97. Are you not afraid?" The leopard elder paused, taking several deep breaths before continuing. "Am I not currently complying with your wishes? Feel free to ask whatever you desire. As long as you do not seek my demise, I shall speak candidly." Jing Shi scoffed, remarking, "Your leopard tribe has long lacked shame and fear of death. An unchanging legacy throughout the years." Intrigued, the leopard elder responded, "Is it so? It seems, esteemed young hero, that you possess considerable knowledge of my tribe. Do you harbor any intentions towards us?" Jing Shi replied with a cold laugh. "What could a mere leopard tribe inspire in me? If you did not speak of it, others might assume you are a cowardly, worthless race, unworthy of envy." Hearing such remarks about their tribe from outsiders, the leopard elder appeared unfazed, shrugging as he said, "I shall not presume to guess your thoughts. Please, speak plainly." That moment, the subordinate driving the carriage abruptly halted the horses. Mushi instinctively tensed, glancing at Jing Shi. Without hesitation, Jing Shi tightened his grip around the elder's neck. The elder, feeling helpless and resigned, could not help but express his frustration, raising his voice to the outside. "What is the meaning of this? Why have we stopped? Hurry along, lest we miss our quarry before sunset. Even if we find them, we would not return until midnight, and when the young master reproaches us, who will bear the blame?" The subordinate's voice came from outside. "Elder, do not fret. It appears there is a trap set by a hunter ahead, and we cannot pass. I must dismount to fill it in. Please wait." The elder acknowledged. "Very well," and the sound of footsteps receded. Jing Shi took this opportunity to continue questioning the elder. "What brings about such a significant mobilization? Surely it cannot solely be due to the super-evolved entity. So many have come. Half the beast tribes are in motion. It is far from normal." The elder could not help but inquire, "Esteemed hero, what do you find to be abnormal?" "We indeed came for this reason. After all, a super-evolved entity is a rare occurrence in a century. To obtain even a fragment of its flesh would be worth years of cultivation. Such immense power. How could it not attract a throng?" Jing Shi scoffed, increasing his grip once more. "Do not play coy with me. I am not easily deceived. If the allure of the super-evolved entity were so great, you would have arrived long ago. Not waiting until now." The elder's eyes shifted as he suddenly remarked, "You must be Jing Shi, correct?" Jing Shi maintained his calm demeanor, unperturbed by the elder's recognition of his identity, and simply inquired, "What makes you say that?" The elder chuckled lightly. "The news of your defection from the wolf tribe has spread throughout the forest, though I cannot ascertain its truth. However, I have indeed seen a super-evolved entity by your side. Albeit the last time I witnessed you, your relationship was not as close that Mushi narrowed her eyes, recalling the encounter, and after a moment's reflection, she exclaimed, "I know who it is back in the forest. Aside from a tiger, there was indeed a leopard who attempted to ambush us. It was you." The elder chuckled awkwardly. "It was merely my subordinates who sought to rob you." Mushi retorted. "So they were unable to best us and returned to report to you?" The elder could only smile sheepishly. That moment, hurried footsteps echoed outside, and without giving them a moment to react, the subordinate flung open the carriage curtain, exclaiming, "Elder, the trap outside requires tools. Who are these two? How do they infiltrate?" The leopard elder sighed deeply. Upon discovering that he had been captured, the subordinate displayed no fear, bellowing at once, rushing forward to confront Jing Shi. Jing Shi merely smiled derisively, making no effort to move, lifting his foot to deliver a gentle kick that sent the subordinate sprawling 5 meters away, all while sneering, "Truly, a fool who overestimates himself." The elder sighed deeply, reflecting that had he seized the opportunity to flee for help, he might have stood a chance. But now, there were two against Jing Shi and the super-evolved entity, whose awakened power was formidable. The prowess of Jing Shi was well known among the beast tribes. Should they unite, the outcome would be disastrous. Could he truly rely on himself and a mere lackey to contend with them? Yet the subordinate seemed overly confident in his own abilities, brushing off the kick as a mere lapse in judgment. After rolling twice on the ground, he regained his footing, glaring at Jing Shi with indignation. "Release our elder, or do not blame me for being ruthless." Jing Shi raised an eyebrow. "Very well. I am curious to see how you intend to be ruthless." As the subordinate prepared to move, he realized his arm had dislocated. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully pushed it back into place with a spine-chilling crack. Observing this, Mushi felt a pang of sympathy for the subordinate and turned to Jing Shi. "Are you able to handle him with one foot?" Jing Shi replied confidently. "Rest assured, I can manage him with a single foot." That why Mushi hesitated, suggesting, "Perhaps I should deal with him. You can observe my recent progress." Jing Shi raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback, and remarked, "What? Are you no longer fearful?" Mushi offered a feeble smile and replied, "I am still somewhat afraid. Yet having endured so much, I find myself curious about that latent power within me that is yet to fully awaken. I wish to see what it truly is. Besides, I cannot rely on you for a lifetime." Jing Shi, with an air of nonchalance, retorted, "Perhaps that is not entirely impossible." That why Mushi felt a flicker of hesitation. She was unsure of Jing Shi's true intentions towards her, as many prior instances seemed to stem from her own misguided sentiments. Chapter 98. The Divine Envoy. Ultimately, Jing Shi had never provided her with a definitive answer. Although his words were often laden with ambiguity, it was possible that he treated others in a similar manner. Thus, it was wise not to fall too deeply into infatuation. Therefore, she feigned lightheartedness and said, "I certainly do not wish to depend on you for eternity, as you will inevitably have times when you are absent, and I must learn to fend for myself." If she were to sever ties with Jing Shi outright, it would surely displease him. Recently, Mushi had gleaned some understanding of Jing Shi's temperament, so she chose her words carefully, ensuring they remained within his threshold of acceptance. Indeed, as her words fell, Jing Shi furrowed his brow, but chose not to elaborate, merely pressing his lips together and stating, "Very well, now show me your progress." Previously, Mushi had been the type to evade danger, always hiding behind Jing Shi and Yu Yun. However, as she encountered increasing peril, she sometimes found herself unable to retreat. That by the time they truly exited the forest, she had developed a certain ability to survive. Little did she anticipate that she would, in such a brief period, summon the courage to stand on her own. Jing Shi felt an ambiguous mix of joy and concern as he watched Mushi muster her courage and leap from the carriage, stumbling slightly, which elicited an involuntary laugh from him. The elder of the leopard tribe was somewhat taken aback. Though he had never interacted directly with Jing Shi, he had observed him from a distance during various gatherings and celebrations among the beastmen. Jing Shi was known to be the object of affection for many young women in the tribe, yet he often appeared either expressionless or laced with sarcasm, as his treatment within the wolf tribe left much to be desired. The elder had always perceived Jing Shi as an enigmatic and brooding figure, never expecting to see him smile so joyfully. Clearly, the bond between these two individuals was indeed not as simple as rumor suggested. He pondered whether he could leverage this connection to his advantage. Noticing the elder's contemplative expression, Jing Shi's vigilance heightened as he inquired, "What schemes are you concocting?" The elder chuckled and replied, "Is it not normal for me to ponder how to deal with you, given the circumstances? However, whether I can extricate myself from your grasp remains a question. Rather than fixating on my thoughts, perhaps you should contemplate extending the duration of my captivity a little longer." Seeing the elder so self-assured in his belief that he could escape, Jing Shi could not help but chuckle, his fingers lightly brushing against the elder's weathered skin, his breath tinged with coldness. Do you know how long it has been since the last person who dared to threaten me so frivolously has been buried?" The elder smiled faintly. "I acknowledge your prowess, yet I am not without my own strengths. Though I am currently at your mercy, I must comply with you. However, if you allow me to escape today, I shall undoubtedly seize the opportunity to avenge myself." Jing Shi chuckled. "If that is the case, I am even less inclined to let you go to the two engage in their clandestine rivalry." Mushi had already embarked on her fervent first training session. After all, her ability to defeat the snake woman previously had stemmed from a sudden surge of divine power during a moment of crisis. Today, she sought to discern whether she could once again unleash that power without the pressures of urgency or external stimuli, and to master its application effectively. Upon recognizing her, the leopard warrior immediately became incensed. You look down upon me. You sent such a frail woman to fight me? Jing Shi languidly interjected. Do be cautious with your words. You might find yourself unable to best this seemingly delicate woman, and that would be quite the embarrassment. The leopard warrior, feeling belittled, became increasingly enraged and lunged at Yi Muxai. Mushi observed his swift movements. A sense of tension gripped her. Yet, in an inexplicable moment, the leopard warrior's actions appeared to slow down, as if time itself had reversed. Consequently, she effortlessly evaded his initial attack and turned to face him. The leopard warrior was taken aback by her ease in dodging his strike, a mix of shock and fury coursing through him. Convinced he had not exerted his full strength, he charged at her once more. Yi Mushi, maintaining her composure, found that once again, the warrior's rapid movements seemed to unfold in slow motion before her eyes. This time, not only did she evade his assault, but she also delivered a forceful kick to his chest. The leopard warrior stumbled back, disbelief etched on his face as he questioned, Who are you? How do you possess such formidable strength? Yi Mushi, slightly embarrassed, responded, In truth, I am not that strong. The warrior discerned her veiled mockery, which had now transformed into an overt derision of his lack of prowess. Enraged, he charged at her again, only to be defeated time and time again. Eventually, Yi Mushi felt a twinge of guilt. She considered allowing him a reprieve, for it seemed he might be rendered utterly incapacitated. However, the leopard warrior seemed unwilling to accept her mercy, repeatedly throwing himself at her, leaving her with no choice but to subdue him to the point of incapacitation. Jing Shi observed the encounter from the carriage, thoroughly satisfied, while the elder of the leopard tribe felt a throbbing pain in his jaw and face, prompting him to avert his gaze, noticing Yi Mushi's adept handling of the situation. Jing Shi resumed his conversation with the elder. Let us return to the unfinished topic. Besides the super-evolved beings, what other reasons brought you together this time? Do not deceive me, even if you choose silence. I shall surely uncover the truth. With such a stir, there will inevitably be one or two individuals who cannot resist divulging secrets. The elder sighed. Are you aware that the savage continent is currently in the process of selecting a divine envoy? Jing Shi furrowed his brow slightly, inquiring, a divine envoy, the most devout follower of the deity, as the legend suggests? The elder nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is precisely that we have gathered here because, in a month's time, there will be a contest for the divine envoy, and all eligible young lords will participate. By the way, the elder's expression shifted to one of significance, laced with malevolent sarcasm. The wolf tribe has a stake in this as well, though not you. Chapter 99. Are you satisfied? Jing Shi had long since lost interest in such matters. He felt no emotional attachment to the wolf tribe, and thus displayed a cool demeanor. So, your purpose here is to compete for that position of divine envoy. The elder nodded, adding, to be precise, it is merely to contest against your kin, as the chances of this position being granted to the world are exceedingly slim. Most certainly, it shall fall to your brother. Jing Shi remained unfazed, responding calmly. While he and I share a distant blood relation, the grievances between us are ours to resolve. If outsiders wish to meddle, they must first seek the consent of our kin. Regardless of circumstances, wolves are social creatures. Our internal conflicts shall be fought to the bitter end, but we shall never allow outsiders to revel in our strife. The elder, caught in his own thoughts, showed no sign of anger, but merely arched an eyebrow, scoffing. What? Seeing everyone eager to vie for the position of divine envoy does not stir any desire within you. Jing Shi retorted with scorn. Why do you presume that what you desire is coveted by others? Do you not find that quite akin to a swarm of flies? They flock to any decaying matter, buzzing incessantly, which is utterly repulsive. In the end, it is merely a menial task of servitude. The elder nodded, his expression inscrutable, leaving one to wonder whether it was mocking or genuine sincerity. Very well, you possess a commendable spirit. Yi Mushi had already secured victory outside, having thoroughly defeated the orc underling, yet that subordinate remained somewhat defiant, persistently rising to his feet despite the odds. It was not until the voice of the leopard clan elder fell silent that the commotion outside finally subsided. Carefully, Yimushi lifted the curtain to gaze at Jing Shi, who appeared somewhat softened in expression as he inquired, "Have you won?" Yimushi nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Now I can protect myself." Jing Shi scoffed, retorting, "You merely defeated a lowly minion and already consider yourself accomplished." Yimushi replied, "Please don't underestimate others. This is indeed progress. I was once someone who couldn't bear to crush an ant, and now I can bring a person to their knees." Jing Shi adjusted his posture, withholding praise for Yimushi, and instead glanced behind her, stating, "It is time for us to depart." Yimushi pointed towards the leopard clan elder and his subordinate on the ground, asking, "What shall we do with these two?" Jing Shi replied, "What is there to discuss? Naturally, they must be killed." Yimushi's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say? You intend to kill them?" Jing Shi responded with an air of nonchalance. "Yes, kill them. What of it? Do you have a better idea?" Yimushi gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "How can you so casually take a life?" Jing Shi nodded. "Very well. I shall not kill them so easily. Instead, I shall torture them a bit." "Is that what you mean?" Yimushi was left speechless by his understanding, repeatedly shaking her head. "That is not what I meant. I am saying you cannot kill them." At this, the leopard clan elder expressed surprise, exclaiming softly to Jing Shi, "I did not expect you to have found such a wishy-washy human. What good is that? Lacking any resolve, you only benefit others. Had I encountered you with the capability to fight back today, I would have shown no mercy." Jing Shi scoffed. "So, are you asking for death with your words? You must have heard that those two are not virtuous. Why do you wish for them to live?" Yimushi argued, "I do not care whether they are virtuous or not. We simply cannot take their lives. Their morality is their own concern. Ours is ours." Jing Shi appeared satisfied with her delineation of boundaries. Nodding slightly to encourage her to continue, Yimushi hesitantly continued, "Moreover, do you not realize that killing is a sin? If one's hands are stained with too much blood, they will inevitably face retribution." Jing Shi laughed heartily, his expression neutral yet tinged with a hint of mockery. "I fear no retribution. If it were to come, it would have done so already. What do I have to fear? The blood on my hands is inconsequential, whether it be a little more or a little less." Yimushi replied, "That is because you have not yet encountered me. Now that you have, will you heed my words just this once?" Jing Shi shook his head. "Keeping these two alive is undoubtedly a future threat. Once they leave, they will seek revenge." Yimushi quickly countered, "What is there to fear? There are already many who wish to retaliate against us. One more or one less makes no difference, does it?" Jing Shi clicked his tongue. "Are you serious? The enemies I've made were unavoidable. Who seeks out vendettas willingly? Ultimately, having fewer enemies is preferable, and most who could trouble me have already perished." Yimushi softened her tone. "But if you are so powerful, why do you care if they are alive? Regardless of the trouble they might cause, you can handle it, cannot you?" Jing Shi scoffed, though inwardly pleased. His words remained unyielding. "What are you saying? Even if I am not afraid of trouble, I do not wish to invite greater complications. These two are clearly malicious. Why allow them to thrive?" Yimushi found herself at a loss for words. Stepping closer to link her arm with his, "Just heed my advice. I would not make decisions that would harm you. Think about it. While you may not fear killing, I do. I dread bloodshed. And I would surely suffer nightmares tonight." Jing Shi pondered for a moment before kicking the leopard clan elder to the ground before Yimushi, calmly stating, "This is simple. I shall not kill them in front of you. I will find a secluded place to do so. This way, you will not have nightmares, and no troubles will come to us in the future. That not a win-win situation. Are you satisfied?" Chapter 100. Hesitation. Yimushi grew anxious, her tone sharp. "I am certainly not satisfied. Why must you insist on killing them today?" The leopard clan elder listened intently, showing no awareness of the threat to his life. Finding amusement in Jing Shi's methodical persuasion, "I have explained to you numerous times. Keeping them alive will be a significant problem and will inevitably lead to our downfall." The leopard clan elder nodded in agreement, adding, "What he says is true, young lady. Once I am free, I will go to great lengths to deal with you both to avenge today's humiliation. Jing Shi stepped on him again, leaning closer to Yimushi, his breath nearly brushing her face as he softly asked, "Now, do you understand clearly, or do you still insist on saving them?" The leopard clan elder was confident that Yimushi would protect the two. Feeling emboldened and knowing that Jing Shi would not relent, he had never expected a foolish person like Yimushi to attempt to shield them. However, he felt no gratitude, merely viewing Yimushi as foolish. If she was foolish, that was her business, but wanting Jing Shi to act foolishly alongside her was another matter. Jing Shi was aware of the leopard clan elder's malice and did not wish to spare him. He understood the elder's capabilities. If he were to waver in his resolve to kill due to Yimushi's few words, he would be doomed, entirely manipulated by this woman. Why Yimushi, however, was unfazed by his words, asserting, "I cannot accept witnessing a life extinguished before me. That my hands can save lives. Even if that life belongs to a villain, I cannot destroy him, nor can I stand idly by as others do so, especially when I have the means to protect him." Jing Shi grew impatient, furrowing his brow. "This is not a good habit. If it is to be done, do it quickly. If your unnecessary foolishness lands us in trouble later on." Yimushi bit her lip, so I have said, "I will grow strong enough to protect myself. Regardless of the harm others inflict upon me, I will possess the ability to safeguard myself, thus eliminating fear of retribution. Correct?" Jing Shi fell silent for a moment, gazing at Yimushi, feeling an inexplicable stirring within him. He swallowed hard, his tone softening slightly. "However, if you take this step today, the consequences could be severe." "Why?" Yimushi replied. "What do I have to fear? I worry about troubling you. Yet I am genuinely trying to stand beside you, to protect myself, and in the future, protect you. That I do not wish to be your subordinate. Nor do I consider myself foolish. I believe everyone should have a bit of resolve within them." Jing Shi listened quietly as Yimushi passionately expressed her boundaries and thoughts, her face flushed with emotion. She continued, "Where I come from, killing is viewed as a grave sin. Though you may not be human, every life deserves respect. That I believe that without any principles to uphold, one cannot truly be called human." She gestured towards a leopard clan elder. "I feel that this is no different from them. I do not wish to be one of those despicable beings devoid of compassion." "Do you?" Jing Shi sighed. "Those are your rules. Here you must adapt and change, or you will find no good fortune." Yimushi shook her head vigorously. "No. Even if there is no good fortune, I will not retreat, since these are the rules you accept. It is you who must change, not me." Jing Shi fixed his gaze upon her, finally asking gently, "Are you certain?" Yimushi nodded emphatically once more, her voice tinged with an almost desperate plea as she articulated, "Please grant me this one request. That I truly cannot accept my own powerlessness. That I will undoubtedly regret it in the future, if they are not dead and return to exact vengeance upon me. I will only harbor hatred towards them. Yet, I do not wish to live with regret, for regret is the one thing in this world that leaves one utterly helpless." Lowering her head, she caught the gaze of Jing Shi, who could not help but feel a surge of compassion. With a soft sigh, he replied, "Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall grant you this wish and release the two of them." The elder of the leopard clan, who had been listening nearby, clicked his tongue in astonishment. Were it not for the current situation that precluded his inquiry, he would have loved to engage Jing Shi in a discussion about how he came to possess such a remarkable individual, especially one who was purportedly a super-evolved being. That he was at a loss as to whether Jing Shi had struck it lucky or had simply encountered misfortune. Jing Shi turned around. He met the elder's pitying gaze, causing him to unconsciously exert more force beneath his feet, nearly crushing the elder into the ground. "Refrain from looking at me with those filthy eyes. Today, you are fortunate. It is she who has gone mad and begged for an opportunity on your behalf. I am aware that my words may be of little consequence to you, but I still hope that, recalling her act of saving your life today, you might hesitate should you ever find yourself in a position to harm her in the future." The leopard elder scoffed inwardly, pondering the weakness of the human race. However, in order to persuade Jing Shi to spare him, he could not afford to be too resolute. He nodded and said, "Rest assured, you must have confidence in yourself. believe that you will not allow him to fall into my hands." Yimushi let out a small sigh of relief, and Jing Shi kicked the leopard elder aside, speaking in a tone laced with disdain. "Just remember that. Now, be off with you, and do not let me lay eyes on you again. For should I see you once more, your luck will surely run out." The leopard elder rose, brushing off the dust from the mountain, and forced a bland smile as he replied, "Very well, but I fear it may not be as you wish. For I believe you will indeed return to participate in the contest for the envoy." Jing Shi shot him a glare and retorted, "Why do you have so much to say? Be careful, or I shall not let you leave. Enough with the useless chatter. Hurry and depart." As the leopard elder turned to leave, he was suddenly called back by Jing Shi. Remaining unperturbed, the elder trusted that Jing Shi was not the type to renege on a decision. He turned and inquired, "What is it? Do you have further instructions?" Jing Shi replied nonchalantly, "Today, while you may retain your heads, you must leave something behind for me. Otherwise, I shall feel a lingering discontent. However, I find nothing of value in your possession. So hand over your travel expenses." That the sneer crept onto the elder's lips as he responded, "Surely you jest. Have you truly sunk so low as to resort to robbing others to fill your own pockets? How pitiful. Have you truly given no thought to returning?" Jing Shi narrowed his eyes at him and said, "If you insist on babbling so much, do you truly believe I am an easy target? Are you not afraid I might turn hostile at any moment? Surely you do not consider me a benevolent soul?" Yimushi listened in exasperation, unable to fathom why the leopard elder could not utter a few conciliatory words to persuade Jing Shi to let them go. Instead, opting to stoke the flames, Jing Shi stated, "What do you think you are? Have I granted you any favor?" Finally, the leopard elder casually produced his purse, appearing as though he intended to hurl it at Jing Shi's face to counteract the humiliation he had endured. Ultimately, he merely extended it with a forced smile, saying, "I dare not refuse. Since the wolf clan has been so generous, I shall offer this as a token of my respect. In the future, should our paths cross, we need not exchange such harsh glares." Jing Shi seized the purse from his hands, weighing it with a dubious expression. "Is this truly all there is?" The leopard elder sighed heavily. "My lord Jing Shi, we merely set out to find dancers. How could we possibly carry such wealth? What worth do a few dancers hold? Besides, if we are short, we can always procure more upon our return." Jing Shi raised his chin and gestured to his subordinates in the distance, saying, "You there, hand over your money as well." The leopard subordinate cast a glance at the elder, who nodded in assent before reluctantly producing his purse. Although it was directed towards Jing Shi, his gaze remained fixed upon Yimushi, as if he wished to devour her whole. Yet Yimushi remained unfazed, returning his gaze with indifference and asking, "Why do you look at me like that? Do you wish to fight me?" The leopard subordinate's face darkened, and he growled, "The humiliation you have caused me today will be repaid in due time. Just you wait." That Yimushi smiled lightly, astonished that she would one day be threatened in such a manner. The sensation was exhilarating, and she could not suppress the smile that graced her lips as she replied, "Very well, I'm always ready to oblige." Her words were born of genuine joy at being able to defend herself and no longer be subjected to mistreatment. However, to the subordinate, it seemed a mockery, inciting even greater ire as he glared at her, wishing to flay her skin. Jing Shi kicked him aside, forcing him back several steps. Crossing his legs, he exuded an air of warning and dominance as he issued a threat. "If you continue to gaze at her in that manner, I shall not hesitate to pluck your eyes from their sockets." Reluctantly, the subordinate glanced at the leopard elder before finally diverting his gaze in frustration. After securing both purses, Jing Shi allowed the pair to leave, his brow remaining furrowed throughout. With a final soft sigh, a glimmer of struggle and dissatisfaction flickered in his eyes, as if he longed to retract his decision and eliminate them both. Yimushi stood before him, offering reassurance. "Do not be angry. Harboring such feelings will only lead to your own affliction. Moreover, since you have released them, recapturing them would tarnish your reputation." Jing Shi pinched Jing Shi, gazed into Yimushi's dark, glistening eyes that reflected his own shadow, and unconsciously nodded. Chapter 102. What kind of person? After nodding, he belatedly realized his reaction. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation, he extended his finger and gently tapped Mushi's forehead, saying, "Where do you come up with so many absurd arguments? You speak so eloquently, yet you are quite the deceiver." Mushi smiled faintly. "I am not deceiving you. What I am saying is quite reasonable. Enough of this. Let us hasten our escape. Otherwise, as you mentioned, that cunning orc chieftain will likely send someone to ambush us." Jing Shi could not help but tease her. "I never knew you were afraid of this. I warned you earlier when you were playing the Good Samaritan. You must bear the consequences." Mushi grasped his hand as they descended from the carriage, saying, "At this moment, we need not distinguish between you and me. You surely cannot bear to see me go to my doom alone, especially considering the contract binding us, correct?" Seeing Mushi's familiarity, Jing Shi could not help but feel a bit taken aback that he huffed softly. Realizing he had indulged her too much, leading her to disregard him entirely, it was time for a change. He thought silently as he looked at their intertwined hands. Meanwhile, the leopard clan elder, along with his subordinate, hurried back to the city, rolling and tumbling. Upon arriving at the inn, they found the leopard clan young master waiting impatiently. The sky had darkened, and he seemed increasingly irritable, pacing back and forth. Upon seeing the elder and his subordinate, he stormed up angrily, questioning, "You too dare to return? I instructed you to go early and return swiftly, yet you failed to do so, and now you bring no one back. What is this? Has the leopard clan changed hands? Do my words no longer hold weight?" The leopard clan elder felt equally vexed. He had long harbored dissatisfaction with this incompetent young master. They were visibly injured, yet the young master remained oblivious. Fixated only on his own vanity, his tone turned sharp. "Young master, even if you are anxious, consider our plight. We have served you for quite some time. Can you not see how disheveled we are? If we could find her, we would have exerted every effort, but we are truly powerless now." Only then did the young master seem to notice the bloodstains on them, frowning and insincerely asking, "What happened to you? I merely sent you to find a woman. It's so difficult. Don't tell me you were robbed on the way." The leopard clan elder forced a smile, saying, "I hope the young master does not think we are merely pretending." The young master seethed. "Is there such a coincidence in this world? I send you to find someone, and there's trouble. Why has no one attempted to hijack my carriage before?" The elder sighed. "Young master, usually you travel with many guards. Who would dare to ambush you? Furthermore, this incident cannot be classified as an ambush. Perhaps you should have a cup of tea with us while we explain in detail." The young master maintained a nonchalant demeanor, grunting, "Fine, since you insist, I will grant you this one chance to explain the situation with your life intact." The elder signaled his subordinate to leave. After tidying himself briefly, he met with the young master, who clearly lacked patience, nearly shattering the cup in his hand. Upon seeing the elder approach, he shot him a fierce glare. "Why are you always so slow? What does my father see in you that compels him to keep you around?" The elder remained calm, sipping his tea leisurely before slowly outlining the situation. "Young master, do not be so irritable. Let me finish before you scold me." Thus, the young master begrudgingly fell silent, though his gaze remained skeptical. The elder poured a cup of tea for the young master, stating, "Young master, do you know why I was ambushed today? It was because of that super-evolved being. She was in my carriage." The young master's skepticism deepened. "Is that true? A super-evolved being is a rare encounter. How could you be so fortunate?" The elder sighed. "They say the most dangerous places are the safest. The city is currently under tight siege. Do you think there is any way to escape?" The super-evolved being likely realized this, so she came to where we gathered, seizing the opportunity to flee. The young master remained doubtful. "Is everything you say true?" The elder sighed again. "Of course, why would I lie to you? If you still doubt me, feel free to ask my subordinate." His wounds were inflicted by the super-evolved being that a hint of skepticism crossed the young master's face. "Really? But I heard that super-evolved being is merely a frail female. How could she overpower your subordinate?" The elder shook his head slowly. "Young master, what you heard is outdated. The current super-evolved being is formidable, possessing divine powers. Not only could my subordinate be bested by her, but even you might not stand a chance." This statement held a grain of truth. After all, the young master was notoriously lazy and lacked any real skills, likely making it easy for his subordinate to overpower him. However, despite his lack of ability, the young master was incredibly arrogant, completely oblivious to his shortcomings, and thus erupted in anger. What? She possesses such abilities. The elder nodded. Indeed, and if it were just her, it would be difficult for her to control both of us. However, she has another with her, a particularly powerful beastman. The young master's curiosity was piqued, compelling him to ask, "Who is it?" Chapter 103. The Sun and Moon bear witness. The leopard clan elders smiled mysteriously. "You may well know this person, young master." The young master's expression tightened. "I heard that the super-evolved being is accompanied by a detestable fly that protects her. Could it be that individual?" The elder confirmed. "Indeed, young master, it is precisely the person you suspect." The young master's face paled in shock. "Is it Jing Shi? He possesses such power that he could even ensnare a super-evolved being?" The elder nodded. "Indeed, he possesses such capabilities." The young master's cheeks flushed with excitement. "So, they just robbed your carriage of all its treasures?" Seeing his enthusiasm, the elder felt perplexed, simply affirming yes. The young master then revealed a rather lewd smile. "Then, they should not have gone far, right?" Understanding the young master's intentions, the elder frowned disapprovingly. "Young master, if you mean to pursue that super-evolved being,